Seeing that victory was in his grasp, the old fellow provoked him, trying to make him reveal a flaw. The outcome is decided. The disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Saint must use all his strength and experience to deal with this move. The vortex grew more and more violent as if it would swallow him. He screamed in his heart, "I must live!" With that he charged into the vortex with all his might. His body was enveloped in his own energy as he thought, "I must survive." Tianan reminded him in a deep voice, "Heavenly Wonder, the time is short. Yunhui, you must act quickly." Yunhui's eyes snapped open as if waking from a long dream. Many images from memory suddenly appeared in Yunhui's mind. A youth with platinum blonde hair was fighting with a long sword, while another person with ice-cold eyes brandished countless whip shadows. Although he fought back hard, he was still repelled. Despite this, Hu Zhangde remained calm and then with one sword strike sent his opponent back to his maker. Yunhui couldn't help but be confused by this strange memory. But how is it possible to pass through with a sword move? He gripped his sword hilt thinking, "Focus, you can do it." That power then flowed into his sword. Yunhui clenched his teeth filled with determination, his mind constantly replaying Hu Zhangde's move. Lu Yuxing sneered contemptuously, "Today I will kill you here, disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Saint." Tianan shouted with effort, "Focus until the very last moment, Yunhui, don't get distracted. The Heavenly Wonder's time is short, this is your chance." While he's complacent and underestimating his opponent, keep replaying that image in your mind until you face Lu Yuxing's attack, and then find the weakness in his move. Lu Yuxing attacked relentlessly. He suddenly paused, his eyes wide as if they would split, unable to believe what he was seeing. Impossible, how could this kid? He had successfully executed a move within the vortex. Lu Yuxing's heart was already in turmoil. He actually broke my secret technique. How could he see through the weakness of my technique in such a short time? Hu Zhangde seemed to possess Yunhui as the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Just aim for that gap in the middle. He was clearly afraid because this was exactly how Hu Zhangde had defeated him back then. Lu Yuxing laughed loudly. "However, do you think I haven't perfected the weakness of my secret technique?" With that, he continued to attack, not noticing that a thread had begun to wrap around him. Lu Yuxing's arm, just as he was about to swing it, was tightly bound by the thread. On the other end was none other than our Yunhui. He couldn't waste a single second. Although I found a flaw in his move, it was only for an instant. I must close the distance at top speed to succeed. He rushed over and threw a punch at him, but of course the punch didn't land. The Heavenly South Sword Saint's Starlight Cloud Step was advantageous for dodging, but it was not a method for rapidly closing in on an opponent. He also thought, although Haiyuishan's unique lightness skill is good for traversing complex terrain, it isn't fast. He recalled the scene when Lian Xia rushed at him like a bolt of lightning, and how he was lucky to have dodged in time. Under these circumstances, to close the distance quickly, what did she say back then? Right. I'll teach you this move, but there's a condition. You can only use this lightness skill on an opponent you're determined to kill. Yunhui thanked Lian Xia in his heart. "Thank you, second miss. I will definitely kill him." Lu Yuxing was blinded in one eye. "This way he'll never be able to harm anyone again," he thought. "I originally intended to pierce his head, but it seems the thrust was a bit shallow and didn't cause enough damage." Lu Yuxing groaned and screamed, "This bastard is truly full of surprises." He hadn't reached his limit yet. He wrapped Yunhui with his whip, binding him so tightly he couldn't move. Lu Yuxing's anger flared, and he planned to finish him in one move. "I underestimated you. But now let's die together, disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Saint." Yunhui was stunned. He had no time to act and could only brace himself for the fatal blow. But before the move reached him, Lu Yuxing transformed into a cyborg with an exoskeleton and an extra arm. It was Sima Ying who had acted, her back to Yunhui. "Brother, how do you feel?" Yunhui was frozen for 5 seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching. Sima Ying wiped her sweat and turned back to ask, "I'm not late, am I? It's going to hurt a bit there in a few minutes." 1, 2, 3. The person was helping Yunhui set his bone. Cheng Yuan smiled and said, "Can you bear it?" Yunhui clutched his arm and could only force a bitter smile. As expected of a successor to the external martial art, the 18 dragon subduing palms, resetting a shoulder joint was much easier for him than for others. He glanced at the guy who was already motionless. "In any case, you have defeated the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing. He can be considered a great villain. If the martial world knew about this, it would probably cause an uproar." Yunhui rotated his sore arm. "Not entirely. I was just lucky." Cheng Yuan immediately refuted him. "Don't say such nonsense. I know very well that this is not an opponent one can deal with through luck. This is your true strength." Yunhui stared blankly at the eye patch, thinking it was a series of lucky coincidences. The difference in our strength was originally like heaven and earth, and our experience levels were different too. Then he looked at his right hand. "The power of the Heavenly Wonder, which allowed me to use the heavenly threads in an instant, was my greatest help, aiding me in defeating him." Seeing this, Sima Ying asked curiously, "Brother, why do you keep staring at your right hand?" she asked with urgent concern. "Is your hand injured too?" Yunhui interrupted her. "It's nothing, I'm fine." On second thought, he owed his life to Miss Sima's help. Yunhui looked at Sima Ying gently. "Thank you for your help, Miss Sima." She cupped her face with both hands and laughed heartily. "It's nothing. As long as the deputy leader needs me, I can take care of 100 guys like that." At that moment, the deputy leader thought, "What a lively girl." Cheng Yuan cleared his throat as if reminding someone who had forgotten to praise him. Yunhui helplessly obliged, "You've worked hard too, thank you." Yunhui looked at them gloomily. Both of them had suffered many injuries, though it was from dealing with more than 20 masters. He looked at the group of people lying on the ground and thought, even so, they both really tried their best. Yunhui stood up and urged, "We don't have time, deal with the bodies quickly, then meditate to recover your energy." Just as he stood up, his legs went numb. "Because of the side effects of the true blood golden body, my body now," Yunhui suddenly had an idea. He said to Sima Ying, slapping the ground hard, "That was just a fluke." She was startled. "Deputy leader, rest quickly. Leave the disposal of the bodies to us." Yunhui breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'll leave it to you." Sima Ying had done a good deed and was overjoyed. "What's with the courtesy between us, brother? Just leave it to me." Cheng Yuan, while complaining, was still dragged away by her. "Team leader Sima, my leg is injured too. I might need to rest for a bit." A fierce glint flashed in Sima Ying's eyes. "How about I bury you with them and let you rest for a lifetime?" Yunhui watched them leave and sighed. "Team leader Sima, what is our relationship? Why is she so good to me?" Tianan said with certainty. "Yunhui, it's a relationship of trust between a superior and a subordinate." "You shut up," Xiao Tan yelled at him. "Even Dukju didn't see it." Yunhui quickly entered a meditative state. He had to circulate his energy quickly, and then leave this place. He was startled by a new discovery. His middle dantian seemed to have grown a little. Yunhui couldn't help but recall, did my innate true qi also increase after just experiencing a life and death battle? It increases by the amount I consume. What a peculiar ability. Not long after, a clamor pulled him back to reality. On Cheng Yuan's side, he was moving the bodies one by one. Sima Ying called out to him, "Put it down and come here." Cheng Yuan was still confused. "Ha?" Yunhui stood up, trembling. "I hear the sound of swords. The sound is too chaotic. I can't tell if it's one person or many." Sima Ying rushed over with her sword. "Deputy leader, be careful." He turned his head just in time to see the incoming attack. Fortunately, Sima Ying blocked it, neutralizing the blow. She stood in front of him full of worry. "Deputy leader, are you all right?" Cheng Yuan gritted his teeth. "What faction are those guys from?" Yunhui replied, "I'm fine, thanks to you." He looked at them helplessly. "This is driving me crazy. One wave after another, too many troubles. So those bastards split into 2 teams to ambush me. Now that there's a commotion, they've all gathered here." Yunhui prepared to draw his sword, his eyes turning a few shades colder. "I have no choice. Although I haven't recovered yet, I can still handle these guys." That person pointed directly at the 3 of them. "How dare you harm my master?" As his words fell, a fireball descended from the sky. "I will avenge my master. You have misjudged our strength. You can regret it in the netherworld." A fat man wearing beast skins landed, cracking the ground. "Stop, you bastards." He turned back and laughed heartily. "Stop, you bastards. You've made a grave mistake, daring to kill the eagle-breaking emissary." Yunhui was stunned. That hearty laugh, this person was the disciple with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. "Eagle-breaking emissary, how dare you be so disrespectful to my master?" He whipped at him again. "You pig, how dare you speak like that? You must be eager to die." The eagle-breaking emissary blocked the attack with just one hand. Then he dragged him along like a dog. The disciple was terrified by the laughter. The eagle-breaking emissary tore off his mask. "Just the few of you." Under the mask was Chen Jun, he continued. "Dare to touch my people." The disciple trembled with fear. "Weird, strange." He was swatted flat like a mosquito. The people below whispered, "It's Chichiguaiguai." Yunhui was stunned. "It's one of the 4 venerables of the blood cult, Chichiguaiguai Hai Yuishan," he said sarcastically. "You suffered so much just after leaving home for a while, you little brat." In a secret stronghold of the blood cult in Baishiwen, Song Zuobai said smugly, "That kid Zhao Yunhui must not have finished dealing with his family matters yet. So he definitely hasn't arrived here yet. It only took me 5 days to secure the position of the rising star of the Song family, which is why I was able to get here so quickly." He calculated in his mind. "This time, I'm much stronger than that guy. Master will definitely be very happy, right? Maybe I'll even gain Master's appreciation and my status in the blood cult will rise. By then, even that kid Yunhui will have to look up to me." Then he thought of the scene of being praised by Sima Ying with admiration and burst into a foolish laugh. When he reached the gate, a person stopped them. "Who are you? What is your business here?" Zuobai said. "It's good that you're so vigilant. You should recognize who we are from this token, right?" After seeing the token, the man immediately recognized them. "Please come in, sirs." Zuobai took the opportunity to ask one more thing. "Has Deputy Leader Zhao Yunhui arrived?" He shouldn't have, right? I came earlier than him. Before he could be smug for long, he heard the gatekeeper answer. "Yes, he has been here for several days." This greatly shocked him. The gatekeeper quietly reminded him in a low voice, "My lord, be careful. The situation inside is very complicated." That's because after hearing Deputy Leader Zhao Yunhui recount his experiences on his way here, a lot has happened. But the most terrifying thing is that he brought the head of the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing with him when he came. Song Zuobai's face turned black with shock. "What? Say that again." The scene shifts to the western suburbs of Jiangkou province, the main headquarters of Bai Liange's faction. Someone inside reported, "Second miss, the people we sent to the Zhao family in Yiyang, Chaozhou and the Song family have all secured the position of a rising star as expected." Xu Jima was pleased that the first step was successful, and Bai Sha also felt it was fortunate. The person continued to report, but this time Deputy Leader Zhao Yunhui also encountered many difficulties. According to the information we've gathered, The Zhao family head, Zhao Yixuan, had commissioned the Black Zon Hall to investigate the previously missing deputy leader Zhao. Therefore, deputy leader Zhao also had to go there to confirm this matter. Bai Sha realized, this seems to have gone beyond our original plan, doesn't it? Jima felt that deputy leader Zhao seemed to have gone there to confirm that he had not disappeared back then. He was also very lucky that the Black Zon Hall did not accept Zhao Yixuan's commission to investigate the disappearance. The person below confirmed this. Yes, if they had investigated, they might have already discovered that deputy leader Zhao is one of us from the blood cult. But for some reason, he ran into the eagle-breaking emissary, Lu Yuxing, at the Black Zon Hall. Bai Lianxia, hearing this from the side, stood up excitedly. Is it that villain, the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing? Both of them looked panicked upon hearing the news. Lianxia analyzed, although I know he's a notorious villain, he shouldn't have any reason to provoke those who have no grudges against him without cause. But at this moment, Bai Lianxia suddenly understood. In order to gain a righteous reputation and participate in the martial arts tournament, Zhao Yunwei used the name of the Heavenly South Sword Saint's disciple. It is well known that the eagle-breaking emissary, Lu Yuxing, had one of his eyes blinded by the Heavenly South Sword Saint in his youth. Therefore it goes without saying why the eagle-breaking emissary, Lu Yuxing, appeared to block Zhao Yunwei's path. Furthermore, the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing's martial arts are quite famous in both the orthodox and unorthodox paths of the martial world. If we were to say only a master of the blood essence level in our cult could contend with him, then could it be that Zhao Yunwei, she looked at the box in surprise, and yet the head you've brought back now is that of the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing. Could it be that young master Zhao Yunwei already possesses strength comparable to the blood essence level of our cult? Bai Lianxia realized many shocking things and let out a long sigh of relief. This was truly unbelievable. At this moment, Shujima stepped forward and said, to eliminate the villain eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing, it must be that the fourth venerable assisted young master Zhao, right? Otherwise, how could young master Zhao defeat him alone? The person continued to report, second venerable, it is indeed so. Deputy leader Zhao defeated the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing alone. After the battle was decided, the fourth venerable and his subordinates arrived. By then, the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing was already dead, and more than half of his followers had been killed. Han Baixia spoke up and asked, then Zhao Yunwei defeated the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing. Do you know how the young master managed it? He then narrated. It is said that deputy leader Zhao attacked the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing desperately, and only by relying on the luck of snatching life from the jaws of death at a critical moment did he fortunately defeat that villain. Her face darkened, emitting a slight chill. So young master Zhao risked his life to duel with him. This is truly an unimaginable method. Shujima asked about Yunwei's trio's condition, and he replied, they are all injured now, but it's not serious. The fourth venerable arrived in time, so they have been safely sent to rest. Deputy leader Zhao needs to rest for a while to recover before he can continue on his mission. Hearing the news, both were satisfied. Shujima stroked his beard and agreed, what he did is reasonable. The martial arts tournament is full of talents. If one is not in peak condition, it's hard to achieve anything there. We're very lucky in this competition. Young master Zhao has made such great progress. This way we have a better chance of bringing the blood demon sword back to our cult in this competition. Bai Lianxia also accepted this result. Then the matter is settled, we are very lucky. You may leave now, but he was still hesitant. Reporting to Miss, I still have something to report. The fourth venerable has a message for everyone. The fourth venerable said that since deputy leader Zhao defeated the eagle-breaking emissary Lu Yuxing, it can also be considered a great merit for the blood cult. Therefore, the fourth venerable hopes that Miss will promote him to leader. He reported with a somewhat nervous expression. These are the exact words of the fourth venerable. Jima was also very happy. That kid has really grown up a lot. There's nothing wrong with this. The fourth venerable brother said this only because he doesn't want his disciple to be wronged. He's always thinking of his disciple. That personality hasn't changed a bit. The scene switches to Anhui province at night. Somewhere a figure stands over many corpses. That person is Bai Weixiong. She looked at the night sky sadly. The moon is so bright tonight. On days like this, our blood cult has a particular urge to kill. Don't you think I'm right? Below her was an old man bound tightly. Forgot you can't speak, those guys must have sealed your mute acupoint. How troublesome. Weixiong pried open his mouth and demanded, I'll say it again, this is the last time, you listen carefully. I want you to craft something for me that when worn can conceal these red pupils of mine. He looked at her blood-red eyes and trembled with fear. You just need to nod or shake your head and I'll understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Weixiong pointed at him with that crimson power, and so he had no choice but to nod in agreement, which satisfied her. Very good, at least you still cherish your own life. Wouldn't it have been better if you had cooperated like this from the beginning? What's the benefit of wasting both our time and energy? I'll give you 2 days. You'd better finish it and not disappoint my expectations. After coming out from there, Weixiong met her subordinate. Zhang Long, you're here too, the man immediately reported. Yes, miss. Our forces planted in the martial arts tournament have been properly arranged. Weixiong let out a strange laugh. Very good, but how many people do you think Bai Lianxia will send to the tournament this time? The masked Zhang Long beside her offered his opinion. This subordinate believes that with the second Mrs. faction, even if she tries her best to get first place in this martial arts competition, she lacks the manpower. So I'm afraid she will be unable to do what she wants. Over there are almost no people with strength, youth, good background, and no blemishes who can participate in this competition. Even if they find some, they are just a few second-rate goods. Participating is just wishful thinking. How can they win the championship? For this major event, eldest miss can rest assured and leave the planning to this subordinate. This subordinate will surely be able to retrieve the blood demon sword for the eldest miss, allowing the eldest miss to be officially recognized by everyone and ascend to the position of cult leader. After that the sky brightened, and Yunhui was on the mountainside of a mountain. He stood there in contemplation. I spent half a month recuperating, plus 5 days of travel, a total of 20 days. It's been a long time since I've been back here. This was once the place where as a spy I used various schemes to throw the orthodox and demonic factions into chaos. That's also an unforgettable memory. In those 8 years many things have passed, but in my heart it still feels like yesterday. This is the place of majesty for the orthodox martial world. The base with the most powerful force in the Central Plains martial world, Wuhan City, Hubei Province. Xiao Tan asked curiously, Yunhui, why is this place the inviolable land of majesty for the orthodox martial world? He replied, of course it's because many major forces and masters are stationed here. In this city of Wuhan there are 2 of the 8 great masters, so the demonic factions don't dare to come here and provoke them easily. The Taiji Sword Emperor, the headmaster of Wudang, whose fame resounds throughout the martial world, Master Changshan. The leader of the martial alliance who commands the orthodox path, One Sword Zhanghu Bai Shangmu. Hearing this, Xiao Tan couldn't help but marvel that 2 peerless masters were stationed here. Tianan also interjected and asked, is it because of this that no one from the demonic cult dares to come here? Yunhui replied as he walked, that's right, but this is only the beginning of the stability. This peace will soon be broken. In about half a year the situation of the 8 great masters will change. Xiao Tan asked with great interest, there are 2 masters here. What other force would dare to come here and start a war? The first to pass away is the Wudang headmaster, Master Changshan, and the place where Master Changshan falls is the peak of Wudang Mountain. The one who can kill him is naturally of considerable strength, one of the 4 great villains nicknamed Ironheart Killing Wolf. Recently, the alliance between the Martial Alliance and Unrivaled City has been shattered. The reason Unrivaled City could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Martial Alliance was that they also had 2 of the 8 great masters stationed there. With the passing of another of the 8 great masters, the Martial Alliance was shaken to its core and could not recover, leading to great chaos in the martial world. Many orthodox and demonic factions rose up vying for benefits and pushing people into a period of constant melee and slaughter. At this time, Yunhui and his party were looking for a place to rest. A few people ahead were complaining, that's the place, let's go in quickly, it's too hot outside. They walked into the Immortals' Fate Inn, which was a secret stronghold of the blood cult, a resting place for everyone coming to participate in the martial arts tournament. Located near the Martial Alliance's sphere of influence, Cao Chengyuan stood under the scorching sun and said, this inn is too crowded. Yunhui said he was being talkative. The martial arts tournament is a rare opportunity that comes only once in many years, so most martial artists are here to watch the excitement. After entering, Yunhui also felt that it was too crowded. There were probably no seats left, so they had to stand and wait for a vacancy. Next to them was a table of obnoxious fat people. He transmitted his voice to Yunhui, if you're late just stand and wait. We're already settled. Yunhui, you just wait. Beside him 2 familiar people appeared out of nowhere. They were the Song brothers. Cheng Yuan complained wearily, Deputy Leader, it's hot and tiring to stand. What's the difference between this and torture? Yunhui calmly reminded him. Cheng Yuan, you talk too much. If you're hot and tired, talk less, it'll be cooler. If you regulate your breathing with your internal energy, you won't complain about the heat. He asked curiously, what strange things are you saying? How would I have the spare energy to do that? Only a fool would do that. If I run out of energy when I need to fight, wouldn't that be seeking death? This is the territory of the orthodox martial world. We have to be on guard. Then Yunhui gently reminded Cheng Yuan, there's someone right next to you using internal energy to regulate their breathing. That person was none other than Sima Ying. She smiled kindly, turned around and said to him frankly, you probably want to die, Cao Cheng Yuan. Are you saying I'm an ignorant fool? And then the 2 of them engaged in an earth-shattering fight. Over here another person walked over to Yunhui's group and said, young friends, it's hot outside now, so there are no empty seats. You can come and sit with us for a while, rest temporarily and wait for a seat to become available. 2 strangers at a nearby table invited him. Yunhui clasped his hands in thanks. This junior thanks you for your kindness, senior. But as he got closer, the aura of the burly man in front of him shocked Yunhui. Not good, this person is. Xiao Tan and Tianan curiously asked him why he was frozen there. Did he know that person? Yunhui stood there quietly sensing. He whispered back to them, I'm not blind, how could I not recognize him? He is one of the 8 great masters, the Raging King Tyrant Saber. The Raging King Tyrant Saber's name was Chen Jun. Although he didn't belong to any orthodox or demonic faction, he was famous for his upright and incorruptible character, hating evil as if it were a personal enemy. Yunhui looked at him with some apprehension. This was a peerless master with a heart full of justice, one who would never compromise with unrighteous people. But he suddenly hesitated for a moment, thinking, however, it's a bit strange. He was somewhat puzzled. As far as I know, he has never cared about such matters in the martial world. I don't know why the Raging King Tyrant Saber would appear here now. It seemed that Chen Jun had already noticed Yunwei's gaze. He turned his head and asked coldly, "Kid, how did you recognize this old man?" Sima Ying transmitted her voice from behind. "What's wrong, Deputy Leader?" he instructed with some apprehension. "That's the Raging King Tyrant Saber, Chen Jun. You two be careful." Then he walked over to Chen Jun and answered calmly, "This junior has seen senior from a distance before." He was surprised to hear this. "You've seen me before?" He picked up his teacup and took a sip, continuing, "But why don't I remember seeing you before? I never forget anyone I've seen." Yunwei broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I didn't expect him to answer my question like this. Is he suspecting our identities? He continued to judge. I can't rule out this possibility. If it's a master at the level of the Tyrant King Raging Saber, he could probably grasp the chi channels of everyone in the inn with his aura perception. In a distant corner, Hai Yuishan transmitted his voice. "Yunwei, what's going on?" Already in a tense state, he trembled even more. "Why did Master have to transmit his voice to me at this particular time?" Yunwei replied. "It's nothing serious, Master." He began to speculate again. "I know Hai Yuishan's character too well. Even if surrounded, and on the most important territory of the Martial Alliance, Hai Yuishan would definitely act and fight to the end." He recalled a story from the past. "Before my return, fate would have it that the Raging King Tyrant Saber would sever one of Hai Yuishan's arms after a clash. Could it be because I know this will happen in the future that I'm inevitably a little worried about the current situation?" Yunwei closed his eyes nervously, trying hard to calculate. But if these two were to fight here for no reason, would it lead to too many unpredictable consequences? At that time, not only would the mission fail, but the worst-case scenario could also happen, which is that I and everyone else would die. "Use your brain. Zhao Yunwei, you can resolve this crisis," he suddenly spoke up. "Of course Senior wouldn't know this junior. This junior saw Senior at Danjing Lake. In such a crowded place, how would Senior remember this junior?" Chen Jun turned his head to look at him, asking with apparent disbelief. "You say you've seen me at Danjing Lake," he thought to himself. 5 years ago, the Raging King Tyrant Saber, Chen Jun, had indeed taken his family to Danjing Lake. But he maintained a calm facade and replied, "Didn't you, Senior, slaughter a group of underworld figures who were targeting your family at Danjing Lake? This junior was also present at the time and was deeply impressed by your martial prowess and upright character." Seizing the moment, he continued, "At that time, this junior accompanied his father to Danjing Lake on business and was fortunate enough to witness your heroic bearing. His father, who had been innocently dragged into this, was quite puzzled. With me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jun asked, "May I ask for your esteemed father's name, young man?" Yunwei immediately replied, "This junior's father's surname is Zhao, and his given name is Yixuan." He let out a sigh of relief, seemingly having passed the test. The white-haired old man was somewhat surprised upon hearing this and said, "Isn't that the head of the Zhao family of Yiyang? I didn't expect a young lad like you to come from such a prestigious family." Chen Jun also said, "It seems I've misunderstood. I thought you were a disciple of that fat old man over there." The tension had barely subsided when he became vigilant again. Indeed, his intuition is truly sharp. He must have sensed Hai Yuishan and I recognizing each other and communicating through voice transmission just now. Yunwei continued to weave a lie, trying to fool Chen Jun. "That person is an old acquaintance of my father. We met by chance at the martial arts tournament today." So this junior transmitted his voice to greet him. "I wonder if Senior has heard of Hu Dun Jinzhuang. It is said that Hu Dun Jinzhuang was a real person, but he died unexpectedly. And Hai Yuishan is using this identity to infiltrate the Martial Alliance's tournament," the white-haired old man asked. "Having come from afar, you must also be here to participate in the Rising Stars martial arts tournament, right?" He gave a polite smile and said, "I seem to have heard the name Hu Dun Jinzhuang before as well." He replied politely, "Yes, that is correct, Senior." Suddenly he pointed at Chen Jun and said, "Then you might have a bout with this friend's grandson." He was taken aback. The Golden Saber Tyrant King's grandson. As he was pondering, so the grandson of Golden Saber Chen Jun will appear in this Rising Stars martial arts tournament. Someone walked over. He then said, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear. The boy is here." The man bore some resemblance to Chen Jun. He walked over and said, "Grandfather, I have already paid the inn's bill." This person was none other than the grandson of the Raging King Tyrant Saber, Chen Rong. He continued, "There are too many people here for the martial arts tournament. It's not easy to find a comfortable room." Yunwei noticed the saber on Chen Rong's body. He examined it closely. The shattering saber is specially made for executing Chen Jun's unique martial art, the Tyrant Saber. This guy is also participating in the tournament this time, which makes things difficult. Looking at the person before him, he assessed, "The aura he exudes seems to be close to that of a top-tier master. If I hadn't opened my middle dantian before, I'm afraid it would be difficult to face him. Truly worthy of the bloodline of one of the 8 great masters." He seemed to have noticed Yunwei and asked, "But who are these people?" Yunwei immediately clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Yunwei, the 3rd son of the Zhao family of Yiyang." The white-haired old man was surprised. The third son? I thought you were the eldest son, young hero, since you were representing your family in the Rising Stars tournament, he thought to himself. Does this guy know the rumors about me being a useless playboy in the family before, which is why he's ignoring my existence? He responded with a fake smile. I am Chen Rong, a pleasure to meet you, friend. Then he suddenly noticed Sima Ying at the side and asked, May I know this friend's name? She frowned at him in displeasure, ignored Chen Rong, and instead bowed to the two seniors. I am Sima Ying. It is an honor to meet you both, seniors, he sneered. This young lady is quite sharp. She became even more displeased. What's with this guy, such a rude personality, and he dares to look down on brother Yunhui? Seeing this, Yunhui thought, in the end this guy still doesn't take me seriously. If he were a bit smarter, he could have used this quiet atmosphere to apologize to me repeatedly. Suddenly a stream of water came from nowhere and washed Chen Rong far away. He seemed to be in great pain and had no time to resist. Witnessing this scene, Yunhui was greatly shocked, unable to believe what he was seeing. Just after making his move, Chen Jun spoke up to explain, that foolish boy's personality isn't like my son's. Since he's the only grandson in the family, I must have spoiled him too much. Brother Zhao, I hope you won't blame him. Looking at the wine cup on the table, he was greatly surprised. With just 2 drops of wine from his fingertips and a burst of internal energy, he had sent Chen Rong flying. How profound must this internal energy be? Seeing Chen Jun's gaze, Chen Rong was both embarrassed and frightened. He quickly stood up, clasped his hands, and apologized repeatedly. I, Chen, have offended Brother Zhao. I hope you can forgive my rude behavior. He thought, isn't it a bit too late to say that now? He glanced at him. What should I do, although he has apologized? Seeing the way he's gritting his teeth unwillingly, I realize his attitude is not sincere at all. Yunhui suddenly had a wicked idea. He's only doing this for his grandfather to see so he can be forgiven for his disrespect. Why don't I make him suffer a little? He suddenly feigned modesty and said, Not at all, not at all. Isn't it because I have no reputation in the martial world that I couldn't catch young Master Chen Rong's eye? This is indeed my fault. Then he continued to provoke. But Brother Chen Rong's words and actions seemed to tarnish the prestige of the Tyrant Saber's family, so I actually feel terrible knowing that a disciple of your esteemed family is as rude as this brother. It seemed he had hit a sore spot. Chen Jun stood up angrily and shouted, You have truly disgraced me. He placed his hand on his shoulder and said sternly, Come with me. Before the tournament I must first correct this arrogant and conceited habit of yours. He chuckled to himself. How interesting. I was actually able to use his righteous character to teach that bastard Chen Rong a lesson. The white-haired old man, not understanding the situation, pursued them, asking, Friend, why are you leaving so quickly? Didn't you say you wanted to observe this group of juniors in the tournament? Whatever it is, wait for me and we'll go together. Yunhui turned his head and sarcastically said to Chen Rong, Young master, what are you still standing here for? Young Master Chen, why don't you hurry and follow your elder? Xiao Tan smiled triumphantly. His face looked like he wanted to eat you alive. Seemingly oblivious to his contorted expression, he said with feigned kindness, We will meet again at this tournament. I also hope you can achieve good results, young master. Chen Jun's voice came from afar. Hurry up. Chen Rong quickly followed. Yes. Seeing them leave, Hai Yuishan transmitted his voice again. Who was that kid? Do you know him? He replied. It was the Raging King Tyrant Saber Master. He sat quietly and asked, Nothing major, I hope. He replied, I just happened to run into him. He's nothing to worry about. He seemed to have already guessed his thoughts. Forget it. I know what you're thinking. You were afraid I would clash with him here, so you did that. But he didn't forget to remind him, that was a good move, but don't forget the purpose of our coming to the martial arts tournament. At that moment 3 people walked in. The one leading them was the high-level spy, Du Rongxuan, who had been undercover for nearly 9 years. Xiao Tan was surprised. 9 years, that's too long. Yunhui was sizing him up. The spy is Du Rongxuan, so he will be of great help to me, she asked in confusion. You know each other. He sat down and said to his 2 companions, There's an empty table, let's sit down. Then he answered Xiao Tan's question. Of course I know him. Before my return he gave me the most advice. He recalled Rongxuan's words, My advice ends here. I will only say one last thing. He had reminded him that the fate of a spy was already sealed and life was inherently difficult to control. Don't have high hopes for anything. To this day I still can't forget those words of his. Across from them, Rongxuan's group also sat down. He complained softly, It's so hot. Yunhui explained. Du Rongxuan will use natural expressions to tell me his mission here, communicating through voice transmission. Zhuobai asked, Is it okay to confirm it that way just by squinting? He replied with certainty. It's enough. As long as we don't expose that we're peeking or using voice transmission, we're safe. The 2 continued to transmit their voices. One asked why you. Zhuobai smiled smugly, thinking he would be the star of this tournament. The other transmitted back, It would be very troublesome if the Martial Alliance's spy search team were here right now. Fortunately, they haven't appeared yet. The scene switches to outside where Chen Jun fiercely shouted, Who said you could fall down? He looked at Chen Rong, who was on the ground, and scolded him. Get up immediately. But it seemed he was already exhausted and immediately collapsed to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, he could only sigh. Just then, the white-haired old man appeared from nowhere and advised, Don't make such a big deal out of it. Was your grandson doing it on purpose? That friend with Sima Ying was more outstanding than the 3rd son of the Zhao family of Yiyang, so the boy was just being hospitable. His judgment wasn't wrong either. Chen Jun's anger did not diminish in the slightest. He said, "If that's the case, I should be even angrier," the old man asked, puzzled. "Then what do you mean?" Chen Jun crossed his arms and replied, "Because he failed to recognize the one who truly needed attention." He voiced his thoughts. "Don't you know either? The third son of the Zhao family of Yiyang is more profound than he appears. He makes me feel that he is unfathomable, and I am even a little wary of him," he said. "If he and my grandson were to fight, it would be hard to say who would win." Outside Wuhan City, according to the information provided by Du Rongxuan, this inn is the preparation point for this operation. In this secluded inn we have booked a room in advance under my name. In the room on the far right near the window under the third wooden plank of the bed, there is a letter containing intelligence about the martial alliance's situation. Hai Yuishan said, "Even I cannot possibly deal with all the masters of the martial alliance in Wuhan City. Because 2 of the 8 great masters are in the city, even if I wear a mask and act under this identity, it's impossible to deceive them." He calmly watched the paper turn to ash. "Therefore I will remain here and wait until the last day of the Rising Stars tournament for you to act. I will support you if anything happens. You should also understand what you need to do here, right?" Yunhui replied, "Exactly. Right now only we can safely enter the inner city. I have also gathered all the necessary intelligence, so please rest assured, Master." Afterwards, Yunhui's group and Song Zuobai's group went their separate ways to avoid unnecessary attention. Each one moved towards the goal of reaching the finals in this Rising Stars tournament. In the end, if both of them reached the tournament finals, Song Zuobai would let Zhao Yunhui win as previously agreed, and this specially made scabbard has a hidden compartment inside to conceal the pre-prepared blood demon sword. Therefore if they win, they can retreat safely without being discovered by anyone. Everything was arranged, just waiting for the right moment. In the 10 days before the tournament, I can move freely in Wuhan City. The village in the southern suburbs of Wuhan City is a blacksmith village. There are various weapons they have made here. Those are things that martial artists love very much. Yunhui came here mainly to have his sword repaired a bit, so that others could recognize it as the Heavenly South Iron Sword in this martial arts tournament. Because even those who had a relationship with the Heavenly South Sword Saint back then couldn't immediately recognize the Heavenly South Iron Sword. This is because the body of the Heavenly South Iron Sword is already covered with rust. Because of the rust accumulated over time, they couldn't recognize the cold iron of the sword. The number of blacksmith shops in this village alone exceeds 40. This is a memory from Yunhui's previous life. It's very difficult to place an order in such a famous place. Therefore I have to find a shop with fewer customers because other places have already taken too many orders. Xiao Tan's voice rang out. "Do we need to find a shop that can remove the rust from the sword, Yunhui?" he thought to himself. "I was just thinking about that blacksmith shop. But is he still here? In my previous life I remember that a highly skilled master craftsman appeared on this blacksmith street. He became famous by successfully forging the target sword, first sword, for the martial alliance leader, Bai Shangmu." Xiao Tan asked curiously, "Where is he then? Is it here?" Xiao Tan looked around and commented, "Yunhui, look, it's so deserted here. You can't even hear the sound of forging inside." He thought to himself, perhaps his reputation hasn't spread yet. At this time, the Heavenly South Sword appeared. "My former master used to say that the mortal world is but an illusion. The higher the realm, the harder it is to perceive. Aren't there many delicious restaurants that are very deserted?" My former master discovered many such unknown shops. Xiao Tan asked, puzzled, "Why does your former master know everything? Is there anything he doesn't know?" Tianan was also unsure. "Well," Yunhui thought, "I should go in and meet him first, then I can draw a conclusion." A snoring sound came from inside, making him curious. "What's going on?" Xiao Tan said. "Can't you see, Yunhui? That old man is drunk, no different from a drunkard, but he had other ideas. Regardless of that, look at the metal fragments around. They seem to be fragments of a certain sword, right?" Listening closely, a voice came, "Please, please kill me. I can't live like this. Please melt me down," Yunhui thought. The voice of a sword as if filled with resentment. "I seem to have heard this kind of voice somewhere. That's right, the sword Bai Weixiong held back then also made this kind of sound." That sword kept wailing that it wanted to die. An eerie humming sound came from the depths of the forge, constantly drilling into my ears. "Why is it making such a sound?" Yunhui looked down. "What is this?" Inside was a bucket full of identical swords, and there was a broken sword on the ground. "What is this?" Xiao Tan shouted. "What the hell is this? Why are there so many fragments?" Yunhui looked closely. "Is that the target sword or a replica of it?" Xiao Tan seemed to have heard Yunhui's thoughts and asked curiously, "The target sword is the martial alliance leader's precious sword. How could it be broken into so many pieces?" Yunhui thought. "Now I need to figure this out." He remembered Shangmu once saying, "I will confirm it." How could I forget that face? That was the martial alliance leader, first sword by Shangmu. Just seeing the memory of the sword gives me goosebumps. The trajectory of his sword swings and his movements are on a completely different level from mine. Truly worthy of being the first sword of the martial world. After coming to Wuhan, I have been practicing my swordsmanship diligently. I always practice the moves performed by the Heavenly South Sword Saint in my mind, but to be honest, the Heavenly South Sword Saint's swordsmanship is completely different from Alliance leader Bai Shangmu's, not to mention mine. It can be said that it is very difficult for me to reach the realm of the Alliance leader. The swordsmanship performed by the Alliance leader as befits the title of First Sword is itself a perfection that is hard to surpass. He put down the sword and confirmed, "All right." The blacksmith came forward and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Shangmu answered frankly, "Not enough." Shangmu gently stroked it and the sword decayed. Then he said to the blacksmith, "Remake it, make me a new one." Now I seem to understand why that broken sword was painfully begging for death. Although I don't know what that murderous aura that Bai Shangmu displayed was, it made even that sword unable to bear it. Therefore it also caused the newly forged sword to fall into a state of being unable to be reborn, being in a near abandoned state as soon as it was made. Its suffering is only natural. Yunhui picked up the broken sword. "Don't be sad, you did nothing wrong." The sword heard Yunhui's words and cried out, "You can hear me speak?" Then the sword in his hand turned to ash. "Thank you," Xiao Tan asked curiously. "What are you doing, Yunhui?" he thought to himself. "I don't know why that sword automatically turned to dust." Yunhui froze when he realized the blacksmith had seen everything. "I'm sorry, Senior, I didn't mean to." The blacksmith rubbed the sword ash in his hands. "If you want to compensate me, I do have something I'd like to ask you to help with." He grabbed the bucket filled with identical swords. "Can you break all the other swords in this bucket for me?" he said. "I poured my soul into these swords. They are my painstaking efforts, but they have become useless swords." He stepped on the bellows and the furnace fire blazed. "I tried to destroy the children I created with my own hands, but I couldn't do it," Yunhui thought. "So that's why he put them in this sword bucket. It's to commemorate the broken swords he poured his heart into creating, only for them to be destroyed and rendered unusable." Yunhui drew the sword from his back. From his appearance, this senior seemed to be very skilled at repairing swords as well. "If you don't mind, Senior, could you take a look at this sword for me and see if it can be repaired?" "That's not difficult." The blacksmith took the sword and examined it. "The sword has cold iron. In this situation, the work is a bit complicated. It might take at least 5 to 6 days to repair, but isn't the scabbard a bit larger than the sword?" he commented. "I didn't expect this famous sword to end up like this. You've kept the sword in a damp place for over 10 years. That's why it has rusted so much. It's due to some personal reasons that the sword became like this," Xiao Tan said. "Great, everything is going smoothly." Yunhui thought. "I didn't expect him to immediately see that the scabbard is larger than the sword," he thought. "Anyway, that was an excellent opportunity just now. I didn't expect to be able to see the swordsmanship of the Martial Alliance leader Bai Shangmu through that sword." Recalling the way Shangmu wielded his sword, he thought, "I can't miss this opportunity to learn the 4 major sword techniques considered the strongest in the martial world today. With my ability to read minds and review sword forms from broken sword fragments, I should be able to learn some of it in a few days. But there is one more thing that bothers me. When the sword blade turned red due to the murderous aura injected by Bai Shangmu, no matter how I looked at it, it didn't seem to fit with Bai Shangmu, who is considered the #1 person in the orthodox martial world today. Or rather, that murderous aura was more like the murderous aura of a martial artist from the unorthodox path." Yunhui was puzzled. Why on earth would he do that? "I still don't understand why he would create so many replicas of his precious sword." When someone tried to grab his hand, Yunhui instinctively pulled away, but the person caught his wrist. "Whose power is this? How is it so strong?" He was forced to walk by this person. "Who on earth is this person?" The person took off the hat on their head. "I heard you fell off a cliff and were washed away by the water, but you're still alive now." Yunhui's eyes widened. He thought, "That voice is hers, is it Bai Weixiang?" She smiled and said, "You are indeed still alive." Yunhui replied coldly, "Eldest miss, how can you grab my hand in broad daylight in full view of everyone? If you have no intention of killing me, please let go of my hand." Weixiang looked him over. "Yunhui, are you speaking with more and more confidence? It's been a long time. I feel you've given me many surprises. Is it because I haven't disciplined you for a long time, so you've forgotten everything from the past, or is it because your strength has increased so you no longer take me seriously?" Yunhui did not show any weakness and threatened, "This is not good for you. I'm sure you don't want to expose your identity in front of all these people from the Martial Alliance." The reason Yunhui could confidently confront Bai Weixiang was entirely well-founded, although it didn't seem like there were many people here. Just a few steps out of this alley was a bustling street where martial artists bought and sold weapons and blacksmiths' daily necessities. Moreover, this is the territory of the Martial Alliance, the center of the martial arts tournament, Wuhan City. The patrols will be very strict. Even if Bai Weixiang has a violent temper and disregards everyone, she wouldn't dare to kill me in such a crowded place. However, Weixiang also did not show weakness. "You're becoming more and more confident, and your way of speaking has changed. How interesting. A person with your strength and intelligence shouldn't be following my timid little sister." She began to recruit him. "Come under my command, I will treat you well. Don't worry, I have good judgment. A capable person like you will not lack status and fame by following me. When I become the cult leader, you will definitely be my right-hand man. If you follow that incompetent girl, your future is only failure." He looked at her, secretly calculating. Bai Weixiang is recruiting me to consolidate her power and weaken the second Mrs. Competitiveness. This is also easy to understand, but after the Bloodbath Valley incident, I was almost assassinated by her people and nearly died in the river. I can't possibly comply with this offer now. If that incident hadn't happened, perhaps I would have considered this hard-to-refuse offer. In the competition between the two sisters for the position of cult leader, of course, the more advantageous side is Bai Weixiang. But after that near-death experience, I have become vigilant. If her people can plot against me once, there will surely be a second time when she is displeased with me. I need to observe further. Although I am indeed somewhat useful, her main purpose in recruiting me is to target another master, that is my master, the fourth venerable Hai Yuishan. Subsequently, Yunhui spoke up. Thank you for your offer to take me as a subordinate, but this is a grave matter and I cannot decide on my own. I must ask for my master's opinion. Seeing her objective unfulfilled, Weixiang slashed at him with her hand. Yunhui thought with trepidation. She strikes so fast without even a word of warning. Indeed, if I had been any slower, my face would have been torn apart by her hand. Weixiang maintained her amiable demeanor and said, As expected, your strength has greatly increased. You were able to dodge such an unexpected move. My command is in need of a talent like you. She gently caressed Yunhui's cheek. When I first saw you, I felt you were special. That's what drew my attention to you. A young man who has just reached the level of a master can actually dodge my killing move so easily. If you hadn't dodged just now, you'd already be dead. Don't think that move was just to test you. It was my killing blow. Then Weixiang moved a little closer. Come here, I'm even more certain now that you are an unfathomable character. Although your strength is only at the master level, you are much stronger than many martial artists of the same rank. Besides, you've only been in the cult for a little over a year, and an even shorter time as a disciple of the fourth venerable. How could a person possibly reach such an unfathomable level in just 1 year? Our cult is not lacking in martial arts prodigies, but this is the first time I've seen someone whose martial arts have progressed so rapidly. Yunhui, however, stubbornly refused. Eldest miss, you don't have to praise me like this. Perhaps this is just a misunderstanding on your part. Weixiang gently pinched his cheek and said, Yunhui, if you submit to me, not only will wealth and glory be at your fingertips, but there's also something that not just anyone can have. If you and I were to form a bond, we could give birth to an incredibly powerful blood demon. That child could revitalize the blood cult and help it unify the martial world. Yunhui, don't listen to her sweet talk, Xiao Tan shouted as a reminder. One wrong move and you'll lose your life. Yunhui was also a little worried. Xiao Tan, who do you think I am? Suddenly, Weixiang reached out her other hand and grabbed his arm. Yunhui, your strength goes without saying. Follow me, and when I become the cult leader, you will be the left protector of the cult. But things are different now. I've taken a liking to you. For the sake of our cult unifying the martial world, you are worthy of being my husband. We can cultivate together. She gently inserted her hand between his fingers, tempting him with sweet words. How about it? Are you interested in my proposal? This is not something everyone can get. If you become my husband, we will unify the blood cult together and sweep across the martial world. At that time, you will be second to one and above 10,000, with a status even higher than the martial alliance leader. Yunhui met her gaze, thinking to himself, you make it sound so nice. Bai Weixiang, are you trying to use a honey trap on me? But you've forgotten one thing. You're wearing a human skin mask right now, which is how you were able to sneak in, therefore you can't show your true face at all. All I see is an ordinary woman, so your honey trap is completely useless. He immediately shook off her hand. Yunhui coldly refused. Thank you for thinking highly of me, Yunhui, but I'm sorry, eldest miss, I cannot accept this proposal, she replied with a wronged expression. Tell me, why can you refuse my feelings so easily? Could it be that you've already fallen for that girl, Bai Lianxia? But he still answered firmly. Eldest miss, where are you going with this? I don't mean that. Seeing him like this, Weixiang still refused to give up. I can't say for sure about other things, but my looks are definitely better than that girl's. And I also know the art of dual cultivation. The ecstatic pleasure you'll experience in our union is something you will never forget for the rest of your life. You have the chance to become the husband of the blood cult leader. Just think how many men in the world would beg for this opportunity. Think about it again, don't miss this chance, Yunhui immediately replied. I have already spoken on this matter. Now I would like to ask the eldest miss, why have you appeared at the martial arts tournament in Wuhan? Upon hearing this, her eyes instantly sharpened. Is there a need to ask? The reason you are here is the same reason I am here. Weixiang held on to Yunhui, refusing to let go. Since I am here, your goal of seizing the blood demon sword is finished, so you might as well change your mind, submit to me, and be my husband. At that time you can have whatever you want. Why work so hard? It is my destiny to obtain the blood demon sword and ascend to the position of blood demon cult leader. No one can stop me. Yunhui still insisted on his own opinion and replied, our goals are both the blood demon sword, but have you considered this? If I reveal your identity here in the martial alliance, then they will know and be on guard. In that case, wouldn't your hope of obtaining the blood demon sword be dashed? Weixiang continued to persuade him. Yunhui, do you think you dare to do that? If you expose my identity, those people from the martial alliance will also be more wary of people from the demonic cult. At that time you won't gain any benefits either. Why would you do something that harms both of us? Then she threatened. Yunhui, listen to me. Since I was a child, I've always gotten what I wanted, so I will not let you go. Zhao Yunhui, you are now on my radar. Even if I have to use force, I will get you at any cost. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Xiong threw a punch at Yunhui. Her previous sweet words turned into viciousness in an instant. Fortunately, Yunhui dodged the blow, but the wall behind him was shattered to pieces. Wei Xiong commented, "Your strength has indeed greatly increased. What I saw is by no means all you have." Only then did he draw his sword to meet the challenge, thinking, in that case I don't need to hide my strength anymore. If I get entangled with her here, I'm afraid neither of us will be able to achieve our goals. What's worse, if I get captured by her, it will be even more troublesome. He immediately returned a move, aiming straight for Wei Xiong. She caught the broken sword and said to herself, "So this is the extent of your unhidden strength. What's with this broken sword? You plan to use this against me?" He kicked out, aiming for her face. But Wei Xiong had already retreated in time to dodge. Yunhui also took a step back, silently assessing the situation. Her movements are too fast. I thought she would be caught off guard by my broken sword, but I didn't expect her to avert her gaze in an instant and dodge my lightning-fast kick. She truly is worthy of being the eldest miss of the blood cult. He then employed the best of the 36 stratagems to flee, in order to escape, but my objective has been achieved. In her haste, she couldn't use her internal energy to block my kick and has retreated 3 steps. My goal was simple, just like that. This is how I can escape the control of her demonic claw technique. What I need to do now is, but Wei Xiong's killing intent was already approaching him. "I didn't expect you to be so calculating. Yunhui, since you've already used your full strength, I will naturally go all out as well." Yunhui was greatly alarmed. Her killing intent was terrifying. Although we are fighting in a deserted alley, this is still the territory of the Martial Alliance. With such strong killing intent, isn't she afraid of alerting the martial arts masters on the main street outside? How can she release her killing intent so wantonly? This is really tough for me. I left the Heavenly South iron sword at the blacksmith's to be sharpened. In this situation, with only Xiao Tan's short sword, can I escape her demonic grasp? Suddenly a sword chi slashed down, blocking the space between the two. Yunhui was startled. "It's Sima." He looked at Sima Shaoxi in astonishment while she held her sword threateningly. "Who are you to be so insolent?" The human skin mask and a few strands of severed hair floated down. Wei Xiong was furious and screamed, "Bastard, get out of my way!" Sima Ying was also startled, thinking, how did brother Yunhui get involved with a woman with such terrifying killing intent? Since I left home to roam the martial world, this is the first time I've encountered someone with such dreadful killing intent. Although this killing intent is terrifying compared to that person in my family, it's like a small sorcerer in the presence of a great one. Then she provoked, "Come and get me if you have the guts." She also charged forward without showing any weakness. "All right, you bastard, I'll make you pay today." Immediately 2 powerful pressures rushed towards each other. Yunhui also circulated his internal energy, then grabbed the entangled Sima Ying and fled. Passers-by were stunned by the scene. "Those two are flying on the rooftops." That's the void-treading wave step often used by martial arts masters. They must be here for the martial arts tournament. The figures of Yunhui and Sima Ying flashed by. Wei Xiong brushed the sleeves of her clothes amidst the ruins and sighed. "I really didn't expect you to be able to escape my grasp." Then she showed an interested smile and transmitted her voice to the fleeing Yunhui. "Zhao Yunhui, you were lucky to escape today, but sooner or later you will submit to me. It's inevitable." Sima Ying, held by Yunhui, said dotingly, "Brother Zhao," he still reminded her cautiously. "Don't talk, Miss Sima, be careful she hears you." His hand was still on her waist. "I didn't expect the eldest Miss Bai Wei Xiong to be so determined to obtain this blood demon sword. This martial arts tournament has become even more difficult." Sima Ying's lovesickness relapsed due to his actions, as she watched the still babbling Yunhui. "This is indeed something no one could have predicted. I must report this to Master immediately." As mentioned before, Hai Yuishan stayed at the inn waiting for his 3 disciples. So Yunhui told him the whole story. "This matter is too sudden. It can be said to be a huge change." Hai Yuishan thought for a moment before speaking. "First, you have been targeted by the eldest miss. She will not let you go. If you encounter her again, run quickly and call for my help. I will come to your rescue when I hear you." According to Hai Yuishan's judgment, although Zhao Yunhui's martial arts had improved, he was still no match for Bai Wei Xiong. Hai Yuishan certainly thought so. Although Yunhui has opened his middle dantian in the last fight, he and Miss Sima combined were no match for Bai Wei Xiong. Another thing Hai Yuishan wanted to say was Cheng Yuan watched with a dejected look. "Wherever we go, we need to bring more people. If anything happens, they can buy time for me to arrive and provide support." Vice Leader Yunhui, although the 4th Venerable instructed us all to act together for safety, we haven't seen any movement from the eldest miss these past few days. You are worrying too much, Vice Leader. Yesterday we had roasted pig at Baewi Lai. How about we find something new to eat today? Vice Leader, we should seize the time to enjoy ourselves here. Yunhui suddenly asked, "Sima Ying, what do you think of my proposal?" But Sima Ying was lovesick and acting foolishly. "He held me." She was like this all day. Foolish. She was talking nonsense that no one could understand. Yunhui gripped the sword in his hand. "I have been lying low here for several days, destroying over 70 useless swords in total." After repeatedly watching the memory of the sword forms demonstrated by the Alliance leader during this period, I have memorized all of the Mo Xian sword technique, one of the 4 strongest sword techniques in the martial world today, and I can already perform a part of it. Xiao Tan also appeared and said, "Yunhui, congratulations on learning the Mo Xian sword technique." But he didn't think so. It's not that simple. I only saw the sword moves performed by the Alliance leader, but I don't know the incantations or how much internal energy each sword strike requires. So the sword technique I can perform can only be considered a deceptive facade. If I can master this Mo Xian sword technique, I will reach a higher level. After seeing the Alliance leader perform the sword technique, I have also gained a lot of insight myself. Then he looked at her and proposed, Miss Sima, please step back a little and help me. She was startled and agreed. He thought to himself, now I will test this sword technique. Over there, Sima Ying and Cheng Yuan were still bickering. Are there no seats left? Why do you always sit next to me? Get lost, this cool spot is mine. Xiao Tan saw this and said, Miss Sima seems to always be foolish, hot and cold. But Yunhui didn't think much of it. It's fine, maybe she's been here too long and has a bad temper. I need to concentrate to perfectly execute the sword move. Spiritual energy gathered around him, and the surrounding space fell into silence. Yunhui slowly opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and said, all right? Then he swung his arm fiercely, but the result was disappointing. Why is there no change at all? He wondered. It should at least have left a mark. Was I too hasty and performed the sword move incorrectly? Suddenly, he was astonished to see the rim of the wine cup in front of him get sliced off, followed by the ancient tree behind it suffering the same fate. Cheng Yuan was also dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing. What sword move did you just perform? He was also very happy. Great, I succeeded. I have finally reached the 6-star realm of the Xingming divine art. This is definitely a huge improvement. The scene changes to the signature dish of the Shangshan en Dongpo pork, and a burst of excited cheers erupts. We finally get to eat this delicacy. Cao Cheng Yuan and Sima Ying impatiently tasted the steaming hot food. This Shangshan Dongpo pork is so delicious she even felt like she was about to faint from eating, he said while gobbling down his food. Then the vice leader will carry you back to the inn. Sima Ying also chimed in. Then I can eat until I pass out without worry. Over here, Yunhui was pondering. Tomorrow the Heavenly South Iron Sword will be repaired. Retrieving the sword will be a good opportunity to boost the team's morale for a smooth entry into the Martial Alliance's city. That's why I brought them here, to taste the delicacies. After all, this day will eventually come. I have to be fully prepared before entering the tournament. At this moment, he sensed an unfamiliar aura. According to my current aura perception, 5 or 6 martial artists are entering the inn, all stronger than the other martial artists here. It seems 2 of them are carrying famous swords. I can feel a stronger aura emanating from them. Since opening my heavenly eye, my senses have also become stronger. I can tell if it's a famous sword just by the sound of the sword. Yunhui noticed that those people were the same ones he had seen at the Martial Alliance before his return. Those 3 over there are Tang Weiwa from the Tang clan of Sichuan, Xing Ming from the Qingcheng sect, and Zhan Zhen from the Chenzhen sect. They are all from the orthodox sects and look much more upright than those hypocritical young masters from the great families. Judging from the names of the swords coming from over there, those 2 famous swords should have been bestowed upon highly skilled disciples by the Chenzhen and Qingcheng sects. Anyway, why did it have to be people from these Taoist sects? And those few who are coming in now, I didn't expect to have to get involved with these troublesome guys. Over there, Du Jingyu spoke up. Who is this? Isn't this our little brother Zhao from the Hengshan sect? Next to him were Zhang Weimei and Zhao Yi from the Hunan Provincial Martial Arts Branch. Then Zhao Yi publicly embarrassed Yunhui. Do you remember what I said before? This is the friend who was kicked out of the Chiang Zhao family. He didn't find it strange. As expected, they are a few of Zhao Chongyun's scoundrel friends. Then Yunhui stepped forward and bowed. May I ask if you are Taoist Master Xing Ming of the Qingcheng sect? He returned the bow, and Zhao Yi next to him was a little confused. I am Xing Ming. Does the young master know me? Yunhui calmly replied. It would be strange if I didn't know Taoist Master Xing Ming, the rising star of the martial world. He thought to himself, but unlike my previous life, I don't need to suck up to them anymore to blend into their group. Xing Ming scratched his head, a little embarrassed. What rising star? I'm still far from it. You're too kind, young master. Yunhui knew in his heart that a compliment could make the other party have a good impression and thus reveal their kind side. He looked at the others. I am very happy to meet Taoist Master Zhan Zhen of the Chenzhen sect and Miss Tang Weimei of the Sichuan Tang clan. I am Zhao Yunhui, the 3rd son of the Yiyang Zhao family. It is my great honor to meet 2 famous heroes of the martial world. Zhan Zhen and Weimei also clasped their hands in return. So it is the young master of the Yiyang Zhao family. Zhao Yi was surprised. Young Master Yunhui knows these people too? He pretended to be friendly and put his arm around his shoulder. Long time no see, brother Zhao. Yunhui's hand squeezed hard, which surprised Zhao Yi a little. He stood aside and answered nonchalantly. It's a happy thing to meet a fellow countryman in a foreign land, isn't it, brother Zhao? The next second, Yunhui transmitted his voice and threatened him. Laugh, laugh if you don't want to die, or I'll drag you out of the Rising Stars martial arts tournament right now. Du Jingyu over there sensed that something was wrong. Brother Zhao, why are you just standing there without saying anything? Yes, Yunhui, you bastard, what are you trying to do? But before he could finish, Yunhui's voice transmission had already scared him out of his wits. Hey Du Jingyu, shut your mouth, he panicked. How can your internal energy be so strong? Yunhui warned him. That's none of your business. I'm warning you, my dantian has recovered, so don't you think about causing trouble anymore. Then he continued to say to the crowd, to be able to represent the Zhao family in the Rising Stars martial arts tournament. I feel very honored to be able to meet all of you famous figures. Then Yunwei let go of his hand, and Zhao Yi ran back to his friends in fear. Jingyu was confused. The representative for the Rising Stars, he also patiently explained. Perhaps my brother doesn't know. My several older brothers are not available, so I am representing the Zhao family in this tournament. Zhang Weimei heard this and asked with concern, is Brother Xian really unwell? Yunwei affirmed, yes, if you are worried. You can go see him later, sister. She had a worried look on her face and said in a low voice, what a pity. If your senior brother had participated in this tournament, he might have achieved better results. I didn't expect you to be the representative for the Rising Stars, really. Suddenly, Sima Ying at the table burst out laughing. Weimei noticed unhappily. Are you laughing at me? She retorted. Yes, you don't even know the extent of my senior brother's strength, yet you pretend to be judgmental. This young lady is quite interesting. Zhang Weimei was still young, and because her feelings were hurt, her judgment was clouded and she acted like a child. She blushed and argued, in any case, we are all fellow Taoists from Hunan, participating in the martial arts branch meeting before the official tournament. Senior brother, I will teach you a lesson so that you don't get too complacent and recognize your own strength, right, senior brother? Seeing Du Jingyu's awkward expression and lack of response, she said angrily, Senior brother, say something. He did not answer, but transmitted his voice in a low whisper. Calm down, Weimei. Judging from the attitude of Taoist masters Xing Ming and Zan Zhen, something is definitely wrong, she angrily questioned him. So you don't care if your fiancé loses face? Du Jingyu trembled with fear. No, sister, don't say that. I think there's something off about him. We might have run into a master who's hiding his strength. Watching the two of them argue, Yunwei felt that it was troublesome to waste emotions on these little brats. Perhaps this was enough. At this moment, a disciple of Zhao Qingyun named Shu Yizhou came forward and paid his respects to Martial Uncle Zhao. I didn't expect to see Martial Uncle at this tournament. He looked at the person's attire and guessed. That Taoist robe is from the Hengshan sect, so he's a disciple of the Hengshan One Sword. The people from the Hengshan sect are here, so my little sister Yingying must have come with them. Wait, if I use this matter well, I can easily solve the troubles at this tournament. He looked over and saw Xing Ming, Zan Zhen and others also coming forward to greet him. Zan Zhen asked with confusion, but Brother Shu, is Brother Zhao a lay disciple of your sect? He smiled and said, it seems you don't know yet. Martial Uncle Zhao is a descendant of the Heavenly South swordsman Hero Hu Zhang, and you know that Hero Hu Zhang has a close relationship with our Hengshan sect. And the group of people were all dumbfounded and speechless. People at the nearby tables also started whispering, did you hear what they said up there? The Heavenly South swordsman. The descendant of Hero Hu Zhang, the Heavenly South swordsman. Zan Zhen and Xing Ming bowed again. Young master should have said so earlier. Since you are Brother Shu's martial uncle, then you are also my martial uncle. Xing Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. I almost offended you. Yunwei puffed out his chest and said confidently, it's nothing. Didn't this young lady just say she wanted to teach me a lesson? Who's going to teach me? As he spoke, he looked at the group of people, making each of them feel ashamed. A moment later they walked out of the inn, and Shu Yizhou happily carried 2 food boxes. Everyone is waiting, so this junior will take his leave first. Next time, let's find a quiet place to eat together, martial uncle. He also said his goodbyes. Be careful and say hello to Yingying for me. Sima Ying and Cheng Yuan were already full, and this meal was truly satisfying. Then she begged with a look of anticipation. It seems like that can be taken to go. Let's buy some to take back, brother. Cheng Yuan also looked on with anticipation. That's right, didn't the Taoist master from the Hengshan sect also get Dongpo pork to go, vice leader? He agreed softly. All right, let's also buy some for Master and the Song brothers. Having received permission, the two of them immediately ran off happily. We'll go order it right away, thank you. Yunwei watched from a distance, a little puzzled. Although it's famous, do those two like it that much? This is a very special experience, something I never felt before my return. At this moment, someone called out to him. Sir, Yunwei turned around and saw a child handing him a piece of paper. Please take this. He took the paper, puzzled. Who wrote me a letter? Is there a change in the mission? That's unlikely. I'll take a look first. The letter said, if you don't want to lose your precious sword, don't travel with anyone and go to the blacksmith shop alone. It seems trouble is brewing. Yunwei followed the instructions in the letter and went to the blacksmith shop alone late at night. He walked in and saw that the blacksmith shop was in a mess with casting tools scattered on the ground. It looked like there had been a commotion here. A masked man was already waiting inside holding Yunwei's sword. A good sword. Is this the famous Heavenly South iron sword? Yunwei cautiously asked for the other person's identity. The surrounding blacksmiths had also been silenced. He decisively thrust his sword forward. I'm here to deliver the eldest Miss's message. Give up on the Rising Stars martial arts tournament and go back and tell Miss Bai Lianxia that if she wants to live, she should obediently surrender to the eldest Miss. You don't want to lose this sword, do you? Yunwei deliberately stalled for time, thinking, calm down, I understand everything you've said. At the same time, he quietly extended a silk thread towards the sword. After the thread wrapped around the blade, he gave it a sharp tug, snatching it back from the man's hand. Yunwei retracted the thread as the sword danced in the air. He said, those weren't eldest Miss Bai Weixiong's words, but your own, weren't they? The sword returned to his hand and Yunwei gripped it tightly. Let's continue our previous conversation. Did you think you could take my sword so easily? The man remained calm. I also guessed you had some kind of secret technique. You have some secret art and that's what you just used, isn't it? Yunwi was surprised. He didn't see it clearly. From my aura perception, this guy's martial art skills aren't that great. Best he's a second-rate or quasi-first-rate master. He prepared to strike. I specifically told you to withdraw from this martial arts tournament. Since you're so stubborn and refuse to do as you're told, don't blame me for being ruthless. You dare to treat my warning as if it were nothing but wind. You will surely die today. But his arrogance was short-lived. Yunwi directly grabbed his face, slammed his head into the floor with one hand and finally sealed the acupoints on his body. Yunwi couldn't believe it. So this is the extent of a second-rate martial artist. I was able to subdue him this easily even before opening my middle dantian. This guy's skills are truly not worth mentioning. He tore the mask from the man's face and asked, "Bastard, who the hell are you?" After his true face was revealed, the man gave a cunning smile. "You'd better unseal my acupoints quickly. Did you think I came alone? My men are already lying in ambush all around." Before he could finish, a large group of people leapt down from the ceiling. "Are you talking about these bastards?" Sima Ying and Cao Cheng Yuan appeared just in time. She reported, "We searched outside and only found 3 people. Yunwi also judged their strength to be quite poor and not worth mentioning. This guy has been cornered. Now he will reap what he has sown." A series of miserable screams echoed through the silent blacksmith shop. "Enough, stop, I'll talk." The man, unable to bear the torture from the group, finally surrendered. "I am Yao Yi, the second disciple of the 5-blood star. I'll tell you whatever you want to ask. Please just make this damn mutt stop pulling out my fingernails." Sima Ying snorted dismissively and casually pulled out another one of Yao Yi's fingernails. As Yunwi thought, he watched Sima Ying torture him. 5-blood star, isn't that a disciple of Emperor Zhang of the bloody rain of fists and kicks? He is indeed one of the eldest Mrs. subordinates, but given her personality she wouldn't send someone to do this. She wants me to be her husband, but this guy brazenly tried to kill me. So he must have been sent by someone else. Let me think, if I don't participate in this martial arts tournament, who would be the biggest beneficiary? So Yunwi began his interrogation. "The one who sent you wasn't the eldest miss, was it?" Yao Yi answered affirmatively. "That's right, my senior brother sent me. The eldest miss gave orders that upon seeing you we were not to kill or harm you. That's why I used this method to force you to withdraw from the tournament." Hearing this, Sima Ying flew into a rage, her grip tightening. "For that reason alone you dare to lay a hand on our vice leader? Are you tired of living?" The intense pain made Yao Yi scream, "Bastard, I already said I'd talk. Why are you still pulling out my fingernails?" Listening to the conversation, Shao Tan appeared and said, "His senior brother, that would be the first disciple of the 5-blood star. Yunwi, do you know that guy?" Yunwi said he had never even heard the name, so how could he possibly know him? Yunwi pressed on, "It seems you disobeyed your master's orders and overstepped your authority. Why is your senior brother targeting me? Speak." Sima Ying patiently threatened, "Spit it out, bastard, or I'll pull out all your nails." Terrified, Yao Yi quickly begged for mercy. "No, stop, I'll talk. The reason my senior brother ordered me to do this is because he heard that the eldest miss wants to choose you as her husband." Yunwi was greatly shocked upon hearing this. Then it all clicked. "So that guy is afraid I'll become Bai Weixiong's husband. I really didn't expect that. Does your senior brother have some kind of weird fetish? What part of that crazy woman does that bastard even like?" After speaking, he delivered a clean, decisive blow. Ignoring Yao Yi's desperate pleas, Sima Ying pulled out the nail from his last finger. She stepped on Yao Yi, turned, and asked Yunwi, "By the way, vice leader, why didn't you tell me that Bai Weixiong wants to marry you?" Yunwi answered with a guilty conscience, "The matter was too absurd, so I didn't pay it any mind." Then Sima Ying furiously held her sword to Yao Yi's neck. "So that woman has designs on our vice leader?" Yunwi asked himself. "Why am I so concerned about Sima Ying's feelings right now? I need to be careful she isn't misunderstanding something." She gave Yunwi a cold glance, thinking, that woman dares to have designs on someone who's already taken. She must be tired of living. At this moment, Yunwi had a blank expression, not understanding what Sima Ying was talking about. Tianan explained to Yunwi, "This is what women are like when they're in love." Yunwi walked over to console her. All right, calm down. We can't kill this guy." She asked, puzzled, "Why, does brother have another plan? Aren't they targeting you?" Yunwi's next words made Sima Ying even more confused. "Even so, we must let them go. If we kill him, his senior brother will have an excuse to deal with us. He sent this guy here mainly to create misunderstanding and hatred between me and Bai Weixiong. If I'm not mistaken, these people are walking to their deaths by going back anyway." They walked out of the blacksmith shop. Sima Ying looked at Yunwi with admiration. "How did you guess so accurately, brother?" Yunwi didn't answer, merely thinking, "I stayed in the blood cult for so long, I can more or less guess the nature of those who crave the bloodline of the blood demon. If things continue like this, who knows what she'll do next? Those people will definitely not survive their return. As for me, she probably still holds some affection." As his thoughts drifted, a scene switched to Bai Weixiong. Watching Yao Yi's pathetic return, a man with a gloomy expression thought, "This foolish junior brother, I sent him, hoping Zhao Yunwi would kill him, but I didn't expect him to actually come back alive. My whole plan is ruined. He has to die for me to have an excuse to make a move. Only if he's dead can I embellish the story in front of the eldest miss. I'll use the excuse that he's a demon, so the eldest miss might change her opinion of that bastard Zhao Yunwi." The owner of these thoughts was none other than Zhang Xuanming. Seated to the side, Bai Weixiong was furious. What a bunch of fools. Didn't I tell you to just monitor him and wait for my orders? A group of people knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Yao Yi sent a voice transmission to Zhang Xuanming above, pleading for help. Senior brother, why are you still just standing there? Help me. Didn't you promise to speak for me if anything went wrong? But Zhang Xuanming deliberately avoided him, replying, you just stay put. Bai step forward to speak for you now. I won't gain anything from it either. Over here. Weixiong questioned the bastards. Tell me, for disobeying your master's command, what is the punishment? One of them answered. Death by beheading. The moment he finished speaking, Bai Weixiong had another man's head roll to the floor. Then go die. His companion's blood splattered across Yao Yi's face. He was scared out of his wits and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Eldest miss, spare me. This subordinate didn't intentionally defy your orders. I was just following orders. Before he could finish, a figure flashed towards them like the wind. In a flash of lightning, Yao Yi's confession was cut short. To prevent him from revealing his name, Zhang Xuanming struck first and finished off Yao Yi. Bastard, if you had just kept your mouth shut, you might have had a chance to live. How dare you expose me as the mastermind? Witnessing this, Weixiong questioned him. How dare you kill him without my permission? Zhang Xuanming immediately offered a sly defense. Reporting to the eldest miss, he defied your orders. How can he be allowed to defend himself? Therefore his death is well deserved. Your subordinate's action was merely carrying out the execution on your behalf, eldest miss. Bai Weixiong's foot was already close to his face. In the next moment, Zhang Xuanming was sent flying by a solid kick. She turned and left coldly. Let me take this opportunity to tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you are a candidate for this Rising Stars martial arts tournament, this wouldn't have ended with just a kick, understand? Zhang Xuanming thought with hidden hatred. Zhao Yunhui, that position of husband should have been mine. The next day, at the entrance to the tournament registration office, Sima Ying saw a sea of people, including the martial artists who had come to join the excitement. There were probably thousands of people. She complained, it's so tiring just standing here. I wish we could get in and register quickly. In front of the beauty, Zuobai smoothed his hair and showed off. You can wish all you want, but we're not disciples from some famous prestigious family, so we can only wait for our turn. Whether it's the Song family of Chaozhou or the Zhao family of Yiyang, although we have some fame in Hunan, we really can't compare to the 9 sects, 1 gang and the 5 great families. For now, we can only wait here. So while we have the time, how about I chat with Captain Sima to pass the time? Sima Ying ignored his invitation and just said, I guess those people over there are the prestigious sects Brother Song was talking about. Isn't this just preferential treatment? She looked towards a group of rather powerful-looking people. As one of them passed by Sima Ying, he noticed her, though at this time she was still dressed as a man. The man then raised his voice to show off, I'm going to register first. She found him an eyesore and cursed inwardly. I think you're tired of living. So what if you were born into a somewhat powerful family? How dare you put on airs in front of me? At this moment, someone from that group also spoke up. Everyone please make way. Then he noticed Yunhui stepped forward to stop him and asked, Excuse me, are you two young Master Zhao Yunhui of the Yiyang Zhao family and junior brother Sima Ying? Yunhui acknowledged him. Indeed, what can I do for you, brother? The man explained. I am Bu, a martial artist of the Martial Alliance. I am delighted to meet young Master Zhao, the descendant of the Heavenly South Swordsman. I was ordered to immediately bring you two inside without waiting in line if I were to meet you. Please follow me. At this moment, the tables had turned. The arrogant fellow from before met Sima Ying's gaze again. She seized the opportunity and immediately retorted, I'm going in first now. This sharp counterattack made him lose all face, and his expression turned livid with anger. Following the person in front, Yunhui couldn't help but feel the pressure. Suddenly receiving this kind of preferential treatment and attracting everyone's attention is putting a bit of pressure on me. He was ordered to wait for me here and then take us directly inside. It's truly strange. I guess some high-ranking member of the Martial Alliance must have told him to wait for me here. Then a loud shout came from behind. Hey, wait up, let's go together. We're with them. It turned out to be the two Song brothers catching up. The guide asked their identities and Zuobai confidently introduced them. We are Song Zuobai and Song Yuxuan of the Song family. Hearing this, the man pondered for a moment before immediately refusing them. My sincerest apologies, but I have not received any orders from my superiors to give preferential treatment to two martial heroes with the surname Song. Therefore I must ask you two young heroes to go back and wait in line. Song Zuobai had a look of anticipation, ready to enter. Yuntan said with dissatisfaction, That idiot, look at his smug face. They really should make those two brothers go and wait in line. Yunhui also agreed. You're right, they should be made to wait in line, but then again, the Song brothers have traveled with us for so long and making them wait here in line now. I feel bad for them too. After saying that, he proposed to the guide Man Wang. Could you make an exception? Those two are my brothers, they're with us. Can you let them come in with us? Yunhui had not expected the inside of the Martial Alliance headquarters to be so large. Man Wang said, Please wait outside for a moment everyone while I go inside to report. At this moment, their group was outside the Martial Alliance's Tiansheng Plaza. A moment later, a figure walked towards Yunhui from a distance. It was the same arrogant fellow from before. He stepped forward to greet him. A pleasure to meet you, young hero. I am Pang Yujun of the Pang family of Hebei. Yunhui also responded politely. A pleasure. I am Zhao Yunhui of the Yiyang Zhao family. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Yujun praised him. I have long heard that the young hero is a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. To meet you today is truly my good fortune. Saying this, he flicked his hair again, feigning elegance. But in the tournament this time I hope to have a chance to spar with you, young hero. Xiao Tan also found it unbearable to watch. Yunwei, why do I find this guy so annoying? He looks so arrogant and condescending. Yunwei observed the situation, thinking, this guy seems quite clever. He approached me to attract the attention of the martial artists outside, making it seem like he knows me. He's doing this to boost his own fame and status. She pointed to the people on the other side and couldn't stop laughing. Yunwei, look at that Pang guy's companions. They're all so ashamed they can't show their faces. Yunwei also sneered inwardly. This Pang guy is really thick-skinned. If he doesn't feel embarrassed himself, he should at least consider the feelings of his friends and brothers. At this moment, Zhuobai's familiar tall figure walked over and asked, Brother is from the Pang family of Hebei. A pleasure, a pleasure. It's a great honor to meet you at the martial arts tournament. The man asked, and you are? He immediately introduced himself. I am Song Zhuobai of the Song family. I hope to spar and exchange pointers with you during this tournament. Pang Yujun just responded coolly with a few words, oh is that so, and then turned away, leaving Zhuobai utterly embarrassed. He just ignored me? Pang Yujun's friends also felt embarrassed and scolded him. You're so thick-skinned, you might as well just go with them. Why did you even come back to us? Zhuobai's side had also lost face, and he was furious. What a bastard, so condescending. Yunwei just watched the show from the side, judging in his heart. The Song brothers are truly foolish, running up to be humiliated like that. That Pang fellow is clearly a good-for-nothing dandy who relies on his family, not a good person. After getting inside, Sima Ying excitedly pointed around. Vice leader, look outside. There's even a garden for strolling. Yunwei had already guessed. It's probably because I'm the descendant of the Heavenly South Swordsman that I'm getting this kind of treatment. They've arranged such a large, fully equipped room for me, with servants to wait on me. The Song brothers came with me, so their treatment should be decent too, but they are ultimately riding on my coattails, so their rooms surely won't be as good as this one. I hope they don't come over here, otherwise they'll start complaining again when they see my room is more spacious. I came to this tournament for a mission. Although I am the descendant of the Heavenly South Swordsman, I don't understand who arranged such a comfortable place for me. But it's too comfortable. I feel like something is off. The person who arranged all this must be a high-ranking member of the Martial Alliance. I hope to meet him soon and see who this august personage is. Men Wang stepped forward and asked, how does the young master find this room? Yunwei just said it was very good and thanked him. Then the man proposed, since you two have settled in, would you be willing to accompany me for a moment? This humble servant has been ordered by the Grand Strategist to invite you both for a meeting. Hearing this, Yunwei was filled with doubt. The Grand Strategist of the Martial Alliance? The Martial Alliance has always had 3 strategists, so this must be the most powerful of the 3, the Grand Strategist of the Martial Alliance. In the Martial Alliance, his status can be said to be above 10,000 people and second only to the Alliance leader, Bai Shangmu. He is the Grand Strategist, Zhu Yuanming. In the Grand Strategist's residence, Yunwei followed Man Wang, pondering as he walked. I have never met this person. Why does he want to see me? Tianan spoke up. Yunwei, I sense an extremely powerful pressure inside. It's coming from some kind of weapon, possibly a treasured saber. Yunwei praised him. I didn't expect your senses to be so sharp. I haven't felt anything since arriving here, but since you say so, there must be a treasured saber inside. But I don't understand. According to what I know from my past life, Zhu Yuanming is a refined scholar, famous for his profound pawn techniques. In that case, there must be another master in this residence who uses a saber. That person must be the Grand Strategist's guest. As he approached, Yunwei immediately bowed in greeting. This junior, Zhao Yunwei of the Yeong Zhao family, pays his respects to the Grand Strategist. Sima Ying bowed as well. This junior pays her respects to the Grand Strategist. This junior is Brother Zhao's junior brother named Sima Ying. Standing before them was the Grand Strategist of the Martial Alliance himself. Zhu Yuanming spoke. Young brother has arrived. I have a small favor to ask. A friend of mine would like to see your Heavenly South Iron Sword. Would you be willing to show the sword on your back to my friend sitting over there? Yunwei glanced to the side, somewhat surprised. Tianan, however, didn't find it strange. I knew my feeling was right. It's someone from the Northern Sky Saber. Guo Mingzi of the Northern Sky Saber sat there and spoke. Young friend, if you don't mind, may I take a look at your sword? Beside him was the descendant of the Northern Sky Saber, named Zhang Ming. It is said that in the martial world the saber techniques of Guo Mingzi of the Northern Sky Saber were once acclaimed as the closest to those of Chen Jun of the Tyrant Saber. His martial arts are nearly at the level of the 8 great masters. Rumor in the martial world has it that the southwestern martial world was overseen by the Heavenly South Sword, while the northeastern martial world was the domain of Guo Mingzi of the Northern Sky Saber. As everyone knows, after the Heavenly South Swordsman disappeared from the martial world, Guo Mingzi of the Northern Sky Saber also retired from the martial world after losing an arm. It's said that arm was severed by a master of the unorthodox path. Rumor has it that person was one of the 4 great villains, but no one knows who exactly. Yunwei handed over his sword, wondering to himself, I don't understand why he's here or why he's interested in my iron sword. He uses a saber, not a sword. It's really strange. He's also been in retirement for many years, uninvolved in the affairs of the martial world. After observing for a moment, Mingzi affirmed, "That's right, this is indeed the Heavenly South Iron Sword. There's no mistake." Yunhui spoke, "This junior is fortunate to meet you, senior. Please forgive this junior's impoliteness for not greeting you sooner. This junior, Zhao Yunhui, descendant of the Heavenly South Swordsman, is truly fortunate to meet the senior Northern Sky Saber today." Guo Mingzi returned the sword to him. "All right, young friend, take your sword back." Yunhui was a little puzzled. He came all this way just to look at the sword. Things are definitely not that simple. At this time, Guo Mingzi handed his own saber to Zhang Ming. Yunhui observed silently from the side, thinking, just as I expected, he has something else planned. Then Zhu Yuanming spoke, "Thank you, young brother. I'm sorry to trouble you, but please understand, in the 10 years since the Heavenly South Swordsman disappeared, too many people have claimed to be his descendant, so we needed to verify." Yunhui knew this well. "That's not strange. Back at the Black Zon Pavilion, seniors Zhao Huqing and Guo Jing told me something similar. I didn't know anything at the time. But now that even the Grand Strategist has said so, it seems many people have indeed claimed to be the descendant of the Heavenly South Swordsman." Yuanming continued. "Today we have Senior Guo Mingzi of the Northern Sky Saber here. In the past he sparred with your master, the great hero Heavenly South Swordsman, many times. Therefore, with just one look at the sword he can tell its authenticity and thus confirm your identity, young brother. Since you are here, great hero Guo has also prepared a small test. He wishes to see your strength, young brother, and hopes you will participate." Guo Mingzi poured the ghost stones onto the table, then shouted, "Zhang Ming, you first. Demonstrate our saber technique. Slice all of these white stones for me." As he spoke, he simultaneously scattered the stones in all directions. The ghost stones flew towards Zhang Ming. He waited for the right moment. Then with a swoosh, the light of his saber flashed, and all the chaotically flying stones were sliced in half by Zhang Ming's single stroke. Mingzi did not stop, continuing to throw another batch of stones. Zhang Ming stood there, meeting every flying stone and easily slicing them one by one. The power of his saber technique was on full display, showing that this Zhang Ming was no ordinary person. Batch after batch he completed the task perfectly. After a while, Guo Mingzi ordered, "Very good, you may stop." Then he turned to Yunhui. "Young friend, you have seen the content of the test. Please use your iron sword and the Xingming sword technique you learned from the Heavenly South Swordsman to slice these stones just as he did. If you lack the confidence to do so, then just demonstrating the sword technique for me to see will also suffice." Yunhui smiled faintly, understanding completely. "He called me here to put me in my place, to provoke me. If I can't slice the stones like that, Zhang Ming, the reputation of the Heavenly South Swordsman will be ruined by me. At that point, they will also look down on me. Since that's the case, I certainly can't just stand by and do nothing. It's time to show these people what I'm made of." As Yunhui began to prepare, Mingzi asked again, "Young brother, what is the meaning of drawing a circle around yourself?" Yunhui stepped into the circle he had just drawn and replied, "In response to senior, this junior will stand within this circle and slice every stone that senior throws." Guo Mingzi did not take him lightly and began the test. "Good, very confident. Then receive these black stones I'm about to throw." Yunhui only needed to turn lightly within the circle's confines, and his sword danced like flowing water and moving clouds on his side. Mingzi continuously threw stones at him. Yunhui sliced them one by one, not missing a single one. A moment later the test was over. Zhang Ming watched from the side in disbelief. He was able to stand in that circle and slice all the stones. He blurted out jealously, "Master, I can do that too." Mingzi simply tried to persuade his disciple, "Zhang Ming, do you not see the difference?" At that moment a handful of white ghost stones flew from Yunhui's hand. He said that while he was slicing the black stones he had also simultaneously gathered all the white ones in his hand. Only then did Guo Mingzi realize that Yunhui could skillfully use both hands. Yunhui affirmed, "Indeed, senior." He also expressed his delight. "Truly, I didn't expect to gain the upper hand before sparring with Brother Hu. After his disappearance I suffered a misfortune and retired from the martial world, dedicating myself to training my disciple, hoping to one day surpass him in this regard. But I never expected, knowing he was inferior." Zhang Ming quickly admitted his fault. "Disciple begs master for forgiveness. It is all because of my poor skills that I failed to comprehend master's techniques," he explained to Zhang Ming. "I didn't say that to blame you. In the martial world there's always someone better. I'm saying this to make you understand that you should not be complacent about your martial arts. In the future you must train diligently and bring glory to our school." Zhang Ming firmly promised, "Disciple understands your meaning. I will never be lax in the future and will certainly bring glory to our school." At this moment Yunhui thought of his own master Hai Yuishan and couldn't help but shudder. Listening to this master and disciple I also feel annoyed. It reminds me of how someone else teaches their disciple a thought that makes one shudder. Next, Guo Mingzi explained to him in detail, "Young brother, don't be angry that I tested your skills before the martial arts tournament. I am an old acquaintance of Brother Hu, and I know many in the martial world wish to use the name of the Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple for personal gain. Therefore, when I heard his direct disciple would be at this tournament, I couldn't help but ask the Grand Strategist to summon you for a test, to confirm whether you are truly the Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple." Yunhui was understanding. "That's not hard to understand. Since I began walking the martial world under my master's name, I have encountered such situations many times, so senior need not blame himself." Mingzi laughed heartily, greatly pleased. "Good, truly a young hero. For Brother Hu to have a disciple like you, little nephew, is truly a blessing." Then Zhu Yuanming stood up and said, "All right, Brother Zhao, I have a question. I've heard from many martial artists attending this tournament that you were missing for nearly a year, and the head of the Yiyang Zhao family had to send people searching everywhere. Moreover, I heard your dantian was once destroyed, turning you into a dispirited wreck, and you were thus expelled from the Yiyang Zhao family. Recently you reappeared and became the disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. You also won the family spot in the Rising Stars martial arts tournament, which is truly suspicious. I heard that at the Yiyang Zhao family, the twin heroes of Mount Heng, two elders of the Mount Heng sect, had already confirmed you as the Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple. But regardless, this matter is also quite important to the Martial Alliance. The fact that the Heavenly South Swordsman is still alive and that his disciple has appeared in the martial world has a significant impact on the orthodox sects. Therefore, as the Grand Strategist of the Martial Alliance, I also had to step in and find a way to confirm my doubts." Yunhui felt uneasy, thinking, it seems the Grand Strategist has heard a lot from the Yiyang Zhao family, and must have later verified it with the two seniors, the twin heroes of Mount Heng, through his connections. This matter is likely not simple. As he spoke, he clasped his hands. "Now that I have seen you so skillfully perform the Xingming sword technique with my own eyes and have received Senior Guo Mingji's confirmation, I too can confirm Brother Zhao's identity. Since the matter is now clear, I hope Brother Zhao will not hold a grudge against me for this." Yunhui did not make things difficult for Yuanming, simply saying calmly, "As I told Great Hero Guo, this junior has encountered such situations several times, therefore I believe the Grand Strategist's actions were correct. Only in this way can my true identity be verified, thus dispelling any doubts about me and preventing those with ill intentions from using this matter for personal gain and ruining my master's reputation." Hearing this, he also seemed grateful that Yunhui held no resentment over the matter. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking, it seems that after this the two of them should no longer doubt my identity, but I wonder if it's really as I think. For this tournament, if they no longer doubt my identity, it will be very beneficial for me. Then Zhu Yuanming said again, "I am indeed happy to learn that Brother Zhao is the disciple of the great hero Heavenly South, but I still have some doubts about your junior brother. I wonder, after the great hero, Heavenly South, disappeared from the martial world 15 years ago, no one knew his whereabouts, so how was junior brother Sima fortunate enough to be taken as great hero Zhao's disciple?" Sima Ying spoke up to explain, "Reporting to the Grand Strategist, my father made a living by gathering herbs in the Ilao Mountains. Previously, great hero Hu had some dealings with my father near the foot of the mountains, which is how I had the chance to meet the great hero." What she had just said was, of course, a story Zhao Yunhui had long prepared for this frequently asked question. He also added, "The main reason my master went into seclusion was that he was severely injured after being ambushed by a man in black. At that time, my esteemed master retreated to his hometown to live in seclusion, and it was thanks to junior brother Sima's father's dedicated care that my esteemed master was able to recover part of his health. Therefore, to repay this kindness, my esteemed master took this junior brother as his disciple," he asked curiously. Then, according to what junior brother Sima said, "Great hero Hu was ambushed, which caused his physical condition to be much worse than before?" Yunhui confirmed. "Yes, that was indeed the case before, but after being treated by junior brother Sima's father, my esteemed master's body has recovered to almost what it was before." Then, upon seeing the two nod to each other covertly, Yunhui understood. "Just as I thought, they still don't believe me. It seems they are confirming information with each other through voice transmission." Next, Zhu Yuanming said to the others, "You may all withdraw for now. I will call for you again later." Yunhui was puzzled. Why did he dismiss all the guards? What does he want to do? He spoke first. "Grand Strategist, does Senior have something to say to this junior? It must be a matter of great importance, which is why Senior has dismissed the servants to prevent them from hearing," he admitted. "That's right, this matter is quite important, so those servants cannot hear it." Sima Ying felt uneasy and sent him a voice transmission. "This seems complicated, Vice Leader. They want to verify your identity and are about to reveal some secret. Are we about to get caught up in some grand conspiracy?" This was also exactly what Zhao Yunhui feared, so he preemptively said, "This junior came to this martial arts tournament merely to participate in the Rising Stars competition. If this matter concerns the Martial Alliance, this junior feels his skills are still shallow and is afraid he cannot participate. Therefore I implore the Grand Strategist to permit this junior to take his leave." Zhu Yuanming calmly added, "I completely understand Brother Zhao's meaning. This matter is very important to the Martial Alliance, but my reason for having you stay is naturally related to you. Specifically, it is related to your esteemed master, Great Hero Hu. This matter is also somewhat difficult to broach. After learning it concerns your master, if you still choose to leave, I will not force you to stay." Yunhui certainly understood his intention. This is the brilliance of the Grand Strategist, truly a cunning old schemer second only to the Alliance leader. Since he has said this matter is closely related to the Heavenly South Swordsman, if I choose to leave now, my identity as his disciple will surely be doubted. Fine, since I'm in a bind, I'll listen first. Let's hear what this old fox has to say. If it only concerns the Heavenly South Swordsman and has nothing to do with my identity at this tournament, I'll choose to leave. I'll use the excuse that I'll report back to my master later, and then let my master deal with him directly. At this moment Zhuge Yuanming spoke. It's like this, young brother. Have you ever heard Great Hero Hu mention a person with golden eyes? Yunhui was a little surprised to hear this, thinking, he's probably talking about the person who has been hunting the Heavenly South Swordsman for a long time. I don't understand what grudge that golden-eyed person has against Great Hero Hu, but it was he who cut off the villain's Flying Dagger Killer King's legs in 2 moves. He threw the Flying Dagger Killer King off a cliff, and later I fell into a river and met him in a cave where I learned the silk thread technique. This is indeed a person whose martial arts and identity are quite mysterious. These 2 cunning old seniors had a plan even before summoning me to confirm my identity. Perhaps these 2 have some clues about this person. Their reason for having me stay is probably to reveal some clues about that person and his connection to Great Hero Hu. Tianan gave him a few words of warning. This matter is too tricky for you, Yunhui. You can choose to leave, but you also know that even the former master was powerless against such a person. Getting involved could cost you your life. He just smiled faintly, reassuring Tianan. You and I are like brothers. Hearing you talk about what happened back then, I also want to avenge Great Hero Hu. Only now do I have the chance to hear news about this great villain. So rest assured, I'll just listen to what they have to say and then decide. I will definitely not act rashly. After speaking, Yunhui went along with it and admitted. Reporting to senior, this junior has indeed heard my master mention this person a little. Guo Mingzi said happily. Then could you tell me, little brother, was Great Hero Hu's deteriorating health also this person's doing? He thought for a moment. All right, it seems he doesn't have any malicious intent. He has been very concerned about Great Hero Hu's health, just as I fabricated earlier. So I can tell him a little about this person. Then Yunhui answered affirmatively, just as he had said. Yuanming said, just as I and Senior discussed via voice transmission earlier, it was indeed his doing. Mingzi was also curious for more details. All right, we have already guessed part of this matter. We still ask Brother Zhao to explain the whole story so we can understand. He felt some doubt in his heart. After hearing what I said about Great Hero Hu's health, they inferred it was related to this person. How did they come to that conclusion? So he also asked them in return. This junior only knows a little. I must ask the 2 seniors to clarify how you inferred that this mysterious figure is related to my esteemed master's injuries. Zhuge Yuanming solemnly instructed Yunhui, you are Great Hero Hu's disciple, which is why we had you stay. This matter is naturally related to Great Hero Hu, but more importantly, it concerns the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance. Only the elders of the Martial Alliance know about this. Therefore what I say today, Brother Zhao, must not leak to the outside. Yunhui then promised him. After hearing this, Zhuge Yuanming began to explain that this matter was related to the blood cult. They may be making a comeback soon. This statement immediately stunned him. Xiao Tan appeared to join the fun and teased him. This is killing me. Yunhui, in front of the 2 seniors, you're a member of the blood cult. Yunhui gave her a curious look to remind her. All right, let me finish listening first. Then he pressed on. Do the 2 of you mean that the man with golden eyes is closely related to the blood cult? He continued on his end. There are 2 figures. I wonder if Brother Zhao has heard of them. One is the heroic Sage Saber and the other is Emperor Zhang Tian. Yunhui rushed to answer, of course this junior has heard of the 2 seniors' great names. They are the most renowned martial arts grandmasters of the East and West, on par with my esteemed master and great hero Guo. How could this junior not know? Then Yunhui thought again, becoming more and more confused. But why did the grand strategist bring up those 2 here? Aren't they already dead? Could it be they also fell victim to that golden-eyed man? The 4 famous figures of the East, West, South and North have all been mentioned here. The Heavenly South Swordsman, the Northern Sky Saber, and now the heroic Sage Saber and Emperor Zhang Tian have been added. The commonality among these 4 is that they are all top-tier martial arts masters. The closest to the level of the 8 great masters of the orthodox sects. Perhaps if anything were to happen to the 8 great masters in the future, they would be the ones to inherit the titles of the 8 great masters, the pillars of the orthodox martial world. The grand strategist mentioning all 4 at once, does it mean that all 4 have also been defeated by that golden-eyed man? With this thought, Yunhui spoke up and asked, does the grand strategist mean that all 4 have been hunted down and severely injured by that golden-eyed man? Zhuge Yuanming nodded. We have confirmed the cases of the heroic Sage Saber and Emperor Zhang Tian. Great Hero Guo is right here. So there's no need to say more. After Great Hero Hu disappeared, we naturally couldn't confirm anything, we only had suspicions. But after hearing what you just said, the matter is now confirmed. Then it's clear. The only ones who could eliminate the pillar masters of the orthodox martial world would naturally be people from the blood cult. It's not surprising that the grand strategist thinks so. No matter how you look at it, weakening the opponent's forces and strengthening one's own is a goal everyone pursues. The blood cult now wants to make a comeback, so it's only natural for the Martial Alliance to believe the blood cult is behind this. In that case, in their eyes, the person with golden eyes is the one sent by the blood cult to carry out the mission of weakening the Martial Alliance's power, which is precisely what the Martial Alliance thinks. He thought deeply. But I am, after all, in the blood cult, so I naturally know this was not done by the blood cult. They are still infighting to the death. Where would they find the masters to eliminate the Martial Alliance's forces? Following their line of speculation, he asked again. Yes, what Senior says may be the blood cult's plot, but have you considered the 4 great villains? Yuanming had long known about this. We have already considered the 4 great villains, but they haven't committed any brutal acts in the martial world for a long time. Therefore we are currently only pointing the finger at the blood cult. The person with golden eyes is most likely from the blood cult, doing this to weaken the Martial Alliance's power and plot the blood cult's rise. At this moment Guo Mingzi also interjected. Back then it was he who severed my right arm, forcing me to retire to recuperate. Later I kept asking about his whereabouts, hoping for a chance at revenge, but there was no news. Later I reflected on his reasons for doing so and finally concluded that he wanted the blood cult to rise and for the martial world to return to an era of blood and rain. Of course I cannot let them succeed. Besides, during the Great War between the orthodox and unorthodox paths back then, the blood cult suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Martial Alliance. But to be fair, at that time we had the help of the 2 great masters from Peerless City, plus our own 2 great masters, the Alliance leader and the Wudang sect leader. At that time the blood cult naturally had no chance of winning. But the difficulty now is that Peerless City has already separated and is no longer associated with the Martial Alliance. Brother Zhao, look at these red dots on the map. These are the blood cult strongholds we have investigated. Yunhui followed his words and looked. Are those the blood cult strongholds in the Central Plains? Even I don't know all of these strongholds, but from the places I've been they do match those red dots, Zhu Yuanming personally explained. Seeing so many strongholds, does Brother Zhao wonder why, since we know their locations, we don't just annihilate them all? We have certainly tried, but we lacked the strength and could only take down about 3% of the strongholds. These blood cult members are also very cunning and difficult to completely exterminate. We have attacked large branches many times, but they have all escaped. The most recent one was the Shuzhou branch, where they almost completely withdrew and the Martial Alliance was helpless. From what I've said, what can Brother Zhao think of? His eyes immediately sharpened. Zhao Yunhui felt a bit troubled. I completely understand what you mean, but this involves my affairs again. But he still braced himself and answered, yes, there may be spies from the blood cult within the Martial Alliance who are secretly reporting. He immediately praised him for being truly smart, understanding with just a little hint. We do indeed have spies planted by the blood cult, and we have only found nearly 10 spies scattered among the major sects of the Martial Alliance so far, but I estimate the remaining number is still quite large, Yunhui thought. It's not surprising that the Grand Strategist could guess this. The number of spies planted by the blood cult is far more than this, and among them are even high-ranking members of the 9 great sects. It's very difficult for the blood cult to recruit disciples, so the Martial Alliance also needs to carefully consider planting spies. As for the Martial Alliance, what are the requirements for recruiting members? Recruiting a large number of martial artists. So it's incredibly easy for the blood cult to plant spies, Zhang Ming, standing to the side, naively offered an opinion. Then we just need to find all the spies and eliminate them. Mingzi agreed. Just as my disciple said, although it's difficult, we'll find them eventually if we investigate slowly. Then Zhu Yuanming retorted with a grim expression. Things are not as simple as Brother Guo says. It's already very difficult to investigate one spy, but what's so hard about our Martial Alliance recruiting members? So, even if we get rid of this spy, another one will immediately take their place. Therefore, rather than eliminating them all, it's better to leave some. Yunhui on his side also spoke with difficulty. Does Senior mean that we will use those people to pass on false intelligence to confuse the blood cult? When the time comes and we are prepared, we will spread false news to the blood cult through the spies we have already confirmed, and then launch a full-scale attack to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Is that it? This made Yuanming fall silent for a moment, mixed with a hint of surprise. Seeing that look, Yunhui felt a sense of unease. This is not good. His expression suddenly changed. He's looking at me like he wants to swallow me whole. Seeing him like that, I'm quite scared. Did I let something slip, revealing his intentions and arousing suspicion? Then that gaze gradually softened, and he replied to Yunhui with satisfaction, I didn't expect you to think exactly the same as me. You truly are a person of both literary and martial talent. After this competition, if you wish to stay, come find me and I will have you work under me. I think you are more suited to using your brain than your martial arts. Hearing this, Yunhui was very troubled. You flatter me, Senior. It was only with your guidance that I was able to guess. Yuanming waved it off, praising, it's all right. With a junior like you, the future of the Martial Alliance will also be bright. Taking this opportunity, I also have a favor to ask of you, and I hope Brother Zhao will not refuse. This is just a private matter unrelated to your master, but it is also closely related to the Martial Alliance. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sima Ying whispered, this doesn't look good. Yunhui reassured her, calm down first. Let's see what he wants to say and I can deal with it then. Over there, Yuanming continued, this matter is by no means excessive, so you don't need to be afraid. It's also something you are currently doing. By the way, in this Rising Stars martial arts tournament, according to our investigation, there will be spies from the blood cult mixed in. At this point, Zhang Ming interjected, so does the Grand Strategist mean to use this tournament to teach the blood cult a lesson? Since the blood cult has sent these people, they must have made preparations, so they will likely achieve high rankings, thus occupying some positions within the martial alliance. Yunwi just watched the show quietly. Alright, just say what you want to say, I'm the one you're looking for. Then he deduced, with high rankings those people will naturally be able to obtain more intelligence, but they may have other objectives. Listening from the side, Yunwi wondered in his heart, what other objective is he talking about? I don't know what objective he's referring to, but I can probably guess a little. I hope this old fox doesn't guess my real objective, otherwise it will be troublesome. At that moment, Zhu Yuanming solemnly stated his speculation. They are participating in this tournament to win the championship, thereby gaining the opportunity to enter the Martial Alliance's treasury and take away a treasure. Listening to the people of the Martial Alliance expose their own secrets, Yunwi couldn't help but be stunned. Things seemed to be developing a bit unexpectedly, and his expression was getting hard to maintain. It seems the situation is not good at all. Second miss, this tournament hasn't even started, and we've already encountered a huge insurmountable obstacle. It seems this strategist, he already knows everything. So the situation is getting worse and worse. The Martial Alliance has already guessed that the Blood Cult is not only coveting a position in the Martial Alliance but also the Blood Demon Sword, which will make it very difficult for me to act next. At this point it seems I need to use my head flexibly and dig for more information from these two old monsters to find a suitable course of action. After thinking, Yunwi spoke, reporting to Senior, if the Blood Cult has already set its sights on the Blood Demon Sword in this tournament, we need to heighten our vigilance, especially paying attention to those martial artists who have the strength to achieve high rankings in the competition. Yuanming reassured Yunwi. I have already made arrangements for this matter, Brother Zhao, so you don't need to worry too much. He was still curious and pressed on. Please forgive this junior for not understanding. Do you mean we don't need to worry about this matter anymore? He then explained. To put it bluntly, even if they can win the championship in this competition, they will absolutely have no chance to take the Blood Demon Sword from our Martial Alliance's treasury. It's simple, because in 5 days that sword will be moved by the masters of the Martial Alliance to Wudang Mountain. We know the Blood Cult's objective, so we're making the first move, entrusting the Blood Demon Sword to one of the 8 great masters, sect leader Songshan Zhenren. He will be responsible for guarding that sword during this martial arts tournament. With this, how could the Blood Cult possibly obtain that sword? Yunwi frowned, understanding. So these people have already planned to hand over the Blood Demon Sword to Songshan Zhenren of Wudang. Of course this can be said to be a foolproof plan. Having that sword guarded by the Taiji Sword Emperor, Songshan Zhenren is indeed quite safe, Zhang Ming asked him. Then what task do you plan to entrust to us, strategist? Yuanming immediately replied. This matter is also quite simple. You two are responsible for finding the suspicious individuals in the Rising Stars martial arts tournament. Given your strength, I estimate you two will definitely be able to achieve very high rankings in this competition. Of course, I hope you two can occupy the highest positions in the competition, preferably first place, so that the Blood Cult's people will have no chance to enter the treasury to take the treasure, and their plan will be foiled. Hearing that he was so trusted, Zhang Ming's blood boiled with excitement. This junior understands. As a member of the orthodox martial world, how could I disregard the important task entrusted to me by the strategist? This junior will definitely not fail to live up to Senior's expectations. Yunwi also played his part accordingly. This junior as well. For such an important task, this junior will certainly do his utmost to complete it. He felt he was in a bind with no other choice but to go along with it. Why does this situation feel so strange? He realized with distress that he was now not only a spy for the Blood Cult but also moonlighting as a spy for the Martial Alliance. Guo Mingzi immediately asked, Grand Strategist Zug, is what you said just now true, that you intend to send the Blood Demon Sword to Wudang to be guarded by Zhenren Songshan? You never mentioned this to me before. He just laughed heartily. Mingzi instantly understood and asked again, So, Grand Strategist, you were trying to deceive that child? Zug Yuanming smiled cunningly and explained, Great hero Guo personally confirmed Brother Zhao's identity, so how could I not believe him? After hearing his account, I completely believe that child is the descendant of the Heavenly South Swordsman. But there's one more thing that troubles me. Besides that child, there's also a pair of Song twins who disappeared around the same time as him and returned a year later to participate in this martial arts tournament. Moreover, they are good friends. Hearing this, Guo Mingzi was puzzled. Grand Strategist, since you suspect these children, why don't we confirm all their identities at once? He replied, Of course we must confirm them. Just now I laid out some bait. If those young lads act on the false information I just gave, that the sword will be moved to Wudang Mountain and entrusted to Zhenren Songshan, won't that be the perfect opportunity for us to capture all the Blood Cult spies in this tournament? Zhang Ming realized it was a cunning plan, and Yuanming praised him. Well done, young hero Zhang, you see it too. This is precisely why I haven't arrested all the spies here, but I'm waiting to catch them all in one fell swoop. This is a strategy to confuse the enemy's mind and thereby find their weaknesses. Zhang Ming quietly looked at Zug Yuanming, evaluating him inwardly. As expected, a grand strategist is full of tricks, a truly formidable person. Besides his peerless martial arts, his strategies are unmatched in the martial alliance. Then he encouraged Jiang Ming again. Of course, that being said, I still hope you can take first place in this tournament, young hero. By then, the blood cult schemes will be useless. At that moment, Jiang Ming noticed something glowing on the chair, but they hadn't seen it. Inside the Qingtuan sword on that chair lived the sword spirit girl, Xiao Tan. Jiang Ming thought to himself that the Qingtuan sword seemed to belong to Brother Zhao, who must have forgotten it here. Xiao Tan naturally recounted the entire conversation she had just overheard. That's how it is. This is what I heard from the grand strategist. His scheme is as clear as day. Now, Yunwei, you just need to figure out how to deal with it. After hearing this, Yunwei felt he had made the right move. I expected this, which is why I deliberately left Xiao Tan there. Thankfully, I guessed correctly that he was trying to set me up. It was a close call. If I hadn't been sharp enough, I would have been tricked by that old fox, the grand strategist. Grand strategist Zug, honestly, you're a real old fox. Your power in the martial alliance is second only to the alliance leaders. Xiao Tan was thrilled to have learned their secret. Of course, then again, Yunwei, you're pretty smart yourself. How could that old man have imagined you'd leave me there? Now his whole plan is exposed. Just then, Tianan's voice chimed in. Be that as it may, listening to Xiao Tan's retelling is fine, but it takes too much time. Next time, Yunwei, it would be faster and more convenient for you to use the Heavenly Star to read Xiao Tan's memories. Yunwei agreed with him. Tianan, you're smart too. I'll do that next time, it'll be quicker. Immediately following this was the usual bickering between Xiao Tan and Tianan. Tianan, are you looking for a beating? You really don't want to hear me talk? If that's the case, I won't have the motivation to work, to concentrate on seeing and hearing everything, and then relaying it to Yunwei. Dawn broke at the martial alliance's inn. After hearing Yunwei's account, Cao Chengyuan's face darkened. Vice leader, now that we know the grand strategist's plan, should we report it to the 4 revered elders to readjust our operational plan? Yunwei reminded him that it was just a trap. How could he possibly reveal such important intelligence to people like us who don't belong to the martial alliance? What do you think? Sima Ying, standing aside, was also lost in thought. The vice leader is right. If the grand strategist wanted to catch the spies who have infiltrated the martial alliance, there was no need to tell us that the blood demon sword was being moved to Wudang and entrusted to Zhenren Songshan. Since he said that, we need to be more cautious in our actions. Yunwei suddenly thought of Bai Weixiang. Wait, I wonder if he has also revealed this trap to the first Mrs. Side. With the grand strategist's strength and intelligence, he is fully capable of suspecting multiple targets as spies. And just as he did with me, he could also use clever means to pass this information to those targets. In that case, Bai Weixiang's spies will take the bait just like me. It could be said that he is using this one piece of bait to try and lure out all the blood cult spies in the martial alliance. Xiao Tan immediately began to analyze the problem. Yunwei, this is also a good opportunity for us. With this chance, we can eliminate all of Bai Weixiang's forces. Of course, once she falls into the trap and is captured by the martial alliance, the second miss can unify the blood cult without losing a single soldier. And we won't have to bother with retrieving the blood demon's sword. Tianan, whose face was bruised and swollen from a beating, couldn't help but appear and praise her. I must admit, Xiao Tan, your analytical skills have improved a lot. Yunwei agreed she was right, but also needed to consider the consequences of this matter. If Bai Weixiang falls into the trap, the martial alliance will seize this opportunity and unite the various orthodox sects. Then they would no longer need to keep the blood demon sword as a symbol of power to defeat the blood cult. The martial alliance might destroy the blood demon sword to show that everything is settled. Of course, after Bai Weixiang is captured, her loyal subordinates might desperately try to rescue her and help her escape. But then trouble would follow. If the blood cult's forces attack the martial alliance, they will have to suffer huge losses to have any chance of rescuing her. The martial alliance would take the opportunity to counterattack the blood cult, defeating it in one fell swoop and ensuring the blood cult can never recover. From a certain perspective, although the two sisters are rivals with their own factions, they are actually a common force of the blood cult. In short, this internal strife must end immediately. If it drags on any longer, both sides will suffer heavy losses, which will only create an opportunity for the martial alliance to wipe us out. Only by doing this can the blood cult have a chance to revive and regain its former strength. This is also why we are doing everything we can, even risking our lives, to retrieve the blood demon's sword. Yunwei stood up and announced loudly. Perhaps we need to find Bai Weixiang's people and discuss this. This made Sima Ying and Cao Chengyuan incredulous. How is that possible? He added an explanation. It's just a thought, but it's quite difficult to do. Wuhan City is so big, how easy can it be to find Bai Weixiang? In this tournament, they will definitely hide their identities to avoid being discovered by the martial alliance. Chengyuan, the task of finding Bai Weixiang's forces is entirely up to you. You can now fully utilize your espionage talents, right? He asked doubtfully. You're entrusting this to me? Yunwei gave a friendly smile filled with killing intent. Are you suggesting I need to run all over the city to find her myself? I'll give you 5 days, of course. You can use everything at your disposal to bring me back clues about Bai Weixiang. Yunwei's instructions to Chengyuan left Sima Ying speechless. A few hours later, when only the two of them were left, Yunwei asked, Miss Sima, why did you ask me to come out so late? I still need to go to the blacksmith shop, she shyly began. May I ask you a question, brother? With that, Sima Ying untied her headscarf, revealing the bashful look of a young maiden, and asked, What kind of woman do you like, brother? Is it the more proactive type, senior brother? Yunwei broke out in a sweat, extremely embarrassed. Huh, Miss Sima, why are you suddenly asking this? She shyly urged him. Don't beat around the bush, brother. Just answer me quickly. At times like these, the gossip-loving Xiao Tan and Tianan were naturally indispensable. Yunwei could only give a perfunctory answer. To be honest, I don't know, because I've never thought about this question. However, I think I'm probably like other men. I like a woman who is dignified, graceful, and gentle. But in his heart, Yunwei wished she would keep some distance. At this moment, Sima Ying wore a blissful smile. So senior brother likes that kind of woman. That's wonderful. This also puzzled Yunwei. She then lowered her voice and said slowly, Then when you get married in the future, brother, you shouldn't be afraid of a fearsome father-in-law, right? The image of a certain terrifying father-in-law flashed through Yunwei's mind, driving him to near despair. I'm afraid I've lost this one for sure. Xiao Tan sighed and reminded Yunwei. Miss Sima has already taken a great liking to you. Yunwei immediately retorted. Xiao Tan, don't talk nonsense, this is no laughing matter. Of course I'm not stupid, I'm fully aware that Miss Sima has had a crush on me all along. Every word Miss Sima suddenly says is aimed at me. So I completely understand her meaning, Tianan advised solemnly. Yunwei, no matter how terrifying the father-in-law is, it's not something to worry about. My former master once gave a piece of advice to his juniors who were ready to marry but still hesitant. No matter how fearsome or picky the father-in-law is, rest assured, Yunwei, he will never kill his own worthy son-in-law. Yunwei was a little frightened. Are you trying to comfort me or scare me, Tianan? Sima Ying on the side asked anxiously. Brother, why is your face suddenly so pale? Are you not feeling well? He reassured her. No, I'm fine, it's nothing. Yunwei also found the situation difficult. I really don't know what to say now. It's not good to let this situation continue. He turned his head and saw Cao Chengyuan already peeking from a short distance away. So he called out loudly, Chengyuan, you're here, I've been waiting for you for a long time, come quickly, it seems you've worked hard. On the way to the blacksmith shop, let's stop by the inn for some dongpo pork. Upon hearing this, his mouth immediately watered with anticipation. While Sima Ying looked displeased, she walked up expressing concern with her words, It seems you've walked a lot and are now too tired to use your lightness skill anymore, right? But underfoot she deliberately stepped on Chengyuan's foot. He rolled on the ground in pain. It's over my foot. She even feigned innocence. All right, anything's wrong. I'll help you bandage your foot, Chengyuan, he complained to Yunwei. Vice leader, lately Sima Ying hits me whenever she sees me. Do you know why? Yunwei replied that he didn't know. By now it was late. Perhaps night had fallen and the blacksmith shop had extinguished its lights and gone to sleep. Chengyuan guessed he had probably finished his work for the day and rested early. But I find it strange. I can't sense any presence in that blacksmith shop at all. Yunwei cautiously requested, All right, you and I will go in and check together. Once inside, he found that the tools on the walls were gone. It looked as if the owner had closed up shop and moved everything away. The blacksmith shop was now an empty house. The replicas of the Moxian sword and the incense burner were also all gone. Chengyuan checked and came back to report, The clothes in the courtyard are gone too. It seems this owner has quickly packed up everything and left. He had just poked his head in when his acupuncture points were struck, and he immediately froze like a wooden chicken, falling down unable to move. Yunwei on his side just calmly continued to look for clues. A strange figure appeared behind him. Yunwei looked at the surrounding objects. A few broken blades or other cracked items had been left behind. The only things the blacksmith had taken were the 5 replicas of the Moxian sword. Xiao Tan spoke up and asked, Could it be that the Martial Alliance leader captured him? Yunwei said, What you say makes sense, but what reason would the Alliance leader have to do this? If the Martial Alliance leader had considered the forging of these swords a secret from the beginning, he wouldn't have chosen to forge them in a blacksmith's shop like this in the outskirts of the city. Just then she sensed something and immediately shouted a warning, Behind you, be careful. Yunwei. In front of him was Chengyuan, tied up and lying on the ground. Cao Chengyuan has been taken down. When did that happen? I didn't feel any presence around me at all, and even now, it's the same. The mysterious figure who had been standing behind me just a moment ago reminded him, Don't turn around, little brother. Yunwei couldn't believe it. How could he be right behind me and yet I can't feel a single trace of his presence? Why would such a supreme master appear here? Xiao Tan added, Yunwei, that guy is observing. Hearing this, Yunwei was puzzled. You mean he's observing the surroundings? The moment this person decides to kill me, I will surely die on the spot with no power to fight back. However, he only told me to stand still and not turn around, which proves he doesn't intend to kill me here. Understanding the other's intention, Yunwei reached for his Qingtuan saber. If I fully open my middle dantian now, I can escape with all my strength, but if I just run away like this, I don't know what will happen to this kid, Cao Chengyuan. Since that's the case, I'll fight back with all my might. He drew his short saber with extreme speed and spun around abruptly. The opponent swiftly followed, turning Yunwei back around with a single hand. Yunwei didn't even have time to see the opponent clearly. It seems you don't want your life, little brother. This time, Yunwei switched weapons, drawing his sword, but it was still the same. Every one of Yunwei's strikes was blocked. The figure flickered in the night, once again with its back to Yunwei. Yunhui understood. Does he mean his lightness skill is so fast that I can't even see his face? The person raised his voice to remind him. With your current strength you cannot see my face. Give up, little brother. But at this moment Yunhui thought of a way. He rotated his sword intending to see the other's face through the reflection on the blade's surface. But the person also quickly noticed. It seems you're a cunning little fellow. The sword's surface was like a mirror reflecting Bai Shangmu's face, but he didn't care that his face was revealed, only focusing on Yunhui's sword. The moment the opponent showed a weakness, Yunhui swiftly broke free from his control. Dust filled the air and Yunhui leapt to a spot, calculating in his mind. Alright, I'll maintain the hidden zen/stance, then quickly make a hole in the roof, rush out and shout. With this thought, Yunhui began to execute the sword move. He shouted so loudly in hopes that his master who was nearby would hear and come to his rescue. But at that very moment Yunhui's intention was swiftly seen through by the opponent, and his sword was firmly grasped. He was quite astonished. When did the opponent see through the weakness of the hidden zen/? And while I was executing the sword move, he clamped the blade with just 2 fingers. Just then, Bai Shangmu knocked Yunhui to the ground with a single hand. Yunhui sat up in a sorry state, thinking, his inner strength is indeed profound, its depth simply immeasurable. I never thought that while I was performing a sword move my sword would be taken away like this. There is no greater humiliation. Holding the sword, he examined it and said, So the little brother is the descendant of the Heavenly South swordsman? Yunhui asked doubtfully. Senior recognizes this junior? Bao Shangmu stated. How could I not know you? I've wanted to meet you for a long time. With that, he plunged the sword into the floor. Yunhui observed that although the sword vibrated violently, the floor showed not the slightest crack. His control over inner energy is truly masterful. Based on this alone, I can be certain that this person's strength is absolutely that of a peerless master, far surpassing the strange man Hai Yuishan. Then Bai Shangmu ordered him. Pick up the sword, come at me, and attack me with all your strength. Yunhui became vigilant. You possess monstrous strength. I can only think of 12 people in the martial world who could have such power. I don't know what his intentions are now. Is he trying to test my strength? The opponent looks at me as if I'm a child who has just opened his middle dantian. He has no openings for me to attack. If I use true blood, golden body, and hidden soft silk simultaneously, is there any chance of defeating him? No, even after imagining countless scenarios in my mind, it's impossible. Seeing Yunhui's high alert, he said, Little brother, you think too much. With that, he channeled his energy into his feet, and with just a flick of his finger pried up a wooden plank from the floor, warning Yunhui, You'd better go all out. Yunhui was incredulous. Does he intend to fight me with that flimsy wooden stick? Even if he is a peerless master, using that wooden stick against a treasured sword forged from cold iron, the Tianan iron sword, is preposterous. At this moment Tianan spoke up. Yunhui, my former master once said that for masters who have reached the pinnacle, weapons are meaningless. Yunhui asked to clarify. Tianan, do you mean I should be careful? He answered affirmatively. That's right. After speaking, Yunhui had no choice but to agree to Bai Shangmu's terms. Anyway, we have no choice in this fight. The only thing I can do is pass his test. This is my only path to survival. Of course, I can't be sure if this is a path to life or a trap. The old senior Bai Shangmu thought with interest. At such a young age he can already release such a sharp aura. That powerful aura enveloped Yunhui's entire body. Yunhui calculated in his mind. To be honest, even if I use all my inner strength and all my techniques, it's impossible to contend with him in any way. In that case, my answer is to use my strongest ultimate move from the very beginning. He took the initiative to thrust his sword towards the opponent. The opponent also raised his wooden stick, a powerful surge of energy enveloping his body and pointing directly at Yunhui. Yunhui's sword gradually closed in and the two clashed fiercely. Yunhui was secretly astonished. Just his sword force alone has deflected my sword wind. It bent in the opposite direction, forcing my arm to twist. If this continues, my arm might be crippled. Wait, the opposite direction? If the opponent is aiming in the opposite direction, perhaps I can go with the flow and use the rebound force to strike back at him. At this moment, Bai Shangmu seemed to notice something. The sharp aura emitted by Yunhui was growing more and more powerful, and the strong sword and the fragile wooden stick were at a stalemate for a long time. But then Yunhui was still sent flying. I was sent flying. From the feeling transmitted from the sword tip, I thought the reverse axis fang return sword had already worked. The reverse axis fang return sword is a move that uses the opponent's strength to double the power of the sword technique. Even with a move as powerful as the reverse axis fang return sword, that wooden stick of his still hasn't broken, he praised Yunhui. The little brother's attack is not bad. I wonder how your defense is. Then Yunhui changed his stance, thinking, the pressure from his movements and aura is too great. It seems I must launch a surprise attack first. But it seemed the opponent had also noticed this. Such cautious calculation can be your strength, but it can also become a weakness that prevents you from striking as you wish. Your master must have pointed this out to you already, right? Then he prepared to receive another round of attacks from Bai Shangmu. Yunhui was somewhat surprised. I thought that at this distance the wooden stick would just be out of reach, but I miscalculated. The stick cleverly followed my movements as if it could extend at his will. I must stop this stick's movement. Then the 3 small whirlwinds struck out by the opponent immobilized him, making him incredulous. It's impossible. I'm using the progressive star bright sword technique now. This is an improved sword move, not a technique to compensate for a previously incomplete one. He actually found the weakness of the void flow slash in a single use and broke it with 3 thrusts of that wooden stick. At this moment, he reminded him, "Little brother has already died once." Then he suggested Yunwi try again. Yunwi understood the key point and thought, half believing he had no intention of killing me from the beginning. Is this really just a simple test? Then why is he doing this? Who is he? The opponent continued to attack and a clear look of astonishment appeared in Yunwi's eyes. The trajectory of that stick, I've seen it before dozens of times. That is the great true Moxian sword, and in this world there is only one swordsman who can wield this technique. The number 1 sword of Wuhan, one of the 8 great masters, the martial alliance leader by Shangmu. Rumor has it that once martial arts masters reach the peak of their strength, for them, executing any familiar sword style requires absolutely no preparation time. It can be said that their sword moves flow like water. Furthermore, when executing any sword style, people can usually see the path of the sword, which is called the movement trajectory of a sword technique. Everyone's sword path is different, even if they learn the same sword technique. From this, I can recognize who the master of the sword move is. At this moment, if I spar with this little brother using the simplest and most basic moves of the great true Moxian sword technique, and his skills are also quite good, I won't be able to probe this little brother's true strength. Yunwi, on his side, was also calculating. The alliance leader has already made a rough judgment of my strength through the past few moves. That's why he's using the great true Moxian sword technique this time. This confirms that he wants me to display my full abilities. But I am almost completely familiar with the great true Moxian sword technique. After seeing it so many times in the visualized sword manual, I have already memorized all its moves, the moves he is preparing to execute. I have already fully grasped their sword paths before he even makes a move. I can rely on my understanding and agile lightness skill to move to the weak points of the sword moves in advance to dodge and counterattack. I understand the principle, of course, but how to complete these actions smoothly and swiftly without letting him know that I am already familiar with the great true Moxian sword technique, knowing but not being able to act at will, this is the difficulty of my fight against the alliance leader. I am well aware of how to leverage the advantages of this sword technique. If I let him know that I have completely mastered the great true Moxian sword technique, I will have no way out but death. Shangmu reminded Yunwi a few times, "Little brother, you overthink things in any situation. This is both an advantage and a restraint, preventing him from acting as he pleases." He also realized that just as the alliance leader had said before, he didn't need to overthink things now. He just needed to follow the alliance leader's sword moves and counterattack as he wished. Watching Yunwi's actions, Bai Shangmu thought, he's stepping forward. Is he trying to meet my sword move? Did he anticipate my move, or is he trying to make a bold, unexpected move? His movements were extremely fast, dodging the sword strike with pinpoint accuracy. It seems he understood what I said and has changed his mindset and actions in this duel. In his eyes there is no longer any confusion or fear, only the determination in every strike. Yunwi tried to seize the initiative, and the two clashed continuously. Bai Shangmu, however, calmly received every one of Yunwi's strikes, secretly evaluating him. He stepped forward and tightly grasped the opponent's hand holding the wooden stick, then immediately launched a kick. Shangmu flung Yunwi's hand away and Yunwi immediately flipped and leapt into the air. He quietly observed Yunwi's next move, then Yunwi quickly landed where Shangmu was, simultaneously executing the progressive star bright sword technique, starting with the 5th form, a straight downward chop with the meteor sword 6. But then he only heard the other's voice. "Not bad, little brother. This set of sword techniques is quite masterfully executed and very powerful." Bai Shangmu once again clamped Yunwi's sword. The move had left him completely unscathed, which greatly shocked Yunwi. He blocked my meteor sword 6 with just 2 fingers and pure inner energy. This is already my best and strongest sword technique. Yet it still couldn't surprise him in the slightest. The alliance leader's title as the #1 sword under heaven is truly well deserved. While he was stunned, Bai Shangmu had already placed his hand on Yunwi's forehead, just as he had done to Cao Chengyuan. Yunwi lost consciousness and collapsed on the spot. Bai Shangmu then left, thinking to himself, "The Heavenly South swordsman truly took on a fine disciple." He walked straight out of the blacksmith's shop under the cover of night. Subsequently, 2 figures appeared behind Shangmu as guards. He immediately asked, "Tieni, that blacksmith has vanished without a trace. Have all your men thoroughly investigate this place to see if there are any clues to his disappearance. Pay attention to those martial artists who frequently enter and leave this blacksmith village." Bai Gay, who was standing aside, noticed something and was somewhat surprised. Reporting to the alliance leader, "How is your finger bleeding?" Bai Shangmu looked at his own hand, also in disbelief. "I truly didn't expect that. I only wanted to test the mettle of the Heavenly South swordsman's disciple, but I never thought his final sword technique would actually make me bleed." Behind him, Bai Kay said angrily, "Alliance leader, which bastard was it? Alliance leader, please tell your subordinate and I will go settle the score with him." He stopped him. "It's fine, it's nothing. Bai Kay, no need to make a fuss. Speaking of which, in this tournament of rising stars, who do you think will win?" He quickly replied. "Who else could it be but the young master?" Shangmu reminded him. You can't judge it like that. It can be said that my disciple is quite strong among the rising stars in this tournament, but today I also witnessed another rising star, a very powerful young man who could be considered my disciple's rival. This tournament is sure to be very exciting. The scene shifted back to the blacksmith shop. Cao Chengyuan woke up first and anxiously called out to Yunhui, "Hey Vice Leader, wake up, Vice Leader, you've been unconscious for a while, what happened here?" He also woke up uncomfortably. "Chengyuan, when did you wake up? When you woke up did you see me lying here?" he replied. "After I woke up I ran down to check the situation and that's when I saw you, Vice Leader, passed out here." Xiao Tan spoke up, "Yunhui, you were only out for a moment. That person just left." He let out a sigh of relief thinking, "Fortunately, Chengyuan woke up and called me. It seems the alliance leader really just wanted to test me just as I judged before. He had no intention of harming me at all." On the side, Chengyuan was still asking curiously, "You don't know why you passed out?" Yunhui pretended not to know anything. "Not long after you passed out I did too, so I don't know who did it." As he walked he thought in confusion. "I didn't expect to run into him at this blacksmith shop. What was he doing here and why did he test me? I really can't figure it out." But on second thought, when the alliance leader arrived, he had no idea what had happened in this blacksmith shop. That's why he was looking around. He must have come here for the swords the blacksmith forged for him. But when he arrived he found that the blacksmith's owner had already disappeared. That's why he was searching for the reason. From this it's clear that the blacksmith's disappearance was not the alliance leader's doing at all. It can be concluded that a third party has intervened in this matter. They must have learned about the existence of those Moxian sword replicas, which is why they did this. But thinking carefully, besides me and the alliance leader, the only other person who knows about these Moxian sword replicas is the second disciple of the 5 blood stars. That night he came here to relay his senior brother's message, telling me not to provoke the first miss anymore. I wonder if that fellow told the first miss about what happened here after he was released. I previously guessed that he might be silenced by his senior brother after he returned. But no matter what, that was just my speculation, therefore it's still impossible to know who did this. Just as Yunhui was about to tell Chengyuan to hurry up and leave, a familiar figure appeared. "It seems the two of you have had a reunion with someone in this old blacksmith shop." Both were surprised to see Sima Ying apparently being held hostage by her. Yunhui was shocked. "What the hell, I was just thinking about her and she appeared. How did Bai Weixiong end up with Miss Sima? An hour ago in the inn," the shopkeeper's voice called out. "We have dongpo pork to go." "Sir, please wait a moment, we'll pack it up for you right away." Sima Ying stood aside looking displeased. She sensed something. As soon as she arrived here, she could always feel many gazes observing her every move. This inn was full of people from all walks of life. Why were they all staring at me? Is there something wrong with my human skin mask? Is that why they're looking at me like this? It doesn't seem so, it's still intact. I must be overthinking it. Forget it, I'll just wait on the second floor to avoid these prying eyes. Then she saw something strange. She didn't expect the second floor of this inn to have so many customers, yet it was unusually quiet. Almost no one was speaking, which was very strange. Usually diners would chat about everything under the sun while eating, but it wasn't like that here. Sima Ying's gaze fell on a nearby customer. She sat at the next table, observing the other's movements. That person waved her hand and said, "The dongpo pork here is pretty good, but it's nothing special." This person's eyes instantly turned ice cold. "You're one of the 2 subordinates who's been following Zhao Yunhui, aren't you?" Sima Ying was immediately surrounded with people pointing their hostile swords at her. Sima Ying remained calm and asked the other person, "You're the one who attacked the vice leader in the alley that day, aren't you?" "As far as I know, you must be Bai Weixiong." A subordinate wanted to make a move. "You dare to address the first miss by her name, you're courting death." Bai Weixiong immediately stopped him. "Don't be hasty, we can talk things over slowly. There's no need for swords and blades," but the man hesitated. "But first miss, this fellow dares to," she glared at him. "I said calm down, don't you understand?" Only then did those men obey. Bai Weixiong was curious how Sima Ying had recognized her. She immediately replied, "I'm very sensitive to other people's scents. The fragrance on you couldn't possibly be a man's." After hearing this, she sniffed herself and asked curiously, "So you recognize me by my scent?" "Interesting." Sima Ying was very confident. "That's right, I've always been proud of my keen sense of smell and memory. I never forget anyone I've met. The fragrance you emit is quite alluring and sweet. Of course a man couldn't possibly have such a scent. I just don't understand, are you using this fragrance to cover up the smell of blood on you?" Hearing this speculation, Weixiong smiled faintly and then took off her human skin mask. "You're very observant. This is a fragrance I like. I've used it for so long that I didn't even notice. Hearing you say this today, I realize I still have many shortcomings." Then she threw the mask away. Sima Ying saw this and thought it was a pity. "You've really wasted that exquisite human skin mask," but Weixiong didn't care much. "This one is useless now. Since you saw through it, what's the point of keeping it? I don't care anyway, I have many more. Since we've met here, I have a few things I want to say. You may not know this, but I've never disliked fair-skinned scholars like you." Before she finished speaking, Bai Weixiong had already swung a fierce slap at Sima Ying. She expressed with a look of disgust, "But you are an exception. Seeing your annoying eyes, I just want to kill you." "Oh, not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to block that surprise palm strike of mine." Sima Ying blocked it calmly and in time. "There's nothing strange about it. There are still many surprises about me that you don't know. Instantly the atmosphere became tense. Wei Xiong channeled her divine power and crazily attacked Sima Ying. However, Sima Ying seemed to have underestimated this delicate young lady. She took advantage of the momentum and kicked fiercely at Wei Xiong's abdomen. A nearby table was also shattered by Sima Ying's kick while Wei Xiong somersaulted in the air, dodging her fierce attack. Every one of Sima Ying's strikes was full of force, as if it could tear a person in half. Wei Xiong felt she was somewhat outmatched and immediately retreated a few steps to defend. Then, she took advantage of a flaw Sima Ying exposed and immediately summoned a fire demon to attack crazily. The two sides fought for hundreds more rounds, and it seemed that this battle was difficult to decide, with neither willing to admit defeat. The subordinates couldn't watch any longer and wanted to rush up immediately. "That bastard dares," another person stopped him. "Don't interfere in the first Miss's affairs." Wei Xiong continuously attacked Sima Ying as if venting her anger. She fiercely tore off the mask on Sima Ying's face and said, "Look, that kid Zhao Yunwei actually brought a woman with him." Sima Ying's signature long hair was revealed, and she trembled as she clenched her fists. Everyone was shocked after seeing Sima Ying's true face, and the atmosphere instantly froze, looking at Sima Ying's face right in front of them. Those few young men immediately blushed and blurted out, "So beautiful." Sima Ying immediately calmed down, smiled smugly, and continuously provoked Wei Xiong. "You have to look after your own things. Brother Yunwei is mine. My principle is that I never let go of what I set my sights on, so whoever wants to snatch brother away must go through me first." When Wei Xiong heard this, her heart wavered a little, but then she smiled contemptuously. "Your own things, how nicely you put it. You're quite like me. I must also get what I choose. Fine, but do you have 2 lives? Because not many people dare to be so presumptuous in front of me and leave alive." Sima Ying suddenly laughed loudly. "Then I belong to that not many people." Wei Xiong also laughed along. "Oh, it seems you're quite confident in your own strength." The two seemed to be provoking each other. Sima Ying immediately drew her sword, pointed it at Wei Xiong and proposed, "Want to give it a try?" Wei Xiong was not afraid at all. She replied, "I also think it's quite interesting, but if you really thought so, you would have attacked me long ago." Then she narrowed her eyes, changed her expression and said, "You're quite charming." Seeing this, Sima Ying pretended to be flustered. "Don't tell me you're interested in me too." Wei Xiong crossed her arms and shook her head. "That's not certain." Seeing Wei Xiong staring straight at her as if she wanted to eat her alive, Sima Ying blushed and stammered, I'm not interested in you." At this time, Wei Xiong turned around and took a small pot of wine from a nearby table, saying, "So what do you really want to say? You approached me at such risk, there must be a reason, right?" As soon as her voice fell, she took a sip, thinking to herself, "I thought she was a person who acts on her mood and feelings, but I didn't expect her to be such a complicated woman. It seems she's quite difficult to deal with." Immediately after, Sima Ying gave her answer, "Because the vice leader has something to say to you." After hearing this, Wei Xiong glanced at her and asked, "Zhao Yunwei?" That night, Wei Xiong came to see Yunwei. "I heard you have something you want to say to me." She immediately remembered something from the past and asked herself, "Could it be you've changed your mind?" Yunwei immediately waved his hands in denial. "No, first miss," Wei Xiong at this time also said a little impatiently. "Then what are you looking for me for? Is it because you want to be caught and executed like this?" Yunwei calmed down, his eyes firm, and said, "I'll be direct. I heard there's news that in 5 days the Blood Demon's sword will be moved from the Martial Alliance to Wudang to be guarded by the Wudang sect leader during the martial arts tournament." When Wei Xiong heard this, she was struck by lightning, her eyes widened and she was somewhat surprised. She looked at Yunwei in some panic and fell into deep thought. Yunwei thought to himself, "Judging from this reaction, she must have heard this news too." She immediately thought of a person. She began to calculate in her mind, "It really is the grand strategist of the Martial Alliance, Zhu Yuanming. It seems my guess was right. He spread this rumor to all the forces he suspects, just to catch all the spies in one fell swoop." Yunwei asked curiously, "Does the first miss think this news is reliable?" Wei Xiong didn't answer, but just made a gesture. "Of course I only believe 50% of it. After hearing you say it, I've reduced it by another 10%. After hearing this, Yunwei just smiled, secretly praising her. "Truly surprising. I haven't even directly said it's a trap, but just by hearing the news from me, she immediately concluded that this information is unreliable." Wei Xiong laughed. "So you came to me just to say this?" Yunwei answered frankly. "Yes, because your side, first miss, and my side, aren't we like the same front?" Wei Xiong also smiled upon hearing this. She looked at Yunwei with eyes full of affection and said, "I understand. I am very satisfied with you saying so." As soon as Wei Xiong finished speaking, she took a few more steps forward and suddenly noticed cracks on the floor caused by a sword. She asked curiously, "Who did you have such a fierce conversation with?" "The number 1 sword of Wuhan." After hearing this, Cao Chengyuan almost fainted on the spot. "The number 1 sword of Wuhan is the Martial Alliance leader?" Hearing Yunwei's words, everyone present was stunned. Wei Xiong was also a little surprised. But she was the first miss after all. She quickly calmed down and continued to ask, "Are you saying you fought with the Martial Alliance leader?" Yunwei put on a blaming look. "This is all thanks to a certain someone standing in front of me." Wei Xiong unconsciously fell silent, then walked past him and said in a low voice, "You're really lucky to have run into the Alliance leader. It makes one jealous." Yunwei was a bit suspicious after hearing this. Is she talking about jealousy now? Is she serious? The opponent is one of the 8 great masters, the leader of the martial alliance. She looked at the dents on the ground and said with some regret, "It seems he went easy on you. If it were me it would be different." Did she just get fired up to fight the martial alliance leader? Wei Xiong then asked Yunhui back, "But why do you think this matter is related to me?" She looked around as she spoke because the blacksmith here was missing. "He's missing, what does that have to do with me? Is it just your intuition?" Faced with the first Mrs. questioning, Yunhui sighed. "Because you are the biggest suspect. The person who saw that thing was your subordinate, First Miss. He said he was the second disciple of the 5 blood stars. Besides me and him, no one else has seen those swords in the incense burner." After being exposed, Wei Xiong smiled happily. "Ah, I've been found out. I never intended to hide it from the beginning. Then the subsequent matters, can the First Miss handle them?" Yunhui reminded her in a low voice. "The alliance leader seems to be trying hard to find that blacksmith." Wei Xiong immediately turned to leave. "But he won't find him. As for the details, you don't need to know either." Yunhui thought again. "That's right, she has no reason to tell me about that kind of thing either. But I can guess a part of it. The sword I saw before, which was dyed red and cracked after the alliance leader injected his inner energy. Perhaps it has some connection to those replicas of the Moxian sword." Wei Xiong suddenly stopped, turned back and said, "I also have something to say to you." Yunhui asked, "What is it?" She pointed at Sima Ying and made a request. "I quite like this little girl, so I'll accept you and her." Sima Ying behind them was confused, as was Yunhui. Sima Ying was so angry she became jealous. "Who's accepting who? I don't understand what you're saying." Wei Xiong turned to her and answered frankly in a low voice, "Because I like you." Then she smiled again. "The 3 of us enjoying a romantic night together doesn't seem too bad." Another big question mark appeared above Sima Ying's head. Yunhui sighed at this moment. "First Miss, you're taking the joke too far." Wei Xiong crossed her arms and replied, "Do you think this looks like a joke?" Sima Ying immediately inserted herself in front of Yunhui and said loudly, "Who wants to enjoy a night with you?" Wei Xiong laughed mockingly. "Still pretending to be innocent?" "No," Sima Ying immediately retorted to cover up her inner thoughts. Wei Xiong said again, "Not fun at all. I don't like this innocent look of yours." Sima Ying roared at her again, "I'm better than you anyway. Who would like a scheming person like you?" At this moment, Sword Shao Tan also appeared to join the fun. "They're teasing each other, right?" Yunhui thought to himself. "If I let this go on, she'll probably continue to tease Miss Sima. I must intervene." Thinking this, he immediately stepped forward and inserted himself between the 2 girls. "If we stay here any longer, we'll all be in danger." Wei Xiong looked around disappointedly and said, "I forgot I still have to listen to your opinion. Zhao Yunhui, what do you think?" Wei Xiong stood there waiting for his answer. Yunhui didn't answer that question. He was still struggling with a simple arithmetic problem. 2 + 1 =, then he suddenly spoke. "If you don't want to all die here, it's best to disperse immediately." Sword Shao Tan looked at his eyes and was stunned. His eyes have gone completely blank. Wei Xiong walked forward and said, "Why are you so afraid of being investigated today? Aren't you always prepared with a way out?" "Because I still want to live." "So honest, not bad. This is yours, right?" Yunhui held the sword tightly wrapped in cloth and thought, "This is something I privately asked the blacksmith to make. She has this. It seems she is the culprit who kidnapped the blacksmith." Wei Xiong put on her bamboo hat, covering half of her face. "I'll handle the matter of the alliance leader's investigation into the blacksmith's whereabouts. But as for you leaking the information, you can figure it out yourself. If it were me, even if I set a trap and no one took the bait, my suspicion would still increase." As soon as her voice fell, she changed her expression again and winked at him. "With this, we no longer owe each other anything. The next time we meet outside the city, I won't let you off so easily." After saying that, she leapt onto the roof and disappeared into the night. Yunhui watched her back, growing more and more worried. Things are indeed not as simple as I thought. The martial alliance leader, grand strategist Zhu Yuanming and Bai Weixiong, all these special figures in the martial world are involved in this matter. It seems I won't be able to get the blood demon sword peacefully and simply. On a moonlit night, 2 people were running and jumping across the rooftops in the city. The person in front asked the person behind if the martial alliance's pursuers were still chasing them. The other person looked back and said they had probably shaken them off. As they were running, a man in black wearing a bamboo hat suddenly jumped in front of them, startling them. Subsequently, the 2 of them were surrounded by a group of men in black. The men in black provocatively asked, "Do you think you can escape from us so easily?" They wanted to ask where the 2 captured blacksmiths were now being held. Tianyi looked at them and thought they probably wouldn't confess easily. He decided to capture them first and torture them with severe punishment. As he was speaking, another voice interjected, "Peerless City will never forget today's grudge." Tianyi's pupils shrank. He looked at the person in front of him and asked, "What did you say?" Unexpectedly, the next second, the 2 had committed suicide with their swords. Tianyi's men went forward to check and found that they had both stopped breathing. He looked at the 2 corpses in front of him, unable to believe they would dare to end their own lives like this. But they mentioned Peerless City before they died. Could this be the mastermind behind the scenes? As he was thinking, Tianyi suddenly noticed several people in a nearby restaurant. Those people were talking, asking what the 2 had said before they died. One person replied that they said they would never forget today's grudge. One of them gave an order to quickly dispose of these 2 bodies. He had to return to the Martial Alliance headquarters immediately to report to the Alliance leader. Back to Cheng Yuan and Yunwei's conversation, Cheng Yuan was rubbing his teeth while telling Yunwei that what happened last night was just like that. The rumor had now spread throughout the entire city of Wuhan. Yunwei told him that he didn't expect Cheng Yuan to be so clever. He had only been out for a short while and had already grasped all the news in the city. He replied that it was a matter of course. Walking on the streets, people spread all kinds of rumors, especially now that the situation here was more tense than ever. Yunwei picked up his sword and looked at it, saying, "It's a blessing in disguise." Before he disappeared, he finally helped me finish this sword. Xiao Tan heard this and happily swayed back and forth. "I'm finally back to being the sharp sword I used to be." Yunwei Xiao Tan appeared as a lively little girl and said to him, "That blacksmith's craftsmanship is really good. Her recovery is all thanks to that blacksmith. After being dormant for a while, I'm now sharper than before, but I won't forget the grudge of being broken." Yunwei looked at Cheng Yuan and thought, "I didn't expect this guy to be so clever, knowing to proactively gather information just in case. This way Yunwei could worry less about him." Being stared at like that, Cheng Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. "Vice Leader, do you think my recent performance has been all right?" Yunwei had to admit that Cheng Yuan had indeed gained some strength recently. He asked Cheng Yuan, "Did those two really say Peerless City will never forget this grudge?" Yunwei thought to himself, "I didn't expect Wei Xiong to use this trick to distance herself from the matter with the Alliance leader. Pushing all the responsibility onto Peerless City is truly her style." Just then, Xiao Tan asked Yunwei if the Martial Alliance and that Grand Strategist song would fall for it. After hearing this, Yunwei continued to think he probably didn't expect to be able to deceive the Martial Alliance with just this little trick. But the Alliance leader has too much to deal with right now, and this will undoubtedly distract them and cause some chaos. By Wei Xiong diverting the Martial Alliance's attention to a third party is indeed a brilliant move. Of course, the Martial Alliance won't believe it completely, but as long as the Alliance leader pays a little attention, her plan will be a success. In addition to dealing with the blood cult, they also have to be wary of Peerless City, which will make the plan to seize the Blood Demon sword easier. Besides, the Alliance leader is also currently focused on those replicas of the Moxian sword. He will surely dispatch people elsewhere to investigate the blacksmith's disappearance. For this plan to succeed, sacrifices are inevitable. But this is something Yunwei would never do. To Wei Xiong, sacrificing a few subordinates is nothing. What a cold-blooded woman. Of course, to sit in that position one must act this way. When necessary, Bai Lianxia is probably no different from her sister. When the Orthodox martial world attacked the Six Bloods, didn't she also have her subordinates run in another direction to draw away the enemy? But how could those subordinates have survived? The blood cult is, after all, a dark force in the martial world. If it were him, Yunwei wouldn't know what to do either. He decided to consider the matter settled and just pay more attention to the Martial Alliance's movements. With that thought, Yunwei turned to leave, telling Cheng Yuan to go to Grand Strategist Song's residence. A short while later, Yunwei had arrived at Grand Strategist Song's residence. Wei Xiong had warned him that if no prey took the bait, it would suddenly arouse suspicion. Therefore, Yunwei had to come here to do something. Inside the residence, Yuanming was writing something down and wasn't very enthusiastic when he saw Yunwei. He said he had many things to prepare for this tournament and told Yunwei to get straight to the point. He didn't waste any more words and directly said that after returning to the inn he had thought a lot about what the Grand Strategist had said before. But Yuanming didn't seem to remember what that was. When Yunwei mentioned that there were many spies in the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance, his hand holding the brush suddenly paused. Yuanming looked up at Yunwei and said that it wasn't surprising, then asked him what he meant. Seeing Yuanming's attention, Yunwei was secretly pleased. At least he was starting to pay attention to what he was saying. This would make things much easier. Yunwei said that he knew his status was not part of the Martial Alliance, so he wasn't sure what impact his next words would have. In fact, this was all Yunwei's strategy. Everything needed a touch of mystery so that Yuanming wouldn't focus on Yunwei, but only on what he was about to say. Yuanming said to Yunwei, "You are also a person of the righteous path. You don't need to have any scruples. Go ahead and speak." Seeing that he was acting according to his plan, Yunwei thought, "Now I can say a little more." Yuanming continued, saying that among the rising stars in this tournament, Yunwei was one of the most dazzling, so how could he not pay attention to what he said? Yunwei didn't hold back and directly asked, "The Grand Strategist said before that the blood cult's second target is the demon sword, right?" He paused there, silently watching the person before him. Sure enough, Yuanming's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "That's right." Yunwei stood opposite him, breaking out in a cold sweat under Yuanming's gaze. The other's eyes seemed to want to see through his heart. Things have reached a critical point. Yuanming is now completely focused on what I'm saying. Facing the #1 strategist of the Martial Alliance, if I say even one wrong word it will bring disaster. He paused for a moment, then calmly said that he had thought a lot and had now come up with a way to catch those spies. Yuanming told him to elaborate. He listened intently as Yunwei said, "You said the Blood Demon sword will be transferred to be guarded by Taoist Wudang, so we just need to leak the news to them again." Yuanming didn't seem to understand his meaning. Yunwei explained, "Their goal is to reclaim the Blood Demon sword to unify their followers, so all we need to do now is release the news telling them the time and place of the Blood Demon Sword's transport to Wuhan. Of course, this is a major matter, and we need to have our people waiting there in advance. As for the news of the time and place, it doesn't have to be true, Yunhui thought. Yuanming probably thought of this too, but since I'm suggesting the same thing, he will likely trust me more. Yunhui continued, when they learn the time of the Bloodsword's transport, they will surely take action. By then our men will have been waiting for a long time, and we just need to cast a net and catch them all. Yunhui knew very well that this was the very strategy Yuanming had already planned, which was why he was so surprised. After hearing Yunhui's words, Yuanming smiled faintly, then burst out laughing, exclaiming that Yunhui was truly a resourceful person. If he had nothing else to do, he should come to his residence and be his deputy. Yuanming stood up with a smile and said, I thought the same thing as you. But Yunhui humbly flattered him. Yuanming praised him for being a man of both wisdom and courage. Yunhui then quickly took his leave. Walking outside, he felt that this method was indeed somewhat effective. Now the other party should no longer suspect him, or if they did, it would be much less. Of course, it was also fortunate that Yunhui had guessed this beforehand and sent Xiao Tan to eavesdrop, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to calculate this far. The scene shifted to a meeting of the martial alliance's upper echelons. Yuanming sat at the highest seat and said in a deep voice, it seems my calculations were correct and things are quite troublesome now, but first we need to replace some people. As he spoke, he thought, the strategy Yunhui proposed is exactly the same as what I had in mind. It seems some news about the Blood Demon Sword being transferred to Wuhan has already leaked out. An official asked Yuanming if he thought the earlier matter was leaked by the leaders of the 9 great sects. Yuanming said it was also possible that someone from his own residence had leaked it. Yuanming said he didn't know who was friend or foe at the moment, but the immediate task was to replace all the guards and servants in his residence. Those with authority must supervise them. Also, after that incident, they needed to keep an eye on Northern Heavenly's saber Shang and his disciple. They shouldn't be exempt from surveillance just because they are from the righteous path. Yuanming thought, I had told both master and disciple about this matter before, so they cannot be excluded from the surveillance list. This matter is too important and must be thoroughly investigated. The fact that Yunhui knows about this might be because one of them told him. Despite this, Yuanming still needed to investigate further. He had someone monitor Yunhui as well. When asked why, Yuanming replied that only a few people here knew about this matter, so whoever the news reached must be monitored. Yuanming thought, although the strategy Yunhui proposed is the same as mine, I still have to suspect him. It's always better to be cautious. Yuanming had his subordinates investigate Yunhui carefully, not letting any of his suspicious actions slip by. In fact, Yuanming himself hoped that Yunhui was not a spy because talent like his was rare among the younger generation. The scene shifted to Zhao Yunhui's room at the inn. Yingying was waiting for Yunhui here, and when he returned she asked him where he had been so late. Yunhui asked her if she had something she wanted to say to him. Hearing this, Yingying said loudly in anger, I'm also here to participate in the tournament. Can't I just come and visit my senior brother? Do you have to ask like that? After chatting for a bit, Yunhui suggested Yingying stay for a meal, but she said she already had an appointment with her master and had just come to see him. Yingying exclaimed that Yunhui was a big celebrity at this tournament, truly deserving to be one of the new 3 stars. He pointed at himself and asked blankly, what does new 3 stars mean? Yingying explained that it referred to the 3 people most likely to win this tournament. Chen Rong, Zhang Ming and Yunhui. He asked in return, so you mean they are the people receiving the most attention in this tournament? Then Yingying told Yunhui that the format of the elimination rounds for this tournament would be changed a bit. Hearing this, he thought, I didn't know about this. In my past life this tournament didn't change at all. Yunhui asked her how the format would change. Yingying listened, then hesitated for a moment in silence. She said, this sounds a bit strange. Time flew, and a few days later in the martial arts arena of the Martial Alliance, it was crowded with many spectators, but Yunhui seemed very agitated. Seeing this, Xiao Tan went over to comfort him. But in fact Yunhui wasn't feeling unwell. It was just too noisy here. The sound of the swords was as noisy as a wet market. He had thought of this point as well. After all the martial artists were gathered here, and the sounds of swords were truly varied and numerous. It was just that the excessive noise was very distracting for Yunhui. In a corner of the stands, Cheng Yuan and Yingying were enthusiastically cheering for him. Right now, only Yunhui was down below on his mission. Suddenly he received a sound transmission from someone. It was Zuo Bai. He reminded Yunhui not to be eliminated too early. Yunhui quickly replied and also reminded Zuo Bai not to forget his mission. Finally the competition began. The second elder of the Martial Alliance, Taoist Haoyong, the plum blossom true sword of the Huashan sect, stood in the center of the arena. Taoist Haoyong announced loudly that the preliminary rounds had officially begun. In the stands the audience cheered excitedly, while Yunhui stood calmly below, surrounded by enthusiastic spectators. The tournament of rising stars had officially begun. In the vast martial world, for martial artists to compete, a tournament was necessary. A long time ago, when the conflict between good and evil was not as intense as it is now, all masters would gather at the peak of Mount Hua to participate in a tournament to compete for the title of the number 1 in the martial world, which was the Huashan sword duel. Since ancient times, the sword has been regarded as the king of all weapons. Therefore, to put it simply, the past sword duels also implied a discussion of martial arts. But now that is not entirely the case. With the emergence of various sects, the sword is no longer as revered as it used to be. Sidon told Yunhui that when it comes to martial arts, there is indeed a lot to talk about. But he was busy thinking. This time, the martial arts tournament has gathered all martial artists to compete together. On the surface it seems so, but in reality it's no longer just about determining who is superior. Xiao Tan asked Yunhui in return, "So you mean this is no longer a martial arts exchange, but that through this tournament all sects are gathered together in the name of the martial alliance?" Yunhui replied, "That's about right. Their purpose is just to gather and establish prestige in front of the dark forces. This tournament has almost lost its original meaning. The winner of this competition has almost been decided internally by the martial alliance, so the martial artist's participation is just a formality." As he was thinking, the referee's voice sounded, preparing to start the first round of the martial arts discussion. Then the referee explained the rules of the competition. "All martial artists, please look at the stone block in front of you. Your task is to leave any mark on it with the weapon you use. Of course, the clearer the mark, the more it reflects your strength. The judges will use this as a basis for judging, so everyone should do their best to display their martial arts. Due to the large number of martial artists participating this time, the Martial Alliance will only select a limited number of martial artists to enter the second round." Just after hearing the rules, one of the two competing martial artists had already swung his sword at the stone block. After striking, he sheathed his sword. It was estimated that only about 500 people would be selected for the second round this time. After striking, the martial artist immediately turned and left, leaving his opponent looking bewildered. Has the young hero already completed his trial? The man looked back at the stone block behind him and reminded him that it was still early and the young master could pay more attention. But when he saw the stone block, his jaw dropped and his eyes widened in disbelief. The stone block was actually split by such a long sword mark. At this moment, the man yawned and walked out of the arena. He was Li Zhengqian, a very outstanding rising star who had long been famous in the martial world. He was the heir to two masters among the current 8 great masters. One was Taoist Changshan, the head of the Wudang sect, and the other was Bai Shangmu, the #1 sword of Wuhan and the Martial Alliance leader. In the stands, the audience, after seeing Zhengqian's performance, cheered endlessly, praising him for his talent. Yunhui watched Zhengqian walk down from the stage and thought, as expected of the disciple of two sword masters, he estimated that this person had already reached the pinnacle of the Moxian sword. This time he would probably be a formidable opponent for Northern Heavenly Saber Sheng and Fierce King Tyrant Saber. But then again, to win this competition, Yunhui still had to go all out against these masters. As he was observing the competition, a tall figure stood behind Yunhui and said to him in a mocking tone, "I heard you were lucky to be taken in as a disciple by the Heavenly South Swordsman, right?" Yunhui turned to look at the person, cursing inwardly. He didn't even know him. Why was he trying to pick a fight right away? And the guy was still babbling on, saying that Yunhui was only able to compete because of his master's fame. Wasn't he ashamed? That person was Wangfu Dongxuan. He crossed his arms and asked Yunhui with an air of superiority, "You were quite sharp-tongued in the restaurant before, bad-mouthing our martial brothers from Hunan. Why are you silent now that I'm standing in front of you? Are you ignoring me or what?" Following behind him were Jing Yu and Zhao Yi. Yunhui found it really troublesome. He had already taught these three a lesson in the restaurant last time, but they still wouldn't let him go, which really angered Yunhui. Yunhui glared at Wangfu Dongxuan with one blue eye. It wouldn't be good if he caused trouble here. The competition was ongoing and many people were watching, so Yunhui had to act cautiously. It would be best to use the illusionary robe eye to confuse him and then walk away. Sure enough, the next second, Wangfu Dongxuan charged at a nearby person like a madman. He even drew his sword to threaten everyone, and the atmosphere immediately became more chaotic. Yunhui took the opportunity to slip away elsewhere. He heard the referee call his name in the next round of the competition. Yingying was probably the most enthusiastic cheerleader in the stands. She shouted towards the arena, encouraging Yunhui. Sima Ying next to her asked Yingying if she didn't have a match today, how did she have time to cheer here? Yingying happily replied that she had no competition scheduled for today, so she came to cheer for Yunhui. Hearing this, Sima Ying next to her also enthusiastically cheered for him. At that moment, Yingying blushed again and wanted to ask her something. Down in the arena, Yunhui thought, it seems another master has appeared. He heard people discussing above, saying that this year had truly produced many talented rising stars. When he glanced at the person he was about to fight, Yunhui's eyes darkened. Just then, the stone block used for the competition was shattered into many sharp fragments. This was followed by the referee's loud praise for the person who had just struck. The Murong family's sword technique is truly worthy of being the ultimate sword in the martial world. As expected of a descendant of a prestigious family, he will surely be a strong contender for the championship in this tournament. And the one who executed these clean sword strikes is Murong Si of the Murong family. Just after completing his trial, Rongxiai immediately extended his hand to Yunhui, seeming to want to challenge him. The referee's voice was extremely excited. It was only the preliminary rounds. and the battle between the elites was already so fierce. Yunhui, however, stared deadly at the person in front of him, gritting his teeth. Rongxiai was one of the two murderers who had caused his death in his previous life. Taking advantage of Yunhui being off guard, he took his life with one sword strike. Yunhui would never forget this grudge. Recalling the scene of fighting him in his previous life, this guy used despicable means to kill Yunhui, making him extremely angry. Yunhui asked himself in his heart, in this tournament, is Rongxiai trying to use my fame to elevate himself again? Yunhui told himself that if he had the chance he would definitely make him pay for everything he had done. Ying shouted from the stands telling Yunhui to show his strength and defeat that guy. Even Sima Ying next to her was surprised and asked if she knew him. Ying replied that she wasn't very clear either, but she had seen him a few times at the tournament, and every time she saw Rongxiai he was bad-mouthing Yunhui and humiliating him. It seemed Rongxiai wanted to use her senior brother's fame to elevate himself. After hearing Sima Ying say that she disliked Rongxiai at first sight, Ying was very surprised. Before she could react, Sima Ying had already shouted towards the arena, cheering for Yunhui. On the other side, he was still thinking about the changes Ying had told him about before, so he also had to restrain his power and not reveal it completely. Nevertheless, in this situation, Yunhui also had to let the public see the strength of the Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple, so they wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Of course, through this opportunity, Yunhui could also enter the second round and show his strength to the high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance. In addition, Yunhui would also teach that guy named Rongxiai a lesson. All the spectators wanted to know what the Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple's sword technique was like. Yunhui then swung his sword and stabbed his stone block. The referee asked him if he was fully prepared for this strike. Rongxiai, standing by, sneered inwardly. He felt it wouldn't be difficult for Yunhui to split this stone. Why did he look a little different today? Rongxiai still firmly believed that Yunhui was just lucky to have been accepted as a disciple by the Heavenly South Swordsman. Yunhui then thrust his sword straight at the rock in front of him. His strike was light yet powerful, piercing through the rock. When he finished, a round hole had formed in the center of the rock. How much power must this sword strike have to penetrate the center of the rock? In the stands, Ying and Sima Ying, upon seeing this, cheered excitedly. The spectators lamented, as expected of the Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple. With such fierce competition, I wonder who will win the championship. After completing his trial, Xiao Tan appeared and spoke with Yunhui. She praised his sword technique for having improved a lot. With this sword, Yunhui could feel his power was stronger than before. After clashing with the Martial Alliance leader and feeling his sword technique from those replicas, Yunhui's understanding of his sword art deepened, and he applied it to his own swordplay. Although that was only a superficial part, he had been able to execute some of it since then. Xiao Tan praised Yunhui for his good performance today. The high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance must have been stunned. She was right. His main purpose was to show them his strength so things would be smoother later. Yunhui thought as he left. In terms of sword technique, this was acceptable. Not to mention internal energy, everyone could see that his sword technique was a cut above Rongxi's. He was now pale with anger, but he didn't show it. Yunhui thought to himself, just wait, Rongxiai. I'll deal with you after I'm done with my business. As he was walking, Yunhui suddenly heard the referee's surprised voice. Another master had appeared and split the stone block in half. In the center of the arena was a stone block that had been split in two. It looked almost completely split, but there was still a little bit left. At the end of the sword mark, it seemed to lack a bit of force. Yunhui looked at the person competing. His sword technique was only slightly inferior to Li Zhengqin's. The audience present also praised the performance of the person just now. They didn't expect the Funding sect to have such an outstanding descendant. Yunhui turned and left again. He had never heard of the name Funding sect, even in his past life. He thought this was probably a trusted subordinate planted by Bai Weixiong. She really has a lot of talented people under her. Suddenly Meng Hao sent a sound transmission to Yunhui, which stopped him in his tracks. He told him not to stare at him like that, as two pairs of eyes were currently watching him closely. Meng Hao said he had heard and witnessed Yunhui's strength. It seemed there was a reason why the first miss liked him. Yunhui looked back at Meng Hao with a puzzled expression. What on earth was this guy talking about? Meng Hao asked frankly, did the first miss mean for you to do this to stop him? He didn't forget to take a sip of tea to clear his throat. Weixiong replied faintly, I guess he's also hiding his strength, so I need you to confirm it again. Meng Hao nodded. He had heard a lot, so he was also very curious. In his memory, he only knew that he was a disciple of the Fourth Venerable and a subordinate of the Second Miss. You defeated two of the Second Venerable's subordinates in the Deep Valley competition, she continued, saying that the matters at this tournament were more difficult to handle. Thinking about taking back the Blood Demon sword and then unifying the sect was indeed a big problem. But after it's done, the next thing will come. She said she would befriend Yunhui and let their children have the best qualities. He spat out all his tea after hearing this. Weixiong didn't understand her subordinate's attitude. Meng Hao shook his head, saying he was just a little careless. At that time his thoughts about him also increased because he wanted to see if he was worthy of his miss. But in this competition, Yunhui was rated as slightly superior by him. Meng Hao believed that Yunhui was a genius with a promising future. His stern face was deeply engraved in his mind. but of course those who were his enemies, including Meng Hao, would encounter a troublesome opponent. He secretly continued, I knew you first, but you still don't know. Now I'll introduce myself too. I am the disciple of the first venerable and the first Mrs. Subordinate. In fact, he knew he was a subordinate, but the matter of being the first venerable's disciple was quite new. The first venerable was considered the strongest elder of the blood cult, known as the Blood Sword, and Di Tuan Wukong was also the strongest person in the sect at present. From this it could be seen that the Blood Demon Sword was very important to Wei Xiong, which was why Meng Hao was sent. He said frankly that there would be many spies, so it was better to speak quickly. He felt that the growing rivalry between the two misses would only weaken the blood cult. He believed the first miss would win, so he wanted Yunhui to join his side and together they would fight the martial alliance. Meng Hao thought that although Yunhui was strong even with the twins, they were still weaker than him. Yunhui mocked him, but he remained convinced that he could seize the Blood Demon Sword and make the fourth and second venerables submit to the first miss. He glanced at Yunhui with cold eyes, finally declaring him a stubborn and inflexible person. Then he smacked his lips and said, I'm just telling you this. If you could be swayed to my side by just these few words, you wouldn't be of much value. Yunhui opened his mouth, seeming to want to argue, but Meng Hao cut him off. Although you and I are rivals for the sake of the blood cult, I also hope you can obtain the Blood Demon Sword. After speaking, he turned and left without a farewell. A shout rang out as that beggar unexpectedly shattered the giant rock with a single punch. The faces of the people all showed looks of tension. The crowd was marveling at the beggar's sect's move, Grieving Dragon, and that person was none other than the young leader of the 7 beggars. After thinking for a moment, the man felt annoyed. Cheng Yuan explained that he was a bit late because he had some business to attend to. As soon as he saw him, Yunhui asked if he had found that person. Indeed, after some searching, Cheng Yuan had found the person in the B District arena. Yunhui lightly thanked him for his effort. A second later, his foot accidentally stumbled again. Yunhui softly reminded him to be careful. He happened to embrace Yunhui and then said sorry. Just then a sound transmission came through. It seems you were distracted by the young leader of the beggars' sect. First, complete this mission with me and I'll help you get your revenge later. This surprised Cheng Yuan a little. As the two of them were talking, their actions had been noticed. Sima Ying felt that his feigned fall was out of character for him. As a woman, she hadn't thought of it, but thinking about it now, she felt she should thank him, as she had learned another trick. The next second, Sima Ying rushed over. Oh no, big brother, please help me up. The small figure accidentally stumbled, and coincidentally a large hand caught her by the shoulder. The young girl's heart pounded with excitement. Zhuo Bai asked her softly, Miss, are you alright? Are you hurt? But a big question mark appeared in her mind. Just now he was teasing her, saying he was heartbroken, and now he got a response. This punch probably carried all her shyness, and the tall figure flew out like a paper kite while the attacker seemed to still be fuming. On Yunhui's side he was looking at the gate. The huge stone block and the flickering figure were what he was looking for. An X mark was carved into the stone with a sword, and the gloomy figure had his head down. He really couldn't guess if things were the same as in his past life, but at least he had found him. The name Ren Jie had left a deep impression on him in both lifetimes, but the person beside him didn't know him. Before the Great War between the righteous and evil paths broke out, both factions suffered heavy casualties, with rivers of blood flowing. The major sects of the martial world were not spared, with the Kunlun sect suffering the most severe losses, and Ren Jie was one of the factors contributing to this result. It turned out he was the most promising surviving disciple. Xiao Tan nodded, feeling he was a pitiful person, but it wasn't surprising, as similar situations were common. Yunhui told her to be patient and listen a little longer to understand. To rebuild the Kunlun sect, Ren Jie participated in the martial arts tournament, hoping to win the championship to gain the support of the martial alliance. But in the semifinals he had to face Li Zhengqian. That duel was naturally intense, but he said what happened next was what needed attention. When the battle reached a fever pitch, Ren Ji's mask broke, revealing his true face. The martial alliance suspected him of being a spy for the demonic cult and arrested him. In addition, during that duel, Ren Jie used a lost technique which made them even more suspicious of his identity. A sect that had declined after the war between good and evil and was later invaded by an evil cult, with its disciples nearly wiped out, yet someone knew a lost martial art. So they suspected he was a spy and sent people to investigate his identity. Therefore Yunhui needed to intervene to prevent this from happening. If the martial alliance investigated, his hidden identity would be implicated. Now Yunhui said happily, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable, brother. I'm very happy to meet you. Ren Jie coldly said he didn't know him, and a sound transmission immediately entered his ear. It's okay if you don't know me, but I need to remind someone who is overage for the competition and wearing a mask to deceive people. I see you're quite bold. Ren Ji's expression immediately changed and he hugged him. So it's my brother, long time no see. Yunhui also took the opportunity to wrap his arm around his waist. As he got closer, he began to ask, Who are you? And why do you know so much about me? Yunhui used sound transmission to tell him to be careful because someone was watching. The atmosphere between them immediately froze. Yunhui said that among the crowd watching the tournament 3 were members of the Martial Alliance, and there was also one behind the corner of the wall. In short, be careful of spies. He found it hard to believe this could happen, because Ren Jie didn't know what he had done to alarm them. Yunhui patted his shoulder to encourage him, telling him to just act naturally. He continued, "Brother, you just came to participate in the tournament. You didn't expect so many people to be watching you, did you?" In fact, those people were also monitoring him, but he wouldn't tell him that. Getting back to the point, Ren Jie was curious why Yunhui wanted to help him since they had never met. Yunhui began to introduce himself. "My name is Zhao Yunhui, disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. The situation is urgent, so I'll be direct. I know you're participating in this tournament to rebuild Kunlun." Ren Jie stood like a stone statue, his lips slightly parted in shock. Yunhui explained that he was used to seeing things clearly, and he could guess just by observing, and he was the only surviving powerful disciple of the Kunlun sect. "Therefore, brother, you can only have this purpose for participating. If I can see it, so can the high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance." Ren Jie was silent. He seemed to find it difficult to handle this situation. After a long time he asked Yunhui if he meant they had already noticed but would still turn a blind eye. The more he thought, the angrier he became. "Did they forget that my sect sacrificed all its disciples to resist the blood cult and was then opportunistically massacred by the evil cult?" His eyes were as chaotic as if he had fallen into a dark night, and the voice of his sound transmission became hoarse. "Since the Martial Alliance knows, why do they show no intention of helping me?" Yunhui said he couldn't guess what those people were thinking, but the current situation was indeed as he had imagined. He looked at him with deep eyes while he stubbornly declared that he would not let it rest. His Kunlun sect helped the Martial Alliance achieve what it is today. They fought for justice in the martial world, and he didn't understand why they were treated so ruthlessly. Was it because his sect had no use value now, so it was abandoned? Yunhui had to admit it, because after that incident, the Kunlun sect was even weaker than a family. Despite this, he still softly told him that he was just guessing and not to torture himself by overthinking. After that, Yunhui got to the point. "Right now, there are a few rats here that I need to clear out." That warrior jumped in fright. The reason was that the Heavenly South Sword almost stabbed his foot. Yunhui used sound transmission to say that he needed to deal with the people monitoring them first before he could talk to Ren Jie. He turned to question him. "Why are you following me?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "What are you talking about?" Yunhui replied firmly. "Don't think I don't know. My brother has been watching closely. He said you were following and monitoring me, so don't deny it." Then he lowered his voice and said he should tell him everything. Yunhui's eyes deepened. "You are spies from the blood cult, aren't you?" He immediately told Yunhui not to pin that crime on him. He was just someone monitoring the tournament situation. Yunhui said forcefully that he was hiding his identity. Then he covered his mouth. "Quiet down, I'm just a monitor, not a spy, don't convict me. But you're still struggling, why were you following me? Let's go to the person in charge and clear this up." He said he was just standing there observing, and if there was nothing he would leave. After that, the crowd above also dispersed a bit. Yunhui reported in a low voice. They all retreated, and the 3 people hidden in the crowd also retreated. He spoke faintly. "The guys following you have been driven away by me." Ren Jie remained silent about all his actions, Yunhui's face illuminated by the sunlight. He gently told him that he owed him a favor. Yunhui knew that when Ren Jie learned he was the disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman, he trusted him even more. Using this, he persuaded him to give up this test, but also gave him a condition. Xiao Tan praised him for being calculating, driving away the spies and making a friend at the same time. He also felt that although he had driven him away according to his own wishes, he didn't know if it was right or wrong in his heart. Because in his past life, when they found out he was a disciple of the Kunlun sect, they helped him rebuild part of the sect, and his whole person became more resolute. But to get such help, Ren Jie became a veritable lackey of the Martial Alliance. He always had to fight against the evil factions and the blood cult. From these battles, Ren Jie earned the revered title of One-Eyed Kunlun. As for this life, Yunhui had already promised to help him restore a part of his former Kunlun glory. He hoped things would be different. Tian'an believed his actions were solely for his own benefit. But Yunhui, being a person of honor and loyalty, sought to help those like Ren Jie who had lost all hope regain their confidence. While Yunhui had previously considered himself someone who always prioritized profit, and despite the notion that a person's true purpose is always rooted in chivalry, he himself felt he wasn't like that. Believing his desire to help Ren Jie was merely in exchange for something. The scene shifts to the next day at the Grand Strategist's residence. Loud laughter filled the air due to something that had happened that day. "I didn't expect Yunhui to be able to get you all into such a predicament." Of course, they could only explain that their abilities were too weak, so they requested to switch to someone stronger for the tracking job. Yuanming believed he had already seen through their intentions, so surveillance had become meaningless. Temporarily halt this work. Man Wang was a little surprised by the order to stop surveillance. He immediately explained just as he said, "You are a spy for the blood cult, but think about it, if that guy thought you were spies he would run to report to me. Why would he just be driven away? Even if you resisted and tried to escape in the crowd, that kid wouldn't let you go. He would make a big scene and have the martial artists surround and capture you. He asked hesitantly. Your Excellency means that kid has already recognized that his subordinates were sent by the Martial Alliance to monitor him? Yuanming affirmed again, saying that because Yunhui used his friendship as an excuse to drive them away, and that was precisely Yunhui's brilliance. Man Wang felt that if that was the case he could be judged as a spy for the blood cult, but he also felt that it was too early to make such a judgment, and that they needed to wait a bit longer. His hand spread a piece of paper on the table. Yuanming said that in the second round of eliminations everything would come to light. So that round of elimination matches began the next day. The various arenas were neatly arranged in a row. They counted, and there were 16 fighting platforms. It seemed the rules were a bit different this time. All the rising stars would be divided among multiple platforms. Opponents would take turns to challenge on stage within a specified time. The last person standing on the platform wins, and the first person to stand on the platform waiting for a challenge is the one with the best results from the previous round. They stood there, and from time to time martial artists would come up to challenge them. If they couldn't defeat the number 1 challenger, they would have to continue against the number 2. Sima Ying immediately understood, meaning that all the martial artists could go on stage at the same time and attack the strongest martial artist on the platform together. Cheng Yuan felt there was some truth to it, but there was already a supplementary rule. No more than 3 people could be on the platform at the same time against 1 person. Her face darkened as she asked, so it's not 3 but 2 against 1 is also okay? Cheng Yuan was so scared he could only answer that it was the Martial Alliance's rule. He himself was innocent. This might be a bit unreasonable, but looking at it from another angle it still made sense. It was to create an opportunity for the weak to defeat the strong. The scene of people falling on the platform was about to happen, and he continued, since you are strong you must disregard everything. As a strong person you must overcome even unfavorable conditions. And if your strength is not enough to overcome obstacles, you must leave the opportunity to those sects with weaker martial artists. This is also to motivate the smaller sects to work hard. The truth is, the strong are the strong, and they will win in any situation, so don't make excuses for your failure. The rules of the second round were like this, with the Martial Alliance imposing many difficulties on the rising stars. Afterwards, someone instructed that after getting the token, the contestant must go to the platform recorded on the token, and Yunhui also drew a letter for himself. He thought for a moment. According to the rules, the top 16 martial artists from the first round will stand on 16 platforms respectively, so he held the Ding character token in his hand, so he would be the master of platform number 4. This meant that the 3 people with better results than him were the other 3. This was Zheng Qian, the heir of the Martial Alliance leader, ranked first in the first round. The second was Meng Hao, a disciple of the first venerable. The third was Chen Rong, grandson of the fierce sun-breaking saber. The fourth was Yunhui, but he was a bit angry now because that Murong he was placed in the challenger's position. Roughly calculating, he alone would need to defeat 30 martial artists to pass this round. A voice rang out from the stage. Everyone has been preparing for several days, and the Martial Alliance has also announced the new competition rules. Yunhui immediately looked up instinctively. Contestants must go to their respective platforms immediately as the second round is about to begin. And this order was given by Taoist Haoyang. Just then, someone sent him a sound transmission. Are you the disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman, or the disciple of the Fourth Venerable? Then the other party also quickly stepped onto the stage. Xuanming said he must use his full strength. Looking at this person, he was sure he was a subordinate of the first miss. He knew he would be fighting him, but it didn't matter, because only after dealing with these guys would his plan proceed smoothly. But what he didn't expect was that Zuobai was almost in despair. He was arranged to compete with him, and the plan to enter the next round together was ruined. When Yunhui saw him he was also stunned, and he quickly realized it was just as he had said. It seemed that all the spies from the blood cult were divided into Meng Hao's third match and his fourth match. If it was just a few people it would be a coincidence, but for everyone to be concentrated together it must have been arranged. He immediately sent a sound transmission to ask about Meng Hao's situation. Of course the situation on his side was similar to his. Meng Hao immediately knew that the Martial Alliance had probably guessed who the blood cult spies were. A trace of worry appeared on his face. Yunhui said to himself, in the end most of the spies were forced together. This was no coincidence. To do something so precise there was only one person. That person looked down at the arena with sharp eyes, and his posture was very leisurely. Yuanming arranged it this way to force them to show their full strength, and whoever hesitated would expose their identity. If they delayed past the stipulated time, others would come on stage, and they would not let these spies go. He was very satisfied. The overall situation was set. No matter how you reacted, I could see if there were any flaws in your actions. Of course, if you want to enter the next round there is only one way. For your own kind to kill each other. Yunhui also had to secretly praise him as a brilliant strategist. By selecting the competition ratio based on the results of the first round and gathering all the spies to make them kill each other, this was a perfect plan. Immediately after, the order was given, and the competition time was up. Everyone take your positions. Xuanming had already stood in the challenger's position. He believed Yunhui was just for show, and Meng Hao was the opponent who made him wary. So now he could easily eliminate Yunhui, and his personal grudge was also brought up because Yunhui was favored by the first miss. While he was humiliatingly pushed aside, Xuanming swore in his heart, "The first miss can only choose me as her husband, and this weak-looking guy will be humiliatingly defeated today. This kid's strength is not enough for me to pay attention to, but if I fight too quickly, the Martial Alliance will notice me. In any case, I will first stall for a few moves before defeating him." According to his aura perception, he seemed to have just reached the realm of a peerless master, nothing to worry about. So this is all the subordinates of Xielian amount to. When he heard the command to prepare, Xuanming became even more determined to defeat him. As soon as the sound of start rang out, he rushed forward. He had only one thought in his mind, to end the fight quickly. And that one move would incapacitate Yunhui. An orange internal energy radiated from his body, and the true chi within Yunhui's body was also fully charged. Then a wave of pressure shot towards him. The reason was Yunhui's furious roar. When he came into contact with the internal energy, he felt that something was not right. The vital energy radiated out like an azure flame, and Yunhui transformed into a god of slaughter, his sword point aimed directly. Only when the earth and stone shattered did he realize that Yunhui's strength far exceeded his estimation. Then, streams of sword chi sent the earth and stones flying into the air, and they continued to circle in space. The sword light intertwined with the light blue pressure. Humans seemed so insignificant in the face of Yunhui's move. Zhuo Bai now knew that Yunhui had been hiding his strength. He understood that with such a sword move he was no match at all, and it seemed he had to use his full strength. Just as his fighting spirit was high, an announcement was already inviting the next martial artist. He shouted angrily, "The match isn't over yet. How can you call another opponent Yunhui? I was just a little careless earlier. Don't think you can defeat me." Yunhui spoke coldly. "Look at your feet." He didn't forget to point in case he couldn't see clearly. It was obvious that he had already fallen off the platform and lost his qualification to compete. Standing at such a distance, Xuanming still couldn't believe it. He roared angrily for revenge, and Yunhui thought it was better to be quick because there were still many opponents who would come to challenge, because quickly finishing one to prepare for the next was the best way. Quickly repelling one could avoid a 2-on-1 situation. The shouts quickly urged the next martial artist onto the stage, and this person's clothes were really familiar. That's right, it was Song Zhuo Bai. He was furious now. My plan was to meet Yunhui in the final round and then show my strength to defeat him, but now he felt a little uneasy in his heart, because Zhuo Bai felt that Yunhui seemed to want to swallow him alive right away. Yuanming was still observing from the stands. He was very surprised. Right at the beginning, Yunhui used all his strength to fight another martial artist, and to pass this round he needed to defeat at least 30 martial artists. After judgment he had arranged the spies in the same group, but seeing Xuanming beaten black and blue, it was difficult for him to determine if Yunhui was a spy, so he had to watch more. To be certain required many factors, and now Yuanming would watch the upcoming matches. The situation was that Yunhui was dueling with Zhuo Bai, both from Hunan. Yuanming clearly remembered that he had also disappeared with Yunhui and then returned together to participate in the tournament, so he immediately guessed they were a group, especially Zhuo Bai. It was obvious at a glance. The shouts of the crowd fighting rang out, and Yuanming suddenly realized something again. Seeing his subordinate's strange actions, he immediately sent a sound transmission to ask. Turned out that this time, all the candidates with hopes of winning the championship were fighting with all their might to determine the winner in one move, and even if they didn't defeat them, they had to push the enemy off the platform. Zhang Qian was enduring his participation as the disciple of the Martial Alliance leader, so he had to go all out. Over here, Meng Hao was also welcoming the next opponent. He thought that if he tried to defeat his opponent in one move, he wouldn't be suspected of being a spy. Chen Rong also loudly urged the challenger, feeling very bored because this group of martial artists was too weak, and he vented all his anger on Yunhui. He wanted to get revenge when Yuanming saw the situation getting more and more interesting. Zhao Yunhui was the object of his observation, but also the object of attention of other martial artists. At this time, Yunhui was forcefully pushing Zhuo Bai down, and that palm shattered the wall. Yuanming could see that Yunhui had made many enemies, so they would help him see Yunhui's strength. At the same time, Yunhui's arm also relaxed a little. Xiao Tan appeared because she saw he was trying too hard. Because of this, other martial artists also wanted to challenge him. He also felt that this strategy of his was not good enough, but there was no other way. There were also many spectators in the stands, and Zhuo Bai was lying below complaining that he was merciless. And Yunhui was suddenly contacted by sound transmission, and he immediately warned with vigilance, "If it's not important, don't transmit sound here." But the next message was very shocking. There was a martial artist here with gunpowder. Cheng Yuan said he occasionally looked down and saw a little gunpowder under the seat. He poured a little on his hand to prove his words. He also said that while he was watching the martial artists from other arenas compete, he smelled a strange fragrance, and that kind of smell shouldn't appear in a crowded place. so Cheng Yuan was determined to find the source of the fragrance. Finally, he saw someone carrying it and secretly stuffing a little into the seats of each stand. After Cheng Yuan knocked him down and investigated, he learned that he was a subordinate of the first miss. His expression at that time was very ugly. He reminded Yunhui in a deep voice to be careful because the whole place might explode. Meanwhile, a new person was already on the stage. Yunhui was still contemplating Wei Xiong's conspiracy. He chuckled lightly. "Does she want to take advantage of the chaos?" he said to his opponent. "You're too lucky to have met me." He was stunned for a few seconds, seeming not to understand, and he thought Yunhui was too arrogant before even fighting, and even sheathed his sword. Yunhui respectfully said, "I admit defeat." He also cupped his hands in salute according to the martial world's etiquette, and with a flash something jumped onto his head. Yunhui was flying down to the stands, and he quickly used sound transmission to ask Cheng Yuan to show him the gunpowder. Moreover, Yunhui was also concerned about Sima Ying's whereabouts. It turned out she was chasing another person who was setting gunpowder. Yunhui gave a short command, "Find her and retreat." He moved quickly, the wind stinging his face. Xiao Tan was worried that if he gave up, the blood demon's sword would be further and further away from him. Yunhui thought that he needed to change his target now. His robe fluttered with his every change of step, but his eyes were as sharp as a bird of prey hunting. He did this to observe Wei Xiong's movements. Man Wang was presenting the gunpowder to his superior. Yuan Ming reached out to take it, still a little surprised. The special fragrance made him recognize it immediately. After that, he ordered to report to the Grand Strategist immediately. To Yuan Ming's surprise, he ran out while he was in a competition. His face was anxious and he kept shouting to see him. Yuan Ming came to his senses as if waking from a dream. Could it be that he also discovered this matter? Yuan Ming coldly ordered him to come in, pointing at his subordinate to go and do it immediately. Yuan Ming then pretended not to know. Yunhui explained to him about the gunpowder hidden under the seats. Yuan Ming suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "Young Master Zhao, you truly haven't disappointed me." He then turned his head and said, "It seems the situation is dire. You won't be able to watch your disciples match now. Alliance leader, you must return to the headquarters at once. There's gunpowder here. It's not safe. It will be very dangerous if it explodes." Although the other party was somewhat displeased, he still agreed. Then he executed his lightness skill and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Yunhui also recognized the masked man as the alliance leader, Shang Mu. He also knew he had come to watch Zheng Qin's match, which meant the secret vault at the headquarters was now without the alliance leader guarding it. The defense of the blood demon sword was considerably lax. He also understood Wei Xiong's blatant intentions. Yuan Ming spoke again. "The situation is urgent now. Young master, are you willing to help us?" Of course, Yunhui was willing to follow his orders. He knew the other party already trusted him. If he hadn't reported the gunpowder incident, his identity would have remained under suspicion. Yuan Ming said that if they announced the presence of gunpowder, everyone would descend into chaos. Moreover, if it were announced, Yunhui immediately understood. Those who had hidden the gunpowder would all escape. He nodded at Yunhui, who shared the same thought. Yuan Ming said he would have his martial artists investigate secretly and seal the exits. He warily watched as other masters walked in. He assigned Yunhui to stay with Taoist Haoyong and the various hall masters. Together they would assist in capturing the remaining villains. The familiar faces of the blood cult appeared. He worried if he stayed here, how would Wei Xiong's group be dealt with? Xiao Tan tried hard to remind him that if he focused on this, Wei Xiong would be able to get the demonic sword. But he just replied coldly, "That's not necessarily true." Although it was chaotic here, strategist Song also knew the blood cult's target this time. The demonic sword wouldn't be so easy to get. Xiao Tan wanted him to explain why Meng Hao was participating in the tournament, because if his goal wasn't to win, why come? Yunhui believed he was here to create a diversion so that Wei Xiong could make her move. Just then the crowd exclaimed, "What is that wrapped around that martial artist's waist? That thing looks so strange." A shadow instantly fell over his heart. It turned out Wei Xiong had her subordinates strap gunpowder to themselves to act as a suicide squad. Taoist Haoyong also approached to inspect, but in the next second the man had already shouted, "Wushuang City will never let you go." The area beneath his body became the starting point of the explosion. Taoist Haoyong's eyes widened as he watched him, the shockwave of the blast reverberating. While the area below the platform had already turned into a sea of fire, more Suicide Squad members appeared than there were spectators. Seeing this, the audience screamed and fled in all directions. The Suicide Squad members shouted, "Wushuang City has come to reclaim the blood debt owed by the Martial Alliance. The blood debt must be paid in blood." The explosion reached nearly the height of the buildings, and struggling figures could be faintly seen within the sea of fire. Meanwhile, in another place, this incident seemed to have created a new opportunity. Wei Xiong was standing at the entrance of the Martial Alliance's secret vault. She believed that winning the martial arts tournament wasn't important. Only a fool would think she needed to win the championship to get the blood demon sword. A second later, the vault door had turned into splinters. Her single strike had opened the entrance. Wei Xiong's face was charming yet cunning. She said smugly, "Instead of striving for victory, I'd rather seize the blood demon sword in a simpler way." The secret vault was laid with many traps, but they had all been destroyed and the ground was spattered with blood. The guards had all been dealt with. Wei Xiong smacked her lips, feeling that the people of the martial world did many incomprehensible things. The sturdy iron door was carved with many exquisite patterns. Wei Xiong stood in the very center, carefully observing the frighteningly quiet space. She was furious for being tricked by a fake sword, but this was also within her expectations. Zhang Long spoke up. There must be a master in the martial alliance who had used a talisman to seal the demonic sword's aura. Although this wasn't hard to solve, they didn't have time to test the swords one by one. She replied loudly, "Do they think I can't find it just because they sealed its aura?" Blazing flames completely engulfed the space and Wei Xiong's eyes glinted with killing intent. Looking at the swords, the old man already understood. A red glow was also sweeping across the walls. Zhang Long knew his young miss was using a demonic art to make the demonic sword react, making it easier to find through its vibrations. A moment later, she had already leapt onto a wall. After seizing the object in her hand, she said softly, "This is it. But it seems I've already alerted the people of the martial world. It'll be a bit difficult to get away now. There's an expert with extreme speed rushing towards this secret vault." Zhang Long could sense that person through his aura perception. That's right, it was the martial alliance leader. Bai Shangmu. Wei Xiong comforted him, saying not to worry as she had a clever plan. The soldier struggled to prop himself up and coughed a few times. She nonchalantly pinned him down with her foot. The plan was set, they could be used. Those few people were still trembling non-stop. Wei Xiong said that the fake swords and the still living martial artists would help her escape. Many people were screaming in fear in front of the secret vault, because poisonous gas was continuously pouring out from inside. The situation was that so much poison gas had leaked out that the conditions inside were unclear. As soon as Shang Mu landed, he asked, "What happened here?" Seeing him, they cheered happily. "Alliance leader," they said, "the enemy has broken in and released poison gas to obstruct. The poison mist is quite potent. Fortunately, an elder from the Wu sect has already gone in to neutralize it." The person they mentioned was the vice sect leader of the Tang sect, Tang Wuchang. It was reported that the intruders had already escaped and the elders had ordered a pursuit, but it was difficult to determine who the culprits were. The soldiers could only look up at the sky. Many martial artists had fled from the secret vault, so they couldn't tell them apart, and each martial artist had taken an extra demonic sword. Besides those who launched the attack, they had also controlled the guards, who then scattered and fled, making things even more chaotic. Although they had the manpower, they were at a loss for a pursuit strategy. Their own martial artists were being controlled and would likely lose their lives. Shang Mu then asked about the number of people controlled and the number of thieves. His subordinate reported that there were at least 50 people. Shang Mu felt this number was too large, and with the chaos it was difficult to identify the culprits. He felt that since it was during the tournament, it was even more chaotic. This was a major event for the righteous path, with members of the 9 major sects all participating. If news of the secret vault being robbed got out, the martial world would lose all face. Just then a plume of black smoke rose up, and that place happened to be outside the martial arts arena. The remaining members of the martial world were immediately ordered to go and pursue. The strategist felt that gathering them like this was a bit risky because it was very chaotic outside the arena now. Shang Mu felt this was the only way, because they couldn't lose the demonic sword. It was proof of their victory over the blood cult and represented the authority of the martial alliance, so finding it needed to be the priority. The strategist immediately ran to carry out the order, and Shang Mu quickly fell into deep thought. He could only take it one step at a time. After a while, a handcart had reached the outskirts of the city outside the headquarters. And looking at this pair of feet, they were quite suspicious, but those few people were only focused on cleaning up quickly. They wanted to destroy all the poisoned victims, and the poisoned items also had to be gathered. The swords were also all dumped on the ground. A voice urged the subordinates to hurry. Wu Chang constantly reminded them to deal with it quickly, as there was still much to do. As they handled the victims, they chatted for a bit. Just then, one of them suspected he heard a cry from the pile of corpses. Just a second later, a head of purple hair floated up. A person who was thought to be dead suddenly sat up. Thinking it was a companion, he even asked if the other person was all right. Before he could urge them on, he felt his body stiffen. 2 red lights appeared on the warrior's chest. Wei Xiong retracted her blood-stained nails, and the young man was likely done for. She said leisurely, "I'm still alive." It seemed Wei Xiong had tricked the people of the martial world without even needing to use a method to suppress her aura. Then she began to leap upwards while the people on the other side had their swords ready. Wu Chang had thought it was a corpse coming back to life, and since all these bodies had their breathing checked before, it was even more unbelievable. After seeing her wearing a mask, everything became clear. Wu Chang was certain she did this to evade pursuit, and now Wei Xiong also revealed her original female appearance. The warrior charged past her side, but what was more eye-catching was the sword with a talisman stuck to it. Wei Xiong twisted her wrist and then caught the sharp blade. Her expression remained composed as if she were just playing a game as usual. At this moment, everyone reported that another person had been added to the count. The soldier who was clearing the corpses had also gone to see King Yama. Shouts of warning rang out to them. "Do you think you can escape like this?" Wu Chang was stunned because when he had inspected that sword before, it seemed perfectly normal. so he thought they had hidden its aura or sealed the sword. Whatever it was, the first thing to do was to order a pursuit. His subordinates began to charge forward, and a blade's light red as fire cut through the sky. The few guys who had just rushed up were now cut into several pieces, but Wei Xiong's eyes wavered, and the sword in her hand turned a charred black. At the same time, laughter unexpectedly rang out again. Wu Cheng found it funny. I was still afraid of the terrifying pressure of the blood demon's sword when it is unsheathed. Legend says it is red as blood and looks terrifying, but it seems you took the wrong one, a counterfeit from the secret vault. On the contrary, Wei Xiong said he was the one who was mistaken. It turned out that the red color was not the demonic sword's original color. She raised the sword to her eye level. Wu Cheng asked in astonishment, "What did you say?" In the blink of an eye, the space filled with red light. As soon as he saw the situation, Wu Cheng was stunned. The sound of a mundane object rang through the air. Human bodies flew out in pieces, and the sword waves traveled beyond the city walls, looking like the sound waves of a demon. The impact grew more and more violent, and among the nearby crowd, Yunhui was hiding, but no one noticed who he was. A strange voice was emitted. "All living creatures here must die." Yunhui felt a chill all over, and his eyes widened. He was terrified by that dreadful sound. Just by listening, he could feel that it was the blood demon's sword of the blood cult. He just needed to follow the sound to find it. A green light shot out, and Yunhui was trying his best to move to that location. Meanwhile, in the Martial Alliance's medical hall, a person exclaimed in surprise, "Are you sure?" Man Wang said with certainty that a person holding a sword covered in talismans had appeared near the medical hall. Yuan Ming was furious because he hadn't expected them to have a conspiracy to directly attack the secret vault. He ordered his subordinate to stay and guard, and no matter who came, they were not to be let in until he came up. Yuan Ming especially emphasized being careful. Man Wang immediately bowed respectfully and accepted the order. In fact, Zhu Yuanming had already guessed that the blood cult would send people to snatch the demonic sword, so he had discussed with the alliance leader to hide the demonic sword in a place no one knew about. The door to the secret chamber was opening. No one knew about this place except the alliance leader and Yuanming. Of course he had calculated that this would happen, so he had been on guard. If the blood cult were allowed to take the sword back, the Martial Alliance's face would be completely lost. The real blood demon sword they coveted was now hidden in this place. Yuanming opened the box and asked, "Why on earth did you come back here?" The sword had already left her hand. It was thrown to the ground with a thud. "Take it," the subordinate cowered, not daring to take the sword. But Wei Xiong just coldly told him to do as she said. That sword was identified as the blood demon sword, the demonic blade revered and feared by the martial world. Those not qualified to hold the sword might die from a backlash of their blood and chi. Although he was terrified to hold it, he could not defy her order. Just then, something strange happened. Wei Xiong said coldly that it was just a fake sword, but it was an extremely exquisite replica. She thought that only that one blacksmith could have made this fake sword, and indeed this time Yuanming had thoroughly played her. Wei Xiong knew the opportunity to seize the demonic sword was lost, and those holding the fake blood swords had probably all been captured. Wuhan City was already in chaos, but after capturing those people it should return to stability. She felt she had made a mistake this time due to her subjectivity and finally decided to treat it as over. However, her subordinate did not think so. If this sword could truly withstand someone using the blood demon divine art, then they should just treat it as the blood demon sword. Zhang Long affirmed with certainty that with the real and fake mixed up, no one could tell the difference. Back at the place where the truth was revealed, the demonic sword was still there. Blood Cult's operation to seize the sword had actually failed, but suddenly, red blood splattered onto the sword. Man Wang spoke indifferently. "So that is the blood demon sword," and his sword tip had pierced through Yuanming's body. He realized with pain that he was a traitor. Man Wang sneered, saying that he could calculate many moves ahead, but he never expected this situation. He was sent crashing into the wall with one blow. He became even more smug. The scabbard and the blade are both covered with talismans, sealed so carefully. However, Man Wang's expression was not good because he couldn't completely draw the sword from its sheath. Yuanming said with a tremble, "You are from Wuhan City." He was very curious why he would say that. It turned out that if people from the blood cult were really here, they wouldn't have fallen for the trap of attacking the secret vault. Man Wang felt that he was about to die, yet his judgment was still so accurate, so Yuanming was immediately rewarded with a kick. In fact, all his judgments were wrong. Man Wang pounded his chest, filled with rage. He was just someone who had followed him for nearly 20 years, yet he couldn't compare to a young brat he had just met. He thought that he intended to let Yunhui inherit his legacy, and everything he had done was in vain. So now if he took the blood demon sword, the Martial Alliance's prestige would be wiped out. To restore its prestige, the Martial Alliance would inevitably attack the blood cult. At that time he would have his own plans. When the time was right, he would bring out the sword to claim credit and would no longer have to be anyone's servant. Yuanming sneered in a low voice. "After being by my side for so many years, is this jealous streak all you've learned?" he asked bluntly. "Do you think Wuhan City or the blood cult will let you go when you are discovered to be the one who stole the sword? You calculate things thoroughly but never consider others' feelings." He told him that when they found him he would die without a complete corpse. I saw through this personality of yours long ago, so I understood I couldn't count on you for anything major." Man Wang roared in anger. "You old bastard." He raised his foot to punish him. Just then, Man Wang shut his eyes tightly. Because a blinding light was flashing, he instinctively shouted, "What is that?" Yuanming explained that it was the fire bull needle, a hidden weapon of the Tang sect. Once the fiery weapon hit anyone, that person could forget about living. Even if he were lucky enough to force out the poison, he would only live for a few more seconds. Man Wang only had time to curse before he slipped away, quickly disappearing behind the stairs. Yuanming just felt this was a foolish act. Even if he ran, he would die, so it was impossible to escape with that sword. Tragically, he had been struck in the nerves of his lower body and couldn't move. But Man Wang had already run off. Since he couldn't move, how could he get the sword back? Just then, Yuanming sensed a movement. A person was beaten and came tumbling down the stairs. Seeing someone appear, he knew that heaven was on his side. Yuanming shouted happily, "Young master, indeed you did not disappoint me." How could the young master have guessed the blood demon sword was here? But then Yuanming felt something was wrong again. The person he had always trusted, the one who helped him design the plan to capture the blood cult spies, was actually a spy himself. The sword struck Yuanming right in the throat. He let out a muffled groan of pain. Yunhui spoke coldly. "I'm sorry, strategist. You yourself created today's complicated situation." After saying that, a dark shadow enveloped his entire body. Yunhui resolutely walked out of the secret chamber. Yuanming couldn't help but laugh grimly at his own life, and he marveled even more at his extraordinariness. It turned out that even he, the most intelligent person in the martial world, was ultimately used. He and Man Wang plotted against each other, and in the end they were both left here, fighting amongst themselves and then all framed. Yuanming realized that his own subjective judgment coupled with blind trust had now made him pay the price in the end. A chess game he thought he had sewn up was overturned in the pond. About an hour later, in the outer city of the Martial Alliance, Sima Ying sent a sound transmission asking, "Is that the blood demon sword?" Ma Qingyuan was equally skeptical. "Is it really it?" Yunhui said with certainty that it was the sword Yuanming had protected with his life. And he mentioned one more thing. A voice came from within the sword, frantically clamoring to kill them all. Tianan also found this guy who chattered nonstop about fighting and killing to be truly noisy. He comforted him. "Just bear with it. You're already very lucky to have obtained this sword." Tianan then hugged the hilt tightly. "Then I'll bear with it." He said that he now needed to return to the agreed-upon place to show the sword to his master. Cheng Yuan felt a sense of relief after completing the difficult task. Just then, something else happened. A beam of light suddenly smashed down. The person who had just appeared called out to Yunhui. Yunhui's heart skipped a beat. This man was looking at him thoughtfully. He was the Northern Sky Saber. "Shang Guo Mingzi," he spoke, his tone casual. "Strange, why are you here?" Yunhui glanced at the place where the blood demon sword was hidden, thinking, "I didn't expect to run into the Northern Sky Saber Guo Mingzi here." The best way to resolve this was to talk, not fight. But the blood demon sword was restless in its scabbard. It kept clamoring to kill everyone, making it difficult for him to concentrate on talking with Guo Mingzi. Seeing this, Xiao Tan advised, "The blood demon sword keeps shouting. How can you concentrate? Why don't you try to shut off your sword since it's already in its scabbard, it can't run away." Yunhui listened and tried hard to cut off his connection with the blood demon sword. At this time, inside the scabbard, Tianan looked at the blood demon sword and felt something was strange. It was still roaring incessantly to kill everything. Tianan looked at it, annoyed by its violent nature and terrifying killing intent. Just then, the talisman sealing the sword's body began to burn. Seeing this, Tianan felt very uneasy and planned to tell Yunhui about the situation. With that thought, he shouted, "Yunhui, the talisman on the blood demon sword is about to fail. Be careful and quickly think of a way to deal with this situation." And outside, Yunhui was still in a standoff with Guo Mingzi. He said calmly, "Great hero Guo, Mr. Zug once entrusted this junior to pursue a suspicious person, which is why this junior chased him here. I didn't expect to meet you here." Mingzi listened and said doubtfully, "Is that true? But what's strange is that when we were in Wuhan City, I saw you running all over the place. It didn't look like you were chasing anyone. I just want to ask you why you were doing that." Seeing the situation turning sour, Qing Yuan immediately sent a sound transmission to Yunhui. "Vice leader, it seems he already suspects you. It's no coincidence meeting him here." Yunhui also deduced, "It seems he has been watching my investigation from the very beginning." He thought to himself that he had been too careless, or perhaps his strength was still insufficient. Although he had already used his aura sense to observe, he hadn't felt him following at all. It seems his ranking below the 8 great masters in the martial world was not baseless. Mingji's face showed some displeasure as he said, "I have always believed in Brother Zhao, so can you explain it to me? Don't disappoint my expectations. The simplest thing is to let me see the sword in the scabbard on your back," he added with emphasis. "I paid a little attention and found it a bit strange. The scabbard of that iron sword seems to be a bit larger than a normal Heavenly South iron sword. An inference might be a bit excessive, but based on the situation it's possible that another sword could fit in that scabbard." Hearing this, Yunhui felt a little worried, not knowing how to respond. While thinking this, he said aloud, "Senior means that there might be another sword in the scabbard on my back." Mingzi immediately replied, "What I said is not without basis, because I used to do the same thing with my own saber scabbard. I made it larger to fit another saber. As he spoke, he demonstratively opened his own saber scabbard, and sure enough, there was another saber inside. Then Mingzi questioned, "So Brother Zhao, are you going to let me see the sword on your back or not?" he said regretfully. "Perhaps the ending I didn't want has already arrived. I never thought that the true disciple of the renowned Heavenly South swordsman would actually be a spy. I really didn't want this to happen, but as far as I'm concerned, you really have no chance of winning, so you should think it over." At this point, Mingji's disciples rushed forward to engage. One of them roared, "It really is that bastard Zhao Yunhui. He is a spy for the blood cult." But Zhang Ming was still unwilling to believe this fact. Seeing that they didn't hesitate, Sima Yang immediately rushed forward with a fierce look in her eyes. Cheng Yuan also joined the fray, and a group of people broke into a chaotic fight. Mingzi ignored them, and only said to Yunhui, "As a member of the righteous path of the martial world, I cannot let you go." As he spoke, he drew his two sabers. He said with a calm expression, "You make the first move. As a senior, I'll let you have the first move as a way to repay the kindness between me and your master." At this point, Yunhui had no reason to hold back any longer. With that thought, he quickly rushed forward to attack. He rapidly closed in on Mingzi, determined to use his strongest move. As soon as he made his move, the opponent also swung his sword to counter. Yunhui couldn't help but marvel. His dodging ability and movement techniques were truly too brilliant. Only by fighting him personally could he feel that this was completely different from his previous impression of him. This was indeed a considerably powerful opponent. He had lost an arm, but not only had his martial arts not regressed, they were even stronger than before. He secretly assessed, "It seems this situation is even more difficult than when I dealt with the eagle-breaking emissary Luo Yuheng." At that moment, Mingzi suddenly kicked at Yunhui, knocking him down. His face turned grim as he said sharply, "The martial art you're using, isn't it?" Yunhui retreated a few steps, breathing a sigh of relief. "That was really lucky. If I had been a bit slower in using the true blood golden body just now, my head would have been chopped off by that saber." Looking at Mingji's saber, he exclaimed in admiration that the saber's hilt had a ring designed into it, allowing him to control its rotation with his foot to attack opponents. This was truly a novel attack method I'd never seen before. "So does this mean I have to face two sabers at once? This is going to be tough." Just then, Mingzi planted the saber he controlled with his foot into the ground and called out Yunhui's name. He said with regret, "I've always thought highly of you. You must have your reasons for doing this. Can you still return to the righteous path?" Hearing this, Yunhui was very confused. He continued, "I won't pursue your involvement with the blood cult. I've always believed that the disciple of the Heavenly South swordsman would never have such intentions. Everything you're doing now is likely out of necessity." Mingji's tone was full of resolve. "I've always hoped you would turn back and not let yourself fall into the demonic path. Can you trust me and stop this?" A glint of light flashed in Yunhui's eyes. He thought to himself, "He still trusts me this much? Even when I'm directly opposing him like this, he still believes in me. He says everything I do is out of necessity, that I have my own difficulties. Sigh, if only I had his help in my past life, everything would have been different." Because he was truly good-natured, completely different from Bai Weixiang and Murong Ji who had harmed me. Yunhui tightened his grip on his sword, deep in thought. The Northern Sky Saber, Sheng Guo Mingzi, was truly a man of the righteous martial path, so how could I be his enemy? But if I don't do this, I'll be labeled a traitor to the martial alliance. Moreover, this news would also implicate my sister Yingying. Then Guo Mingzi spoke, "Brother Zhao, rest assured, I swear on my honor to protect you and your brothers." "With that, can you trust me this one time?" Yunhui answered without hesitation. "I have complete faith in Senior's character," but he paused for a moment, then continued, "I can no longer trust the upper echelons of the martial alliance. I am now at odds with them, and we cannot coexist. Senior also cannot determine that those on the righteous path do no evil, nor that those on the crooked path do no good deeds to help others. Therefore this line has become blurred." Mingzi drew his saber and replied, "I understand completely. I had thought Brother Zhao was acting under duress, but it seems you have already fallen deep into the crooked path." As he swung the saber with his foot, he admitted, "There is some truth to what you say. Nowadays even I find it difficult to distinguish. Everyone's perspective is different, and everyone judges the situation from their own point of view." Finally, Mingzi concluded, "This is the nature of this martial world. We can only abide by it. I myself cannot escape the evaluations and conclusions that have long existed." As he spoke, he spun the saber with his foot and attacked Yunhui. Yunhui, unafraid, swiftly countered with his sword. Then the two charged at each other and engaged in a fierce duel. As he fought, Yunhui lamented that his whirling fang-seeking sword was so easily blocked. It seemed the rumor that he had once fought the Heavenly South swordsman was true. Therefore he was very familiar with my sword techniques. Mingzi then charged forward and said, "Is this all you've got, Brother Zhao?" With that, he launched an even more ferocious attack. Yunhui struggled to parry these attacks, but unfortunately the cord of his scabbard was cut at that moment. As the scabbard fell, the blood demon sword inside also tumbled out. Thus Mingzi confirmed his earlier judgment. There was indeed another sword inside. He unhesitatingly sent Yunhui flying. But Yunhui quickly regained his balance and landed steadily on the ground. Mingzi said from a distance, "This is the end of it, Brother Zhao." He picked up the scabbard containing the blood demon sword and continued, "I cannot let you take this blood demon sword. but unexpectedly the sword flew out of Mingji's hand. He couldn't help but marvel, not expecting him to be able to reclaim the blood demon sword in my hand with the cloud-soft silk from his left hand. As expected among the rising generation, he is indeed the one I consider the most skilled. Just as Yunhui was about to grab the sword, Mingzi unexpectedly snatched it back with his foot. It happened so quickly that Yunhui was somewhat stunned. Mingzi pulled the sword back with his foot and called for his disciples to help him catch it. But one person failed to catch it. Ma Qingyuan, determined not to let the blood demon sword fall into enemy hands, also chased after the sword. But Yunhui shouted a warning, "Qingyuan, be careful, the blood demon sword is not simple, don't try to grab it with your bare hands." Just as he finished speaking, the blood demon sword was already held tightly in a hand. Zhang Ming stepped on Ma Qingyuan's face and seized the sword. He gripped the sword, a look of astonishment on his face. Upon closer inspection he found that the talismans on the sword had disappeared. This meant the sword could unleash its full power. At that moment Zhang Ming's eyes widened, looking utterly terrifying. A moment later Zhang Ming was already controlled by the sword, his body filled with killing intent, and red veins covered his arms. Mingzi knew that if this continued his vital essence would be drained by the blood demon sword, turning him into a berserker. He shouted, "Zhang Ming, throw that sword away. Its power has been unleashed, you can't control the blood demon sword at all." Seeing this, another of his disciples approached to ask Zhang Ming what was wrong, but he remained silent, his body exuding killing intent. The man persisted in asking, but before he could get out a third sentence he was ruthlessly attacked by Zhang Ming. Seeing him walking towards him, Ma Qingyuan shouted, "Zhang Ming, are you crazy? As a member of the righteous path, how can you just attack and kill fellow martial artists?" Yunhui stood there, still dazed, and marveled, as expected, of the blood demon sword. Besides being known as the treasured sword of the blood cult, a symbol of unity for all its disciples, when someone lacking the strength and qualification to wield it picks it up, their vital essence is slowly drained and their mind is completely controlled by the blood demon sword. That person will become frenzied and deranged. Mingzi had no other choice but to hope Yunhui would join forces with him to help Zhang Ming. He said sorrowfully, "I can't just watch my disciple turn into a berserker like this." Yunhui replied with a determined look, "This junior completely understands what senior is saying. No matter what, this junior must retrieve the blood demon sword at all costs." At this point Zhang Ming had completely transformed into a berserker and was charging towards Sima Ying. Her thoughts were simpler. She just needed to get that sword back. She rushed forward thinking, "It looks difficult, but it's easier said than done. I just need to be quick and chop off the hand Zhang Ming is holding the sword with." That being said, she couldn't help but worry. This guy was already very strong before. Now that he's turned into a berserker and his mind is controlled by the blood demon sword, his strength must have increased exponentially. To be honest, chopping off his hand is completely impossible. Just then, she was sent flying backward by Zhang Ming's charge, but luckily Yunhui happened to be standing behind her and caught her. He then asked after her well-being. Sima Ying quickly replied that she was fine and told him that Zhang Ming had become much stronger. She asked worriedly, "Now that he's fighting with a death wish, how can we defeat him?" Meanwhile, Mingzi had already charged forward to attack Zhang Ming, but he was able to easily block Mingji's saber with one hand. Ma Qingyuan saw him crush the saber with his own eyes and couldn't believe it, but he still charged forward desperately. He assessed the situation. If they couldn't control him now, everything would be over. Luckily he had been distracted just now when he deflected the thrown saber. "I have to get close to him as quickly as possible and then swiftly snatch the sword." This was indeed a risky move. If it failed, he could lose his life. Ma Qingyuan made up his mind. "With the palm power of the beggar's sect and my forceful internal energy, I'll strike his hand and make him let go of the sword." Contrary to his simple thoughts, Zhang Ming's arm became abnormally hard, even causing Ma Qingyuan's hand to bleed from the impact. While he was lost in thought, Mingzi approached and warned, "Duck your head, don't be so distracted, you'll get yourself killed." Ma Qingyuan was kicked away by him but still remembered to thank him for his help. Looking at the rampaging Zhang Ming, Mingzi couldn't help but feel guilty. "It's my fault. I didn't teach you well, so the demonic nature in your heart is still very strong. Now, spurred on by the blood demon sword, your demonic nature has erupted, causing you to lose your mind and completely fall into the demonic path. But rest assured, I have made my decision. Even if it costs me my life, I will save you. Wait for me, I will knock that demonic sword away and bring you back." With that thought, he charged forward and engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Ming. The two fought heaven and earth, their techniques endless. During this time he recalled his past with him. He had asked about his dream, but Zhang Ming was very confused, not understanding why he was asking about his dream today. Zhang Ming revealed that he also had a dream but was afraid of being ridiculed by Mingzi if he spoke of it. He said, "I have followed Master for a long time and learned many things. As a martial artist, one always hopes to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. I hope that in the future I can have a place among the 8 great masters." Hearing this answer, Mingzi couldn't help but feel puzzled. "I've heard you say some things before. As far as I know, fame, fortune, and power are not what you seek, right?" Zhang Ming scratched his nose and replied, "That's true, but I have followed Master for many years, learning this set of saber techniques. I want to become one of the 8 great masters, and my dream is to let the whole world see the might of our family's saber techniques. This is the dream I have always wanted to achieve, master. In this life I will use my strength to let people know of my family's saber techniques. Even if I cannot realize this dream in the future, I will not regret it because I have already done my best to achieve it. After listening, Mingzi smiled and said, I understand your intentions, he added. As I often say, whether it's a saber, sword, or spear, every weapon and martial art has its strengths and weaknesses, therefore you can't judge which martial art is stronger than another. The strength lies in, before he could finish, Zhang Ming continued, in whether the person using the martial art is skilled and can bring its power to the fullest, right? I have always kept what Master said in my heart, Mingzi said with great satisfaction. I am relieved to hear you say that. Back in reality, Zhang Ming was still controlled by the blood demon sword and charged forward to attack. Mingzi couldn't hold out for long either, and soon the saber in his hand was knocked away with nothing left to defend himself. He could only watch as Zhang Ming rushed towards him. His face was ferocious, his eyes crimson, filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to take Mingzi's life, Yunhui intervened and sent him flying. He quickly walked over to Mingzi and asked after his well-being. Yunhui looked at him, lost in thought. Soon Mingzi spoke. I was too distracted, but please understand, Brother Zhao. That is the disciple I have always doted on. However, I have now resolved to act. At that moment, the saber that had been knocked away just happened to land at his feet. Mingzi swiftly kicked it up and shot it towards Zhang Ming. The saber pierced straight into his body. The intense pain made him roar like a beast. Sima Ying and Ma Qingyuan, seeing him land a fatal blow on Zhang Ming, couldn't help but exclaim in joy. Mingzi looked at him struggling in pain and said, with that last strike, Zhang Ming must have suffered severe internal injuries. Although the wound is not obvious on the outside, the internal energy I injected into the saber has already damaged his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even if the blood demon sword still controls his spirit, the internal energy in his body is now scattered and can no longer be gathered. Zhang Ming won't be able to stand up again. Then Mingzi turned to Yunhui and said, now that Zhang Ming is no longer a danger, can you go over and retrieve the blood demon sword? But to get that sword, I'm afraid you'll have to cut off one of my disciples' hands. Yunhui replied with some hesitation. Cutting off a hand is not difficult, but that might ruin his future prospects. Could Senior please reconsider? Mingzi remained firm. I understand, but Brother Zhao can look at me as an example. Although I lost a hand, my martial arts have not only not weakened but have become even stronger than before. Therefore I have complete faith that my disciple can do the same as me. I hope Brother Zhao can act decisively to sever the connection between the blood demon sword and my disciple, he continued, crying. It pains me greatly to say these words, but there is no other way. I hope Brother Zhao can grant my wish, Yunhui replied calmly. This is too hasty. Senior, perhaps we can take our time to think and see if there are any other ways. Hearing this, Mingzi asked in great surprise, does Brother Zhao mean that besides cutting off Zhang Ming's hand there is another way? Yunhui answered confidently, this junior will try. If it doesn't work, we'll have no choice but to cut off his hand. But to do this, I hope Senior will trust me and lend this junior a hand, Mingzi thought to himself. He's only been fighting the blood demon sword for such a short time. Has he already thought of a solution? Then he spoke resolutely. I believe you. Yunhui walked forward and said, if I succeed in seizing the blood demon sword this time, I will owe you a favor. After getting Mingzi's consent, he made up his mind and began to calculate. I will go forward and engage Zhang Ming to create an opening. When that happens, you two will go up and restrain him together. As he spoke, he gave Ma Qingyuan and Sima Ying a look. Then Yunhui looked towards Zhang Ming, assessing the situation. When Zhang Ming held the blood demon sword, his qi and blood were already greatly disturbed. Now it was the inner demon controlling his body. As he rushed forward, he analyzed to himself, even if I retrieve the blood demon sword, there's a high chance he'll become a cripple. But to make Guo Mingzi owe me a favor, I must save him, not kill him. Soon, Yunhui was very close to where Zhang Ming stood, and he then launched a fierce attack at him. He couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect him to still be so strong after going berserk and taking a hit. That last sword strike, if I hadn't used a technique to block it, my wrist would have felt like it was about to break. At this moment, Zhang Ming attacked him even more fiercely, forcing him to defend with all his might. The more Mingzi watched, the more puzzled he became, completely unable to understand the young man Yunhui's intentions. Now that the blood demon sword has control of Zhang Ming's mind, how does he plan to seize the sword? The terrifying expression, Zhang Ming brought his sword down. Yunhui quickly blocked the strike, but the force of it brought him to his knees and the ground beneath him shattered. Watching from the outside, Mingzi felt that Yunhui was in a very dangerous situation. Just as he was about to rush in to help, he noticed that Yunhui's reaction was also quite swift. Mingzi judged that with the whirling fang-seeking sword technique he had blocked Zhang Ming's powerful assault and had now brought the situation back to an equilibrium. Yunhui was gritting his teeth, bearing the full force of Zhang Ming's terrifying attack. He fiercely swung his sword, forcing Zhang Ming to dodge slightly. He thought to himself, I used this move to push him away, hoping to gain an advantage, but it seems to have had little effect. Even so, Zhang Ming seems to have lost his balance a bit. Seeing this, Yunhui shouted, now do it. At his command, the three of them, Mingzi, Ma Qingyuan and Sima Ying, had already rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Ming tightly. Ma Qingyuan desperately urged Sima Ying to quickly seize the sword, but a single powerful struggle from Zhang Ming sent him flying. Sima Ying held onto Zhang Ming's right arm tightly and shouted, "Hey you bastard, stop moving." At that moment his gaze had already shifted to her, and his left hand was about to grab her. But before he could do anything to Sima Ying, Yunhui had already rushed in to stop him. Mingzi shouted desperately, "Brother Zhao, take this chance to act." "I can't hold on for much longer," he acknowledged with a sound and reached out preparing to take the sword from Zhang Ming's hand. Seeing this, Sima Ying and Guo Mingzi were both stunned. Yunhui spoke, "This is very dangerous, so I didn't tell everyone for fear that you would object. Now I have made my decision. If any critical situation arises, please lend me a hand." Yunhui's eyes were filled with determination as he thought to himself, "Since things have come to this, how can I give up this sword? With luck I might be able to control this sword with my sword sense and the innate true chi in my body. I might still have a chance." As soon as he grasped the blood demon sword, he called out to it, hoping it would respond. Shao Tan and the Heavenly South Sword both cried out in terror for him to put the sword down at once. Tianan added, "If you don't let go, you might suffer from chi deviation." Yunhui, "It's not just the blood demon sword's self-awareness in there." Hearing this, Yunhui was puzzled about the self-awareness matter. The Heavenly South Sword shouted, "There's also killing intent in that blood demon sword. This thing is not simple. If you're not careful, you might end up like that Zhang Ming, having your mind taken over by the blood demon sword." Only then did Yunhui begin to worry. "So it has killing intent too." Suddenly the blood demon sword spoke, "Indeed, I never thought I would one day meet someone with sword sense like you." Coming to his senses, Yunhui found himself standing in a forest surrounded by nothing but a sea of red. He looked around and judged that the space around him seemed to have become too quiet. "So I've already managed to control the blood demon sword. Excellent. From now on I won't have to see scenes of slaughter anymore." But just then he saw Zhang Ming lying in pain before him. He walked forward in alarm to check the situation. As he walked he wondered, what happened here? "I was transferred to this space after I passed out." Looking at the surrounding scene he felt very uneasy, and his voice trembled. What on earth is going on? At this moment Yunhui seemed lost in a strange deep red expanse, and before him was the already deceased Mingzi. Ma Qingyuan and Zhang Ming had met the same fate as had everyone else. Yunhui's face was filled with confusion, not knowing what had happened. His eyes grew dull, unable to believe the reality before him. Yunhui suddenly dropped the sword in his hand. The reason he was so shocked was that the person before him was none other than Sima Ying. Yunhui looked at her, filled with regret. "Did my attempt to retrieve the sword fail? Although it was a risk, why did everyone have to die because of me? I can't bear this painful reality. I don't want to lose any more loved ones." He wept bitterly, holding Sima Ying's body. "How did things turn out like this? I shouldn't have taken the risk. I shouldn't have let her participate in this mission. This whole situation is my fault. I am dying." As if turning to darkness, Yunhui roared, "It's these so-called righteous martial artists who put me in this situation. I will kill them all for revenge. I will make them pay in blood." He gripped his sword, filled with determination. "I will slaughter the entire martial alliance, leaving no one to escape." Then a figure covered in blood appeared from behind, with everyone around already dead. And in reality, Yunhui was confronting Sima Ying, holding the blood demon sword with a grim expression. Mingzi was the first to speak. "Zhao Yunhui, thank you. I don't know what method you used, but you have saved Zhang Ming." Sima Ying, worried, tried to approach Yunhui, calling out to him to wake up. Just as she called out, a burst of red light erupted. The immense power emanating from Yunhui sent Sima Ying flying. Mingzi caught her, and Sima Ying quickly judged that it wasn't the Yunhui she knew. Mingzi observed the situation and noticed his hair color was slightly different. At this moment Yunhui's hair had turned red. Mingzi was somewhat shaken and spoke, "Brother Zhao, if you still have your own thoughts, give that sword to me." The change in Yunhui's hair color reminded him of blood. That sharp sword was also filled with a blood-red color, and a powerful killing intent emanated from it, making everyone tremble. This was truly a terrifyingly cruel blood demon, feared by all. Yunhui now seemed like a different person. He looked at Mingzi and said, "Do you think I'll give you the sword?" With a highly provocative expression he continued, "Come and get it." Everyone could only watch as Yunhui transformed into a blood demon. Ma Qingyuan saw Sima Ying cough up blood and asked if she was injured, but instead she blushed and said, "I think his new look is a bit..." Ma Qingyuan could only curse helplessly, not expecting that after taking that hit her brain would become a little scrambled. At this point Mingzi had already charged towards the blood demon with his saber. He tried to persuade him, "Zhao Yunhui, little brother, don't let the blood demon sword control your mind." But the current Yunhui was completely controlled by the sword. Inside his body was the blood demon. He swung his sword at Mingzi. The strike was so powerful that it sent him flying far away. Mingzi couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected the blood demon sword's power to increase so much after controlling Zhao Yunhui. "Just one clash and my hand feels like it's about to break." Before he could catch his breath, the tip of the blood demon's sword was already at his eyes. But Mingzi still managed to desperately dodge the fatal blow. The saber he had been knocked away landed right at his feet. He skillfully kicked the saber up, slashing across the blood demon's face, but he easily dodged it, completely unscathed. Mingzi caught his saber with his foot again and then kicked it towards the blood demon once more. He prayed silently in his heart, "You must hold on to your mind and not let the blood demon sword erase your humanity. Hold on a little longer, I will risk my life to help you break free from the demonic sword's control." Just then he was kicked in the chest. The kick was so heavy that it made him cough up a mouthful of blood. The blood demon stood in the dust, calmly assessing. I didn't expect you to be quite strong either, he sneered. To be able to control that saber so flexibly with just one hand and not be at a disadvantage against me. At this moment, from behind the blood demon, someone was charging forward with a sword. Despite being suddenly attacked by Sima Ying, he was able to block it easily. He smirked. This woman is also really stubborn, overestimating her own abilities. Her arm was instantly wrapped in a red force and the sword in her hand was knocked away. Ma Qingyuan also rushed up to attack in support, but the blood demon easily grabbed his attacking arm. Sima Ying was now desperately holding onto the blood demon's sword arm. Not only was he unharmed, but he even insulted them. Do you think I'll let go of the sword just because of these few cat scratches? What an interesting bunch. The blood demon intentionally dropped the blood demon's sword and provoked them. Now if you have what it takes, come and get the sword. With that he stomped his foot viciously on Chengyuan. Sima Ying on the other hand was being choked by him, unable to breathe. Mingzi collapsed to his knees, powerless, unable to understand why he had put down the blood demon's sword yet was still like this. The blood demon slowly began to speak. Do you think that just because I've put down the sword, the owner of this body can break free from my control? To be honest, no matter what you do, the result will be the same. Sima Ying roared with a look of hatred. Who the hell are you? The blood demon glared at her and replied. I am the demonic spirit. Previously, when Zhang Ming picked up the blood demon's sword, he had only brought its demonic chi to its peak. But it wasn't that simple for Yunhui. He had already been tainted by the inner demon. The current Zhao Yunhui was completely controlled by the blood demon's sword. The blood demon still had Sima Ying by the throat and said in a low voice, Don't you all think your actions are futile? Now just slowly enjoy the arrival of death. Suddenly, Sima Ying let out a cry, which made his movements pause for a moment. She stubbornly shouted, You can't control his spirit. Before the blood demon could comprehend, he reached for the sword and threatened, If that's the case, I'll send you on your way. I'll make it quick. Seeing this, Mingzi shouted unwillingly for him to stop, but the blood demon was not one to listen so easily. He still pointed the sword at Sima Ying in his hand. Just as she lifted her foot to kick the blood demon, a hand grabbed her. The blood demon also paused when he saw the person. Sima Ying was a little worried and a little nervous. The newcomer was none other than Hai Yuishan. Seeing Yuishan appear, Mingzi became even more confused. Could it be that Yunhui was a member of the blood cult and was also connected to Hai Yuishan? He looked at Song Zuobai and Song Yuxuan who had come with him and made a judgment. Are the two children of the Song family like this as well? It seems that everything strategist Zug feared has come true. The blood demon praised Yuishan a few words. It seems you have some skill too. He took out the snow demon's sword and sneered, I seem to have seen you somewhere before. What's your name? Hai Yuishan knelt on one knee and cautiously introduced himself. Reporting to the blood demon, this subordinate is one of the four revered of our cult, Hai Yuishan. He looked at Sima Ying and added, Reporting to the blood demon, the children in your hands are all disciples of our cult. The blood demon sneered. You mean this woman? With that, he threw her aside. He then asked, What else do you have to say? Yuishan was waiting for these words and immediately replied, The body you are controlling now is my disciples. The blood demon answered calmly, I didn't expect this body to be so suitable for me. As expected of a disciple of our cult, this body is essential to me. So your disciple's mission is complete. Yuishan seemed a little displeased and began to speak. This subordinate has something to say. If you, blood demon, appear under these circumstances, it will be very dangerous, he warned. This is Wuhan, very close to the Martial Alliance headquarters. Many from the righteous path have remained here after the tournament, the blood demon roared with great confidence. You say I'll be in danger? Who has the strength to stand against me? He sneered. Let them come, I will make them pay for imprisoning me for 20 years. At this moment, Hai Yuishan suddenly said, As expected of the demonic spirit. This sentence made the blood demon pause for a moment. He then asked angrily, For revered, what is this attitude? Do you want to rebel against me? Yuishan also roared angrily. Someone who disregards the lives of the cult's disciples and puts himself in danger, implicating others. I cannot follow such a person. Get lost and return the body to my disciple, you damned blood demon. Upon hearing this, the blood demon rushed forward furiously, roaring, Then come over and try to stab me with all your might. As soon as the words fell, he slashed at Hai Yuishan with his sword, but he was fearless and calmly blocked it. This was followed by a continuous and fierce barrage of attacks from the blood demon. The Song brothers wanted to step forward to help, but Yuishan stopped them. He calmly instructed, Your rushing in will be useless in this fight. I will use the highest realm of the blood gold body to deal with the demonic sword. You should observe carefully. You can learn a lot in the future. With that, he unleashed the blood gold body and prepared for battle. Recalling his youth, Hai Yuishan and Bai Wang were happily drinking wine. Wang asked him to drink, but he was too embarrassed and dared not drink with him. Wang said calmly, Has the world-renowned Guai Guai Chichi become formal with me now? Yuishan quickly shook his head and replied, Now that you are the cult leader, this subordinate must also observe some etiquette. However, Bai Wang said, You don't need to mind that. Wang happily invited, Today let's just drink as friends. At this point, Yuishan no longer hesitated and raised his wine cup, downing it in one gulp. He then started to chat, asking, It seems you had a great battle on Pingshan Island a few days ago, right? Wang replied, That did happen, but it was a last resort. Yuishan pressed on, Did the Peerless City get involved? After receiving confirmation, Yuishin immediately became angry. Cult leader, you also know that it was the peerless city that brought the Flying Moonshadow sect to the brink of annihilation, right? The affairs of the martial world are quite complicated now. As long as you, cult leader, take care of your health, as long as you are alive, there is still a chance to make a comeback, Wang replied helplessly. Now that I am in this position, the responsibility is too heavy, and there are many things I cannot do as I please. Even as the leader of the blood cult, I can't just do whatever I want. No matter what losses the blood cult suffers, I am the first one who must step up and take responsibility. Their safety is now in my hands, Yuishin asked blankly. So you mean to borrow the power of the blood demon sword? Bai Wang immediately confirmed and added. To borrow the power of the undead demonic sword, one must pay a considerable price, but now there is no other way. I can only give it a try, Yuishin said with an uneasy expression. Although you have the blood of the blood demon, the evil energy of that sword is too strong, Wang interrupted. Your worries are correct. Many have died by this demonic sword before. Even though this is the undead spirit of my ancestor, that person was filled with resentment and immense demonic chi. But no matter what, it might still have some blood relation to me. If the ancestor spirit is truly present, would he take the life of his own descendant? The undead spirit is just a weakened soul. At this moment, the blood demon inside Yunwi's body had a fierce look in its eyes and rushed towards Yuishin, but he blocked the blood demon's sword with his fist. After one blow, both were pushed back. The onlookers saw that their strengths were evenly matched. After a while, the blood demon was pushed back a bit. He smiled and praised. For revered, you made me bleed. Your strength is so formidable, but your hand is also injured. You won't be able to unleash such a powerful fist technique again. Contrary to his thoughts, Yuishin quickly channeled his energy and prepared for the next attack. Immediately, he threw an extremely fierce punch. The blood demon still remained very calm as he received the blow. He gently swung his sword and taunted, "Your momentum is quite fierce." With that, the blood demon returned Yuishin's attack with a strike of his own. He closed in on him and shouted, "You've already revealed a flaw." Yuishin was shocked at this moment, as the sword was too fast for him to dodge. Suddenly, Mingzi appeared and blocked that sword for him. This made the blood demon grit his teeth in anger, becoming somewhat distracted. As a result, he took a solid blow from Yuishin. The force of that blow was so great that it sent dust flying everywhere, making it impossible to see where the blood demon was. Yuishin turned and warned Mingzi, "You can't just interfere in this fight. Be careful with your life." But Mingzi replied without fear, "You alone are no match for that blood demon sword. I also have an obligation to help you in this battle." Seeing Yuishin's confusion, he explained, "Brother Zhao saved my disciple Zhang Ming from the control of the demonic sword, and now he has become like this, so I am just repaying a debt." After hearing this, Yuishin smiled and replied, "I understand." He sent a voice transmission to Mingzi, "Shall we two try joining forces?" Mingzi also explained the situation. "Even if we can knock that sword away, I think Brother Zhao's body may have been possessed by the sword's undead spirit. Is there still a way for us to return him to normal?" At this moment, the blood demon's eyes became even more terrifying, filled with killing intent. He rushed forward swiftly with a ferocious killing aura, and in an instant the tip of his sword was pointed at Yuishin's eyes. Without hesitation, he let the tip of the sword pierce through his own palm. With the sword stuck in Yuishin's hand, the blood demon used the blood demon flicking divine art to continue his attack, but it had no effect on Yuishin. This left the blood demon very puzzled. His muscles actually blocked all my finger techniques. At this time, with his hand still pierced by the blood demon sword, Yuishin asked, "Without the demonic sword, your strength as an undead spirit is greatly reduced, isn't it?" Seeing his provocation, the blood demon became enraged and roared, "Bastard, are you looking to die?" Seeing the time was right, Mingzi immediately came up behind the blood demon. Yuishin sent a voice transmission to remind him, "It's time to attack. Do it while he's being controlled. His two Gaiman acupoints are his weak spots. Hurry up and get there." Yuishin also wrapped his hand around the top of the blood demon's head. Yuishin and Mingzi cooperated, pressing the acupoints on the back of his head together. Mingzi tried hard to concentrate and control him. Yuishin whispered, "I will pour all my internal energy into that spot to make his undead spirit suffer immensely, but with the slightest mistake, that boy's life is over. So be careful." After discussing, the two began to act. As expected, the blood demon howled incessantly in pain. Seeing him suddenly collapse, Yuishin also breathed a sigh of relief. This was the method the blood cult used in the past to get rid of people controlled by the blood demon's sword. But everyone's situation is different, so it's unknown if we succeeded. After a moment of calm, the blood demon roared loudly, "How dare you do this to me? I'll kill you." Seeing that the situation was not good, Yuishin immediately shouted for everyone to get away. The blood demon seemed to go mad, and a dazzling red light surrounded him, looking quite terrifying. An extremely terrifying shockwave shattered the ground all around. The blood demon's voice was full of resentment. "I was not yet familiar with this body before. It's different now." The powerful demonic chi made the Song brothers collapse to the ground. Sima Ying was no exception. She was kneeling on the ground, coughing violently. The blood demon looked at her and threatened, "That woman, you will probably be the first to die." As he slashed towards her, he shouted, "You are the one who angered me." Sima Ying was terrified and could only shut her eyes tightly, preparing for death. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. The blood demon had stopped the tip of the sword right in front of her. In another world, Yunhui was fighting fiercely with the blood demon. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your soul is mine. You can't die." Yunhui replied with a determined gaze, "This is my body, you bastard. Get out of my body." Previously, Yunhui was lost in a world of red, not knowing why he was there. His eyes were empty and he couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot straight at him. From the light, two figures gradually approached. Xiao Tan rushed forward and shouted, "You idiot, hurry up and wake up." She angrily punched him in the face and roared, "How could you be defeated by that undead spirit?" Yunhui was completely bewildered as Xiao Tan urged him, "Hurry up and wake up, take back your body. That undead spirit is controlling your body and hurting everyone." Just as he was wondering how to take back his body, he saw something. It turned out that what Yunhui saw was that undead spirit. The resentment it emitted suppressed and controlled his body, and he had not yet figured out a way to get rid of it. After a while, Yunhui had understood that to get rid of this resentment, he had to rely on his own strong will. Yunhui said confidently, "No matter how strong his will is, it can't compare to mine, who has gone through countless changes in 2 lifetimes. The internal energy of the lower dantian and the true chi of the middle dantian are somewhat different from the mind's intent. Mind's intent, simply put, is close to a person's will. This power is enlightenment, or rather everyone's strong will." These thoughts grew stronger in his mind. Thus he was able to see the flow of his mind's intent and his own firm will. Therefore Yunhui was able to stand up against the undead spirit. As he fought, he cursed, "You bastard, you dare to use my body to kill my friends," Yunhui thought to himself. It seems he was too surprised. Now he's deliberately using that demonic heart to repel my will. But it's all in vain because I have already understood the power of your mind's intent. The undead spirit's mind's intent and will merged into one, opening up a path to liberation. Yunhui emitted a powerful will, repelling the inner demon and shouting, "This is my body." The undead spirit was pushed back by this unimaginable force, extremely surprised and in disbelief. He screamed continuously until he disappeared. Yunhui saw a scene and wondered, is that the undead spirit's mind's intent? Back in reality, Yunhui's body was standing quietly, while Yuishan and Mingzi watched him intently. Mingzi turned to Yuishan and said, "He has stopped." "Act quickly." Yuishan stopped him and asked, "Are you the undead spirit or Yunhui?" Yunhui looked at his hand feeling grateful. "Master risked his life to save me." His palm is almost split open. Yunhui finally succeeded in taking back his body. Yuishan was very happy and quickly ran to his side. He had expected a touching hug, but instead he knocked Yunhui on the head and reprimanded, "How could you let the demonic sword control you?" On the other side, Mingzi was also checking on Zhang Ming's condition. After checking, he lowered his head in frustration and sighed. He blamed himself. "I can't believe the truth before my eyes. Although he was saved, my disciple's heart meridian has been completely destroyed. It will be difficult for him to live like a normal person in the future, let alone practice martial arts." At this time, Yunhui was slowly walking towards him. Seeing this, Mingzi also spoke up, "Little brother Yunhui, I will take care of my disciple." He paused after hearing this, then spoke, "If the Martial Alliance asks about what happened here, if you don't speak, you will bring trouble upon yourself. Don't say Zhang Ming did it, that would be framing him. Just say there was a traitor in the blood cult who did it." Mingzi replied calmly, "It will be exposed whether I speak or not." He smiled faintly and continued, "Thank you for saving Zhang Ming. I have my own judgment about everything. I alone cannot control you, nor can I stop you from taking that sword." Suddenly, Yunhui sat down and grabbed Mingji's hand. He stuffed a token into it and said, "Would you two please come with us? You won't have to worry about anything in the future." A look of great surprise appeared on his face as he looked at the thing in his hand. Yunhui said calmly, "That token is for finding someone to treat Zhang Ming's injuries." Mingzi asked doubtfully, "Why are you helping me? Aren't you a member of the blood cult?" Yunhui smiled and replied, "Although I am a disciple of the blood cult, I know right from wrong, and I don't want to distinguish between righteous and evil. Right is right and evil is evil, it's all what others say. One must look at their actions. I have always remained neutral." After listening, Mingzi also gained some understanding of Yunhui, and after he had said what he wanted to say, he also turned and walked towards the direction where his master and other disciples were waiting. Yuishan also spoke at this time, "Indeed, I had some doubts when you took this mission." From behind Mingzi, a voice transmission came to Yunhui, "I cannot follow the blood cult, but if you walk the path of neutrality, I will help you." Yuishan next to him asked doubtfully, "Fortunately, you succeeded this time. Don't you feel it's a pity to do this with that precious token?" Yunhui said with a very calm expression, "It's fine." After that, Yuishan also ordered everyone to retreat. After a while, they arrived at a cave in the mountains where everyone was now sitting and resting. Xiao Tan then asked, "Yunhui, how are you feeling?" He immediately replied, "I thought I would have to use all my strength to control that inner demon, but that wasn't the case. Relying on my mind's intent and a strong will, I repelled the undead spirit, and my internal energy has also increased considerably." Tianan also spoke up at this time, "It was too dangerous this time. I thought you were almost controlled by the undead spirit. Your whole body was as red as blood." Yunhui then touched his eyes and explained, "My eyes turned red because the true blood demon art has advanced to 50%, but why would I know that the true blood demon art has improved?" At this moment, the little blood demon imp appeared and explained, "It's because your body contained a lot of resentment and now it has been released." Seeing him ask about itself, it asked doubtfully, "Can you hear me speak?" Afterwards it commented, "Seem quite arrogant." The blood demon immediately roared, How dare you speak to me like that? Are you looking to die? It moved closer to Yunhui and said with a smile, however, I'm very happy today, so I'll spare you. You freed me from the accumulated resentment. It flew around, chattering non-stop. The resentment is gone, I'm liberated. But I didn't expect you to be able to hear me speak. Yunhui then said, I have sword sense so I can hear you speak. The blood demon smiled slyly. Since you saved me, I'll give you a reward, and that is to be the blood demon's subordinate. You should be honored by this. After listening to its nonsense for a while, Yunhui's expression was also very helpless. Before he could speak, Xiao Tan had already frowned unhappily and said, What gives you the right to speak to Yunhui like that? You're not even worthy to be his subordinate. The blood demon was not to be outdone and sneered. You little broken sword, you're quite a talker, aren't you? Then these two little ones started fighting. Yunhui was tired of watching them. It seemed these little ones would have a hard time becoming friends. 3 days later, on the edge of the forest, Zuobai had been riding a long-distance horse and was so tired he kept saying he couldn't take it anymore. He rubbed his buttocks and complained, riding for 3 days without any rest. My butt is so sore now. Seeing this, Yuishin turned back and asked in a cold voice, What did you say? Zuobai was startled and hurriedly replied, Nothing, master. On second thought, he felt he wasn't too bad off. At least he could still ride a horse. But Yuishin was too heavy to travel by horse. When it was brought up, he stubbornly said that walking was faster. Just as he was thinking this, he was hit hard on the head by him without time to react. Yunhui watched him being scolded and hit by Yuishin to his face and couldn't help but sigh. These two really couldn't find peace. As he thought this, he turned his gaze to the person behind him. He asked her hesitantly, Miss Sima, were you uncomfortable anywhere after that battle? She still held him tightly and replied, Don't worry, I feel very comfortable. Suddenly she cried out, which surprised Yunhui a little. But what's strange is that I've been holding you for a few days and you haven't said anything. Usually you would ask me to let go, he replied, making Sima Ying a little shy. You were so frightened because of me, how could I be so heartless to you? Yunhui recalled that when he was confronting the blood demon sword in his mindscape, he had actually used Sima Ying's death to shake his spirit. He was very curious why he would use that image against him. Thinking about it, he said to her, The young lady is injured, so she can't ride a horse. Therefore, just sit behind me peacefully. After hearing his words, Sima Ying hugged him even tighter, making him have to say, But miss, could you not hold me so tight? I'm going to suffocate. Upon hearing his words, not only did she not let go, but she happily held him even tighter. In addition, Xiao Tan appeared beside him, giggling and teasing, Yunhui must be very happy being held like this, right? The sky had also turned dark by now, and the few of them decided to rest temporarily at an inn. Yuishin then asked the person in front of him, All right, have you prepared a boat for us? He respectfully replied, It's difficult for boats to dock now. He continued to explain that because the fog was too thick it limited visibility, and then advised him to wait until tomorrow morning to set off. Zuobai, who was next to him, also spoke up to persuade him, Master, why don't we rest here for a night? The Martial Alliance people aren't chasing us anymore anyway. He thought silently. There would be many Martial Alliance people chasing them when they fled, but they hadn't encountered a single enemy so far. Thinking this, Zuobai decided to rest here to lift everyone's spirits. He looked at everyone and continued, When the fog clears tomorrow, we will continue on our way. For now, please rest at the inn. He looked back at the waiter and tried to ask if there was any wine inside. As soon as they entered, everyone saw a spread of tempting dishes before them. Everyone was very excited because after suffering for a long time they could finally relax. And then they kept toasting Yuishin a few cups. They talked and laughed, eating and drinking together for the entire evening. After a while, the food on the table was wiped clean by them, and someone said, After eating our fill and resting, all the fatigue and hardship have vanished into thin air. Yuishin looked seriously at Yunhui in front of him and suddenly asked him to show him the sword. Yunhui was called upon and paused for a moment, then picked up the sword beside him and said, Master, be careful. He still calmly reached out to take the sword, saying, All right, it's fine. Yuishin took the sword from Yunhui's hand and then held it tightly. As soon as he touched it, his hand was shaken by a force, trembling nonstop. In less than a few seconds, the sword in his hand fell because he couldn't hold it steady. Yuishin asked Yunhui to try picking up the sword again for him to see. Zuobai asked doubtfully, How can he pick up the blood demon sword so easily? The sword soul then replied, It's simple. This Yunhui is my subordinate. Yuishin asked Yunhui seriously to see if he was hiding anything from him. He then continued to ask, Are you the third son of the Zhao family of Yihang? Yunhui was stunned for a moment, wondering why he suddenly asked him this question. Seeing that he didn't answer, Zuobai spoke up to help him out. Master, I can vouch for him on this. Yuishin then interrupted him. All right, let him speak. He then turned to him and said, This blood demon sword is the most important token of our cult. Do you know why it's called that? Is it just because of the sword's demonic nature? He stared into Yunhui's eyes and said, It's simple. Because only those with the blood demon's bloodline can wield it. So I want to ask you, was your mother just a servant? Yunhui broke into a cold sweat, feeling that Yuishin had misunderstood. The jade pendant his mother left was proof of his connection to the Flying Moon Shadow sect and had nothing to do with the blood cult. He could control the blood demon sword because he possessed the power of the celestial pivot, which allowed him to control its demonic nature. Now that the sword has accepted him as a subordinate, would it become docile? The sword spirit appeared beside him, laughing loudly. "You've got it wrong, Yunhui. Did you think I've already acknowledged you as my master?" the blood demon continued. "No, don't you know what kind of blood flows in your veins?" Just as he was still puzzled by its words, someone beside them suddenly began to stammer, wanting to speak. He trembled all over and began to speak with a stutter, unable to form a complete sentence. "My dantian has..." Hearing his words, Yunhui also began to feel his internal energy fluctuate. Everyone felt their internal energy scattering, unable to be gathered. When Yuishin realized this, he broke into a cold sweat and immediately said to everyone, "This is a poison technique." Sensing the abnormality, he shouted, "It's a trap, we were too careless." Sima Ying suddenly spoke up. "But I don't seem to feel anything." Yunhui asked her in confusion if there was any food she hadn't touched. She picked up the wine and said, "Only this wine. I was a bit tired today, so I didn't drink." Yuishin concluded that the wine was poisoned and asked who else hadn't drunk. Everyone in the room fell silent, which made him feel that they were surely doomed this time. Yunhui calmly listened to the sounds around him and quickly urged him, "We should leave here first, master." Through his hearing, he determined that there seemed to be 2 experts, possibly more. Sima Ying calmly broke the silence again. "It's too late." She pointed the tip of her sword towards the door and continued, "We've been surrounded." A group of people in purple robes had surrounded the outside of the inn. Zuobai shouted angrily, "So you're saying I've been poisoned by the Martial Alliance?" Yunhui's face showed no change as he said, "It wasn't the Martial Alliance," he continued. "If it were the Martial Alliance, we would have been poisoned to death long ago. Why would they still attack us?" Suddenly, the door leading outside was violently pushed open. Yuishin looked at the first person to walk in and sneered. "You people are full of tricks," the man said calmly. "Everything I do is for the young mistress." The one who had just entered was Fu Sheng. "If not for this, how could I face the 4 revered?" The mad demon squad leader Lien Fusheng pays his respects to the 4 revered. Seeing him, Yunhui was filled with doubt. The men in black robes asked in confusion, "We are disciples of the cult. Of course we fight for the ideals of the cult." Yunhui hinted that now that he could use the blood demon sword, they should follow him. "So why were they still following Bai Weixiong?" he asked them again. "Am I right? You also know that the blood demon is the leader of the blood cult, so I am the leader of the blood cult." Yunhui tried to persuade them, "If you don't follow me, you are betraying the sect. Do you think I'm right?" He knew that a captain of a blood demon team had been through countless battles, and his belief in the blood cult was already firm. When Bai Weixiong was the true leader, that man had to obey. But now his ideals were wavering, and he was hesitant about his decision. Yunhui spoke up, "You are all disciples of the cult. How can you kill each other? Now everyone has a common ideal, which is to revive our sect and follow the one who is acknowledged by the blood demon sword." While fending off the crowd rushing forward, he said to Sima Ying beside him, "Go quickly. I'll hold them off," she said in surprise. "How can I leave you here?" Suddenly, 2 people rushed up from behind her, trying to attack her, shouting, "You're surrounded, don't even think about escaping." Zuobai rushed out, knocking the 2 away, and shouted to Sima Ying, "You go quickly, I'll hold them back." Seeing her and Yunhui not moving, he said, "What are you 2 still standing there for? Why don't you take this chance to escape?" he shouted again. "Zhao Yunhui, if you get caught, won't it all be over?" Fu Sheng recognized him as the person he was looking for and took the opportunity to ambush him from behind. He sensed the abnormality, but still stood there calmly, not reacting immediately. Yuishin said in confusion, "Why isn't that kid running? Why is he still standing there?" Suddenly, he saw the scene before him and was stunned. He turned and slashed at Fu Sheng, who was about to attack him. Fu Sheng broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Weren't you already poisoned by the dispersion toxin? What kind of sorcery did you use to still have such power?" Yunhui felt that he didn't understand him well enough. Although he was now poisoned and couldn't use his dantian, he could still fight with the internal energy of his middle dantian because the dispersion toxin didn't work there. Fu Sheng quickly regained his composure and said, "You brat, are you hiding your strength?" Yuishin sighed to himself. As expected, this kid always does many unexpected things. After speaking, he threw the assassins away. In the inn, he calmly sat down and said to him, "All right, kid, watch my back for me. About a quarter of an hour." Yunhui asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Yuishin circulated the energy in his body and replied, "I'll take this opportunity to circulate my energy and expel all the dispersion toxin from my body." Yunhui understood his meaning and replied, "Then leave the watch to us." He then asked Zuobai and Yuxuan to guard Yuishin from the side. His gaze fell on Sima Ying, and he told her to fight alongside him so they would have a chance to escape. Fu Sheng said contemptuously, "You want to fight us, you're simply seeking death." He still replied calmly, "Didn't you just say you wanted to capture me alive? Why do you want to kill me now?" Hearing his words, Fu Sheng's face darkened and he cursed, "You talk a good game, but now I can cut off your hands and feet and take you back alive." He raised an eyebrow and interrupted him. "All right, let's see if you can do as you say." Yunhui assumed the stance of the Yang sword, preparing to attack him. He looked straight into his eyes and continued, "Because today I'm going to kill all of you." The scene changed to a boat floating on the river that night. Someone on the boat was fawningly pouring wine, saying, "Yes, this subordinate toasts you." That person was Yun Yu. He continued, "It is my great fortune to be able to host you here." He still asked curiously, "But this subordinate still doesn't understand. Why have you come here in person, my lord?" The person opposite him said calmly, Alright, I've long heard of that person's name, and now I'm prepared to capture him, so I came to see. The person opposite him was still a little doubtful. If he sent people to capture Yunhui, they would have to face the four revered, and it would probably be difficult to succeed. Yunhui said fawningly, please don't worry, the four revered are also mortals. Once they are poisoned with the dispersing toxin, they will have no power to fight. He was very confident because this time he had sent a real squad leader. Besides that squad leader, there were also several captains and martial masters. A dozen or so intermediate martial artists also followed. A person rushed in from outside to report, reporting to my lord, the mad demon squad leader has been utterly defeated. Yunhui asked in surprise, weren't the four revered already poisoned? His subordinate trembled and said, yes, but the four revered's disciples weren't poisoned, was it Yunhui? He quickly wanted to scold him for not reporting earlier so he could have sent more reinforcements. The person he was talking to stood up and told him to wait a moment. Clan leader Yun, that person proposed to go together, which made Yunhui very excited. At this time, on Yunhui's side, he and Sima Ying were coordinating their attacks on the group of assassins. After a fierce battle, he was already somewhat exhausted. Although he had an advantage over the group in terms of martial arts strength, there were too many of them now. He felt he could barely hold on. If this battle continued to drag on, he cried out in his heart, hoping that Yuishin could quickly expel the poison. He looked back and the group of assassins recognized that a high-ranking person had appeared and they were all in disarray. He was stunned when he saw the person who walked out, his eyes wide with surprise. That person suddenly spoke. You truly surprise me, Zhao Yunhui. From a good-for-nothing who couldn't practice martial arts, you've actually become a disciple of the four revered, and your martial arts have improved greatly. That person was Dao Changhao, and he continued, you truly are worthy of the young mistress's favor. Seeing him, Yunhui bowed his head in greeting, but his mind was full of calculations. Now another Bloodstar-level expert had appeared, and he was afraid he would be difficult to deal with. Changhao turned to Yunhui and told him to leave this place to him, and he would deal with the four revered. While he dealt with the four revered, he was still trying to figure out how to deal with this four Bloodstar. Yunhui felt that since Yuishin hadn't recovered yet, he had to stall for time. The Blood Demon teased, they're not fools, they won't fight you head-on. They'll have that four Bloodstar capture you, and the rest will go after your master. Its sudden appearance made him suddenly think of using the Blood Demon sword. Thinking this, he picked up the sword and swung it horizontally at Yunhui, saying, do you see what's in my hand? Hearing this, Yunhui thought in confusion. What's so strange about that sword? He continued. Do you think you can scare us with that sword, kid? If you say that's the Blood Demon sword, do you think we're children? The young mistress has already obtained that sword, Yunhui said calmly. The sword she has is a fake. Hearing this, he laughed loudly, thinking that if that were truly the Blood Demon sword, he would have long been controlled by it and no longer sane. Seeing that he didn't believe him, he took out the sword and asked him to try holding it to confirm for himself. As soon as he touched the sword, he felt a strange sensation and trembled all over. The killing intent emanating from it made him use all his strength to barely hold on for a moment. The Blood Demon gnawed at his nerves and said, who are you to dare to hold my Blood Demon sword? You must be tired of living. He looked at Yunhui's face and thought, he's already had his mind thrown into chaos by the Blood Demon. He could no longer hold on and threw the sword back to Yunhui. Yunhui still said calmly, you think that's a demonic art? I think you're very lucky to be able to hold the Blood Demon sword with your own hands, he continued. Everyone here understands what it means to be able to hold the Blood Demon sword. Come on, four Bloodstar, I'm sure you're no exception. The Blood Demon pinched his cheek and cursed. Alright, don't throw the sword at him. Alright, don't do that. Listen to me. He was frustrated in his heart. Doing this would make him more bloodthirsty. Changhao looked at him and said calmly, Brother Zhao is truly interesting. How can you prove that's the Blood Demon sword, or did you use some means to make clan leader Yun like that? Yunhui looked at Changhao, who was speaking calmly, and said, you watch. A wave of killing intent emanated from him, causing everyone present to stare at him intently. He couldn't believe it. Why did Yunhui also have the Blood Demon's bloodline? The people around them saw Yunhui and whispered among themselves. They saw that his eyes and hair had turned red. He now looked very much like the young mistress. Xiao Tan whispered in his ear, Hey Yunhui, aren't you afraid that the blood sword will take over your body again if you do this? He didn't answer her, only feeling that this transformation was very similar to when he broke through the realm of the great blood heaven demonic art. He was becoming one with the Blood Demon sword and gradually absorbing its resentment. He looked again and found that everyone's expressions were very surprised. This was actually to his advantage. He wanted to make Changhao believe he was strong, so he said, How about it? Do you see that I have already controlled the Blood Demon, 4 Bloodstar? He looked at him, somewhat shaken, and thought that the 4 Bloodstar could control everyone here of the young mistress. He saw his eyes waver again, and when he saw him like this, he said, You see me like this, you mean? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yunhui. Everyone calm down, don't be afraid. The only one who can inherit the heavenly demon bloodline is the young mistress. That kid named Yunhui is impossible, he said irritably. How can you be so sure? What you know is not everything. How dare you be so certain? Don't force your ideas on others, understand? He pointed the tip of his sword at his face and continued. Besides, by saying that, you are defying the rules of our sect. He remembered the rules of the blood cult. Whoever is the master of the blood demon sword is the next sect leader. The blood demon saw his imposing manner and couldn't help but laugh and praise him a few times. He thought to himself, "All right, you caused all this, now shut up." He narrowed his eyes, feeling that this situation was very unfavorable for him. He had to make the 4-blood star believe him, not argue with those guys. Suddenly, Chang Hao spoke, interrupting his thoughts. "As expected of the person the young mistress has taken a fancy to, Yunwei, you really surprise me," he continued. "So you are that person's descendant?" He picked up his sword and said, "All right, enough talk. You should show your strength and see if you are as powerful as you say." Seeing this situation, Yunwei wondered if he wanted to fight him. Now he could only go all out. He felt that his strength had greatly increased after the great martial arts tournament, but it was still a bit difficult to deal with this 4-blood star. At this time, the internal energy in Yunwei's upper dantian had already reacted with the heavenly demon fist. In addition, the blood heaven great demonic art of the blood cult had also been integrated into his body, but he had never used this thing before. Before he could finish his thought, Chang Hao had already jumped up and attacked first. Yunwei watched the oncoming attack, feeling his body react on its own. He swung his sword to block the attack with a calm expression. He calmly blocked the attack and thought to himself, "So the blood heaven great demonic art has already penetrated deep into my mind." Chang Hao thought to himself, "How could he block my sword move so easily?" In the blink of an eye, the blade of Yunwei's sword was almost touching his eyes. He was sent flying by Yunwei's attack because he couldn't dodge in time. Chang Hao quickly regained his balance and landed steadily on the ground. Yan Yu and the surrounding people stuttered in surprise. He was actually pushed back. He sat on the ground looking at the wound on his right shoulder in surprise, then breathed a sigh of relief recalling the scene just now, glad that he had blocked that sword. Yunwei's sword just now was too fast and fierce. Each sword strike seemed to carry the demonic power of the blood sword, its power immense. He didn't stop, continuing to attack with the techniques of the blood sky great demonic sword. He held his sword ready to swing and said again, "Third form of the resentful rain sword." Chang Hao stood up trembling, still speaking arrogantly. "Is this all you can do?" He raised the corner of his mouth, ready to swing his sword, and shouted, "Then take this." Chang Hao was filled with killing intent and rushed towards Yunwei at high speed. Chang Hao's eyes gleamed as he prepared to continue the battle. The killing intent emanating from both of them horrified everyone around them. Yan Yu shouted excitedly, "That's the 4-blood star's sword, Thunder Rain." The blood demon beside him laughed and said, "Not bad, that guy has some skill." It looked at the scene before it mockingly and said, "Yunwei, it's your turn." It then focused on him as he fought. "Show me what you can do after getting a little power from me." Yunwei attacked him again with the 5th form of the blood heaven great demonic sword. A move called Blood Rain Sword Break shot straight at Chang Hao. He was stunned by that move and couldn't react in time. He watched helplessly as he was swept by that move. Then a loud bang echoed where the battle had taken place. Chang Hao was still standing firmly on the ground like a statue. He bowed his head, making it impossible to see the expression on his face at this moment. The blood demon whispered in his ear again, "Not good, you didn't execute that move well," he thought to himself as he communicated with it. "This is the first time I've used it, how could I be proficient?" He glanced at the trembling Chang Hao again and thought no matter what, that was enough to make him back down. He was thinking about something, then bowed his head respectfully. 4-blood star Dao Chang Hao pays his respects to the young master. Yunwei looked at him with some surprise and breathed a sigh of relief as he had finally acknowledged him. The people around him saw this and couldn't help but stir, but were stopped by his shout, "That is the blood heaven great demonic art, which proves that the young master is the one with the bloodline." Yan Yu said in a panic, "But we can only follow the young mistress. How can we acknowledge him now? We only have one mission, and that is to bring that sword back to the young mistress." The people around were still whispering in confusion. "What's there to think about? We are the young mistress's subordinates, but he has already controlled the blood demon's sword." Yunwei saw that everyone was already somewhat shaken. Now he just needed to make them more confused. He spoke up, "Do you not acknowledge the rules set by our sect?" His face was expressionless as he said firmly, "The blood demon sword has acknowledged me as its master, so now I am the blood demon of our sect." Everyone was stunned when he spoke, looking at him in silence. Yan Yu said in a panic, "Don't hesitate. Everyone form a sword formation. We only acknowledge the young mistress." Suddenly, a loud noise was heard as if someone had rushed over. Yunwei was surprised to see the person who rushed over and thought to himself, "I don't know if I should be happy or sad." Yuishan landed majestically on the ground and appeared before everyone. One of the assassins saw him and said, "Lord Revered." Yunwei, who was beside him, teased him, "It's a great fortune that master has recovered. I'll leave this to you." He replied, "I know." This left him somewhat stunned. Yuishan stood majestically with his hands on his hips, looking at them mockingly. He shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Kneel down quickly." He began to introduce him while he still stood there blankly. "This is our sect's blood demon." After hearing his words, he couldn't help but spit. Not understanding what Yuishan was saying, Yan Yu looked at the assassins kneeling before Yunwei and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Get up for me." Chang Hao respectfully bowed to Yuishan. Revered, long time no see." He ignored his greeting and said, "We'll talk about other things later." He sternly asked him, "Why don't you kneel before the blood demon's sword?" He still said calmly, "I hope the decisions or words you speak are true and can become the fate of the blood cult." He was confused and couldn't understand those few words. He turned to Du Yu's side and said, "Hey, clan leader Yun, do you think Yunwei can become the new blood demon?" he shouted irritably. How could I betray the young mistress? As soon as the words fell, he was beheaded by his sword. Yunhui was stunned as he stared at the scene before him. Chang Hao calmly said to him, Now if you have any orders, my lord, I will remove all obstacles for you. His eyes showed no emotion as he continued. This subordinate will follow all your commands. When the assassins heard him say this, they dared not make a move. Yunhui was stunned and thought, So the 4 Bloodstar has surrendered to me. What? He scanned them and thought again. As long as I give the order, all his subordinates will die. Then his gaze fell on Chang Hao, which made him freeze. His gaze made him seem to understand something, and the corners of his mouth turned up unconsciously. He realized that he still had doubts and wanted to test if he was worthy of becoming the leader of the blood cult. The blood demon appeared again and teased him. Yunhui, be ruthless. You're not some weak-willed good person. Although he was not a good person or a weak person, he would not kill innocent people. He felt that he would only kill when necessary. The blood demon continued, Isn't this situation just like that? They are standing on the brink of life and death. He asked himself if he wanted the 4 Bloodstar to acknowledge him. Must he kill all those people? It saw that he was thinking too much and said, Don't think about it. This is your destiny. To reach the top, fighting is inevitable. The blood demon chattered on. Use your power and authority to make them fear you. This is what the leader of the blood cult should do. He irritably told it to shut up and stop talking, to let him think. It started to shout irritably. A fool, if you're not ruthless, you won't get his acknowledgement. Suddenly, Tianan appeared and interrupted it. All right, let Yunhui think. You stop talking. The blood demon heard this and replied. He is indeed a bit hesitant, it said irritably. To become the leader of the blood cult, being ruthless and cruel is unavoidable. History has proven that. How can one become the leader of a sect without being cruel? Tianan calmly continued. That's just your opinion. He hesitated for a few seconds and said, But for Yunhui it may not be right. He looked at the group of assassins and said, Your loyalty to the young mistress, he said coldly. I admire you for this. Regardless of the surprised expressions on their faces, he continued, I could kill you here, but I still want to give you a chance, he said to them. I want to ask you, do you fight for the sect or for the young mistress? The men in black robes asked in confusion. We are disciples of the cult. Of course we fight for the ideals of the cult. Yunhui hinted that now that he could use the blood demon's sword, they should follow him. So why were they still following Bai Weixiong? He asked them again. Am I right? You also know that the blood demon is the leader of the blood cult, so I am the leader of the blood cult. Yunhui tried to persuade them. If you don't follow me, you are betraying the sect. Do you think I'm right? He knew that a captain of a blood demon team had been through countless battles, and his belief in the blood cult was already firm. When Bai Weixiong was the true leader, that man had to obey. But now his ideals were wavering, and he was hesitant about his decision. Yunhui spoke up. You are all disciples of the cult. How can you kill each other? Now everyone has a common ideal, which is to revive our sect and follow the one who is acknowledged by the blood demon sword. You can't even figure out right from wrong in this situation. You are here today. If you are still thinking of being loyal to the young mistress instead of the master of the blood demon sword, then I am completely disappointed, the group of assassins said solemnly. To have a strong blood cult, everyone must work together. We used to be like you, always living without a goal. So I understand your current situation, he continued. The anxiety about the future, the confusion about why you fight and sacrifice. Yunhui remembered something and whispered again. I know you live a hard life and your activities are also difficult. He stared at them and tried to persuade them. So I have always hoped that everyone can work together to restore the former glory of the blood cult. You are a member of the blood cult. I cannot just push you to your death. After Yunhui finished speaking from his heart, almost all the men in black knelt down and swore to serve the master of the blood sword to the death. However, a few people were still unable to change their minds. Yunhui gave them a chance to fight like warriors on a battlefield. Afterward, the bodies of all the cultists were gathered in one place, ready for burial. Throughout it all, Yunhui remained calm, his expression unchanged, which made most of those present look at him in surprise. The future of the blood cult was gradually becoming clear, and it would eventually be unified, no longer fighting to the death as in the past. This was the path he hoped everyone would take, and it was also the most correct choice for the current cultists. Yunhui walked up to Chang Hao and said, This is what I've always hoped the blood cult could achieve, to be unified and no longer kill each other. He calmly knelt down and bowed his head to Yunhui. This humble servant, Bloodstar Dao Chang Hao, pays his respects to the new blood demon. Yunhui ignored him, walking past him and saying, Since you've already acknowledged me as the new blood demon, then accept me and don't doubt me anymore. Yuishan, who was beside them, called out to Chang Hao. He looked at Yuishan, who suddenly punched him in the face, giving him no time to react. After taking the punch, he was sent flying beyond where he had been kneeling. Chang Hao sat up, trembling slightly, and said, You're as hot-tempered as ever, but I now follow the new blood demon. You don't need to treat me like this. Yuishan cursed at him loudly. What did you say? In any case, Yunhui is still my disciple. What's wrong with me punishing this scoundrel of a subordinate on my disciple's behalf? It's not right for you to doubt the new blood demon. Chang Hao quickly regained his composure and said, It wasn't my intention to do so, but it was necessary to see if Lord Yunhui could become the new blood demon I will pledge my loyalty to. A corner of his mouth turned up as he said, Whoever becomes the new blood demon must have the ability to unify the blood cult. Yuishan and Chang Hao stood facing each other, talking, curious to know what the other meant. He looked towards Yunhui and continued, I didn't expect him to be able to persuade those cultists. Yuishan laughed proudly. That's right, that kid always has a way of convincing others. Chang Hao felt that the current situation was already unfavorable. The two young mistresses had a rival, and now they could only eliminate the new blood demon by joining forces. However, Yunhui's thoughts were completely different from those two. They would not hesitate to eliminate their rivals while Yunhui tried to persuade them to follow him. Those who were his enemies would have two choices, either die like those assassins or gain favor by following him to revive the blood cult. He was curious whether this was Yunhui's true nature or if he had other schemes. With such a new blood demon, would he open a new path for the blood cult? Chang Hao looked at Yunhui, who was turning to leave, and said, the new blood demon will not only use slaughter but also use schemes to sway others. The scene shifts to northern Hubei, where a large fire suddenly appears. Wei Xiong's door is broken down by a stranger who says, so the descendant of the blood demon is still alive? The person calmly sneers. To have reached the realm of the extreme demon at such a young age, you do have some talent. She replied with contempt, do you think blocking one of my moves counts as a win? Without another word, Wei Xiong brandished her sword and charged at him, but he was not flustered at all, merely dodging her blade with ease. Seeing this, Wei Xiong was somewhat surprised, thinking, he actually dodged all my sword moves. He took advantage of her distraction and punched her directly. Zhang Long struggled to his feet, calling out to Wei Xiong in concern, asking if she was all right. The man stood in front of him and he asked with some suspicion, who are you? You have no right to know. The painting he took out was a portrait of Sima Ying. He looked at Zhang Long and continued in a cold voice, look here, have you seen this person? At times like these, certain sentiments always come to mind. Life isn't always fair, but he wondered if this wasn't going too far. Now, even predicting the next step has become difficult. Celestial Pivot, one of the powers obtained from the Sword Immortal's secret records. With it, Yunhui subdued the supposedly unbeatable 4-blood star and proclaimed himself the blood demon to turn the tide. He couldn't help but feel a headache. He had used cunning to survive, only to weave a cocoon around himself. Xiao Tan, however, felt that in this situation there was no other choice. Yunhui answered faintly that he already had a plan. First, he would give the blood demon sword to Lianxia, helping her become the sect leader. Then he would use this merit to solidify his position and gain power. The next step was to wait for the right time to leave the blood cult and establish his own sect. For this goal, he had obtained a get-out-of-jail-free card, but now it was all for naught. This way, not only Wei Xiong but even Lianxia would become his enemies. Sima Ying suddenly spoke up, what are you thinking about? Seeing him startled, she asked again, why are you so surprised? It's like you've seen a ghost. Xiao Tan gently poked him, saying he was thinking about another girl, but he just said he was deep in thought. However, Yunhui thought she looked very happy, and she also said meaningfully it was like unexpectedly having something you wanted all to yourself. He was still a bit vague about the meaning. Xiao Tan hurriedly explained, you call yourself the blood demon? Do you think those girls still dare to like you? They probably want to get rid of you. Only Sima Ying has benefited. All in all, Xiao Tan teased him about this for a long time. Afterwards, Sima Ying asked, are you nervous, young master? Yunhui of course denied his thoughts. She brought her face close to his and said, you're lying, you even swallowed. How can I not be nervous? Yunhui thought this was just a normal reaction. She touched his hand with hers and asked in return, am I food? Sima Ying then shook her head again. My father was wrong. He said anyone who gets close to me would be captivated by me. Yunhui kept his thoughts to himself. His father's words were indeed reasonable. He just missed one thing. Who would dare to be so bold knowing her father's identity? At least I don't think I would dare. The blood demon didn't know who her father was. Hearing from Xiao Tan that he was one of the 4 great villains, it thought he was nothing to be afraid of and tempted him, saying if he took a liking to her, he should pull her over and kiss her on the lips. Yunhui glared at it and told it to shut up. He turned to her with a wary look. Her hand was gently resting on the back of his neck. Sima Ying took the initiative to get close to Yunhui while he stood frozen in place. His hand froze in midair as she asked charmingly, in that case, will you be captivated by me, young master? The sword spirits began to get excited as they could watch a love drama unfold. Yunhui's face turned beet red and he stammered when suddenly Sima Ying shouted again, I won't listen, I don't want to hear it. He thought she was acting on instinct, but he was also surprised by her. He had never experienced such a kiss, not even in his past life. Yunhui then teased her, what are you pretending for when you're so shy yourself? But he found her cute this way, so it didn't matter. Sima Ying immediately panicked and scolded, smiling like that is against the rules, but I don't dislike it. Let's do it again next time. Xiao Tan then flew over and asked if he was moved, and although he was very embarrassed, Yunhui didn't deny it. Just then he noticed someone approaching, but he had been careless and hadn't noticed. Zhu Bai cursed with a pained heart, you're the only one enjoying yourself. He waved his hand to interrupt him and asked what he had come for. It turned out that his master had called him to speak in the cabin alone. He went immediately, but the scene made him very uncomfortable. Yunhui stared blankly as the other person poured tea. Yuishan calmly told him to sit down, and the polite manner made him very uncomfortable. He said he had thought about it and had been too rude to him before. Yunhui's mind flashed with 8,000 images of being beaten. He felt that the word rude was not enough. Xiao Tan thought he should take revenge immediately. But he felt he still didn't know if he was a descendant of the blood demon. Although he said to be at ease now, Yuishin said he didn't dare to be rude to Lord Blood Demon. The atmosphere forced him to urge, "When it's just the two of us, please treat me as you usually do." Because no matter what, he also regarded Yuishin as his master, so he would persuade him again. Yuishin also gradually relaxed, calling him kid. In short, he no longer hesitated and said he would be direct. He asked, "Do you or your mother have any connection to the Flying Moon Shadow sect of Wuhan City?" He thought Yuishin would talk about the Blood Demon. Why bring this up again? Did he guess that the Flying Moon Shadow sect was related to the blood cult? Yuishin said that from his reaction he knew there was a connection. Yunhui then said bluntly, "Your disciple doesn't know. A jade pendant was taken out." He said that when he returned to the Kaiyang Zhao family to carry out a mission, he received his mother's belongings. It was then that he learned that the head of the family was not his biological father. Yuishin stroked the patterns and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen a flying crane moon plaque. It seems your mother hid many things." Seeing his blank expression, Yuishin explained that he knew the origin of this jade pendant very well. He was quite surprised by this. According to him, the place that could create such a vivid jade pendant that could make the moon appear was by no means an ordinary place like the martial world. This jade pendant originated from a gift from the royal family. He quickly compared the patterns on it. Yunhui was very curious. What kind of place was the Flying Moon Shadow sect to be mentioned by the royal family? Yuishin thought it was a long story. That sect was already ill-fated. He said Yunhui must already know that the Blood Demon was the founder of their sect, and from that time the bloodline had split into two branches, Bai Tianchang and Bai Weiying. The eldest son was Bai Tianchang and the second son was Bai Weiying. And Weiying was the blood demon of this generation. In fact, it was usually the eldest son who inherited the position, but Tianchang did not want to be the sect leader and was instead obsessed with officialdom. He was knowledgeable and talented and became an official after passing the imperial examination. The emperor was obsessed with his talent and character. The emperor bestowed the title of Flying Crane and that jade pendant. But Tianchang's bloodline became an obstacle for the Flying Crane Moon family. It was fine when he was in power, but things were different by the 6th generation. That was when Emperor Jinxiang ascended the throne. He immediately remembered that was the emperor who had declared war on the martial world. Yuishin continued his story. Emperor Jinxiang's suppression of the martial world affected the Flying Crane Moon family. Emperor Jinxiang wanted to eliminate the Flying Crane Moon family, but how could their sect stand by and watch a place that was of the same root suffer? So they did their best to help the Flying Crane Moon family escape from Emperor Jinxiang's hands. But in fact, the Flying Crane Moon family did not return to the blood cult. They decided to join Wuhan City, a place that was neither orthodox nor demonic, and followed a neutral path. Xiao Tan was curious about the reason for this choice. Yunhui explained that if they were accepted, it would be no different from adding competitors for themselves. In fact, if they had the same bloodline, the Flying Crane Moon family would also be qualified to inherit the highest position in the blood cult. If they went back, there would also be a struggle for power, so they wanted to avoid that. In short, the predecessor of the Flying Moon Shadow sect was the Flying Crane Moon family. They were originally from the royal family, and their roots also came from the blood cult. Yunhui began to ponder, if the root of the Flying Moon Shadow sect was the blood cult, then if my mother or father was from the Flying Moon Shadow sect, then I also belonged to the blood demon's bloodline. Yuishin sneered, "Thanks to your existence, the bloodline of that great lord has been continued. You are worthy of being the sect leader." When he heard Yunhui's assumption that his mother was from the Flying Moon Shadow sect, he was even more pleased, because all he had to do was marry him to one of the two sisters to consolidate the bloodline. It was as if Yunhui heard a thunderclap in his mind. "What did you say?" Yunhui reminded him that in that case they would be like close siblings. Yuishin, however, thought it was very normal. It was common for people with blood ties to unite. To consolidate the bloodline, even the royal family, the Mirang family, or the Tang family did the same. They established the Tang family manor or allied sects using intermarriage within the same clan to maintain their bloodline. He felt it was no big deal and there was no need to make a fuss. Yunhui had no choice but to find another reason. "Then will the two young mistresses easily accept the fact that I have obtained the blood demon's sword?" He believed their positions were different, especially Liange's. It was uncertain whether he would become her enemy. Wei Xiang was naturally belligerent, that went without saying, but Lianxia could also become an enemy, because he and Yuishin had sworn allegiance to her. Lianxia was like being betrayed by someone she trusted, and besides, she was not one to be content with peace. Yuishin said grimly, "Did you think I didn't anticipate this when I chose you?" he asked. "When you announced you were going to walk the path of the blood demon, did you think I would abandon you for Lianxia?" Xiao Tan felt he was truly hard to figure out. It seemed he genuinely cared for Yunhui. Yunhui pondered. He had thought Yuishin always acted for the revival of the blood cult, yet he was prepared to be an enemy of the second young mistress. Faced with such a sincere person, he couldn't help but waver. He needed to respond to him. Yuishin emphasized that this marriage was not just to consolidate the bloodline. The two young mistresses already had their own factions of support. Although the sect rules stated that whoever could wield the blood demon's sword was the sect leader, unforeseen events could still occur. If something happened, they would be in the most disadvantageous position. Wei Xiong had the first revered, the first blood star, the fifth blood star and the seventh blood star, while Lianxia had the second revered, the third blood star and the sixth blood star. On Yunwei's side there were only the fourth revered and the fourth blood star. He realized the gap because the forces they had cultivated were all with Lianxia, so they had to rebalance the power. Yuishin nodded. You are well aware that in the current situation, the third revered and the second blood star are the people he wants to contact. They had personally said they would follow the one who possessed the blood demon sword, so it would be easy to win them over. If there were no special circumstances, he could recruit them. The tense situation would also be balanced to some extent. Yuishin was very satisfied. He had not wanted to see a situation where the world was divided into three. The best outcome was for the blood cult to be unified without bloodshed. Yunwei seemed to have somewhat understood his words. Yuishin answered briefly, with you as the center, unify all the forces, only then can we gain an advantage. The arrangements on the tea table have already been set. He said that if Yunwei had no objections he should take a step back first and marry Miss Bai Lianxia. Yunwei's head was throbbing. After going around in circles was he finally back to square one. Lianxia was the bloodline left by the previous sect leader. She was the one with the orthodox bloodline and she currently had a favorable impression of him. Yunwei shook his head and Yuishin immediately retorted, do you think I'm not observant enough? I can tell just by the way the young mistress treats you and looks at you. My disciple, don't you understand a woman's heart? Yunwei then teased. How can someone so observant still be single? After getting a smack on the head, Yuishin continued, if the young mistress refuses I won't say any more. His firm tone showed that there was no room for negotiation. He was in a difficult position because if Lianxia agreed he would really have to get married. Xiao Tan felt sorry for Sima Ying, and at that moment he also thought of a way. While Yuishin was testing the waters, Yunwei interrupted, I have something to say, actually Miss Sima likes me. He looked at Yuishin with an honest gaze and Yuishin replied faintly, Sima Ying ha, you can take her as a concubine later. But a second later, Yuishin came to his senses. He roared at him, are you crazy? That's the daughter of one of the four great villains. Yunwei just gently gestured for him to keep his voice down. Yuishin glanced around quietly, then shook him, saying, if you touch her, who knows what will happen. He just said briefly that he had always kept his distance from her. Yuishin questioned why she liked him, and of course he didn't know either. Then Yuishin relaxed a little because nothing special had happened between them yet, and he warned him not to show any flaws, and Yunwei mentioned the kiss again, and he also emphasized that he had feelings for her. He silently apologized to Sima Ying in his heart, but if he didn't do this he would be forced to get married. Yuishin rested his hand on his forehead, muttering to himself, looking as if he had aged a lot. A moment later, someone called from outside the door and Yuishin allowed them to enter. He asked curiously, what is it? There was a situation to report and the conversation had to be interrupted. Their boat was still sailing, but another boat was already blocking their path ahead. Yuishin hesitated for a moment. He guessed it was the waterway fort. Those water bandits were known as the tyrants of the Yangtze River, with the title of 18 waterway forts of the Yangtze River. They were a group of gangsters composed of martial artists and members of demonic sects. It was expected to encounter them while passing through the Yangtze River. Yuishin said the fog had cleared a little, but it was still very thick. Yunwei thought it was best to be prepared, and he immediately gave the order, prepare your weapons, beat the drums. To their surprise, Xiao Tan found Sima Ying was also there, but since she had taken the initiative she was now very shy. Seeing her like this, Yunwei also felt a little embarrassed, and then the crew beat the big drums. For those who had questions like Xiao Tan, it was explained that beating the drums was to signal unrelated boats to avoid collision. If it were the waterway fort, they would blow a horn instead of beating drums. Yunwei kept his eyes on the boat opposite them. Afterwards, everyone breathed a sigh of relief because it wasn't the waterway fort, and everyone moved to the starboard side. That fleet of boats also followed suit and the moonlight was illuminating their journey. Meanwhile, below deck, Yuishin was complaining because he wasn't afraid of water bandits. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something strange. He immediately ordered everyone to prepare for impact. The waves under the boat were getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Tan shouted in fear, isn't that the waterway fort? Those boats were breaking through the waves and then Yunwei's boat was ambushed. Dozens of men in black boarded the boat. The crew shouted in anger, who allowed you to come up? Everyone get ready to fight. Yuishin thought it was just in time because he was feeling bored. Yunwei was a little worried because there was no other way but to use force. At this time a man in black came forward and he called out to him in a low voice, young master. And Yunwei also seemed very surprised. Walking behind with a cold expression was Bai Sha, and this girl was none other than. He hurriedly called out, Miss Bai Lianxia. The time returns to Liange's boat earlier. She said worriedly, I hope it's not too late. Are my sister's supporters all gathered where they shouldn't be? Bai Sha comforted her not to worry too much because she believed Yunwei could always get through danger safely, and besides Yuishin was with him now. Lianxia still thought, what if they encountered danger? Just then someone shouted, there's a boat ahead. She thought it was water bandits, but it was understood that they always moved in groups of 2 or 3 boats. Those people were beating drums, so it could only be a merchant ship or a transport ship. Lianxia secretly felt relieved, but her intuition told her it was an ominous sign. The 6th blood star told her to look at the boat over there, and she recognized it. It was Yunhui, but Bai Sha found that there were too many of them. Lianxia also gradually felt that something was wrong. She recognized that person. The 4th blood star, Chang Hao, was standing with them. Lianxia didn't understand why her sister's subordinate was with Yuishan. Bai Sha was again worried about the number of people on the other side. She then warned that they should prepare for the worst. It was also possible that the 4th revered had already surrendered to Bai Weixiang. Lianxia then gave the order to take that boat and also call for the 4th uncle. Everyone listen to my command, prepare for battle. Back to the present, the boat was in an uproar. Lianxia asked in a low voice, "Why are you with the 4th blood star? Can you explain it to me?" Yuishan opened his mouth to apologize, saying he had let her down. Lianxia then questioned why he had changed his mind and also cursed at Chang Hao, but he replied that she had misunderstood. Yuishan reached out to stop him, but he wanted to solve it himself. Chang Hao declared resolutely, "The blood demon is now my master." Yuishan immediately understood that they had acknowledged Yunhui as the blood demon. Gemma angrily questioned, "What on earth are you up to? You have betrayed your oath of loyalty. Did you go and follow Bai Weixiang?" Yunhui explained that they were just following the rules. Gemma didn't understand what he meant, but then he seemed to vaguely realize. Bai Sha also felt something was wrong. Lianxia was focused on observing the situation on the boat, and more accurately, they were looking at the sword in his hand. The patterns on the hilt were easily recognizable as the blood demon's sword. When the cloth was unveiled, things reached a climax. Gemma thought it was ridiculous, because how could a brat like him possibly hold the real sword? Yuishan roared like a beast. He shouted, "How rude, that is the blood demon sword of this era. Have you forgotten the rules of the blood cult? The one chosen by the blood demon sword is the blood demon of this era." However, his words were considered inaccurate. That story only applied to those with the bloodline of that great lord, and she had already verified what had happened. That blood demon sword could be a fake. They immediately had Bai Sha verify it herself. She grabbed it. "I didn't expect you to be so arrogant." Yuishan didn't understand why he did that, for fear that the sword would fall into Lianxia's hands, but that kind of thing wouldn't happen. The next second, the blood demon sword was about to fall. Her hand seemed to be frozen. Seeing her trembling, Lianxia called for the 6th blood star. Bai Sha finally confirmed that it was the real sword. She was shocked in her heart. Was it the real blood demon sword? Then Yuishan wanted to see what other tricks Gemma had up his sleeve, but he suddenly interfered. He wanted Lianxia to pick up the blood demon sword. Yunhui also said coldly, "Verify it yourself, it doesn't matter if you take it." Yuishan was roaring. He was afraid he would lose it, but Yunhui persuaded him to trust him. The blade of the sword glowed with a crimson light like human blood. Lianxia got what she had dreamed of and felt joy. She never thought she would one day be able to hold this sword, but soon she let out a cry of pain, forcing her to immediately let go of the sword. She was very confused by this, because she was the bloodline of the previous sect leader. Lianxia wanted to try again, but a rope had already wrapped around the sword, and then Yunhui held the blood demon sword in his hand, while on the other side, dissenting voices still rang out. The truth was revealed because this sword did not acknowledge the young mistress as the master of the blood demon. The sword is a divine object, it will choose its own master. He turned to face them, and Yunhui emphasized word by word, "And it chose me," the blood demon said slyly. "Although I kind of like that girl, I still can't leave this guy." He also knew that all of this was thanks to his ability to speak with the sword. Bai Sha then wanted to confirm. She remembered he was from the Kai Yang Zhao family. It was true, so they thought it was too absurd. Yunhui revealed that the head of that family was not his biological father. His mother was from the Flying Moon Shadow sect. Gemma recognized it as a flying crane jade pendant, a token passed down to the heir of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. Bai Sha immediately understood that he was a descendant of that ancestor. She asked in a low voice, "I only have one question for you, young master. Do you know if your Flying Moon Shadow sect bloodline comes from your father or your mother?" They immediately understood that she wanted to delve into the issue of direct lineage to shift the focus. Yunhui immediately retorted that whether it was direct or not was no longer important, because the most crucial thing was that the blood demon sword had already chosen him. Although Lianxia had the orthodox bloodline, she couldn't wield the blood demon sword, so that was just a title. He asked in a low voice, "4th blood star, do you know that Miss Lianxia has the orthodox bloodline?" Yunhui asked why. Knowing this, he didn't follow her but instead submitted to him. Weixiang had said that Yunhui's talent was worthy of the title of blood demon, and that was why she had submitted. Chang Hao also held this in high regard. His talent even surpassed Weixiang's. Gemma didn't believe it because he thought Yunhui had just reached the pinnacle, but he had no idea Yunhui had been hiding his true strength all along. Only then did Yuishan speak. "That's right, the strongest is the blood demon. If you don't believe me, test it yourself. Bloodhand Demoness, how about you spar with him?" And Yunhui had already walked towards her. Just then, Lianxia wanted to fight herself. She thought, "I can't let someone else solve this for me." She didn't want this matter to escalate into a war between the two sides. Yunhui took a step forward and replied, "Me too," so she said, "Let's use this match to decide who is the blood demon. If you win, they will submit." The people on her side were extremely nervous. Yunhui answered very calmly, "If I lose, the same applies. This is also a way to avoid casualties on both sides." So the two stood opposite each other, agreed to the terms, and Lianxia quickly moved into position. Lianxia used all her strength. She didn't forget to encourage him to go all out as well, because this time would be different from the last match where they didn't use their internal energy. The three of them stood facing each other, the atmosphere like the second before a storm. Chang Hao smugly raised a finger and gave the command to begin. As if controlled, Lianxia rushed forward to attack. Her true chi shot straight towards Yunhui, who was cultivating his energy, not moving an inch. When he opened his eyes, his crimson hair and fiery stream of true chi had already swiftly blocked the torrential attack. Lianxia's eyes widened in surprise. "Yunhui, you blocked my move so easily, you really have been hiding your strength." With her frontal assault blocked, she quickly retreated towards the side of the boat. But she only held the initiative for the first move. Just as she steadied herself, before she could think, Yunhui's true chi was already at her nose. He charged forward and without hesitation punched her straight in the face, forcing Lianxia to lean back to dodge. She hastily jumped behind him, preparing to counterattack. She lamented inwardly, "This is the lightness skill I taught him. What if he sees through it?" But before Lianxia could finish her thought, Yunhui's true chi had already entangled her legs. Looking at his calm back, Lianxia was stunned. "What? I was trying to break your offense, but instead you broke my move?" Yuishin stroked his beard and laughed proudly. "It's been a long time since I've seen this. This lightness skill is truly tailor-made for Yunhui." Lianxia was still trapped by the technique, and she began to panic. "I can't control my body. Is this the complete lightness skill Yunhui is using?" On the other side, Lianxia used the Blood Heaven Grand Luo art, tumbling through the air to escape the encirclement of the Blood Luo Sword Heaven. She nimbly created distance between them in the air, and then landed on the deck opposite Yunhui. Before Lianxia could steady herself, Yunhui had already charged at her with his sword at lightning speed. Lianxia knew she couldn't block this blow and could only move back to dodge. In that instant, the mask behind Lianxia was shattered by the sword's chi, and Yunhui's sword was already at her neck. Lianxia's expression changed from panic to surprise because the blow had not harmed her. She could only close her eyes and admit defeat. "I lost. I acknowledge young Master Yunhui as the blood demon of our cult." The rest of the onlookers had been on the edge of their seats, and now seeing Yunhui's victory, they couldn't help but cheer. Sima Zhe and Bai Sha also breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding disciples continuously shouted the title Blood Demon. After the match, Lianxia approached him and asked, "Young Master, I want to ask you, how did you learn the Blood Heaven Grand Luo art?" Yunhui raised his sword in confusion. "The Blood Demon sword taught me," he added silently in his mind, "although I only absorbed the Blood Demon's domineering aura and used the power of celestial pivot to execute it. This explanation should be enough." Lianxia raised her eyes, staring at the person opposite him as if scrutinizing them. "Was it the Blood Demon's sword that taught you, young master?" Her lips pursed slightly as she transmitted her voice softly. "Young master, once things have settled down, can we talk alone?" Although Yunhui was full of questions, he agreed via voice transmission. Watching Lianxia smiling back as she left, Yunhui was secretly puzzled. What's going on? She lost the match, but she seems relieved. The fleet continued to drift on the waves in the dark night. The Blood Demon, propping his chin on his hand, spoke out of boredom. "I still find it strange. That girl seemed to be holding back." Yunhui simply replied quietly that he knew. Seeing this, it became even more curious. "I don't understand why she gave up her ambition so easily." Tianan followed Yunhui's gaze and hastily guessed. Could it be that she's helping Yunhui? Even Yunhui himself was a little doubtful. Was Lianxia really helping him? Tianan looked at him with a certain gaze from the very first exchange. "She knew she was no match for you. In my opinion, she was clearly helping you so that everyone would acknowledge you." Hearing this, Yunhui gritted his teeth in frustration. "That's the problem. The second revered and the sixth blood star both know we didn't go all out. Will they easily accept this result?" Yunhui stood alone by the side of the boat when suddenly someone called out "Young Master," startling him. In another private room in the cabin, Yuishin sat seriously next to Chang Hao and said to Sima Zhe, "I've been wanting to talk to you, but it's been so hard to see you." He chuckled lightly and asked Sima Zhe, "Is the Blood Hand Demoness still angry?" Sima Zhe frowned, hesitating, but instead of answering his question, he asked, "Brother Hai, did you just accept this so easily?" "I only accepted it because of the cult's rules and the greater cause of reviving our sect, but to be honest, I find it hard to agree in my heart." He paused and brought up the most crucial point. "That kid, no, the current blood demon is different from the two young mistresses. He doesn't have the blood of the former sect leader flowing in him. Brother Hai, weren't we all loyal subordinates of the former sect leader? But now, just because of the cult's rules, we have to acknowledge that kid as the blood demon. I feel like I'm betraying the sect leader. I blame myself for not being able to protect him. Brother Hai, don't you feel guilty towards the old sect leader?" Yuishin looked up at him and retorted, "Just say it. Are you the only one here who feels guilty? Sima Zhe shot back just as fiercely. Although we've overcome the immediate hurdle, there will definitely be others like me and the Blood Hand Demoness. What will you do then? Yuishan looked at him as if listening to a joke. If they don't accept it, what can they do to me? Seeing his confidence and pride, Sima Zhe could only hold his head and worry. Believing in your disciple is a good thing, but just as the Blood Hand Demoness said, what if the new Blood Demon is not of the direct bloodline of the Flying Moon Shadow sect? If Miss Bai Weixiong's faction uses this as an excuse to make things difficult, will they back down as peacefully as Miss Bai Lianxia? There were too many things to worry about. Yuishan then asked if there was any way to make him worry less. But Sima Zhe was still chattering on. I understand what you're saying. Seeing this, Yuishan's gaze gradually hardened. If the Blood Demon is not of the direct bloodline, then just have him marry Miss Bai Lianxia, since the Blood Demon was chosen by the Divine Blood Demon Sword, and he marries Miss Bai Lianxia who has the orthodox bloodline, wouldn't the next generation's bloodline be even more stable? Hearing this, Sima Zhe quickly exclaimed, Brother Hai. His eyes lit up as he smiled. How did you come up with this idea, Brother Hai? What a brilliant plan. Yuishan gave a thumbs up and grinned. Is that persuasive enough? Sima Zhe chimed in excitedly. Of course I knew you were smart, Brother Hai, but I didn't expect you to be this smart. He suddenly paused and thought, wait, what if he is of the direct bloodline? What if he isn't? Seeing that he had thought of something else, Yuishan lost his patience. Suddenly he heard Sima Zhe slap his hand. Although they share the same origin, they have been separated for hundreds of years. Even if the Blood Demon is of the direct bloodline of the Flying Moon Shadow sect, there's no reason he can't marry Miss Bai Lianxia. Yuishan raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of calculation. So you're saying, regardless of anything, just marry Miss Bai Lianxia to him? This was clearly what Sima Zhe wanted as well. The two of them, singing the same tune, decided Yunwei's fate on their own. Chang Hao, sitting on the side, witnessed all this and couldn't help but look disgusted. Can't these two revereds think of anything other than marriage? From the perspective of both legitimacy and practicality, this is the most stable solution. But marriage is a lifelong commitment. How can it be so rash? Besides, isn't there still a huge obstacle to overcome? Sixth Blood Star, you followed Bai Lianxia since you were a child. You surely won't agree to this marriage so easily. On the other side with Yunwei, a hand with sharp nails was touching the corner of his eye as Bai Sha spoke. Young master, forgive my bluntness, but please marry Miss Bai Lianxia. After pushing her hand away, Yunwei noticed her words. I haven't even seen Bai Lianxia. Why is the Blood Hand Demoness? And what's this about marriage? Before he could finish his thought, he heard Bai Sha prattling on. Since ancient times, those who pose a threat to power, whether they are trusted aides or loyal subjects, are eventually cast aside like pawns once they lose their value. Therefore there must be a definite promise. Young master, you must promise to never abandon Miss Bai Lianxia and to protect her to the end. If you can't promise, I swear I will die with you. At this moment, Lianxia ran out in a hurry, shouting, Sixth Blood Star, what on earth are you doing? She just glanced at her with a determined look. Miss, I cannot trust him so easily. Lianxia argued with her resentfully. So what if you don't trust him? Are you trying to tarnish my reputation? Hearing this, Bai Sha immediately promised to atone with her life and asked the young mistress to believe her. After speaking, Bai Sha turned around and looked directly at Yunwei. Answer me, do you agree to marry the young mistress? Do you agree to keep that promise? He asked her back, somewhat annoyed. Forcing me to marry her just to protect the young mistress, is that reasonable? Even without this constraint, I would never abandon the young mistress in the Sixth Blood Star. By what right do you presume to decide the young mistress's marriage as someone who follows the young mistress? Shouldn't you put her wishes first? Yunwei's words were watertight. Even Bai Sha was silent for a moment before she hesitated. In that case, there's no problem because the young mistress likes you too. Yunwei was thunderstruck upon hearing this, and he uttered a dumbfounded, huh? Yunwei hurriedly asked Lianxia, are you kidding me? But she didn't have a serious expression. Instead, she shyly covered her face and blamed Bai Sha. After a while, she looked away and said she had no intention of telling Yunwei at all. Yunwei suddenly remembered what Yuishan had said about her. So he knew that her liking for him was real, but he himself didn't know what he had done to make Lianxia fall for him. Just as the three of them were talking about the crucial point, a choked cry of "No" caught their attention. All three of them were surprised by Sima Ying's appearance. She was furious and directly scolded Lianxia. How can you be so presumptuous? Who allowed you to discuss marriage and exclude me? The new blood demon is mine. Sima Ying tore off her conical hat, tears welling up in her eyes. I liked him first, he's mine. Xiao Tan lay on Yunwei's head like a spectator at a good show, jeering. Another mountain to climb, you're quite the lucky one. And Yunwei was so helpless he was speechless, which was exactly what he wanted to say. On another boat, several masked men stood guard near the ship's rail. One of them kept yawning. The masked man glanced at him. If you're sleepy, pinch your own thigh. Don't doze off and cause trouble. Although the man was resentful, he kept covering his mouth and yawning. I've had terrible insomnia lately. I'm about to die. Even if the waterway fort appears, it will only be at the bow or stern. As he spoke, his sleepy eyes seemed to see something. The masked man asked with confusion, what's wrong? Under the moonlight, a figure was walking on the water. One person didn't know what it was, the other thought it was a rock. The blood cult warrior rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. No, I'm sure it moved just now, like a person. The masked man couldn't stand his lazy companion and mocked him for not being awake yet. When he rubbed his eyes again, the figure had disappeared into the hazy night, and he couldn't help but cry out, "It's gone, what was that?" The other was also gradually losing his patience. "What is it? Did you drink too much and are seeing things? There's still half an hour until the shift change, just hold on a little longer." Before he could finish his sentence, the newcomer had already severed his upper body from his body. The warrior next to him froze in place as if struck by lightning. He had just turned his head to see what had happened when the man's hand reached out. His companion's body was thrown off the boat and he himself was lifted up like a chick. The newcomer covered his mouth, then used voice transmission to command him to answer, "Are that strange person and Yunwi on this boat?" On Yunwi's boat, Bai Sha was still berating loudly. "Miss Sima, you're merely a grand lord, you have no right to interfere in this matter. Get out of the way." Sima Ying was not to be outdone. She stood in front of Yunwi and sneered, "You talk a good game, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. As the sixth blood star, you dare to be disrespectful to the blood demon and even threaten the leader of our cult. What right do you have to say that?" Xiao Tan laughed heartily. "Well said, that's Sima Ying for you." Bai Sha was speechless from her rebuttal. "Miss Sima, you dare," but before she could think of a retort, Lianxia stopped her. Then she turned to Sima Ying and explained, "Miss Sima, I understand what you mean. Let me handle this matter. Please sheathe your sword." Lianxia's words couldn't sway Sima Ying. She firmly pointed her sword at Lianxia. "The sixth blood star must first apologize to the new blood demon." Lianxia narrowed her eyes and looked straight at her. "Are you defying my words?" Sima Ying held her gaze firmly. "Is protecting the new blood demon defying your words?" Unable to win the argument, Lianxia took a step forward and then lunged, intending to attack Sima Ying with her claw technique. "You dare to cross the line?" Sima Ying, unafraid, met her with her sword. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying and shaking the side of the boat. Without the pressure, Lianxia began to attack with her true qi. Although Sima Ying was agile and dodged her every move, she continued her assault relentlessly. It wasn't until the tip of Sima Ying's sword was about to touch her own chin that Lianxia did a backflip to dodge the fatal blow. Looking at her rock-steady sword, Lianxia couldn't help but be shocked. "What's going on? Even I can't easily suppress her. Has Sima Ying been hiding her strength too?" This moment, Sima Ying's eyes were filled with heroism as she warned her. "Wake up. The one you should be attacking is not me, but the sixth blood star who is disrespectful to the blood demon." Seeing her calm and composed manner, Lianxia shouted in anger, "Didn't you say I had no right to interfere?" Sima Ying, with an eerie silence, softly repeated the word interfere, her expression as if from hell. "Don't get it wrong, I follow the new blood demon, not you over here." Bai Sha was so angry that her hands were constantly circulating her energy. Unable to control it any longer, she condensed her qi into her razor-sharp hands and pounced with astonishing speed. "You, a mere grand lord, are truly too arrogant." Bai Sha showed no mercy. Her move aimed to kill Sima Ying, regardless of life or death. But the outcome was not as she wished. All her calculations seemed to be blocked by Yunwi's sword, accompanied by his icy voice. "This doesn't look good. You actually tried to use a killing move. I've been holding back out of respect for your loyalty to the young mistress, but it seems you've taken me too lightly." Seeing the situation was not in her favor, Bai Sha made an excuse. "I don't acknowledge you as the blood demon." Yunwi looked at her with a warning gaze. "Stand down now and I'll pretend nothing happened." After saying that, he knocked her hand away with his sword. Bai Sha immediately argued unfairly. "Are you saying you won't accept the young mistress?" Yunwi replied tiredly. "I don't want to talk about this anymore. Stand down." After a second of silence, Bai Sha tested him warily. "What if I don't stand down?" Without another word, Yunwi brought his sword down in a single strike. Bai Sha hastily blocked it, but she was still greatly shocked. This frontal attack was enough to knock her to the ground, rolling on the deck. Lianxia stood by, stunned, stammering to intervene, but was stopped by Bai Sha's wave. "What's so difficult about it? The young mistress has feelings for you too, or are you saying you don't want to marry her, but just want to consolidate the trust between you? Besides, through this marriage you can also solidify your title as the blood demon." Hearing her say this, Yunwi didn't know how to explain. Fortunately, Sima Ying stood up for him. "Why do you have to force the blood demon to get married? This should be his own choice. Legitimacy, trust, can you just pull them together and make them work?" Bai Sha wanted to provoke Sima Ying again, but was cut off by her words. "Marriage is about the feelings between two people, it's not for others to meddle in." Hearing these words, Lianxia asked with confusion, "Grand Lord Sima, do you like the blood demon?" Suddenly hit with the truth, Sima Ying froze completely. Bai Sha laughed as if she had heard a joke. "So that's how it is, you, a mere grand lord. How arrogant to dare to dream of becoming the blood demon's wife." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Bai Sha, close enough to repeat her last words. "A mere grand lord?" Yunwi's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden appearance of the person. Lianxia was startled because the person had appeared behind them without anyone noticing. Everyone was in a panic. Only Sima Ying looked calmly at the newcomer. Perhaps she was already so scared that her hair was standing on end and she could do nothing but stand there frozen. Bai Sha agilely turned around and clawed at the person, but before her claws could touch him, her arm was seized. The excruciating pain made Bai Sha kneel on the ground, her body twitching in agony. Yuishan and Sima Jie also sensed something and rushed out of the cabin, shouting, "Who allowed you to trespass?" "Sixth blood star, what's going on?" The newcomer sneered coldly. "It seems I came to the right place." Feeling the vibration on the boat, the two old men were stunned. Sima Zhe transmitted to Yuishan, "Brother Hai, could it be him?" Although he didn't want to admit it, he still answered yes. That person was none other than one of the 4 great villains. The moon evil sword Sima Kuo. Lianxia, who was beside them, had already helped Bai Sha up, not letting her waste her energy speaking. Suddenly a chill ran down Lianxia's back. Sima Kuo had turned his attention to her, asking, "Who allowed you to touch my daughter?" Lianxia hurriedly turned her face to explain, but his chi was already approaching her face. "I don't know why you did this, but please consider." Yunhui quickly rushed forward, cutting through Sima Kuo's chi, causing a violent explosion. The blood demon sword in his hand trembled incessantly, and the words that came out of his mouth were no different from seeking death. "It seems you're quite impressive too." His aura was powerful, like a sharpened sword. Xiao Tan flew in front of him and cursed. "Are you crazy? Why did you stick your neck out?" Yunhui could only explain to it in his mind. "Sima Kuo despises the weak and incompetent. I am the blood demon. If I stand by and do nothing, what will he think of me?" As he spoke, Yunhui quickly cupped his fists in salute. Junior Zhao Yunhui pays his respects to Senior Moon Evil Sword Sima Kuo. "I am the blood demon, their leader. If there is anything that displeases you, Senior, please speak directly to me." Sima Kuo clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely asked him, "You are the current blood demon?" Yunhui quickly replied, "That's right." Suddenly he heard the other party sigh. "You're not like what I've heard. Not only did you seduce my innocent daughter, but you also dare to discuss marriage with other women." Seeing Sima Kuo's furious expression, Yunhui hurriedly explained, "Seduce what? It seems there's some misunderstanding, the marriage." But before he could finish his words, a deep purple circular chi attack came at him without hesitation. Just as it was about to succeed, it was suddenly pushed in another direction, causing an explosion. A powerful fist appeared in front of Yunhui, and Yuishan's resonant voice rang out, "Moon Evil Sword, I don't care who you are, I will not forgive anyone who dares to be disrespectful to the blood demon." Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Sima Ying quickly stood between Yuishan and Yunhui. "Father, stop." Yunhui called out worriedly in his heart, "Miss Sima." But on the other side, Sima Ying had already thrown herself into Sima Kuo's arms and was acting coquettishly. "Father, I missed you so much. Did you come to Shadowy Valley for me?" He was cold to the rest of the world, but he was gentle only with her, stroking her hair dotingly. "You know the answer. I came to catch you, you little rascal," she retorted unconvinced. "HMPH, it's all because you locked me at home that I had to run away." Sima Kuo could only scold her. "You brat, you dare to steal my sword and run away from home, and you still have the nerve to argue?" Yuishan and Yunhui watched this scene of father-daughter affection, completely bewildered. Just as they were at a loss, Yunhui heard Sima Ying's voice transmission. "Young master, don't make a move, leave it to me. I'll talk to my father." After giving Yunhui a wink, she lifted her head from Sima Kuo's embrace. "Oh right, I want to introduce everyone to father. This is the blood demon. He helped me a lot when I first entered the martial world. The others are also very nice to me, so I'm very happy every day." But before she could finish, she was shocked to hear him interrupt. "No need to introduce me to the dead." Sima Ying was terrified and didn't dare to press further. "Are you going to kill them? Then kill me along with them. I have decided to live and die with the blood demon. If you do this," before Sima Ying could finish, Sima Kuo's chi had already hit all the acupoints on her body. He caught her unconscious body and laid her down. "Yinger, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I didn't come here for some trivial matter. Today I will eradicate the blood cult, root and branch." Changhao and Sima Zhe could only remain silent and on guard. Lianxia was so nervous that cold sweat dripped down her face, and everyone else wore looks of terror. Hearing this, Yunhui had no choice but to focus his full attention, preparing for battle. Sima Kuo calmly channeled his energy, looking at the crowd with arrogance. "In this world there is no one I want to kill that I cannot." As soon as he finished speaking, several streams of chi shot towards Yuishan first. Most were deflected after hitting his body, but the remaining chi streams still attacked in other directions. The masts above the warrior's head snapped one after another, and they watched in panic as the cannonball-like chi attacks destroyed everything. Seeing that Yunhui was unharmed behind Yuishan's defense, Sima Kuo couldn't help but marvel. "I've heard that monster's indestructible body of Vajra is comparable to the divine art of the same name. It seems the rumors are true." As he spoke, he actually reached out with his bare hand, attempting to grab the sword next to Sima Ying from across the void. "But can this hand block my sword?" Seeing this, Yunhui was greatly shocked. Grasping from the void, does such a technique really exist? As he watched nervously, Yuishan's voice transmission sounded in his ear. "Run, it seems that monster wants to push us to the brink. I'll try to buy you as much time as possible, even if it means jumping off the ship." Suddenly his words were cut off by Yunhui's voice. What kind of disciple abandons his master to flee? He stood his ground and encouraged him. "Since it has come to this, let's face it together. Even if I die, I won't blame you, master." Yuishan just smiled and cursed. "You rascal." Yunhui glanced at him sideways and reminded him jokingly. No need for voice transmission. Helpless against his disciple, Yuishan could only laugh it off. But the expression on his face was as determined as anyone's. On the other side, Changhao and Sima Zhe had already drawn their swords behind Sima Kuo, yet he was still casually praising Yunhui. "It seems you have a bit of the blood demon's air about you." Two attacks struck down simultaneously, but Sima Kuo blocked them easily as if he had known all along. Looking at his futile attack, Sima Zhe gritted his teeth and said, Since the blood demon is willing, then we have no choice but to fight with our lives. Chang Hao and the others knew very well that they had no other choice. Suddenly Yunhui took a step forward and called out, "Senior," then resolutely pointed his sword at the other man. "We can't just die like this. This junior will have to risk his life for a desperate struggle." Sima Kuo scornfully called him arrogant, then swung his sword straight at Yunhui, which surprised him somewhat. The sword strike came down, carving a long gash in the deck. Fortunately, Yunhui was agile and dodged it. Praising him, Yuishin coordinated his attack. His fist-like chi blasts continuously assailed Sima Kuo, but without even moving his body, Sima Kuo simply swung his sword and cut through the assault. Streams of sword chi shot out from his hand towards Yuishin from tricky angles. Seeing that his prolonged assault was failing, Sima Kuo's purple glowing eyes fixed on Yuishin, deciding to finish him first. He made up his mind. Just as Yuishin dodged one attack, another stream of sword chi had already swung over, giving him no time to block. At the critical moment, Sima Jie jumped in front of him, snorting coldly. "I'll cut through that sword chi and lend a hand." After deflecting Sima Kuo's sword, he quickly lowered his center of gravity and slashed upwards from below. Two different but equally powerful streams of chi collided violently. After this move, a splash of blood stained the ship's rail beside them. Sima Jie clutched his chest, coughing heavily, and knew this was bad. His internal energy is stronger than mine. Just who is he? Now injured, Sima Jie's movements had clearly slowed. He was struck by Sima Kuo's frontal sword attack, taking him out of the fight. Behind him, Chang Hao hurriedly raised his sword and charged. He poured all his internal energy into his sword and leaped into the air to attack from above. Sima Kuo stomped one foot, shattering the deck. Just as Chang Hao was about to strike, his figure vanished into the dust and smoke. Staring at the smoking hole in the deck, he searched around, but he was gone again. Where did he go? But suddenly Chang Hao felt a chill down his spine. Sima Kuo had appeared behind him without anyone noticing. Chang Hao slowly glanced back, a sense of dread filling his heart. Above me, when, by the time he had fully turned around, a massive crescent-shaped sword chi had already struck him. Sima Kuo stood there unscathed, watching as the pillar of light sent Chang Hao flying far into the distance. Then the just recovered Sima Jie and Yuishin teamed up to attack him from the front and back. But Sima Kuo was even more contemptuous. "A pincer attack, it's useless." He circulated his internal energy throughout his body, and his profound internal energy surged out like a flood. Yuishin was even more aghast when he saw this. Before they could even attack, he and Sima Jie were blasted back several meters by the force of that internal energy. Liange's mouth fell open in disbelief. How could this be? The three greatest masters of our cult are being suppressed by the Moon Evil Sword alone. Yuishin was wounded by a direct hit from his internal energy, and Sima Jie took a palm strike to the abdomen, his body slamming straight into a wooden wall. Chang Hao was already down in the distance. She thought to herself, "Is this the gap between us and the four great villains?" After dealing with the three of them, Sima Kuo sensed another burst of chi and finally spoke with praise. "Not bad, you didn't run. You still dare to attack me?" Yunhui had at some point dipped into the air and was bringing his sword straight down. He knew in his heart that those weak attacks were useless, so he might as well go all out from the start. The fifth form of the Morning Star Bright Sword Art, Meteor Fall Sword, came crashing down, its power sending waves splashing all around. He thought it would have some effect, but Sima Kuo blocked his sword with just 2 fingers. Yunhui was stunned. "What? He blocked my full power attack in my blood demon state with just 2 fingers? Before he could think any further, he was thrown aside by the other man. Sima Kuo struck Yunhui's abdomen with his palm, nearly knocking him unconscious. He followed up with a blast of internal energy, causing an explosion in front of him. But Sima Kuo seemed to be waiting for something and didn't use his full strength. Xiao Tan said urgently, "We're no match for him. Run or we'll die." Yunhui still struggled to sit up. "If he wants to take my life, there's no escape. What did I do to end up in a situation like this? In my past life, I was betrayed and killed by someone I trusted. After returning, I was given a second life. I had resolved never to open my heart or trust anyone again. But thinking about it now, that was a foolish decision. Now so many people have entered my life. They trust me, follow me, and are even willing to sacrifice their lives to protect me. And there's one person whose smile is like the sun illuminating my dark life." Yunhui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Now that it's come to this, what's there to hesitate about? I've already died once anyway." He pushed himself to his feet, which surprised even Sima Kuo. Yunhui thought, "This life at least I will live as I please for once." Sima Kuo looked at him in disbelief, only to hear him ask, "Can this junior say one thing before he dies? This junior also likes senior's daughter." Sima Kuo was rendered speechless, unsure what earth-shattering words he had just heard, his face looking as if someone had stolen something from him. Sima Kuo's foot crushed the wooden splinters on the deck. He walked towards Yunhui, his true chi overflowing as if it could erupt at any moment. Xiao Tan said with resignation, "It's over. It seems he has no intention of marrying off his daughter." Yunhui also prepared for battle, assuming his most stable sword stance. He thought, "There's no turning back anyway, it's all or nothing now." Sima Kuo swung his sword like a madman, his purple eyes flashing, his chi attacks coming like a storm. Yunhui struggled to block the vibrations, and the overwhelming force of the attack forced him to grit his teeth and hold on. The powerful internal energy pressed down like a tide, making his sword tremble and difficult to hold. After the attack ended, Yunhui remained frozen in place as if unable to make another move. Sima Kuo stood there and thought, not knowing what to say. After a moment seeing him kneel to the ground clutching his chest but still trying to sit up straight, he finally lowered his sword. "You really are a difficult one to understand." Looking at him raise that face full of stubbornness, Sima Kuo said, "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." After speaking, he didn't need to use chi, directly controlling his sword to stab at Yunhui. Yunhui, trembling, used his sword to support himself and barely stood up, thinking, "I'm going to die." The feeling of death was so close. "Is this where it ends?" "No," Yunhui gasped for breath. "I can't die." The fire of life burned fiercely around him, and the blood demon's internal energy turned a crimson red. He plunged the blood demon's sword straight into the deck, executing the blood heaven Grand Luo sword. Just as the tip of Sima Kuo's sword was about to pierce his brow, Yunhui activated the true blood sword stance. The blood demon's internal energy surged like a tide, sending Sima Kuo's sword flying. Sima Kuo's sword was knocked away along with several wooden planks. He only needed to raise his hand and the sword flew back into his grasp. Sima Kuo pondered, "Was what you showed just now not your full strength? Or did you have some kind of epiphany on the verge of death?" Looking at the pillar of blood demon internal energy that had formed a defense in front of him, Sima Kuo gripped his sword and faced it. Sima Kuo continued to point his sword at Yunhui. "No matter what, you are indeed a genius, but that's all." A light suddenly flashed from the tip of his sword, and then Yunhui's internal energy barrier was easily sliced open. The blood demon's internal energy was in chaos and the boat seemed to be split in two. The blood demon broke out in a cold sweat. "What was that just now?" "That was a true blood sword stance comparable to the blood demon's." It turned to Yunhui in astonishment and asked, "How did you do that?" Looking at Yunhui's hair, now reverted to light brown, and his trembling body, it roughly guessed. "The blood demon transformation is gone. You must have used power beyond your limits." Yunhui answered it in his mind. "It seems so. I just used the technique that appeared in my mind and both my flame and my innate true chi were depleted." Was the explosive power of the blood demonization a temporary burst because the blood demon's sword resonated with my strong will to live? Opposite him, Yunhui had already struggled to his feet, while Sima Kuo had sheathed his sword. He squinted at Yunhui, thinking, how strange. Whether it's Yunhui's techniques or the current blood cult, could I have been wrong? I thought the blood cult was just a group of unscrupulous villains and heretics, but they only attacked me and no one touched my daughter while she was unconscious. This is different from what Zhang Long said. Maybe I should hear both sides of the story. Suddenly, Yuishin also struggled to his feet and laughed heartily. With this soaring will, I have one more reason not to die. Moon Evil Sword, let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with golden internal energy at lightning speed. Sima Kuo silently repeated the name that annoyed him. Hi Yuishin, the most troublesome one here. Sima Kuo created a sword formation as intricate as a fishing net, but Yuishin fearlessly smashed through it. Sima Kuo narrowed his eyes, thinking, he dares to charge into my sword formation? When Yuishin's chain of punches was about to hit Sima Kuo, he only shifted back slightly to dodge, not taking it head-on. The two streams of internal energy then collided, difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. But in the end, Sima Kuo blocked every punch without fail, while Yuishin was slashed from shoulder to abdomen by his sword, blood gushing out like a fountain. Although injured, Yuishin crossed his hands and continued to strike back. Sima Kuo's face showed annoyance. As expected, a quick victory is impossible. Hai Yuishin seemed to have entered a berserk state, his attacks crashing down like mountains onto Sima Kuo's thin blade. Forced him to kneel to block it. The force scattered, actually splitting the boat in two. Some of the warriors grabbed onto the ship's rail, while others fell directly into the water, crying for help. Bai Sha shouted to Lianxia, Miss, it's dangerous, get to the boat next to us. She looked anxiously at Yunhui, unwilling to leave, but the new blood demon was still there. Suddenly, Lianxia's eyes widened in terror. The unconscious Sima Ying was in free fall from the ship. Yunhui, also horrified, jumped down after her, shouting her name. The two of them fell into the bottomless water together, but he managed to embrace her. The shattered wood of the ship floated on the water's surface. Yunhui surfaced with Sima Ying tightly gripping a large wooden plank. After placing her on the plank, Yunhui, still in the water, urgently shook her. Miss Sima, wake up, Miss Sima. It wasn't until Sima Ying coughed a few times and spat out water that Yunhui finally breathed a sigh of relief, his body swaying slightly as if he had just escaped danger. He sighed weakly, I almost lost her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunhui collapsed onto the wooden plank. Since he was still in the water, his body gradually slipped into the depths. Just as only a few fingers remained above the surface, another hand reached out and grabbed his. Sima Kuo pulled the drenched Yunhui up like a drowned rat. He didn't need a raft, standing directly on the water's surface. Sima Kuo's narrow eyes glanced at his daughter, safe and sound on the plank. He sighed in a way that was hard to comprehend, looking at the unconscious Yunhui. What am I supposed to do with you? 17 days later. Shadowy Valley, Sichuan. The sky was blue with fluffy white clouds, and Yuishin's voice echoed in the air. Bloodhand Demoness, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you saying you want to give up searching for the blood demon? Bai Sha glanced at him unhappily and explained. That's not it. What I mean is, if we continue like this, all of us will be in danger. We've been searching Shadowy Valley, the Moon Evil Sword's hiding place, for a long time, but we haven't found any trace of them. If we expand the search to the entire Central Plains, we'll be discovered by the Martial Arts Alliance and Bai Weixiang's faction. Yuishin gritted his teeth and said urgently, Then I'll go search by myself. At this moment, Sima Zhe finally spoke up to persuade him. Calm down, Brother Hai. We must act according to the current situation. He asked Sima Zhe what he planned to do and heard his calm analysis. If news of the current blood demon's disappearance gets out, it will only benefit Bai Weixiong's faction. Before we find the Moon Evil Sword, we should hide the blood demon's disappearance and have Miss Bai Lianxia act as our representative for the time being. Lianxia looked out the window, lost in thought for a moment. Let's do that. The most important thing now is to recruit third uncle and the second blood star. Yuishan called her name resentfully, but Lianxia just looked at him coldly, her eyes filled with sorrow. It's only temporary until Uncle Hai finds the blood demon. I've already accepted this outcome and don't intend to change it. I'm just doing what I have to do. Don't feel upset with me. Hearing her say this, Yuishan also closed his eyes and calmed down a bit. I understand, he thought to himself. Kid, you have to stay alive. If you die, I will never forgive you. By a waterfall that cascaded threat down from a skylight, Yunhui sat dazedly inside a wooden doorframe looking around. Where on earth is this place? Xiao Tan replied helplessly. I only know it's somewhere in Shaanxi. As he was in a daze wondering where Shaanxi was, Sima Kuo's voice suddenly came from the side. I originally planned to kill you. His expression was still cold, but there was no more malice. I, Sima Kuo, have lived a carefree life, but I am not an ungrateful person. I saw you risk your life to save my daughter, so I will give you a chance to marry my daughter. Are you willing? He recalled the moment a messenger brought Sima Ying's portrait. I followed his trail to a canyon between Guangdong and Guangxi, only to find it had already been attacked by the Martial Arts Alliance. Afterward, I continued to track your group and finally came here. The code for the carrier pigeons was simpler than I thought. Zhang Long swallowed, looking at the person before him and thinking, you cracked all of the 4 cults' codes and tracked me down. This guy is not only highly skilled in martial arts but also has an extremely sharp mind. Looking at the figure approaching against the light, he was terrified. Could he be the Moon Evil Sword? Weixiong, who was beside him, was already under Sima Kuo's control. He began to warn, if you continue to hide it, this is my only option. Zhang Long's eyes widened in terror. Without moving, Sima Kuo pulled Weixiong over, grabbed her by the neck and lifted her high as leverage. If you want to save this girl, find the person I'm looking for yourself. You'd better be quick, I'm a very impatient man. After speaking, Sima Kuo tightened his grip again, choking Weixiong so that her mouth hung open as she gasped for breath, the veins on her neck bulging. Zhang Long hastily got up to stop him. Wait, I really don't know who he is, I've never seen him. Sima Kuo looked at him nonchalantly. Why are you so sure? Zhang Long, sweating coldly, speculated to himself. What on earth did that guy do to make one of the 4 great villains so angry? I want to find him and punish him myself. Wait, if he went in the direction of the 6th Blood Valley, doesn't that make him one of the second young mistress's people? Thinking of this, he clutched his wound, stood up and calmly approached Sima Kuo. It seems there's been some misunderstanding. Our cult has been divided into several factions since the Great War between the righteous and evil. He repeated the key point of Zhang Long's words, divided into factions, with a questioning tone. Zhang Long lowered his head and said with feigned unease, yes, if you found traces of him in the 6th Blood Valley, then he is not one of us. If you want to know, I can tell you their location. It's very likely they are hiding the person you're looking for. Seeing Sima Kuo glance at Weixiong again, he hastily added, my master's life is at stake, how could I dare to lie? After getting the information he needed, Sima Kuo finally released her and commanded, speak. Where are they? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Long's mouth. You'd better act immediately. Those bastards, they capture anyone with talent and brainwash them, turning them into fanatical believers, he lamented inwardly. I'm so lucky. I can resolve this matter without having to fight one of the 4 great villains. Back in the present, Sima Kuo coldly recounted everything. So while you were unconscious, I carefully examined my daughter's body but found no traces of any blood GU or brainwashing. It seems they lied to frame you. After hearing the story, Yunhui was quite surprised. According to my memories from my past life, I heard that Sima Kuo was a very rational and cunning person. I didn't expect him to be so driven by emotion. Maybe that's why he became one of the 4 great villains. Seeing Yunhui's silence, he continued his proposal. I'll give you 2 choices. It's up to you whether you take them or not. Yunhui didn't understand his meaning at first and quickly asked for clarification. Sima Kuo stood there like an elder and explained again. I'm giving you the right to choose. If you want to seize the opportunity, agree. Otherwise you can give it up. But if you do that, you will never see my daughter again. You must also swear it on your life. Sima Ying stood behind Sima Kuo, nervously clenching her fists. Seeing this, Yunhui sent a voice transmission. Miss Sima, are you all right? Your body. Before he could finish his question, he was cut off. He smiled wryly. I can't use voice transmission. Tianan, who was beside him, said helplessly. While you were unconscious, he sealed your acupoints with many needles. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Briefly sensing the blocked meridians in his body, Yunhui understood. No wonder I can't use my internal energy, and my whole body is as stiff as a block of wood. As he was in a daze, he heard Sima Kuo ask for the 3rd time, are you going to seize the opportunity or give it up? His face was full of arrogance and provocation. The corners of Yunhui's mouth turned up slightly as he smiled. How could I give it up? I agree. Hearing this, Sima Ying was so happy she covered her mouth. Seeing his daughter shyly getting her wish, Sima Kuo didn't know what else to say to persuade her. He looked at Yunhui and praised him. Good, you've got guts. A moment later, before a towering waterfall, only Sima Kuo, Sima Ying and Yunhui stood on a wooden bridge that spanned the gap. Above them was a bright skylight, and below was a bottomless cliff. Xiao Tan couldn't help but worry. It's so deep you can't see the bottom. Seeing Yunhui staring down, Sima Kuo asked him, do you know where this is? He honestly answered that he didn't. Only then did he hear him say with his hands behind his back, this place was once the sacred ground of a martial arts family, but they have since perished. After that family was wiped out, this place was deserted for a long time before being used by the imperial court. This is a prison. This place is called Fenglin Valley. Literally, it means the valley that seals the forest. But in reality, the Ellen here refers to the Wuhan martial world. In other words, this is a prison for confining people from the martial world. Since Emperor Jinxiang suppressed the martial world, countless martial artists have been imprisoned here. Yunhui suddenly broke into a cold sweat, thinking, isn't Fenglin Valley one of the three great forbidden lands along with the Valley of Villains and Breaking Valley Night? It's said that no one has ever come out of here alive, because this place was not originally built to hold ordinary prisoners. As he looked down again, he heard Sima Kuo instruct, you cultivate a special qi circulation technique. Although you haven't broken through your bottleneck yet, you have cultivated your yuan qi to this extent. Yunhui's heart skipped a beat. Can he sense the innate true qi in my middle dantian? As the matter was of great importance, he directly asked if he could sense it. But he heard Sima Kuo answer, you've cultivated your yuan qi to this level, how could I not feel it? You can't even master your essence, qi and spirit, yet you've accumulated so much yuan qi. In such an unbalanced state, forget about breaking through the bottleneck, you can't even surpass your current limits. Sima Kuo unconsciously raised his hand and pulled a silver needle from Yunhui's right shoulder, causing his body to jolt. He already had 4 or 5 silver needles in his hand. He stopped and instructed, don't move if you don't want to become a cripple. After a while, Yunhui looked himself over and asked in confusion, my body feels lighter but I still can't channel my energy? Seeing him looking, he finally explained, I've only removed 8 of the 36 needles in your body. You will be unable to use internal energy or yuan qi. In this state, survive in Fenglin Valley for 1 month. This is the test I'm giving you. Yunhui frowned slightly, calculating, I have to survive in Fenglin Valley for a month without using internal energy or innate true qi. Behind him, Sima Ying complained with dissatisfaction, this is too much. Forbidding him from using internal energy and throwing him in here, isn't that just sending him to his death? But Sima Kuo's mind was made up. This was the chance she had begged for. Sima Ying hurriedly tried to find another reason to prevent him from pushing Yunhui into a corner. Sima Kuo, however, remained calm and told Yunhui to give up, because if he couldn't even survive in Fenglin Valley for a month, then Sima Kuo had no reason to accept him. Just as she began to plead with him to release the seal on Yunhui's internal energy, he had already started walking down the steps. Before leaving, Sima Kuo only instructed, as I said, as long as you can survive for 1 month, I will not interfere in your affairs. Yunhui clearly believed he would keep his promise. He clasped his hands in a salute and made a vow. This junior is willing to accept senior's test. At this, Sima Ying grew anxious and stopped pleading, focusing solely on getting Yunhui to give up. But faced with her worried gaze, he only said, Miss, it's all right, wait for me. Leaving her with a reassuring smile, Yunhui leapt off the steps. Sima Ying was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. If Sima Kuo hadn't held her, she would have jumped down after him. He said irritably, stay put, I'm already being merciful by not throwing you down empty-handed. Giving you 2 swords and a dagger is already a show of leniency. The abyss below Fenglin Valley was deep and dark, and Yunhui's figure grew smaller and smaller. Xiao Tan said regretfully, you should have let Sima Ying plead a little longer, but his gaze was firm. No, this is the best way. If he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have done this. He must believe I can pass this test. In contrast, the blood demon next to him was not as calm. It gritted its teeth. That Sima Kuo, I hate the way he looks down on me. Seeing it so agitated, Yunhui finally asked and learned that while he was unconscious, that guy had dared to pick him up. Sima Kuo had stared at the blood demon's sword for a long time. While the blood demon was furiously roaring, whoever dares to touch me, I'll sever all their meridians. Its small body was suddenly twisted as if contorted, and it could no longer speak. The red glow on the sword gradually dimmed, and Sima Kuo sneered contemptuously. Do you think a mere demonic sword can do anything to me? After hearing this, Yunhui couldn't help but ponder. He subdued you with just his internal energy, truly impressive. Hearing him praise the man, the blood demon became even more furious and said, and do you know what he said? He dared to say that the blood demon's sword's heart is so powerful, yet it's not a good sword. Just recalling it made it feel like it could breathe fire. Sima Kuo then commented on the sacred object of the blood cult. The strongest sword had thus provoked its killing intent. Yunhui was not as agitated as it was, merely smiling and reassuring it. After a moment of freefall, Tianan finally spoke up to remind him, Yunhui, you're about to hit the water. He followed his gaze down into the abyss but could see nothing. Seeing this, Tianan had to take on the responsibility of signaling Yunhui. With a splash, Yunhui's body fell into the watercourse at the bottom of the abyss. A moment later, a faint light emerged from under the water. Yunhui nipped from the water's surface, grabbed the ground, and spat out all the water. He lay on the ground with his limbs spread out and sighed. The blood demon kept regretting. It would have been better to fall into the hands of that Bai Lianxia. You're the unluckiest blood demon ever. Hearing this, he just calmly accepted his fate. It was too late for regrets now. While lying there thinking for a moment, Yunhui suddenly heard noisy voices around him again. Look, what did I tell you? Another newcomer, new clothes and weapons too. By the time he shot up into a sitting position, they had already approached with greedy smiles. One of the scrawny guys lifted his chin and commanded, "If you don't want to die, take off your clothes, put down your weapons and scram." Yunhui sized them up one by one. They only had stone spears and stone axes. He lowered his head and smiled faintly. Now I understand why Sima Kuo gave me weapons and then threw me into Fenglin Valley. But he missed one thing. No matter how much I like Miss Sima, I wouldn't be reckless enough to jump into Fenglin Valley unprepared. Because I don't just have a lower and middle dantian. Yunhui picked up his sword and looked straight at the prisoners with a smile. But it's too cold here. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. A moment later, a fire was finally lit in the dark abyss. The scoundrels who wanted to strip Yunhui's clothes had already been beaten to a pulp by him. He slowly brought the torch closer to himself and let out a long sigh. Ah, so warm, it's finally more comfortable. Suddenly, Yunhui felt something was wrong again. He turned and asked, "Xiao Tan, how do I look now?" She crossed her arms looking puzzled. "Aren't you just a soaked drowned rat?" Yunhui clicked his tongue and rephrased the question, asking what color his hair was. Only then did Xiao Tan find it strange. "Strange, you used the celestial fist. Why didn't your hair turn red?" He himself was also puzzled. He had clearly used the power of the celestial fist. The blood demon squatted beside him and explained impatiently, "In your current state, how could you possibly use the blood heaven grand luo art? With your body like this, the celestial fist can only exert a corresponding amount of power." It tapped Yunhui's head. "In other words, this is all the power you have right now. Use it sparingly. I don't want to die in this godforsaken place." After understanding, he immediately agreed. "I understand, although I'm not sure I should indeed use the celestial fist sparingly. Because for now it's the only way I can protect myself. Just 1 month, I just have to survive for 1 month." Seeing a guy about to crawl away, Yunhui drew his sword and stabbed it right in front of him, making him scream in fear. He paused for a moment, then told him to stand up. The friendly face illuminated by the fire, however, gave off a cold feeling. "I have some questions to ask." The ragged man quickly accepted his situation and obediently answered Yunhui's questions. There were 2 types of people imprisoned in Fenglin Valley. Most were thrown down by Peerless City, and occasionally some were captured and thrown down by the Moon Evil Sword. Hearing this, the blood demon burned with anger. No wonder that guy was so skilled at throwing people down. The number of prisoners was about 44, nearly half of whom had drowned after being swept away by the swift currents. The approximately 44 survivors lived in caves, foraging for their own food, such as tree roots, insects, rats, or snakes. Yunhui swallowed, almost choking. "Forget it. Is there anything else, preferably something edible?" The ragged man smiled sinisterly. "Ah, there is one thing that can be eaten. There's a place here where you can catch fish." Hearing this, Yunhui just asked tentatively with some suspicion, but his stomach had long been growling with hunger. The ragged man quickly turned to lead the way. In general, aside from making him throw up, Yunhui hadn't done anything else to him. As they walked, the ragged man kept stealing glances at him. "The fish here are truly amazing." A moment later they arrived at a narrow dark cave. Yunhui held up a torch and, though somewhat suspicious, still observed. Under the torchlight his eyes gleamed faintly. He also saw a small puddle inside, but Yunhui didn't immediately crawl over. Instead he stood up and looked at him. "You go in first." The ragged man only let out a sound of confusion, then stood there hesitantly. Seeing this, Yunhui narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" When asked, the ragged man still stammered. It wasn't until the tip of the sword was pointed at his chin that he hastily explained, "There are a lot of poisonous insects inside. It's very painful if you get bitten." Watching the ragged man crawl through the cave on his stomach, Yunhui sighed to himself. "Do I really have to draw my sword for you to listen?" After he crawled through the cave himself, he heard the ragged man say with self-mockery, "Luckily it seems there aren't any right now." Yunhui was very confused by this. What does he mean there aren't any? By the time he stood up straight, Yunhui had already seen the ragged man standing by the small pool waiting. "Follow me, this is the only place in Fenglin Valley where you can catch fish." He saw a pitch-black live fish jump out of the water. Xiao Tan cheered happily. "Look, it's a fish." Yunhui squatted beside it and sighed. "Great, if I can catch and roast fish I should be able to last a month without any problem." Just as he was happy about having fire, water to drink, and food, Yunhui suddenly noticed something else in the water. His eyes instantly filled with astonishment. Yunhui picked up the bone and examined it hesitantly. "This is a human jawbone." Seeing that he had already discovered it, the ragged man quickly turned and ran so fast that Yunhui couldn't even call out to stop him. He continued to hold the torch, preparing to turn and leave. He took this opportunity to escape. Suddenly, the torch in Yunhui's hand went out and the surroundings plunged into silent darkness, a place where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Yunhui cursed a few times. "Damn it, the fire's out, I can't see anything." Behind him, Tianan was already breaking out in a cold sweat, shouting, "Yunhui, use the celestial fist." He was confused as to why he needed to use it, but then he continued, "That monster is right behind you. In another place, a man who looked like a leader clasped his hands and asked the ragged man, "You're saying he threw that new recruit down to feed that serpent monster, really?" He hastily assured him that the serpent monster had just eaten and probably wouldn't appear for a while. The person next to him sighed. "It's been a long time since I've had fish." He also smiled, stroking his bald chin in agreement. "It's all because of that damn serpent monster. We haven't had fish for months." The ragged man clasped his hands and flattered. "Remember to tell Brother Bashang about the 3 bundles of roots he promised." He looked at him contemptuously and retorted, "Do you think Brother Bashang would go back on his word?" The 3 ragged men stood at the cave entrance, laughing their heads off. The 2 newcomers who had just arrived were bending down to grab him, and he hurriedly urged them to be quick. The old man Wang Ye also had to roll up his sleeves, smiling and joking. "Brother Bashang will surely be very happy." The guy following behind also couldn't wait and grinned. "Let me have a taste first." But before he could finish, only strange sounds remained. He looked up, following the direction of the ragged man's torch, and angrily accused him of deceiving them, but he still insisted that he had seen the large snake first before running out. The 2 didn't say any more and ran for their lives. He had wanted the ragged man to delay a little longer, but suddenly something swept by and both of them fell to the ground. The torch that the ragged man nearly dropped was caught by Yunhui with one hand. He greeted him politely. "I didn't expect to meet you so soon." The ragged man saw that he was still alive and was too stuttered to speak. Seeing the large snake behind Yunhui, he screamed in terror, "How are you still alive?" Yunhui smiled confidently, stroking the snake's body. "What a pity. Did you want me to be eaten by that monster?" In fact, just now as he was about to attack, Tianan had stopped him. Yunhui, "But it's prostrating on the ground." Hearing this, he didn't attack it. After a while, when he got used to the darkness and could see everything clearly, Yunhui was even more stunned. Was the human-faced, purple-eyed snake really prostrating on the ground? Why, everyone was wondering when Xiao Tan finally cheered. "I get it. It recognized that I killed its kin, so it's afraid of dying." Yunhui was stunned, full of doubt. How is that possible? He slowly raised his hand, trying to reach for it, cooing sweet nothings for a while, and finally managed to touch its nose. Unknowingly, the snake seemed to have found true love, shyly rolling around, which startled Yunhui so much that he quickly stopped it. Seeing that the large snake lay motionless again as soon as he shouted, Yunhui asked himself in confusion, could this monster, back in reality? He smiled smugly and said, "It's very obedient to me." How strange. The ragged man was one step away from kneeling and begging for mercy. "Spare me. I'm just a person caught in the middle trying to find a way to live. I'll tell you everything. No, I will honor you as my master. I beg you to spare my life." While he was begging for mercy, he suddenly heard Yunhui raise his voice, "There's one more, eat." As soon as he finished speaking, the ragged man was swallowed whole by the large snake. Looking at the murky liquid beside him, the old man leading the group was somewhat embarrassed. Yunhui slowly approached him. "Don't worry, it's not your turn yet." The old man couldn't even say a complete sentence. Yunhui's large snake was still standing behind him, its long tongue extended, and he smiled as he examined it. "It seems this monster is still hungry. Can you answer my questions?" A moment later, the old man led Yunhui to a place. The person sitting high up on a large tree root scolded, "What is this? Where are the Jajun fish? And who is this guy?" The old man only dared to shrink back and hide behind. Unable to say more, Yunhui finally spoke. "Are you the leader here?" Hearing this, the surrounding lackeys all gathered around, cursing him for his audacity. Just as that guy was about to curse some more, he was directly hit in the face with a fish by Yunhui, shutting him up. They were thrilled with the fish, and only then did Yunhui continue, "I came here to propose a trade. I need enough roots for a month." The leader stood up with interest and laughed heartily. "You want to trade fish for roots? 10 fish for 1 bundle of roots. If you don't like it, you can leave." Yunhui gently stroked his chin and thought, "That's too much. There are 3 factions in Fenglin Valley, and the strongest one monopolizes the only source of tree roots here. Because roots are a necessity for survival underground, everyone must obey the will of that faction. That person is known as an external arts master. The leader of that faction, and in fact the ruler of Fenglin Valley, was Bashang." The bald man angrily picked up his stick and charged forward. "You brat, how dare you be so insolent in front of Brother Bashang?" But before his shabby weapon could reach, it was knocked away by Yunhui's sword, the gleaming tip of the blade hanging under his throat. Bashang frowned in disbelief at him. He loudly questioned why he could use a sword and internal energy down here. Yunhui just said calmly that it was not something he needed to concern himself with. Yunhui was waiting for him to wisely back down, but he heard him retort, "No, this is an important issue. If you can use internal energy, you can also remove those needles from my body. You want wood, right? I suggest this. If you remove all the needles from my body, I will give you anything you want. In this Fenglin Valley, I am the king. If you want to live, you'd better obey me." Yunhui also mercifully waited for him to finish before making his move. A single sword strike to a vital point, he cursed under his breath. "Fool, do you know who holds your life in their hands?" The lackeys were startled. Yunhui walked forward, stroked the edge of the chair, sat down and asked, "The king died at my hands, so now I'm the king. Anyone who has an opinion, step forward. I'll see who has the guts to follow the former king to their death." He even offered a smile after the challenge. "Don't be shy." The subordinates all knelt on the ground one by one, shamelessly exposing their former master's misdeeds, praising Yunhui as if he were a god. Yunhui gently rubbed his neck, remarking that things had gone quite smoothly. The blood demon looked at the rabble below and spat in disdain at their uselessness. The news of Yunhui seizing Bashang's position quickly spread throughout the other areas of Fenglin Valley. People talked about the cave by the pool where he was and his ability to control the serpent monster, although they seemed not to believe it. But those words had reached the ears of another man. He swallowed gently, as if having made up his mind to do something. In the hazy abyss he held a torch alone, addressing Yunhui as young master. Shao Su's gaze had been on him from the moment he appeared. It seemed he also sensed something, so he turned abruptly. And just as he was about to be bitten by Shao Su, Yunhui's voice rang out, stopping it. His figure appeared in the night. He stammered respectfully and called out, "Young master." Yunhui was still standing there and asked him in return, "Why have you come?" Zhang Biyu quickly knelt. "Young master, please help us. The person I'm taking care of is getting weaker and weaker. His body is severely debilitated. We need nutritious food, not rats or insects." He seemed to understand. "You need fish for Yu Lao, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Biyu looked up and asked in confusion, "How do you know about Yu Lao?" Without hesitation, Yunhui handed him a wrapped bundle of plants. "I have my own spies. It may not be much, but it's enough to share." Zhang Biyu opened it and saw 2 still fresh fish inside. He stammered, You just gave them to us like this. How can I ever repay your kindness?" Hearing this was enough for him. He straightforwardly asked Zhang Biyu to go back. "I don't need repayment from those who bow their heads to others. If anyone asks about the origin of these fish, just say you paid a fair price." Wishing Yu Lao a speedy recovery, Yunhui's figure was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Zhang Biyu sat there, not knowing what to say, as if there was something in his throat. In the end he could only bow deeply in gratitude with the most respectful attitude. Here with Yunhui, beads of sweat dripped from his body. "It's been 5 days since I was imprisoned in Fenglin Valley. Would Sima Kuo have expected this? I'm living quite comfortably here." Just as he finished the thought, he was already doing his 99th push-up in a handstand. Xiao Tan's voice was unhurried. "You haven't exercised your body in a long time since leaving the 6th Blood Valley, have you?" Yunhui continued his push-ups. "Back then every day was like hell. Now it's like living as a god. After killing the big brother, their matters are all settled. The problem is how to pass the remaining 25 days. Just as he was counting, a familiar voice suddenly sounded again, though no torch illuminated who it was. "Young master, are you there?" He hesitantly asked if he needed more fish, but he only got another answer. Yu Lao was on the verge of passing away, so he wanted to see his benefactor and say thank you. In the end, Yunhui followed Zhang Biyu to another cave. "We're here, young master." Zhang Biyu walked in front, and Yunhui followed behind. The people around him murmured among themselves when they heard him announce the young master's arrival to Yu Lao. Yunhui scanned everyone here. These people were all injured. Where were they injured? It looked like new wounds. An old man lying on a stone bed opposite struggled to sit up. "Thank you for coming here, benefactor." Seeing this, Zhang Biyu went forward to help him lie down. Yunhui politely clasped his hands and said, "I should have come to see you sooner, but I was too busy and came late." Yu Lao's hair, which had gradually turned white with age, smiled and returned the gesture. "No, although this old man's body is weak and I couldn't come to see you myself, it's a great apology to have you come to this humble place." "Thank you, benefactor. Thanks to your kindness, this old man can satisfy his palate before he dies." Yunhui squatted down and advised him, "Senior, don't say that. It's common for people in the martial world to help each other. If I can help, I certainly will." Zhang Biyu couldn't help but comment on him. "Why would a talented young man like you be locked up in a place like this? This old man is dying." Before he could say 3 or 4 sentences, Yu Lao was already coughing and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Yunhui quickly supported him and asked with concern, "HMPH?" Looking at the black marks on Yu Lao's hands, Yunhui thought, "It seems he's sick and his body is weak." After helping Yu Lao lie down, Yunhui decided to ask, "Senior, if you have family or relatives outside, is there anything you'd like to entrust?" He struggled to prolong his last breath, sighing, "I can't get out. Entrusting is useless." He could only try to coax him, saying maybe one of us would be lucky enough to get out. But Yu Lao just smiled sadly and sighed, "My family and relatives are all dead. I let my only daughter escape, but I don't know if she's still alive. If I could see her again, I would want to say to her, 'Xiaoling, Daddy is sorry for making you suffer so much for Daddy and our ancestors. If you are still alive, even if I die, Daddy will become a spirit to protect you.'" Hearing this, Yunhui silently repeated the name Xiaoling in his heart. At this moment, Tianan beside him hesitantly said, "Yunhui, I think I know this person." Hearing this, he couldn't process his meaning. Tianan then continued to explain, "Although his hair is completely white and his face is gaunt from illness, so I didn't recognize him at first, but this old man is the Flying Moon swordsman, Sha Changyun, the master of the Flying Moon Shadow sect." At this point, Yu Lao's spirits improved a little, and he turned to look at Yunhui. "Benefactor, why is your face so grim? Is something wrong?" Suddenly he heard him ask unhurriedly. "Is your daughter's ring finger and middle finger the same length, and does she only have a double eyelid on her left eye?" Yu Lao was greatly shocked and sat up hastily. "How do you know? Do you know Xiaoling?" He took something out from his bosom and showed it to him. "Do you recognize this?" Yu Lao looked at it and began to choke up again. "Why do you have the flying crane jade pendant of our sect?" Yunhui was silent for a moment before answering, "This is my mother's relic." He blankly repeated the word mother, then asked in a trembling voice, Linger, did Lingxi escape safely? She even had a child? Those old hands caressed Yunwei's handsome face. Then you are my grandson. Heaven is truly cruel, not only to this old man but also pushing you into this place. He hugged him, his sobs causing the people below to tear up as well. I never thought I would meet a relative here. After speaking, Yu Lao pushed him away and hurriedly asked, right, Lingxi, is Lingxi still safe? Your mother, how is she doing? Yunwei was caught in another dilemma. Seeing him stunned, Yu Lao seemed to sense that something was amiss. Yunwei smiled and said to him, before I left home she was in good health. I still correspond with her often recently. Just some nagging words. She's probably very bored. Xiao Tan was incredulous and hurriedly asked, hey, your mother is already dead. Why are you lying? He interrupted her in his mind. I have no choice. This is the best option. I don't want my grandfather, whose health is already poor, to be saddened by this bad news. Although I can't let you see my mother again, at least I want to make you feel less guilty for not protecting your own daughter. Yu Lao pondered for a moment, then smiled. Is that so? That child, is she still healthy? Yes, that's enough. That's not all. Yu Lao had already started coughing violently, black blood continuously gushing out. He quickly supported Yu Lao to lie down, and seeing his face turn purple he gritted his teeth in anger. It was then that he discovered his pulse had stopped. He lowered his head, his expression unreadable. Grandfather, wake up. No, I can't lose you like this. Yunwei secretly channeled his energy to Yu Lao, cursing with resentment. Damn it, is my flame useless too? No matter how much I channel in, your heart won't beat. If only I could use my internal energy or innate true chi. Bastard, you're the only family I've just met and yet I'm powerless? Suddenly the blood demon's voice rang out. Kid, put me on the old man's chest, quick. Without hesitation, Yunwei drew his sword. The people below immediately exclaimed, young master. They panicked, hastily asking what he intended to do. But a moment later their expressions relaxed into astonishment. The blood demon's sword was placed directly on Yu Lao's body by Yunwei, and it glowed red once more. The blood demon urged him on. I have activated your acupoints, allowing blood to flow to your heart and making it beat again. But this is only a temporary solution. If I leave, the old man will die immediately. As they all asked questions, Yunwei repeated its words. It was only temporary. Nothing had changed. Hope, just ignited, was extinguished again. Everyone lamented. Heaven was truly cruel, taking his life so soon after he had just met his grandson. Zhang Biyu closed his eyes, unable to bear it. Don't say that. To be able to see his grandson even for a moment is a great fortune. I just find it a pity. If we had 4 firegrass, Yu Lao wouldn't be in this state. Hearing something was amiss, Yunwei quickly interrupted him. 4 firegrass, what is that? He quickly told Yunwei that 4 firegrass was a medicinal herb that could save Yu Lao's life. It grew in the depths of Fenglin Valley, but going in was suicide. Hearing this, Yunwei turned and grabbed Zhang Bu's hand, pleading, please show me the way. But he was not enthusiastic about showing the way, merely asking in return, do you think we didn't want to get it? Why do you think we're so badly injured? We were injured this severely trying to find that herb. There's something in there, not human, a monster, a demon just like that serpent monster. Yunwei stared straight into their eyes, furious. So you're just going to stand by and watch my grandfather die? If you were in my shoes, would you do that? Only then did Zhang Biyu light a torch. I understand, I'll go with you. Yunwei glanced at him and refused, saying he could go by himself. He smiled, explaining more gently. The path below is treacherous and complex, and you don't know what the 4 firegrass looks like, young master. Yu Lao is like a father to me. I'll go with you. 2 figures, one behind the other, followed the light of the torch. Zhang Biyu broke the silence. We've been searching for a way out of Fenglin Valley. Yu Lao and the rest of us have been looking for an exit near the water source. We believe there must be an exit at the end of the stream. We followed that path down and finally reached it. But we were blocked by a wall. A man-made wall. It looked like it was built from hard, dry mud. We thought the stream was behind the wall, so we broke it down with hope. But what we saw was completely unexpected. It was a place filled with traces of a distant past. There were dozens of sealed caves, and in one of them was the 4 firegrass, the kind of herb that can grow without sunlight. After listening, Yunwei thought to himself, Sima Kuo said this place was once the sacred ground of a certain sect. Perhaps this is the remnant of that sect. Zhang Biyu handed him a round, palm-sized pearl and instructed, take this. Yunwei looked at him doubtfully. Isn't this a night luminescent pearl? How do you have something so valuable? With the pearl in hand, Yunwei listened as Zhang Biyu continued, I found it in a cave behind that wall too. He put away the torch and took out another pearl to illuminate the pool at his feet. If you swim through this pool, you'll reach the entrance of the cave with the other caves. It's dark underwater, so follow the light of my night luminescent pearl. Xiao Tan cursed angrily. Damn it, water again. Yunwei could only console her. I'll dry you off later, hang in there. Yunwei followed the faint light of Zhang Bu's pearl ahead. Seeing him continue forward, Yunwei thought, we seem to have been swimming for a while, seeing Zhang Biyu preparing to surface. Yunwei was ecstatic. All right, it looks like we've arrived. I see the way ashore. He quickly swam in that direction and surfaced, but as soon as he emerged he was greeted by a dazzling red. Zhang Bu's long wretched scream echoed as something tore off one of his arms, impaling him like a skewer. Zhang Biyu quickly turned back, frantically warning Yunwei to run. But Yunwei didn't leave. Instead he rushed ashore and punched it in the stomach, forcing it to release Zhang Biyu. Seeing him fall to the ground motionless, Yunwei hastily asked, are you all right? Though unable to stand, Zhang Biyu shouted with all his might, "Don't mind me, look ahead." After taking a punch, the thing charged at Yunhui again. He brandished another sword and fought it, lamenting to himself. So the thing you said wasn't human, was you? Although he had no internal energy, his movements were already close to the level of a first-rate master. No wonder grandfather and the others were no match for him. Seeing it had entered his sword's range, Yunhui smiled triumphantly. They couldn't do it, but he was different. He stabbed it straight in the head. Seeing how easy it was, Yunhui couldn't help but ask himself, who was this guy that made everyone so afraid? He raised the night luminescent pearl to its face. Let me see his face. He shouldn't have looked. The sight startled Yunhui. It had a grotesque appearance and emitted a strong stench. So this was the thing that wasn't human. Its yellow pupils were still glaring at him. It swiftly clawed at him, catching Yunhui off guard. He leapt back to create distance. I clearly pierced his Yintang acupoint. How is he not dead at this moment? Xiao Tan cried out anxiously. Yunhui, are you all right? He stood guard warily, reassuring her that he had only suffered a minor injury. Yunhui observed its movements, calculating. To get the 4 fire grass, I have to defeat this strange man. The problem is he doesn't die even when his Yintang is pierced. Does he have no weaknesses? After fighting for a while, various wounds had appeared on its body, but it was unscathed. Even when his sword passed through its body, it acted as if nothing had happened, not even bothering to dodge. Only when the tip of Yunhui's sword was about to touch its neck did it retreat and dodge, then parry his sword, no longer taking it head-on, creating distance. Yunhui secretly assessed he had no intention of blocking other attacks, only this move, which means this is a place that cannot be attacked. He smiled faintly, as if he understood something. That's right, what creature can live after its head is cut off? With that, Yunhui lowered his center of gravity, and channeled his internal energy to execute the blood-seeking serpent spit technique. The sword strikes came like a torrential rain, carrying a fresh turquoise-blue aura. His blood sword art aimed straight for the creature's neck, leaving it no room to retreat. Seeing his sword only penetrate halfway despite his full strength, it clamped down tightly on his blade. Yunhui cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was so close. Its strength is incredible, I can't push it in any deeper. The creature's hand tightened, pushing his blade away. Suddenly Zhang Biyu, who had been unable to stand, jumped up and slapped Yunhui's sword, helping him successfully decapitate the monster. After a while, having bandaged the wound on his waist, Yunhui asked unhappily, "How dare you rush over in that state? Don't you think that was too reckless?" But he only replied softly, "I accept your thanks, young master." Yunhui touched Zhang Bu's arm, which was now just a shoulder, and sighed. "I've performed emergency treatment, but can you even move in this condition?" Zhang Biyu checked himself and said confidently that although the injury was not light, he could still walk normally. He looked at the crumpled body on the ground. "And as expected, it's different when you know martial arts. I never thought I'd see that monster defeated with my own eyes. Speaking of it," Yunhui finally asked Zhang Biyu what it was. He only said sadly, "None of us know, only a Taoist priest among us who died." Before he died, he frantically shouted 2 words, Jiangshi, Tianan. Flying beside them lowered his eyes. "Now that you remind me, I've heard of a Taoist sect that can control corpses." Yunhui couldn't help but wonder, is there such a Taoist sect? He then continued, "My former master once told a joke about Jiangshi while drinking with a Taoist priest from the Xingshan sect. He said there was a Taoist sect proficient in magic and talismans, capable of controlling even corpses. If I'm not mistaken, that sect was called the Maoshan sect." Yunhui glanced back slightly. The Maoshan sect, wasn't that sect already wiped out? The Maoshan sect was one of the sects that stood with the imperial family to suppress the martial world during the Jinxing period. After the suppression failed, they were deemed a public enemy of the martial world and were exterminated. But maybe he wasn't from the Maoshan sect. It said the Maoshan sect used talismans to control corpses. But this monster wasn't even wearing clothes, let alone a talisman. Zhang Biyu, quickly dressed, stood up and urged, "I don't know what you're thinking, but we should go." Seeing his urgency, he immediately agreed. "By the way, besides that guy, are there any other strange people?" However, Zhang Biyu just smiled wryly. "Impossible, we were only chased by him." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them were startled by a sound echoing in the cave. A group of strange people had blocked the cave entrance. The 2 hastily fled. They roared madly and gave chase. Yunhui shouted in a trembling voice, "Didn't you say there was only one?" Zhang Biyu was also breaking out in a cold sweat as he ran. There was only one. Without further hesitation, Yunhui pulled him along. After running for a while, they still couldn't shake them off. He then asked, "Do you know the location of the cave with the medicinal herbs?" Zhang Biyu, who had proposed the idea, of course knew the location. Hearing this, Yunhui turned back to look at the strange people behind them. He quickly decided, "I'll buy some time, you go get the herbs." Zhang Biyu turned back in surprise, stuttering, unable to refuse, before Yunhui kicked him into a crack in the wall. Xiao Tan's eyes widened and she screamed, "You fool, do you want to die?" Yunhui turned to look at her. "If we run together, we'll eventually get caught. Even if you save me, can you find the herbs? It's better for me to be the bait and buy him time to find the herbs." Since he had made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He drew his sword and pointed it at the strange people, then shouted at them from another direction. They heard the shout and turned to look. Yunhui continued to lure them. Seeing them give chase, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Biyu hid behind a crevice in a cave, silently watching them run off. He gritted his teeth in remorse. "You want to be a decoy to buy me time to find the herbs? If you die, how will I explain it to you, Lao? I will definitely be back. Until then, you must stay alive, young master." Tianan's voice sounded in his ear. After 14 there are 15 more. Yunhui shouted in frustration, "Stop counting, I'm so annoyed." Xiao Tan quickly told him to watch his head. As they were about to pounce, Yunhui had already swiftly swung his sword to cut them down. Blocked from both front and back, she screamed in panic, "We're surrounded, run while you still can." The group of strange people pounced on Yunhui as if they had seen a piece of fatty meat. The blue light still flickered within. A moment later, that light expanded again. With a returning dragon ascension sword technique, Yunhui broke through their ant-like encirclement. He stopped to catch his breath. "I've already used nearly 2/3 of my flame. If I want to eliminate them, I won't find a way out even if I exhaust all my flame." Just then, Xiao Tan cleverly pointed in a direction. Yunhui looked over. There was a cave there. "Run quickly before those monsters wake up." Yunhui deeply agreed and quickly ran in that direction. His body shot through the dark area. After running for a while, he was suddenly surprised. "How is it so bright and warm here?" The light grew stronger and Yunhui discovered that the walls were densely embedded with night-luminescent pearls. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and his fast pace couldn't help but slow down to observe carefully. Looking at the open coffin lid in the cave, Yunhui suddenly had an idea. After a while, when the monsters came looking, he was gone. They kept howling, searching. After a while, they gradually moved away from the stone coffin. At this moment, Yunhui was lying in the coffin, speechless. The voices grew more distant. Luckily, they didn't plan on opening the coffin. They seemed to have left this area. "I should get out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunhui didn't know what mechanism he had triggered, but he suddenly heard a click, and then water flowed out from somewhere, pouring directly on his head. Yunhui struggled with all his might to push open the coffin lid, but it was still useless. And the water kept gushing out. He shouted in frustration, not knowing why this damn coffin lid wouldn't open. "Am I going to drown in this dirty water, to die so ignominiously?" A moment later, Yunhui's breath had turned into bubbles. In a secret chamber deep inside, there was a door on the ceiling that opened from above. The door suddenly opened and black water poured down like a waterfall. Yunhui fell to the ground with the water, bending over and coughing non-stop. Xiao Tan hastily asked if he was all right. Yunhui wiped the corner of his mouth, looked around, and said sarcastically, "I almost died. Where is this place now?" Before he could calm down, many holes suddenly appeared on the walls, constantly spewing out gas. Yunhui disgustedly covered his nose and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, is it poison gas this time?" Tianan cleverly pointed in a direction. "Yunhui, break the wall and run out." He agreed and hastily raised his sword to strike. A pursuing fang-returning sword slash was unleashed. Xiao Tan was stunned. It didn't even leave a scratch. "What is this wall made of?" On this side, Yunhui had already exhausted his strength. His body collapsed to the ground, and Xiao Tan could no longer hear his words clearly. By the time she realized he was itchy, Yunhui was already lying on the ground, groaning, his body in agony. Unknowingly, the silver needles Sima Kuo had inserted into his body all flew out automatically. They left Yunhui's body and shot into the wall, creating sparks as if pushed by some force. Internal energy surged through Yunhui's body, and he screamed in anguish. The silver needles on his chest were also pushed out one by one. The sharp pain caused his pupils to contract continuously. Yunhui was overjoyed. "A warm current flowed from my chest. It's innate true qi. The dantian too. The golden needles have been pushed out. Has the seal on my internal energy been lifted?" Seeing that he had finally stopped screaming and sat up, Xiao Tan stood by anxiously. "Yunhui, are you all right?" he guessed with some suspicion. "It seems the seal Sima Kuo placed on you has been lifted." This news came so suddenly that she also found it hard to believe. Yunhui tried to sit up and circulate his energy. A powerful internal force like a deep blue flame enveloped him. Cracks began to appear on Yunhui's face, and he started to worry. A warm current spread from his heart throughout his body, but something felt strange. The innate true qi in my middle dantian and the internal energy in my lower dantian are resonating and strengthening. How can I control two streams of qi at the same time? Although I don't understand what's happening, I can't miss this opportunity. Xiao Tan stood by helpless. "Yunhui, your skin is cracking and black liquid is flowing out." On the other side, the 4 firegrass had already been picked. Zhang Biyu was carrying a large bundle, desperately fleeing with a group of strange people chasing him, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, how many strange people are there here? Even though I found the 4 firegrass, if they catch me it's all over. I just need to get to the water." "Come on, almost there." His body had just stopped when Zhang Biyu froze. In front of him was indeed water, but there was also a group of strange people waiting to eat him. Their claws lunged at Zhang Biyu simultaneously, his face filled with helplessness and fear. Zhang Biyu squeezed his eyes shut. "I'm sorry, young master, if you find my body, please take the 4 firegrass to Yu Lao." He had just left his last words when after a moment there was still no movement. He opened his eyes to check. The sight of the strange people's heads shattering like clay in the rain left him dumbfounded. Yunhui walked up from behind him. "Good, I made it in time. Did you find the 4 firegrass?" Zhang Biyu turned around happily. That voice, "Young master, you're all right." His words got stuck in his throat when he saw something strange. His heart skipped a beat. Fiery red hair and blood-red eyes. Blood demon. Why does the young master look like the blood demon? Then followed a series of questions from Zhang Biyu. After a while, Yunhui held the white chrysanthemum-like flower in his hand and examined it carefully. "Is this the 4 firegrass?" Zhang Biyu nodded. "Yes, now we just need to get it to Yu Lao in time." Yunhui no longer delayed and urged them to set off. Suddenly, Zhang Biyu grew curious. "Young master, why do you always keep your left eye closed?" Yunhui touched his eye and answered vaguely. "Not only have my internal energy and innate true qi been unsealed, they're even stronger than before. I used that power to break the stone chamber wall, but for some reason my left eye still won't recover. Even if I use innate true qi, every time I open my eye it feels like being pricked by needles, so I have to keep it closed." Yunhui gritted his teeth and explained. "I just suffered a minor injury." As they were about to leave, they heard another sound like something being dragged. Listening closely, Zhang Biyu discovered a cave. The sound was coming from that cave. A pair of feet in heavy iron shackles connected by chains appeared in the darkness. A stranger walked out wearing an iron helmet and shackles on his hands, which were 2 iron balls larger than his body. Xiao Tan covered her mouth in fear. "What the hell is that?" Yunhui was also frozen. "It's completely different from the strange people we've seen before, and my heart is beating fast as if I'm facing a peerless master. I don't know if it's an enemy. We should be careful." Zhang Biyu saw it looking over and panicked. "Young master, it's looking at us." The man instantly lifted his foot, pulled the iron chain, and attacked with the iron ball. Yunhui was startled and pushed Zhang Biyu aside to dodge. The heavy iron ball smashed right where they had been standing and the stones below shattered. His body was exceptionally strong. He could lift the iron ball with one hand. Yunhui raised his sword and thrust at lightning speed. He also used the remaining iron ball to block. Even with internal energy, Yunhui's sword was deflected. He couldn't help but be amazed at how hard the thing was. "What is that made of?" "My hand is numb," Xiao Tan cleverly directed from the side. "Yunhui, it's best to cut off the wrist of the hand holding the iron ball." Yunhui silently agreed. Yunhui continuously moved closer to get near him. Although he could skillfully use the iron ball, his movements were slow, so it wasn't hard to dodge. When he slipped under its arm, Yunhui didn't hesitate to cut off its wrist. An iron ball flew into the distance. Taking this opportunity, Yunhui prepared to attack his neck with his sword, but his hand suddenly grew back and then tightly gripped his sword. Yunhui was full of question marks. "It can do that?" This moment of stunned surprise was enough for it to use the remaining iron ball to push him away. The force was astonishing, and Yunhui had to stab his sword into the ground to slow down. Hearing Zhang Biyu shout from the side, Yunhui quickly shushed him to be quiet. He rubbed his aching left eye and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I was careless and let him hit me. The blood flowed into my eye and blurred my vision." Seeing the man acting strangely, Xiao Tan quickly shouted, "Yunhui, what is that monster doing?" She was about to tell him to be careful when she saw him cut off his other hand himself, confident as if it would surely grow back. Yunhui was equally surprised. He cut off his own hand. Tianan frowned and guessed. "He seems to want to get rid of the iron ball." With his hand freed, he chuckled, grabbed the iron mask covering his head, and then tore it off violently. Yunhui's eyes widened, filled with surprise and disbelief. Under the mask was a pair of golden eyes. He let out a sigh of relief finally, much more comfortable. Yunhui frantically turned to Tianan and asked, "Isn't he the one who fought the Tianan swordsman?" He then denied it firmly. "No, his face is different from the one I saw. That person only had one golden eye." Suddenly, he arrogantly extended his hand towards Yunhui. "Lend me that sword, will you? I want to cut these troublesome things off." As he spoke, he also shook the iron shackles on his feet. Yunhui squinted in confusion. "Why should I lend you my sword? Can't you break free from the iron balls yourself?" He scratched his head and glared at him. "Are you stupid? Just because my body recovers quickly doesn't mean I don't feel pain when I'm injured." Tianan reminded him from the side. "You can't, Yunhui." Of course he didn't want to lend it to him either. Suddenly the man sneered again. "You don't want to lend me the sword? You only know one side of the story. I can kill you and take the sword." For a moment Yunhui was lost in thought. To take or not to take, he insists on borrowing, and if he can't borrow, he threatens to take it. The situation was very chaotic. Looking at the mysterious man exuding murderous intent, Yunhui calmly questioned, "I am your benefactor. Why are you threatening me like this?" He repeated the word benefactor in confusion. He met his gaze without fear. "If it weren't for me, would you be free?" Xiao Tan covered her mouth and screamed from the side, "Are you provoking him?" Yunhui narrowed his eyes warily. "In any case, he has no intention of killing me right now. If he wanted to kill me and take the sword, he would have done it already since he's much stronger than me." The man laughed when he heard this. "You're funny. Help me? How ridiculous. You're just a pawn in my hands, yet you talk so much nonsense." What he said seemed to confirm Yunhui's suspicions. Sure enough, he had deliberately cut off his own wrist just now. The man kicked the iron mask beside him. "You'd at least have to remove the talisman on my iron mask to be considered a help, wouldn't you?" "Do you want to take it off?" Yunhui thought. "Buy a talisman? It seems there's no such thing." So he feigned ignorance and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." The man placed his hands on his hips, looking helpless. "Forget it, never mind, fine. I'll be magnanimous with you. Let's just say you helped me regain my freedom. So lend me that sword." "I didn't ask you to. What are you hesitating for?" Yunhui clenched his fists. Then he proposed, "Then promise me one thing. There's no grudge between us, so there's no reason to fight, right? Seeing him being evasive, the man said loudly in annoyance, "You want me to promise not to hurt you? Fine, I promise. I'm a man of my word. Quick, give me the sword." After getting his assurance, Yunwi quickly tossed the sword over. He grinned triumphantly. Then without hesitation he swung several golden flashes of the sword, cutting off the shackles on his feet. Yunwi's eyes widened in surprise. "He can cut through chains I couldn't even dent so easily. His sword moves are so fluid, so graceful, without a hint of stiffness. An outstanding swordsman, a master of the blade. Who is he?" The man held his sword, contemplating. "This sword is better than I thought," but as if remembering something he fell silent for a few seconds, then tossed it back to Yunwi in frustration, casually adding a disparaging remark. "It's just so-so, I have to keep my promise." Tianan, hiding behind him, said doubtfully, "Yunwi, I think this guy is a bit shifty." He watched his every move warily, then replied, "I think so too. I don't know when he'll change his mind. We can't let our guard down." Yunwi's eyes were fixed on the man, but suddenly he just blinked, and the man had appeared in front of Yunwi, his hand patting his shoulder encouragingly. "With your skills you can make a name for yourself in the martial world." Yunwi calmly observed him. "What are you doing? Didn't you already promise?" He stared at the hand on his shoulder. "His strength is truly astonishing. I can't break free." The man didn't answer but instead pulled Yunwi's collar and sniffed. "This smell is awful. It really is you. Did the golden elephant use the golden elephant body technique on you while you were alive? What's your relationship with him?" With his right eye still closed he continued to feign ignorance. "What golden elephant body? Who is he? I don't know what you're talking about." A contemptuous smile touched the man's lips. "If you don't know, then forget it. I suppose he's no longer here." Yunwi grew even more curious. "Who are you talking about?" The man just changed the subject. "If you don't know, then forget it. Have you been in the room full of night-luminescent pearls?" His eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" He clicked his tongue in amazement. "How strange, but how did you survive? You should have met this fate." He moved his hand to Yunwi's chest, feeling it. "Do you have the same body as him? Or is it because of the chi in your heart?" He felt for a moment and found that Yunwi's heart seemed to be wrapped in a layer of strange chi. He smiled faintly and said contemptuously, "So that's it. This chi protected you. You're very lucky, but in that case there's no point in casting the spell." Without another word, he immediately tapped all of Yunwi's acupuncture points at an astonishing speed. Yunwi's heart sank. "Acupressure? He's too fast. I can't react." He could only blurt out, "Didn't you promise not to hurt me?" The man crossed his arms, looking impatient. "Hurt you? You should be grateful to me for the rest of your life. I've cleared your meridians. Now you can use your internal energy." Yunwi shouted, "What did you say?" Then his vision suddenly blurred. Before he could see clearly for long, Yunwi bent over and vomited a strange liquid. He heard him instruct contemptuously, "Our debt is settled. Oh, one more thing. If you meet a guy with one yellow eye, run immediately. If you don't want to end up like me." After vomiting, Yunwi struggled to lift his head to ask what he meant, but he was already gone. Zhang Bu, who was beside him, approached to ask, and he just gave a simple answer. Yunwi touched his eyelid, wondering curiously, "My left eye doesn't hurt anymore. What did he do to me?" Without delaying any longer, he and Zhang Bu quickly ran back to Yu Lao's cave. 3 days later, Yunwi had been keeping watch by Yu Lao's bedside. "It has been 3 days since I returned to my grandfather. The herbs were indeed effective. The subtle convulsions have stopped and your complexion is rosier, but you haven't woken up yet. I often send true chi to my grandfather to help him recover." I used the excuse that opening the middle dantian and transferring true chi requires high concentration to prevent anyone from entering the room. But in reality, it's because I don't want to reveal the change in my left eye. My left eye only turns yellow when I open my middle dantian, and it allows me to see a completely different world. I can clearly see the flow of true chi in others' bodies. As a result, I discovered that everyone has innate true chi. Although it's very weak, the opportunity given to me by the golden elephant body and that mysterious master has allowed my internal energy to advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the early stage of the transcendent realm. Now I can exert power equivalent to what I had before entering Fenglin Valley, without using the power of my middle dantian. Getting stronger is a good thing, but right now it all feels meaningless. If I can't save my own family, what's the use of power? Yunwi gritted his teeth in regret. "Maybe I should take grandfather to see a doctor. I can't just wait for Sima Kuo for a month. I'm going crazy. What should I do?" Suddenly, a warm hand caressed Yunwi's face. "Grandson," he said happily, gripping his hand. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Yu Lao looked at him weakly and said gently, "I don't know why I'm still alive." He also hesitantly recounted their journey to find the herbs. A moment later, Yu Lao managed to sit up in bed and looked at Zhang Bu on the opposite bed. He scolded him with concern. "You fool, how could you do something so dangerous?" Yunwi straightened his back and looked him in the eye. "How could we stand by and do nothing while our family was in danger?" Yu Lao sighed kindly. "My child, if anything had happened to you, how would I explain it to your mother?" Yunwi's eyes widened as if to hint at him. "Grandfather, what are you talking about? I said my mom is still alive." Suddenly he was interrupted. All right, you don't have to lie anymore." Yunwi's heart skipped a beat. "You found out. How did you find out and when? Was it my hesitation back then?" "Actually, I already knew. I knew that one day I would have to tell the truth and apologize. Yunwei clenched his hands on his knees, his voice trembling. Grandfather, I'm sorry, actually, as he choked up. Yu Lao gently placed his hand on his to comfort him. Child, I don't blame you. How could I not understand your intentions, trying to make me less sad before I close my eyes? If anyone should apologize, it's me. This is all our fault as adults. I don't know how you survived, but you must have suffered a lot, yet your heart is still as warm as your mother's, my daughter Xiaoling. Yunwei returned his embrace with tears streaming down his face, his lips whispering, Grandfather. Suddenly he said something else that left him baffled. If your father had the stable position he has now, you and your mother wouldn't have suffered so much. Yunwei remembered something and asked, a stable position? Didn't grandfather think my father was Zhao Yixuan, the head of the Yiyong Zhao family? If not, does grandfather know who my real father is? Hearing Yunwei's question, Yu Lao pushed him away. Wait, you said you knew the head of the Yiyong Zhao family wasn't your real father, and now you're asking about your real father? Why is your surname Zhao then? The words that blurted out of Yunwei's mouth made Yu Lao's eyes widen in surprise. Back then my mother was pregnant with you. To escape from her enemies, she remarried the head of the Yiyong Zhao family. Grandfather, that's why my surname is Zhao. I only learned the truth later. I guess that Zhao Yixuan wasn't my real father, and I had to be considerate of your mother. She had to take refuge with the Yiyong Zhao family because she was pregnant and being hunted by her enemies. Your mother married Zhao Yixuan there, only to give birth to you safely. He lowered his eyes slightly and said sadly, but because of that, your mother had to become a concubine and suffered a lot. Yu Lao pondered for a moment, then placed his hands back on his lap. He understood. So that's how it was. I never expected Linger to go through so much. The truth you know and what I know are indeed completely different. I do know who your real father is. The unfettered divine wind, Chen Chengbai, is your real father. Now your father is the Grand Master of the 8 Wind Shadow sects and one of the 8 great masters of the Central Plains. Xiao Tan leaned in happily to look at him. Your father is one of the 8 great masters? Yunwei, you're a young master from a great family now. What's with your expression, Yunwei? Seeing him grow more silent, Yu Lao asked, you must be very surprised, right? Or do you have some aversion to your father? A flash of annoyance crossed his eyes. I don't know what to say for a moment, grandfather. If my father has such a status, he should have enough position and power to protect my mother and me, and he should know you're here. So I'm wondering if my father is a person who only lives for himself. Yu Lao placed his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Yunwei, don't think of your father like that. He's not the selfish person you think he is. Back then, your father was just a young master, although he tried his best to protect you and your mother. The Flying Crane Shadow sect was discriminated against as descendants of the Blood Demon, and it was unavoidable. You also have to understand that I wasn't imprisoned here. Yunwei's pupils contracted violently as if he had heard something earth-shattering. You mean you weren't imprisoned here by the Peerless City or the Moon Evil Sword? Yu Lao sighed and took off his clothes to show him. That's right. Back then, the Peerless City wanted to ally with the Martial Arts Alliance, but to do so they had to accept one condition from the Alliance. That condition was to uproot our sect. At that time I tried to escape from the Peerless City, but I was hit by a volley of arrows while being pursued and fell into a rushing river. I thought I was dead for sure. Yunwei lowered his head and asked at a steady pace, what happened then? Yu Lao looked kindly at the memorial tablet. Fortunately, he was saved by Brother Zuji. Otherwise he wouldn't be alive today. His identity is the senior brother of the Myriad Death's divine doctor. Yunwei turned back to observe the memorial tablet behind him. He was the senior brother of the Myriad Death's divine doctor. He was able to save my grandfather without any special medical tools. That senior's medical skills are truly unfathomable. He continued to listen to Yu Lao's story. Later I heard from Zhang Biyu and the others who were thrown down here about the situation in the martial world. The Peerless City announced that the Flying Moon Shadow sect had been expelled, and all of the sect's assets had been eradicated. At that time I fell down here severely injured, so I was considered dead. Think about it, under normal circumstances, who could survive in such a situation? So I thought your mother couldn't escape my fate either. I even thought your mother had died before giving birth to you. I think if your father knew your mother was still alive, he would have done his best to find her. Yunwei's heart was filled with doubt. Was it really as he thought? Seeing that he still had many questions, Yu Lao tried to persuade him. Don't be angry with your father, Yunwei. I heard that your father hasn't been with any girl until now. In that case, if your father knew you were still alive, he would surely be very happy. Yunwei thought to himself. How strange, maybe he's right. Has my father really not been with anyone until now? Xiao Tan beside him also guessed with admiration. It seems your father loves your mother and you very much. Yunwei Tianan rarely interjected, also praising. I think he's a very upright man. You should consider looking for him in the future. But he still doubted if he was really that good. Tianan then corrected him. My former master said that the Flying Moon Swordsman is a very upright person. If someone like him still believes your father is a good person, then why don't you give your father a chance, Yunwei? Yunwei lifted his face slightly. I think I need to meet him in person and ask to know the truth. I just want to ask him if he knew my mother was still alive and that I have been born for 20 years. The Flying Moon Shadow sect was destroyed. What difficulties did he have that he couldn't help? Xiao Tan looked at him with pity. It seems you're very serious about this, Yunhui. Yunhui clasped his hands and began to ponder. Because I suddenly heard that a major event will happen at this time. According to my previous memories, the peerless city will announce the news sooner or later. About the death of the unfettered divine wind, Chen Chengbai. Although I want to think carefully, everything is very chaotic right now. I wanted to stay here for a month to stabilize my mind and recover, but it seems that's not possible anymore. Because there are too many things to solve and I need to find out and prevent my biological father's death as soon as possible. In addition, Zhang Bu's condition is getting worse and he needs to find a doctor. Of course, my grandfather is in the same situation. After thinking for a while, he began to discuss. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Hearing this, Yu Lao also asked seriously what he was thinking. Yunhui lowered his head, hiding his emotions. It's simple actually. The reason I fell down here might be a little different from everyone else's. Yu Lao suddenly became curious. Weren't you thrown down by the moon evil sword? Yunhui just replied. Something like that. He crossed his arms looking as if he understood. In that case you don't need to talk about the moon evil sword. I know him better than you do. He's always like this to all martial artists. Yunhui's expression seemed a little hard to speak. If I said I had to accept the challenge of living here for a month to get to know the daughter of Sima Kuo, one of the 4 great evils, would you listen? As he was speaking, someone from outside the door suddenly rushed in. Young Master Zhao, something terrible has happened. When the man saw that Yu Lao was awake, he was also overjoyed. He threw himself in front of him and cried his heart out. He just smiled and asked him what was going on outside. A moment later he wiped away his tears and remembered that it was not the time to talk. Young Master Zhao, do you remember the loud noise you heard 3 days ago? Even I didn't think it was a big deal. But now the water in the cave is almost up to our ankles. Yunhui understood his meaning and asked tentatively. You mean the cave is flooding, right? He immediately said sadly. Yes, if this continues the entire Fenglin Valley will be flooded in less than 2 days. He looked up at the cave ceiling, silent. The situation seemed very bad. It would flood this place in just 2 days. It's too fast. I can't think of a way to escape for now. Thinking, he turned to Yu Lao to discuss. It seems we have to go to higher ground first, grandfather. He also agreed that they couldn't just sit and wait. Yunhui quickly carried Yu Lao on his back and suddenly they heard someone beside them ask, aren't you going to take Senior Zuji's memorial tablet? If you take the tablet to the Myriad Death's divine doctor when you leave, then perhaps Senior can be treated by the Myriad Death's divine doctor and your dantian might be restored. Yu Lao smiled wryly. You think the Myriad Death's divine doctor can restore a dantian? That's just a fantasy. Seeing this, Yunhui also advised, in that case let's take that memorial tablet with us. Maybe there's hope, because my dantian was also destroyed back then, but the Myriad Death's divine doctor restored it for me. His words made Yu Lao's eyes widen. Are you serious, Yunhui? He glanced back at him slightly to confirm. Yu Lao was overjoyed. Then can my dantian really be restored? That's wonderful, Yunhui. I beg you to take Brother Ji's memorial tablet with you as well, he replied. All right. And then the 3 of them continued to meet up with the people outside. On the way, the man took the opportunity to ask for Yunhui's opinion, but he himself hadn't thought of anything yet. Suddenly, Yu Lao said he heard a woman's voice. Yunhui repeated his words with some doubt. A girl's voice came from outside the cave. You have to show me the way. If you lead me astray, you're dead. The one leading the way was also a little timid. Miss, I've already said this is the right way. Her small lips shouted loudly. You dare lie to me again? See if I don't sell you for salt and not even leave your corpse whole. He gritted his teeth in anger. Aya, how would I dare to deceive you, miss? Yunhui heard the familiar voice and smiled slightly. How could I forget her? With that, he shouted towards the cave entrance. Miss Sima. A moment later, Sima Ying quickly peeked out to observe. Is it you, young master? Only when she saw him did she happily run over. I'm Sima Ying. Who is this old man on your back, young master? Yu Lao hesitated behind him. What is your relationship with this beautiful young lady? Yunhui smiled awkwardly at him, looking guilty. Grandfather, let me briefly explain. This is Miss Sima Ying. Sima Ying was a little stunned when she heard Yunhui call him grandfather. Yu Lao smiled kindly and asked, Miss must be from the Sima family, right? Just as he finished asking, he also heard his grandson add, Yes, she is Sima Kuo's daughter. Yu Lao's pupils dilated as if he had been struck by an old man's blow. What did you say? She's the daughter of the moon evil sword? Sima Ying shyly touched her hair and greeted, Grandfather, it's a pleasure to meet you. I will be your granddaughter-in-law in the future. Yu Lao almost bit his tongue and shouted, What, granddaughter-in-law? Yunhui quickly tried to smooth things over with a fake smile. Miss Sima, it's still too early for that. We haven't even gone on a date yet. How can you say that? Sima Ying argued sadly. Didn't young master already propose to my father? His mouth twitched and he said weakly, I was just asking for permission to get to know you, miss. At this moment Xiao Tan spoke up to remind him. Yunhui, what's wrong with your grandfather? He seems to be scared by what you said. Yu Lao almost rolled his eyes and fainted. I'm going to be in-laws with the moon evil sword. Yunhui explained the whole story of falling into Fenglin Valley. And Yu Lao was as angry as if he had eaten dynamite. What? He threw my grandson into Fenglin Valley just because he asked to meet you? He frowned slightly and explained to him. I did it voluntarily, grandfather. Yu Lao looked at him in disbelief. Even so, how could he do that? You could have died. Sima Ying was suddenly stunned, then quickly knelt down. Grandfather is right. Father went too far this time because he was too worried about me. I apologize to you for my father's rudeness. Please punish me. Hearing Yu Lao snort coldly, he quickly added, he didn't intend to keep me here forever. I came in because he promised to let me out after a month. Suddenly Yunhui turned to her and announced, but Miss Sima, something has happened. Sima Ying was startled and stammered, asking what was wrong. Yunhui looked up at the damp cave ceiling. The cave is flooding and the water is rising from inside. At this rate, the cave will be completely flooded in 2 more days. It seems we have to get out early. Sima Ying stood up abruptly and said happily, then there's no other way. Since there's a natural disaster like this, we can't stay here any longer. That's right, my dad asked you to survive in Fenglin Valley for a month, not to live underwater, right? Xiao Tan was increasingly impressed. She's so happy. Yunhui and Yu Lao observed and assessed from a high place, but they still didn't know how to get out. In the end, they had to ask her. Sima Ying winked at him, then turned to lead the way. Follow me, how do you think I got down here? After a while, the people in Yu Lao's cave followed the path Sima Ying led. They were almost there when he suddenly called out to Sima Ying. Yunhui followed her closely and asked doubtfully why she had come to such a dangerous place alone. She smiled helplessly. You're still asking, of course it's because I missed you. I snuck down while my father was away. Yunhui's mouth twitched and he confirmed, your father is not home. Sima Ying remembered and said because suddenly a man emerged from a crack in the mountain. Yunhui had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He quickly asked via voice transmission, Miss, I'd like to ask you something about that man. Sima Ying noticed that his internal energy had recovered and her eyes widened. Yunhui didn't talk about himself but just whispered, Miss Sima, please recall carefully and then answer me. Were both of his eyes yellow? She was a little confused but still admitted seriously, yes. Yunhui's heart sank. It was him after all. I must have broken the stone chamber wall, which is why the cave is flooded. Xiao Tan was about to say that it was impossible for a human to do that, but then she remembered the scene of him cutting iron like mud and changed her words. Although he's not a human but a monster. But Yunhui had other ideas, but with his strength he could definitely do it. Did the moon evil sword fight him? Thinking, Yunhui asked with concern, is your father all right? Sima Ying smiled confidently. My father is very strong, so he must be fine. As for that guy with the strange eyes, he's very strange. His arm was cut off by my father, but it grew back immediately like a lizard's tail. Then he suddenly ran away. My father immediately chased after him. In short, she only remembered that part. Yunhui broke out in a cold sweat and lamented, that monster actually ran away, I could barely even hurt him. But Sima Kuo was able to cut off his hand. Are all of the 4 great evils as strong as Sima Kuo, or is Sima Kuo the only one among the 4 great evils who is so powerful? In any case, the 4 great evils and the 8 great masters are not just empty names in the martial world. Seeing Yunhui's silence after answering, Sima Ying had no choice but to ask, what are you thinking about so seriously? He smiled helplessly. Nothing, I just hope your father is all right. In the darkness her voice echoed strangely again. Why are you worried about my father and not me? After a moment, they were almost at the spot where she had come down and Sima Ying stopped. This is the rope. Do you remember the suspension bridge above? I used it to climb down. Yunhui turned to look at her in disbelief. Miss, where did you get such a long rope? Sima Ying narrowed her eyes and smiled smugly. I borrowed it from a nearby village. It took me half a day to braid such a long rope. Suddenly, one of the men pointed at the rope. Young master, look up there. Someone is already climbing the rope. Those with ill intentions stared greedily at the thin rope, scrambling to climb up, even arguing about who should go first. They shouted that they had escaped Fenglin Valley and were free. Yu Lao watched them in surprise. Aren't they all Bashang's men? Sima Ying covered her mouth and said worriedly, if so many people climb at once, the rope won't be able to hold them. Yunhui involuntarily saw something else. Oh no, that guy, he wants to cut the rope. He was still shouting, telling the people behind him not to blame him because if the rope broke, they would all die. The men cried out in panic, and the leader began to talk nonsense again, saying that not everyone had to be sacrificed. He would buy a rope to save the people here after he got out. If anyone was as selfish as him, they would also cut the rope. But if a man does not trust, how can heaven help him? As soon as he picked up the knife to cut the rope, their bodies were suspended in midair and everyone fell, including the leader. Yu Lao and his party watched the greedy men coldly. Sima Ying wanted to get closer to see. The rope didn't seem to be completely cut. Why? But before she could get close, Yunhui stopped her. Miss, step back quickly. She was a little confused, glanced at him, and then, in just a moment, like thick logs, they fell into the water with a thud. Yunhui quietly speculated that the suspension bridge above seemed to have broken due to being overweight. The people floating in the water kept calling for help, making a racket. On this side, Yunhui and Sima Ying still hadn't thought of another way. Suddenly, there was a boom explosion at the bottom of the river, splashing water everywhere, and Sima Ying was so scared that she retreated behind Yunhui. When Yu Lao saw this, he stammered in panic, while she was full of surprise and fear. Xiaosu stood straight in the water looking at them. Only Yunhui calmly reassured, don't worry, it won't attack everyone. Its name is Xiaosu. Xiaosu brought its face close to Yunhui and he was still smiling happily, while Yu Lao seemed to be so scared his legs were about to give out. He sat on Yunhui's back, but his body kept leaning forward trying to climb down, constantly asking him if he was sure. Sima Ying also quietly moved her body. Yunhui leisurely called out to him, it's all right. Do you want to touch it? The two of them turned pale and shook their heads like rattledrums. Seeing this, he had to give up. Yunhui turned to Xiaosu again and asked it gently, "Xiaosu, how did you get here?" It couldn't answer, so it just turned its snake body and looked in another direction. Yunhui asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" He became suspicious and used his innate true qi to probe the bottom of the water. Only when he saw the huge drain did he understand that you came through that hole. Yunhui was suddenly stunned and said in astonishment, "Could it be that you're here to take me out?" Xiaosu let out a soft growl in acknowledgement. Yunhui affectionately stroked its head. "Thank you, Xiaosu, I owe you again." Yunhui then turned to the four of them and Yu Lao and said, "Sima Ying, grandfather, Miss Sima and everyone, if there's no way out we'll all die here. Do you all trust me?" A smile flashed in his eyes as he glanced at them, while Xiaosu bared its fangs behind them ready to strike. Under the deep water, bubbles kept rising and Xiaosu suddenly leapt out of the water and came to a strange lake. The people sitting on its back were all pale, only Yunhui was overjoyed. "We're out." After being put on the ground, the group couldn't help but choke up. "Yu Lao, we're out. We're finally." "Yes, the light is too dazzling. I can't open my eyes." Yunhui waded through the water to Xiaosu, who only had its head exposed. "Xiaosu, thank you for bringing us here. I want to go with you, but I'm afraid I can't." He lovingly touched the pitted places where its scales had been burned. The human-faced purple-eyed anaconda is afraid of light because its scales are very fragile and will be immediately sunburned. Yunhui gently stroked that spot and said sincerely, "Thank you, I will definitely come back to see you when I have the chance." After it dived into the water, Sima Ying came over to inform them, "Young master, I know where we are." Yunhui asked for confirmation and then heard her say, "Behind this forest is the village where I borrowed the rope. There's a good doctor there that you're looking for. Let's go quickly. Oh, we should change clothes first or we'll attract attention." A crowd of people gathered in front of the village notice board on which was simply written, "The Peerless City announces that regardless of righteous or evil sects, whoever can pass the trial of the unfettered divine wind can be taught all the martial arts of the 8 wind shadow sects and become the heir." The people from Yu Lao's cave knelt on the ground and asked anxiously, "Yu Lao, what's going on?" He just sat quietly on a rock and said to them seriously, "Didn't you all work so hard to gain your freedom? This is no longer Fenglin Valley, so you don't have to bother following this old man. Go your separate ways." They choked out his name, speechless, while everyone knelt down. "I assure you, if you need help, just call us anytime and we will definitely come to help you." Yu Lao finally breathed a sigh of relief and let them regain their freedom. "I understand. Thank you all for following this old man for all this time." Yunhui stood beside him to see them off. Suddenly, the remaining people cried out a person's name in panic, attracting the attention of Yunhui and him. "Zhang Biyu! Zhang Biyu!" A man with a scar on his face held Zhang Biyu and told them that he had fainted. His body was burning hot and his breathing seemed about to stop. Yunhui sighed to himself. "This is bad. Something terrible has happened. It seems his condition has worsened." Sima Ying hurriedly pulled them into the village. "Follow me, just walk a little to the northwest." The scarred man carried Zhang Biyu while Yunhui carried Yu Lao and looked around. "Is there a doctor in this village?" Yu Lao observed hesitantly, thinking, "Is this Fuan County?" Then he pointed ahead for Yunhui to see. "Look at that flag." The black flag had a pattern of a sword and a saber crossed, which was the symbol of the Peerless City. He thought to himself, "Although I know the Peerless City is in the northern part of Shaanxi province, I didn't expect their influence to extend to the neighboring villages." He looked back worriedly and asked if he was all right. Yu Lao didn't know what Yunhui was trying to say. After sensing for a moment, he said, "Doesn't grandfather have a connection with the Peerless City too? There are many people from the Peerless City around here exuding killing intent. What if someone recognizes you?" Yu Lao smiled helplessly. "It's been over 20 years, and besides, they all think I'm dead. How could anyone recognize this old man under these circumstances? Besides, isn't Zhang Bu's life in danger right now? Let's hurry to the southeast of the village first." Yunhui looked in the direction he pointed. "To the southeast?" Yu Lao remained firm. Although it had been over 20 years, hadn't he lived here before when he was being chased by the Peerless City? He had heard there was a doctor with excellent medical skills there. He should still be around. In the southeast of Fuan County, a seemingly weak scholar was arguing with the gatekeeper. "What kind of outrageous reasoning is this? Is it reasonable for you to book such a large clinic?" the gatekeeper said angrily. "You're so noisy." He drew his sword and held it to the young man's neck. "Hey brat, scram if you don't want to get hurt." Li Bin snorted lightly. "So you're the ones who started it?" Before the gatekeeper could understand what was happening, the hand holding the sword was already broken. The other gatekeeper looked at his wailing companion in terror. Before he could run, he was kicked in the throat by the young man and spat out a mouthful of syrup. He was slender, but his punches and kicks were fast and powerful enough to send him flying. The two fell to the ground, moaning in pain. Li Bin patted the corner of his clothes and smiled as if nothing had happened. The young man swaggered into the clinic, but was thrown out by a deep internal force just as he crossed the threshold. Li Bin quickly stood firm, maintaining his balance, and did not fall. The young man touched his clothes and sighed to himself, so cold. What attacked the young man was a cold aura. The woman channeled her internal energy into her palm and glanced coldly at Li Bin. "How dare you lay a hand on my people? You've got some nerve." He observed her for a moment in his mind. A martial art that can control cold chi, a bow decorated with gray fox fur and a head of snow-white hair, it must be her. the infamous underworld master from Shaanxi, the woman known as the Silver White Fox. She lifted her chin and glared at Li Bin. Are you ready to die? The young man smiled obsequiously, feeling uneasy in his heart. Damn it, why did I have to run into the Silver White Fox at a time like this? He was still explaining. I didn't know you were here, senior. The Silver White Fox closed the distance in the blink of an eye, she sneered. Too late. The cold chi rushed towards his face and Li Bin was so scared he froze. Too fast, damn it, it's too late to dodge this move. The young man crossed his arms, preparing to block the force of this chi. But after a while he felt nothing and had to look up. A person who had just appeared had grabbed the Silver White Fox's hand. All right, can you all make way? She and Li Bin were both shocked. He blocked the Silver White Fox's palm with one hand. Who the hell is that guy? The Silver White Fox broke free from Yunwei's hand. Are you all crazy enough to want to die today? She frowned and channeled all her internal energy. It's too late for regrets now, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Yunwei's annoyed gaze stared at her coldly. And then he also closed his eyes as if resigning himself to his fate. Let's get this over with. Seeing him so contemptuous of her, the Silver White Fox's eyes turned red with anger. How dare this bastard fight me with one eye closed? She struck with her palm, thinking she had hit him, but Yunwei had already appeared behind her at some point. The Silver White Fox turned her head slightly, breaking out in a cold sweat. He actually dodged all of my Silver White Fox's moves. When did he move behind me? Before she could turn around to fight again, a chi gong full of internal energy had already struck the Silver White Fox's abdomen. Her body flew several meters away, raising a cloud of dust. Li Bin collapsed on the ground, shocked and scared. He saw her collapse there and lamented. My God, she was knocked to the ground and fainted with just one punch. He looked up at Yunwei. Hero, if it's not too rude, may I know your esteemed name? Before he could state his intentions, he saw Yunwei wave his hand, signaling the remaining four to run into the clinic, leaving Li Bin looking bewildered. He thought to himself, what on earth just happened inside the clinic? The physician's voice was full of reproach. You two are injured like this and haven't been treated. It's a miracle you're still alive to be brought here. From the physician's mouth he learned that Yu Lao's heart had weakened due to old age, and his vision had also gradually blurred due to living in darkness for a long time. As long as he was treated well, his condition could still improve, but Zhang Bu's injuries had been dragged on for too long, and he could only leave it to fate. Yunwei asked the old gentleman sadly, is there no way to save that person? The physician looked at him gently and replied, the rest depends on the patient's willpower. Young master, you can't help much here now. I will do my best to take care of these two patients, so please take a rest, young master. The noodles at a nearby inn are very delicious. Why don't you go there to have a bite and take a nap? Since the physician had said so, Yunwei had to obey. There was no other choice. Everything depends on the doctor. When he walked out in silence, Sima Ying hurried forward to ask, young master, what did that doctor say? He lowered his head and told her. They said we can't help much now, so let's rest first. How about we go get something to eat? I heard the noodles at a nearby inn are delicious. Sima Ying smiled happily, her eyes crinkling. All right, I haven't eaten all day, I'm starving. Suddenly, a young man interrupted them. I found you. Yunwei looked at the young man hesitantly. Are you the one who was at the clinic entrance just now? Li Bin approached him and thanked him sincerely. Hero, thanks to you we were able to escape danger and get treated by the doctor. Yunwei smiled politely. I just happened to have something to do at the clinic. Besides, I still have many shortcomings and I'm still young. I can't be called a hero. Li Bin respectfully cupped his hands and praised Yunwei endlessly. He didn't know what to say, so he just accepted the compliment and then asked about the young man's condition. Li Bin squeezed his shoulder and stammered, that matter, the doctor also said there's nothing he can do. Now we can only wait. Although I was mentally prepared to have my acupoint sealed with golden needles and my martial arts sealed if I failed the exam when it really happened, I still felt uneasy and unconsciously came to see the doctor. Yunwei frowned. If it's not too rude, may I ask what happened to you, young master? Li Bin was a little surprised. I'm sorry, it seems I was talking to myself. I thought you were also on your way to the Peerless City to become a disciple of the unfettered divine wind. Half a month ago, the Peerless City issued an announcement. Regardless of age or origin, they announced that whoever passes the test of the unfettered divine wind will be taught all the martial arts of the 8 wind shadow sects and become the heir. The reason why so many martial artists have gathered in the county is to participate in the examination, receive the teachings of the 8 wind shadow sects and also covet the position of the next generation's sect leader. However, if one fails the exam, the 8 major acupoints will be pierced with silver needles. His internal energy was immediately sealed, and for 3 years he had to live as a guest of the 8 wind shadow sects. Sima Ying on the side was full of question marks. She really didn't understand why they had to choose an heir in this way. Li Bin then explained to her clearly that the heir was just an excuse, it was actually to expand their power. As he spoke, the young man shook his head, then leaned in close to the two of them and whispered, this is just a rumor in the martial world. Some say that the unfettered divine wind has not fulfilled his duties as a man, so he has no offspring. Yunwei's mouth twitched and he suddenly felt very helpless. Could he be a eunuch? Because the unfettered divine wind's biological son was right here. Li Bin took something out of his pocket. What a pity, I thought you would be able to pass the unfettered divine wind's test. The young man took out a token and handed it over. Please accept this, hero. Yunwei politely refused. No need, I didn't help you for. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Seeing his expression, Li Bin continued to insist that Yunhui accept it so he could contact him if he needed anything in the future. The young man looked at the name on the token, Zhao Libin. Yunhui was quite surprised. He is the smiling young master. Xiao Tan then asked Yunhui, do you know this person? Looking at the young man's smile, Yunhui answered himself, he is the smiling young master, Zhao Libin. This nickname comes from the fact that he is always smiling. He is a famous new master of the righteous sect, however there is something special about him. He and the white and black ghosts, a pair of brothers we know, are evenly matched. Seeing Li Bin still holding out the token, Yunhui had to reach out and take it. Sighing inwardly at how unpredictable life is, Yunhui covered one eye and looked at the young man. Now I just need to test his strength. Song Zuobai is still better for now, but this guy will definitely go further in the future. Li Bin continued to smile brightly at him, although it's a bit rude. Can you tell me your honorable name, hero? Yunhui put away the token and agreed faintly. He's so kind, I don't want to lie to him. He bowed slightly with cupped hands. My name is Yunhui. Suddenly, Li Bin called out his name, which made Yunhui very confused. The young man grabbed his hand tightly, ecstatic. Is the hero a descendant of the Tianan swordsman? Yunhui didn't know what to do awkwardly, so he just hummed in agreement. The young man looked as if he had met a benefactor. It's such an honor, I didn't expect to meet one of the two new stars of the righteous martial world here. Yunhui's mouth twitched, repeating the young man's words, two new stars. Seeing that he still didn't understand, the young man began to talk endlessly about how the descendant of the Tianan swordsman and the disciple of the Kongdong sect Li Zhengqian are the two new stars of the righteous martial world. The plan has already been prepared to wipe out the remnants of the blood demon cult. Yunhui listened in a daze for a while, still not able to digest it all. It wasn't until he said goodbye to the young man that he, as the smiling young master Zhao Libin had said, summed up the general situation. The remnant forces of the blood demon cult were secretly plotting during the martial arts tournament held by the Martial Arts Alliance. This incident was discovered by the Martial Arts Alliance and the descendants of the Tianan swordsmen. At the same time, Li Zhengqian also investigated and found that there were many masters in the Martial Arts Alliance. Through this incident, Li Zhengqian and I were hailed as the new stars of the righteous martial world. They will lead the future of the martial world. The blood demon next to him laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face because he never expected the blood demon to be regarded as a new star of the righteous sect. Yunhui glared at him angrily. Shut your mouth. In just 1 month, I became a hero of the righteous martial world. It's truly unbelievable. Before my return, there was only one dazzling person at the martial arts conference, and that was Li Zhengqian. Xiao Tan looked at him in confusion. Who gave you this title? Was it Bei Ying Dao Sheng? Yunhui thought it was impossible. Although Guo Daxia had helped me, he was an upright person and would rather remain silent than do such a thing in front of everyone. This must have been done by someone else. In the Martial Arts Alliance's military advisor's mansion, the chief military advisor Zhu Yuanming died at my hands. So this time it was probably done by the second military advisor Sima Zhongxuan or the third military advisor Bai Weixiang. Xiao Tan was even more confused about why they would do this. But Yunhui knew because they had no other choice. The Martial Arts Alliance let the Blood Demon cult snatch the Blood Demon sword on their own turf. This undoubtedly affected their reputation, so they needed a big enough event to cover it up. Do you remember the purpose of the Rising Star tournament? It was actually a chess game arranged for the championship candidate Li Zhengqian, and also to prevent the emergence of a new focus of the righteous sect. But now another person who could become the focus has appeared. Originally, Li Zhengqian alone was enough. But now if he is the only one, he cannot attract attention because the tournament has ended vaguely. The Tianan swordsman has always been an idol that martial artists yearn for. So his true disciple has become an excellent reason for them to use. Yunhui was lost in thought. Did I cause such a big impact by leaving the conference halfway and telling the Grand Marshal about the gunpowder? Perhaps that was their last impression of me. Sima Ying, who was beside him, shouted, "Young master!" He was startled and asked her what was wrong. She pouted and slammed the table. "Why haven't you answered me after I've been calling for so long? I'm sitting right in front of you, yet you're ignoring me. What are you thinking about, young master?" Yunhui closed his eyes slightly and pondered. "The problem is that young master Zhao recognized me just now. I'm a little worried that others might recognize me in the future." Sima Ying smiled and told him not to worry because she was by his side, but Yunhui told Sima Ying that it wasn't necessary. Perhaps it would be enough for him to change his appearance or wear different clothes. Hearing this, she became even more interested and proudly showed off to him. "I'm best at disguise. Then let's go to the clothing store after we finish eating. We have to buy things for Grandpa and the others anyway." Yunhui propped up his chin, let out a soft sigh and agreed. His thoughts were in a jumble in his mind again. "I've never thought about this before, but there are many problems with the 8-win Shadow Sects examination that confuse me and need to be figured out. But I'm sure of one thing, that competition is my best chance to see my father." Sincerely Bai. On a nearby road, a truck carrying 2 people was creaking along. Chenrong looked around and struck up a conversation. "The more I think about it, the more I find it strange. Isn't it a bit too irresponsible of you to do this?" Zhengqian tilted his head back and asked casually. "Irresponsible?" Chenrong gritted his teeth. "Yeah, isn't it enough to have 2 great masters as your teachers? Li Zhengqian, are you planning to take all the benefits for yourself? The man named Li Zhengqian, who was already a disciple of 2 of the 8 great masters, casually held a piece of jerky in his mouth. I'm only participating because I was instructed to by my superiors. Do you think I'm happy to go? Chen Rong shouted in his ear. Then you might as well just stay at home. Zhengqian rubbed his sore ear. The elders asked me to participate because of our relationship with the peerless city. I'm not like you guys who scramble for things without distinguishing between good and bad. Besides, aren't you a greedy person too? Isn't it enough for you to learn martial arts from the #1 master, and now you're coveting the martial arts of the unfettered divine wind? Chen Rong is the grandson of the fierce king Hegemon Blade, Chen Jun. He snorted contemptuously, his eyes filled with anger, even turning red. He cursed inwardly. Isn't it because of you, the person who was taught martial arts by the Tai Chi sword Emperor Sun Xianzhen and the #1 sword in Wuhan by Shangmu, dares to call me greedy? Are you qualified to say such a thing? He clicked his tongue on the surface and complained. I'm not interested in the power struggles of the Alliance or the peerless city. I just want to become stronger. Zhengqian interrupted him without mercy. Oh, I can tell by looking at you. Anger rushed to his head like blood. Chen Rong gritted his teeth and cursed. Bastard, I think you're going too far. But before he could draw his sword, he heard his call. Chen Rong, we're almost at the peerless city. Are you planning to exhaust your strength before we even get there? Hearing this, he took his hand off his sword, remained silent, and almost bit his tongue, but finally punched Zhengqian's shoulder to vent his anger. Zhengqian smiled and glanced at him. Want some jerky? Seeing the half-eaten jerky in his hand, Chen Rong's hands trembled with anger. No, and you should stop. The sound of you chewing is annoying. Zhengqian cheekily pulled out another piece of jerky from his pocket. Really? You should have said so earlier, then I'd know to eat quietly, Chen Rong shouted in anger. You have more? He pulled out a handful of jerky and sneered. Yes, plenty. Want some? He turned away abruptly, ignoring him. I don't need it. Zhengqian pouted with a look of disdain. Oh, this guy is so rude. He continued to lie on the straw mat. It was so comfortable. His face instantly lost its human expression, as if he were missing someone. Looking at the blue sky above, Zhengqian muttered something out of the blue. It would be nice if that kid came too. Yunhui, the descendant of the Tianan swordsman, I wonder if we'll ever meet again. Back at the clinic, Yunhui said cheerfully. Grandfather, that's great, you look much better. Yu Lao replied happily. Is that Yunhui? Come here. Seeing something in his hand, he asked curiously. What's this, child? Yunhui politely explained. These are grandfather's new clothes. Then he added, Miss Sima prepared them for you. Hearing this, Yu Lao happily asked him to thank her on his behalf. A second later, Yu Lao's happy expression suddenly turned sad and hesitant. You seem to have something you want to say to me. Hearing this, Yunhui couldn't help but sigh. I really can't hide anything from you, grandfather. You always know me so well. Then he asked, Can I tell you about this? Yu Lao told him to speak. So Yunhui began to tell him everything. He started with his time at the Zhao family in Yiyang to being captured by the blood demon cult and becoming one of them. Then he was taken in by the 4 venerables and became a disciple who was taught martial arts. Then, by a stroke of luck, he received the true teachings of the Tianan swordsman and the flying dagger killing king he obtained under the cliff. Then he followed the second young Miss's order to participate in the Rising Star tournament of the martial arts world, successfully seized the Blood Demon sword and was recognized as its master, thus becoming the leader of the Blood Demon cult, the Blood Demon. Yunhui told Yu Lao everything except for the fact that he was a returner. After hearing everything, he didn't say anything. Xiao Tan saw this and guessed, Grandfather seems to be deep in thought, that's why he's not speaking, but he thought again. Anyway, Grandfather will find out sooner or later, so I have nothing to hide. But now after hearing everything, Grandfather hasn't said a word. He must understand that everything I did was out of necessity. Just as Yunhui was lost in thought, Yu Lao sighed. It's truly fate, unpredictable. The things I tried to escape in my youth have now come back. If this is what heaven wants me to bear, then I can only accept it. The founder of our sect also had regrets. He squinted his eyes as if recalling the past. Because of all the things the Blood Demon cult brought to our sect, we suffered greatly. But now that your identity is what it is, I don't know what to say. Yunhui, I have something to say to you too. Although fate has pushed you to the Blood Demon cult, you don't need to think too much about it. Just do what you think is right. Just walk the path you choose. I will spend the rest of my life watching over and supporting you. He gently held the hands on his shoulders and replied, I understand. Afterwards, Yunhui sighed to himself, telling Grandfather everything was indeed the right decision. The scene switches to 3 days later in front of the watchtower of the 8 Wind Shadow sects. Yuanchen watched for a while and asked doubtfully, Is that all? Why are there only 2 people participating in the selection test of the 8 Wind Shadow sects? The surrounding crowd was also discussing, why are Li Zhengqian and Chen Rong here too? If they're trying their luck, what chance do we have? Those 2 are descendants of the 8 great masters. What are they doing here, competing with us? Looks like we should give up early. Zhengqian heard this and sighed. Even doing nothing makes me a villain in others' eyes. Chen Rong heard this and sneered. It's not strange that people hate your face, but then again, it saves a lot of trouble that they know our identities. It would be even more tiring to have a confrontation like the one in the Rising Star exam. Speaking of which, I just remembered that I hope to see that guy named Yunhui again this time. Then Yuanchen said seriously, If no one else participates in the exam, please come with me. Just as the three of them were about to leave, someone shouted, "Wait, there's me too." Chen Rong glanced over and secretly sized up the person who had just spoken. From the looks of it, his strength was just at the peak level. Yunhui saw his contemptuous expression and was very puzzled. Then Chen Rong asked, "Are you also participating in this exam?" He replied coldly, "Yes." He pointed behind him and continued, "You seem to have just come down from the mountain, so you don't know who we are." Yunhui heard this and sighed. "This guy is still as arrogant as when I first met him in the tavern. But he dares to say that because he doesn't know who I am." Thinking this, he still replied politely, "How could I not know the great names of you two?" Yunhui thought to himself, "There are many masters here now. It's better not to cause trouble and be humble first." Then he said, "That must be Zhengqian, the disciple of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, who made a name for himself in the Rising Star exam, and the one traveling with young Master Zhengqian must be young Master Yunhui, right?" Chen Rong was stunned and his anger flared up again. "What did you say? What the hell did you say?" "I'm Chen Rong, the grandson of one of the 8 great masters." Only then did Yunhui pretend to apologize. "Oh, I was being rude, please forgive me. I got a little confused." The surrounding crowd started talking again. "This is hilarious, using the name of the 8 great masters to scare people, but that guy is not afraid at all. Besides bragging about being the grandson of the fierce King Hegemon Blade Chen Jun, his strength is probably not as amazing as the rumors say, right?" At this moment Yan Zheng spoke up, "You're too noisy. This exam is fair. Anyone who wants to participate can participate. So there are 3 participants, right? The 3 of you follow me." Xiao Tan observed his face and shouted happily, "He's furious." Yunhui replied, "That's just his temper, he can't change it." Then he walked past Zhengqian calmly. Zhengqian saw this and immediately sighed. He looked so familiar. Xiao Tan saw this and said, "Zhengqian is watching you. He seems to have recognized something." Yunhui said calmly, "Or maybe he's just a cautious person." Yuanchen walked and said, "The 8 Wind Shadow sects have a total of 8 schools. The masters of each school are waiting on each floor for the candidates. If you can withstand 50 moves or defeat them, you can go to the next floor. Keep going until the highest floor and you'll pass. This is the first part of the test." Soon the 4 of them arrived at the first floor. A group of martial artists was already waiting there. Yunhui saw them and thought, "They don't seem to want to find the successor of the unfettered divine wind. Such a difficult test, just hearing about it makes my head spin. The people here are all top masters, how can they be easily defeated?" Then Zichi also spoke, "I am Lun Zichi, and I will be your opponent on the first floor. I am also the master of one of the 8 schools of the 8 Wind Shadow sects, the Formed Fist. All of us here have profound internal energy, but we will adjust it according to the competitor, so you don't need to worry too much about the level of internal energy. Now that you are here, you have the right to give up before the competition. If you continue to compete and lose, you will have to be our guest for 3 years." Zhengqian waited for him to finish and asked, "Does the first one to finish go up to the next floor first?" Zichi confirmed this. He was happy to hear this and said, "That's good, it saves waiting. I'll fight you first." After speaking, Zhengqian chose his opponent. He saw this and exclaimed, "He's so fast, as expected of the Alliance Master's disciple." And he happily said, "How can I miss the opportunity to fight the strongest person here?" Then Chen Rong also chose his opponent, thinking that he chose the weakest to save his strength. Chen Rong thought, Yunhui will definitely lose soon, so he said arrogantly, "I don't know if you can go upstairs, but take your time with things." In just a moment the sound of welcoming the 3 to the first stage rang out. Yunhui thought to himself, "I really missed the opportunity to fight 2 descendants of the 8 great masters. Compared to those 2, this guy is too weak. It seems this guy will be under the command of this sect for 3 years. In a short while the time for their decisive battle arrived. A small incident happened that stunned the person fighting Yunhui. Chen Rong witnessed this scene and was no different. Only Zhengqian calmly said, "Oh," as if he wasn't too surprised. It turned out that in that instant, Yunhui had already kicked that person away. The guy was in great pain, but he still said unconvinced, "You hid your strength? He is a master." And he calmly said, "Then I'll pass first." The camera turned to another place, and a low hoarse voice sounded softly, "It's interesting that 2 descendants of 2 of the 8 great masters would want the position of heir to the 8 Wind Shadow sects." Yuanchen heard this and replied, "Who among all the rising stars wouldn't want to participate in this position?" The old man immediately denied it. "Not necessarily. There is one person who is not here out of greed. Although it is said that this is indeed a competition between the descendants of the great masters, the result of this test is almost predetermined. However, he said that's not necessarily the case." The fake Tianwu City asked, "Then do you think the grandson of the fierce King Hegemon Blade will be more outstanding?" Yuanchen pondered and said, "Besides that descendant, there is also a newcomer whose strength is also quite strong. I have already observed him, and he is indeed very powerful. The speed of his sword is no less than Li Zhengqin's, but the strange thing is that with such superb swordsmanship, no one knows his identity." The old man listened to his account and picked up a pen to prepare to write. Soon a piece of calligraphy was born. Yuanchen saw this and couldn't help but let out a sound full of admiration. "Oh," after finishing the painting, the fake Tianwu City asked, "You said that nameless person also uses a sword?" The old man's face immediately became hard to read, and the scene turned to the 8th floor. Yunqi witnessed this scene and exclaimed, "It's truly amazing. The 6 masters of the flowing form spear joined forces and still failed. His cultivation is not inferior to Li Zhengqin's, and he may even be a notch stronger than Li Zhengqian. After knocking everyone down, Yunwi thought to himself, it seems I'm already a bit tired after passing the 7 trials. I can't use my proficient swordsmanship now, otherwise I would have passed this stage much faster. Because there are masters gathered here, I must hide my identity. I've already disguised my Tianan sword and left the blood demon sword with my grandfather, so I hope no one recognizes it. Xiao Tan heard this and asked doubtfully, what are you talking about? You climbed up here faster than that Chen Rong. But he replied, don't say that, in a little while he'll also reach the 8th floor. His strength is extraordinary, only slightly weaker than Li Zhengqian. I knew it when I saw him use his saber technique on the 1st floor. While they were chatting, Yunqi interrupted again. Congratulations, young hero, on passing the 1st trial. The next trial will be held the day after tomorrow. Young hero, please take this token and come for the test at noon tomorrow. If you don't arrive by noon, you will be considered to have forfeited the competition. After coming out, he said calmly, that's why I couldn't feel it. Xiao Tan heard this and asked with wide eyes, Yunwi, what are you saying? Yunwi replied, although I passed this test on the 1st day, Li Zhengqian finished the test before me, right? But I didn't see that guy on the 8th floor at all. I think he might have already gone upstairs to see Chen Chengcheng, but I really didn't feel his presence there. Tianan Jian asked curiously, did those two come here for the test before? Yunwi replied truthfully, I don't know about that. After getting his answer, he became suspicious again. This Li Zhengqian is the most valued young man in the Martial Arts Alliance now. But why did he come here to seek the position of the heir of the 8 Wind Shadows? He secretly guessed that it was probably to restore the broken relationship between the Martial Arts Alliance and the Peerless City. Xiao Tan and the others heard this and asked, restore the relationship? Is he trying to form an alliance between the two sides? After thinking for a while, Yunwi replied, it's probably like that because it was the Martial Arts Alliance that caused the breakdown of the relationship. More precisely, the breakdown of this relationship was caused by Bai Shangmu, the cousin of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Bai Jie. This is indeed a headache for the righteous martial world. In the past, the Martial Arts Alliance and the Peerless City joined forces to expel the Blood Demon cult. After only the Martial Arts Alliance and the Peerless City were left as the two major forces in the martial world, it was thought that there would be peaceful days in the Central Plains. At that time, Bai Jie was also married to Wang Yanghua. This move was intended to maintain a long-term and close relationship with the Peerless City. But one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and both sides longed for power and strength, so it was not easy to form an alliance. The two major forces had different aspirations, so too many conflicts arose. Many times, the connection of this alliance can be seen as broken and irreparable. At that time, a major event occurred, and Shangmu's subordinate ran in a panic. Then he reported tremblingly, Alliance Master, something has happened. The bad thing is about Madame Wang. Bai Jie's wife Wang Yanghua has committed suicide. In the suicide note she left behind, Wang Yanghua said that she was incompetent and unable to keep her husband's heart. Therefore she chose death, but at the end of the letter she still said not to care about the cause of her death. However, Bai Shangmu knew exactly why Wang Yanghua had committed suicide. Bai Jie was a scoundrel. After knowing that his wife had committed suicide, he still ate, drank, played and gambled, not caring about his reputation and honor at all. At that time, Shangmu cut off one of Bai Jie's arms in a rage. Then the alliance leader sent that arm to Peerless City as an apology. But how could he accept this apology gift? He cursed angrily. Me, is my daughter's life worth only 1 arm? Even his life can't clear my daughter's name. Go tell your alliance leader to bring that bastard's head himself, then we'll talk. The Martial Arts Alliance naturally refused this matter. From then on, the relationship between the two sides reached a stalemate. Tianan Jian suddenly asked curiously, the alliance broke down just for a woman? Xiao Tan felt touched and said sharply, what do you know to say that? Yunwi heard this and came to his rescue. Tianan has a point, but that's only one of the reasons. She heard this and became curious about the rest. In the Peerless City, there are 4 great martial sects which are major forces, and each sect has a sect leader as a representative. Therefore, all decisions in the Peerless City depend on the opinions of the 4 sect leaders. For a long time, one of the 4 sect leaders has been dissatisfied with the status of the Martial Arts Alliance, and has been trying to destroy the alliance between the Peerless City and the Martial Arts Alliance. That person was also the sect master of the Wind Shadow 8 Stream sect. Due to the conflict, the Peerless City and the Martial Arts Alliance were divided into 2 factions, and the confrontation was very fierce. The result was that the alliance between the two sides was broken. Now the Martial Arts Alliance may have sent Li Zhengqian here to become the heir of the Wind Shadow 8 Stream sect, which is to say, to become the future sect master of the Wind Shadow 8 Stream sect. At that time he will propose to let the Wind Shadow 8 Stream sect agree to restore relations with the Martial Arts Alliance, but a change has occurred. The departure of Chen Chengcheng, the unfettered divine wind of the Wind Shadow 8 Stream sect. After the news of Chen Chengcheng's departure spread, the Peerless City did not announce any important events. It was also from that time that they realized the weakness of their organizational system and chose Wu Tianjian as their leader, and the Lord of the Peerless City will decide all the actions of the Peerless City. Tianan Jian heard this and asked hesitantly, so you killed your father? Yunwi replied, That person has already guessed it, but further investigation is needed. However, he can be sure of one thing, which is this successor selection competition that anyone can participate in. Although it is rumored to be to strengthen the power of the peerless city, when speculating and integrating the news from his previous life, it can be said that this is the moment of fierce confrontation between the 4 major sect leaders. Xiao Tan heard this and said, "But your father is not dead yet, so we still have time to save him, right?" Yunhui replied calmly, "Of course I can't just watch him die. If he dies, I won't be able to find out the truth I want to know. Okay, let's go back to the inn now, we have to continue fighting tomorrow." Just then, Yuanchen appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Can I talk to the young hero?" Yunhui didn't know who this was, but he still replied, "I just finished the test, I'm a little tired and need to rest so I can fight again." Seeing that he was about to refuse, the guy said directly, "The Martial Heaven Sword Emperor wants to see the young hero." This made Yunhui go from calm to extremely surprised. He couldn't believe that person wanted to see him. That person was none other than the Martial Heaven Sword. After some persuasion, Yunhui finally agreed to go with Yuanchen. A moment later, that guy started to introduce himself. He was Jia Yuanchen, the sect leader of the Poyuan Fist sect from the Peerless City. He heard this and became suspicious of the identity that guy mentioned, but on the surface he still said, "I thought you were a member of the Wind Shadow 8 Stream sect because you were the one who brought me into that tower." That guy then honestly recounted, "Actually, I'm just a fake member. Without fake members from other sects, no sect can hold an official event." Tiananjian heard this and guessed, "It seems that the various sects are still secretly monitoring each other." He replied in agreement, "I heard that from the rules to the inside the city is divided into 2 factions. It seems this rumor is not baseless." Xiao Tan also joined the conversation and asked, "Are they planning to rebuild the power structure?" He also nodded and replied, "It's very possible." Soon they arrived. Yuanchen pointed in a direction, it was over there, and Yunhui was stunned and asked. Here he began to feel suspicious. "Isn't this the Wuhan Zhengzong? There are cloths and wood hanging from the roof and the architectural structure. This is a temple, right?" Then Yuanchen took his leave. Yunhui asked why he wasn't going with them, but the guy only replied that his mission was over so he would leave first. He heard this and immediately understood he must be just looking for an excuse. If his mission was to protect that tower, then why did he come here in the first place? It seems that the Poyuan Fist sect and the Wuhan Zhengzong have some kind of relationship. It's obvious that they wanted me to enter here alone from the beginning. The fragrance here is very strong, just as I thought. This is indeed a temple. That person is Tian Wucheng, and the qi I felt from outside must be this person's. It seems his power is similar to mine. We both have the ability to open the lower dantian. As soon as Yunhui appeared, the fake Tian Wucheng immediately spoke. "I heard you passed the first test of the Fengying 8 Stream sect. What's your name?" Although he guessed the old man only saw him because of this fake identity, he still answered politely, "This junior is Sha Yun from the Lu Jian sect. Nice to meet you, senior." The fake Tian Wucheng heard this and said, "Lu Jian sect? I heard it was once a famous martial arts family, but it has disappeared for more than 100 years. It's understandable that this old man doesn't know about it." After a while, the old man asked Yunhui another question. "What is a sword?" He was full of vigilance and thought to himself, "What is a sword? Why is he asking me this question?" Despite this, Yunhui still answered, "A sword is the king of all weapons." The fake Tian Wucheng asked dissatisfiedly, 100 days for a spear, 1,000 days for a saber, 10,000 days for a sword. You are on the path of cultivation. Why do you still learn these miscellaneous things?" He then thought that the old man was implying that the Fengying 8 Stream sect was miscellaneous. After a pause of 1 second, the fake Tian Wucheng said again, "Although you have spent your whole life with the sword, you still feel it's not enough and have gone astray. Didn't you hear the moaning of the sword?" Xiao Tan and the others immediately retorted, "What is the old man talking about? When did we cry? This guy must be very proud of the sword." Seeing that Yunhui was silent, the old man continued to talk endlessly. "What you need is not a martial art or an ordinary master, but a person who can guide you to a higher level. So be my disciple." Fortunately, Yunhui was still clear-headed and answered, "This junior thanks the senior for his concern. But if I give up this exam, won't I become a guest of the 8 Wind Shadow sects?" The fake Tianwu City still pretended to be righteous and said, "The unfettered divine wind has no intention of taking a disciple or an heir. Think about it, just to choose a disciple, but using this method, is it reasonable? No one has ever passed this test. No matter what method you use, you will eventually be eliminated. The unfettered divine wind just wants to strengthen his own power." Yunhui heard this and said to himself, "I know this too, but my only goal is to see Chen Chengcheng. I don't care about anything else. If Tianwu City is just worried about me," then after a while, he suddenly thanked the old man. The fake Tianwu City thought Yunhui had figured it out and immediately praised him. Who knew Yunhui would say, "But I'm still participating in the exam. How can I give up halfway? Wouldn't that be breaking my promise?" Yunhui thought the old man wouldn't blame him for refusing. But he didn't expect the fake Tianwu City to ask suspiciously, "Are you really refusing this old man's kindness?" Yunhui replied calmly, "This junior doesn't want the senior to become enemies with the unfettered divine wind because of me." The old man heard this and also accepted it, saying, "Since you've already decided, then I have nothing more to say." He heard this and cupped his hands to thank the old man for his kindness again, and then wanted to end the conversation. A second later, the floor under Yunwei's feet suddenly moved, catching him off guard. Yunwei cried out while the fake Tianwu City said calmly, "I'll give you time to think. If I force you to a point where you can't refuse my kindness, you'll definitely change your mind. So just rest for a few days and think it over carefully." After witnessing this scene, the silent Wu He finally spoke, "Master, I'm a little skeptical of Sha Yun's ability. He's not someone we need to pay so much attention to." The old man glanced at him and replied warily, "He has already unlocked the qi of his essence, qi and spirit. He's more than just an heir to the Lu Jian sect. You haven't cultivated your essence, so you can't feel his aura. You think he's just a tiger, but he's actually a dragon." As the two discussed how to make him submit, Yunwei down below had already let out a few unfriendly words out of anger. Xiao Tan also asked furiously, "He's one of the 8 great masters, how can he use such despicable means?" Yunwei replied, "Although Peerless City doesn't distinguish between good and evil, this kind of behavior is indeed too, burning poison incense and sleeping dream incense, at least they can't drift down here." Tiananjian suddenly suggested, "Why don't you try climbing up and breaking through this ceiling?" Yunwei thought for a moment and replied, "No, the aura I feel is Wu He's, not Tianwu City's. Although the sound of his sword is getting farther away, I still can't feel Tianwu City's presence here." If he was still standing there motionlessly, Xiao Tan thought of the situation and sighed. How terrifying. After a while, Yunwei spoke again. "In that case, there's only one way left." Time slowly passed. The fake Tianwu City's disciple came to check, muttering to himself, "It's been 4 hours, the poison mist should have dissipated." But then he was shocked to find the area below completely empty. Just as he was wondering if he had entered the wrong room, Yunwei descended from the sky. He attacked him swiftly, causing him immense pain. As Yunwei landed, he sneered to himself, "You wanted to seal my internal energy and then lock me in a cell, right? So I hung from the ceiling and waited for the poison to clear before coming down." He then approached, wanting to get some information out of him. If he obediently told him everything, Yunwei would spare his life, but he stubbornly refused. He calmly commented, "In the beginning, everyone is as stubborn as you." Immediately after, one of his fingers suddenly bent back at a strange angle. Only then did Yunwei ask softly, "Where is the exit?" After a while he had no choice but to face the fact that this guy was truly stubborn. Yunwei had already broken all of his fingers, yet he still hadn't said a word. This was becoming a problem. He then switched to another method. After dealing with him, Yunwei said with rare cruelty, "I didn't expect you to be so well trained. I'll have to admit defeat. I can't make you talk. Therefore, to prevent any secrets from being leaked, I'll have to silence you permanently." Just then the door was pushed open again, and a blinding light streamed in. Another disciple who had just entered was blocked by his sword. It turned out that Yunwei had instantly transformed into the fake Tianwu City, asking calmly, "What are you doing leaving him here alone?" The man replied, "I thought I could get some information out of that guy, so I came alone." Hearing this, he scolded, "Silence, go bring Wu He to me." Seeing that this wasn't intimidating enough, Yunwei urged him on with a sharp tone. The man immediately obeyed and ran off to find Wu He. Seeing this, Xiao Tan asked with her mouth wide open, "Why did that guy suddenly become so obedient?" Yunwei explained, "I used the illusionary garb eye on him, making him see a vision of Tianwu City striking me down. Although the illusionary garb eye doesn't last long, it was enough to make him listen. Now we just have to follow him out." The man obediently followed Yunwei's command, so he ran quickly to the door, then stopped in front of a large flat wall. The man reached out and pressed one of the bricks. As they waited, Yunwei rushed up from behind and attacked again. The door had just begun to open, not yet revealing the scene inside, when it slammed shut again for no reason. While supporting the man who had already fallen, Yunwei said, "It wouldn't be good if he saw this." Suddenly, Tiananjian asked, "Do you hear something?" He pricked up his ears to listen. After a moment, Yunwei answered to himself, "The sound of swords is spreading. Judging by the sound, there are about 50 of them. It seems this is the tower of the Wuhan Zhengzong." Hearing this, she asked curiously, "How did we end up connected to the tower again?" He pondered for a moment, then said, "If I want to get out now, I'll have to fight them head-on. It would be bad to clash with Wu He or the martial Heaven Sword Emperor. What bad luck. Does this mean I have to fight my way out of here?" As he was lost in thought, Xiao Tan called out softly, "Wait, Yunwei, I just thought of a brilliant idea. Want to hear it?" The moment he heard this, he felt something was off, but since Yunwei didn't intervene, she continued, "You see that door?" Yunwei sighed. "It looks so thick. How can such a thick iron door be broken? You must be a real master to be locked up in there." Hearing this, Xiao Tan said proudly, "My plan has to do with it. You just have to open the iron door, and when the person inside comes out." At this point, Tiananjian remarked how familiar this scenario felt. Xiao Tan saw this and praised him. "You're right, we just need that person to go out and cause trouble first, and then we'll take the opportunity to escape." As she was proudly asking him what he thought, Tiananjian asked again, "But will the person inside cause trouble like we think they will?" Xiao Tan replied, "They must be sick of being locked up, so they'll definitely cause a huge scene when they get out." After hearing this, he couldn't help but feel that he had to see Xiao Tan in a new light. As she scolded him for taking too long to acknowledge her, Yunwei also nodded in agreement. Xiao Tan's plan is indeed good. If we let that person out to cause a scene, I'll have a chance to escape. It feels bad to use someone else, but I have no other choice if I want to get out." The moment he opened the door, a dark figure shot out from within, grabbing his arm and making Xiao Tan cry out in surprise. "Yunwei over there." Yunwei silently cursed himself. "I didn't sense any aura, so I let my guard down. What do I do now that I'm in this situation?" Just as the person was about to strike him, Yunwei quickly grabbed their hand to block it. But then Yunwei noticed something unexpected. He thought to himself, black eyes, black hair, this familiar face, isn't it Bai Weixiong? On the other side, she also began to recognize him through his makeup. The scene shifts to a few weeks ago in Luoshangxi. The moment Weixiong entered, an unwelcome voice rang out. "I didn't expect the young miss to come in person," she replied calmly. "It's been a long time, Your Excellency. No need for pleasantries, let's get straight to the point." He then heard Weixiong's proposal to have him join her side. Wang Juqiang didn't answer directly but said, "From my actions I'm sure the young miss already understands." She asked frankly, "Does Your Excellency mean you will see who is capable of wielding the blood demon sword? Then let me ask you, Your Excellency, do you think it's good for the blood demon cult to have that person as its leader?" He replied faintly, "The young miss's personal opinion is indeed not enough, but I am merely following the old rules. I hope the young miss can understand." After speaking, Wang Juqiang's eyes suddenly lit up. "If anything happens," he paused, then continued, "the young miss should just wait and see." As soon as Weixiong left, she secretly calculated, "Does this mean 3 of the 4 venerables have already gone over to Bai Lianxia? How did this happen? Whoever the blood demon sword chooses is the leader. This is an undeniable tradition. The one who becomes the blood demon must be overwhelmingly powerful. I don't want to admit it, but I'm also at a disadvantage, so it's hard to say anything. After being defeated by Sima Ji and going into seclusion to recover, I still couldn't break through to any new realms even though I tried my best. If I could get guidance from a master, perhaps I could overcome this limit. In that case, I can only hope for a change of heart from the 3 venerables and the help of the first venerable of the treasured finger." When Weixiong saw Zhang Long appear, she mocked, "What are you doing here? Came to see me in a pathetic state after being rejected by the 3 venerables?" He was about to try to persuade Wang Juqiang again but was stopped by Weixiong's question. "Let's leave it at that for now. Is the first venerable still in seclusion?" he asked. He replied with a sound of affirmation. After a moment, Zhang Long asked again, "The current situation is that the young miss is stuck at a certain realm, right?" She replied, "Yes, only the first venerable can help her." Zhang Long hesitated for a long time before saying, "Actually, there's another way, but it's very dangerous." Hearing this, Weixiong commanded him to speak. The scene shifts to 3 days ago when he saw Zhao Yunwei again. The sound of congratulations on passing the first trial rang out once more. She thought to herself, "The unfettered divine wind of Peerless City is looking for a successor, plus anyone can participate, so this is truly a rare opportunity. If I win, I'll have a chance to break through to a new realm and gain the support of one of the 4 great martial sects." While she was feeling pleased, Yuanchen appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Miss, could you spare us a moment?" When Weixiong heard he was taking her to see the martial Heaven Sword Emperor, she didn't suspect a thing. After arriving at the location, the fake Tianwu city also invited her to become his student. But Weixiong frankly refused. Immediately after, he used his usual trick, imprisoning his prey under the pretext of giving them time to think. The scene shifts to the dark and gloomy area below. The once intact door now showed many marks. Inside, Weixiong was circulating her energy while cursing the despicable old man. She then unleashed a palm strike that shook the heavens and the earth. But just then an unfriendly voice sounded again. "Miss, don't do anything foolish. Aren't you tired? Although you came here to be the successor, my master still offered to take you as his disciple regardless. You should know this is a rare opportunity." Hearing this, Weixiong angrily replied, "Let me tell you something. If you open this iron door for me, I won't kill you. If I get out on my own, you're dead." Wu he heard this and muttered to himself, "An opportunity. Well, now you can't even take care of yourself, yet you dare to lecture me about giving me an opportunity? How ridiculous. I can guarantee you 100%, miss. I will make you kneel at my feet and beg me to let you out. For now, just think it over carefully in there." The moment Weixiong heard this, she sensed something was wrong and cursed, "Bastard, let me out. What tricks are you trying to pull?" A second later, the scenery around her changed. The word "you" echoed in a low voice, stunning Weixiong. Immediately after, something suddenly wrapped around her neck, and an unfriendly person in front of her shouted, "You are a useless thing. You should have never been born in the first place." Weixiong heard this and replied aggrievedly, "What's wrong with me being born in such a filthy place? Why shouldn't I have been born?" Her inner rage reached its peak as she asked, "Does someone like you even deserve to be a mother?" Watching this scene, Yunwei thought to himself, "Is this a coincidence? I never thought the person who fell into the martial Heaven Sword Emperor's trap and was imprisoned here would be Bai Weixiong. But she doesn't seem right at the moment. Her eyes are vacant, without a trace of life." All of a sudden, Weixiong unleashed a palm strike and asked, "Why is it you again?" Catching him off guard, Xiao Tan immediately asked angrily, "Is she crazy? Why is she randomly attacking us?" But Yunwei calmly replied, "She seems to have been drugged and is hallucinating right now." Just then, Weixiong suddenly shouted again, "A person like you doesn't deserve to be my mother. Just being with you for a day, how many insults must I endure?" Do you think I'll just wait obediently to die? Impossible. Just open your eyes and watch from the heavens. The daughter you tried to kill back then will one day get everything you ever craved. After hearing this, Yunhui thought, I wonder whose face she's seeing right now. Is the illusion she's seeing that of her birth mother? It seems that to get out of here safely I have to wake her up. In front of Wei Xiong's eyes was the face of the woman she least wanted to see. Wei Xiong shouted with hatred, "Get away from me!" and then she struck with her palm. Of course Yunhui wasn't going to let himself get hit, so he immediately jumped back. Seeing this, Wei Xiong asked contemptuously, "Do you think you can escape from my grasp so easily?" Yunhui had to admit. In terms of internal arts alone, she's already very strong. If this continues, both of us could get injured here. As he was wondering how to snap Wei Xiong out of her hallucination, Tiananjian spoke again. I have a way. It's a bit dangerous. Do you remember how you woke up after your mind was controlled by the blood demon's sword? On the other side, Wei Xiong was still attacking frantically while cursing, "Get lost, I'll kill you. Why do you keep pestering me? Since it's come to this, I'll just have to." A second later, she was entangled by a soft whip. As Yunhui released the whip, he thought, this is the only way left. Luckily, she's not in her right mind, so she fell for these silver threads so easily. If she were conscious, how could she fall into this trap so easily? He then reached out and pulled the rope tight. Suddenly bound, Wei Xiong kept shouting, "Let me out!" Taking advantage of her confused state, Yunhui placed his hand on her head. A second later, he used a technique to help Wei Xiong regain her senses. Seeing her lying there quietly, Xiao Tan said, "She seems to have calmed down," Yunhui replied. "That's because I used my internal energy on her spiritual acupoint." Hearing this, she asked curiously, "But that's a fatal point. You're not going to take this opportunity to eliminate a rival for the position of the blood demon, are you?" Yunhui heard this and replied helplessly, "What are you talking about? When I hit her spiritual acupoint with my internal energy, I had already adjusted the force." Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed something suspicious. Wei Xiong, who was supposed to be unconscious, was now holding a sword to Yunhui's neck. Just as she was about to make a move, she heard him say, "I risked my life to save you, and instead of thanking me, you're going to attack me?" Only then did Wei Xiong gradually calm down and ask, "You are Zhao Yunhui?" She said that because he was wearing a mask, she couldn't recognize him immediately. Yunhui replied, "I'm also wearing this mask as a disguise for a mission." "All right, now give me that sword." Afterwards, Wei Xiong asked curiously, "Why are you using such a cheap iron sword? Is it also for disguise?" Being called cheap, Xiao Tan was very indignant. Yunhui could only reply, "You could say that. It's a good thing you've woken up." Wei Xiong heard this and nodded in agreement. "I'm much better, although I still have a bit of a headache. Can you untie me now? Why did you tie my hands like this? Do you two have some kind of perverse hobby?" He let out a helpless sigh. "Even at a time like this, how can you still be joking?" Just as Wei Xiong was fantasizing about him coming from 1,000 miles away to save her, Yunhui had to immediately clarify, "My encountering and saving you was just a coincidence." Wei Xiong rubbed her wrists and sighed. "Just a coincidence?" Then she heard him recount how he had also fallen here after being caught in the martial heaven sword emperor's trap. Wei Xiong replied, "So that's how it is." She had thought he jumped down to save her. This made Yunhui slightly regret his decision to save her. After a moment she spoke again, "But you've already missed a great opportunity," which left him puzzled. Wei Xiong had to explain, "You missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate a rival. When you saved me, did you even think about that?" Xiao Tan heard this and asked curiously, "She probably doesn't know you've already become the blood demon Yangda, does she?" Yunhui also thought to himself, "If she doesn't know what happened, then so be it. I should avoid this topic that could cause discord." So he chose to say, "I did this because we are both in a situation where we need to cooperate to get out." Wei Xiong heard this and said, "Cooperate and help each other?" Yunhui knew she was still unaware and kindly explained, "The path to the Wuhan Zhengzong's pagoda will be very dangerous for me to go alone, so we need to work together to escape." She heard this and said hesitantly, "That is indeed a wise choice, but you've forgotten one thing." Yunhui asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" Wei Xiong then replied shyly, "I've never thought of you as my enemy." He thought to himself, "So does she mean she wants to claim me as her own?" But on the surface he remained calm and said, "I'll remember that, but first I do have a way to leave here quickly. I wonder if you would be willing to follow me, miss?" A short while later, Wu He anxiously guessed, "There's still no news from the subordinate I just sent. Could something have happened to him? I boasted to my master that I would handle things here. What will I do if he finds out now?" Before he had taken a few steps, he ran into the subordinate he had just dispatched. Another person who came to check found him alive, just unconscious. Hearing this, Wu He ordered his men to wake him up. He wanted to wake the guy up and ask what happened, but he was interrupted before he could finish. "Young master, look over there." Wu He heard this and asked irritably, "What is it now?" But the moment he glanced over, he froze, speechless. The moment Wu He saw the iron cell door wide open, he knew something was wrong. Immediately, he circulated his internal energy to search for those people, but was then disappointed, thinking, "Besides the four of us, I don't feel any other auras. Either that woman has already escaped or she's hiding her presence somewhere." With that thought, he ordered his subordinates to search. But the man just foolishly asked, "You mean go look for that monster?" They talked for a while, unaware that their every move was being watched by Yunhui and Wei Xiong. Below, Wu He replied sharply. Do I have to say it again? Go find that woman for me, she's been drugged and shouldn't have gotten far. After his men left on his command, he lamented sorrowfully that he would surely be punished by his master for this. A second later, Wei Xiong said coldly, It's no use worrying now. You should be thinking about whether you'll even live to see that old man again. Wu, he immediately asked warily, How did you escape? His subordinates all stopped in their tracks when they saw them. She suddenly declared loudly, This bastard's head is mine, leaving Yunhui wondering what she was up to now. He was annoyed that Wei Xiong had borrowed his sword but spoke as if it were a matter of course. After taking the sword, she said, The bastard's following him, you can deal with them as you please. Her subordinates heard this and rushed forward scolding, Do you know where you are to dare do this? Don't worry, young master, leave these two to me. Who knew that before these two could say anything they were enveloped by a soft whip. As Yunhui controlled the whip, he thought, It seems it'll be hard to hide. I need to control that guy and use him as a hostage, not kill him rashly. Over there, Wu he was startled when Wei Xiong called his name. She put on a brutal expression and said, Come here and let me spar with you, young master. Before Wu he could do anything, he took a heavy blow from Wei Xiong. He trembled and asked, Isn't she afraid of the consequences? But Wei Xiong replied, Are you afraid of me? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Hearing this, he began to get angry. How arrogant! You think you can kill me with that broken sword? The rusty sword in her hand trembled slightly, as if in anger. Wei Xiong unleashed the Blood Heaven Great Lua sword, and then said confidently, This is more than enough to deal with you. Next came purifying sparrow blood, which shot towards Wu He with astonishing power. He remained motionless until it was upon him. As there was no time to dodge, without another word Wei Xiong slashed out with 2 lightning-fast sword beams. Only after she had passed did Wu He's body react. He thought to himself, She's too strong. Any slower and my head would have been gone. Just then her contemptuous tone rang out, Your martial arts seem to be all for show. Over there, Wei Xiong was radiating killing intent, her hand holding something that was dripping blood. She calmly continued, I'll take one eye first. Only then did Wu He realize there was a hole in his body and groaned. Oh no, my eye. Thinking it was over, Wei Xiong announced, This is just the appetizer. This little thing isn't enough to improve my mood. As she prepared to continue dealing with Wu He, Yunhui stopped her in time. I think that's enough, young miss. Wei Xiong looked back and saw that he had already taken care of the minions. Yunhui then said he had something to discuss with him and asked her to step back for a moment. Hearing this, Wu He said angrily, Discuss? She's already gouged out one of my eyes. What is there to talk about? You should know that this is beneath the Wuxin Zhongzong's pagoda. You won't be able to escape even if you had wings. If you want to live, then beg me. He heard this and sighed that this guy was not easy to persuade. He then mentioned that they would escape through another path. Wu He was stunned and blurted out, How did you know? Wei Xiong said smugly. Look at his eyes, he seems to have fallen for it. Yunhui replied happily, I was just guessing, a cave this large must have another exit. Hearing this, he realized he had been tricked. Taking this opportunity, Yunhui proposed that if he led them to the exit they would spare his life. But Wu He arrogantly replied, You think I'll tell you? You only have 2 choices. 1, surrender, or 2, kill me and my master will take your lives. He frowned and said, Looks like there's no other way, is there? Wu He heard this and replied smugly, Giving up so soon? Yunhui immediately retorted, I'm not giving up, but if I can't get anything out of you, it seems better to let the young miss deal with you. This change of face stunned him, and he blurted out, What did you say? Before he could finish, Wei Xiong was already standing in front of him saying happily, I told you it was useless to negotiate with this guy. I'll gently take your tongue first, then your fingertips, your toes, and see how you squirm. I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll endure it, how you'll beg me. The moment Wu He heard this, goosebumps rose on his skin, and he hurriedly said, I'll tell you quickly, stop this woman. A short while later, the 3 of them had walked to a certain exit. Wu He said with difficulty, Just keep going in this direction and you'll get out. Follow me. And so the 3 of them set off again. As Yunhui walked, he thought, This place is strange. Making Xiao Tan ask curiously what was going on, he began to wonder why there were so many other cells in this secret passage. She guessed that it might be because many talented people were imprisoned here. But Yunhui pointed out that all the cells were open. With this thought, he asked directly, Is this really the exit? If you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Wu He replied aggrievedly, My life is in your hands. How would I have time to do something like that? Remember to let me go after you get out. Yunhui heard this and thought to himself that this guy was a truly pragmatic person. Just then, Wei Xiong's voice rang out again. Look over here. He heard her and asked warily, What is it now? As she knocked on the door, she asked in confusion, Why is only this door closed? Wu He replied helplessly, This is a prison cell, of course the door is closed. Why are you so curious? Instead of thinking about how to get out, just mind your own business. If they could just get out sooner. A second later, amid her curiosity and the others' surprise, the door was opened. Wei Xiong then added, Is there any reason I can't open it? Just then, she suddenly saw something strange and cried out, What's this? Yunhui asked what was wrong, but Wei Xiong only replied, See for yourself. After taking a look, you stood there stunned for a few seconds just like her. A figure with white hair and an aged, frail appearance looked somewhat familiar to Yunhui. After looking closely for a few seconds, he realized with a jolt that it was Tianwu City. He muttered to himself that although he was a bit thinner, it was definitely Tianwu City. Wei Xiong heard this and said doubtfully, I don't remember hearing that the martial Heaven Sword Emperor had a twin brother. It was only then that Yunhui belatedly realized something. As soon as he swung his sword, a flash of light burst forth. Just then another person appeared, accompanied by a chilling laugh. The fake Tianwu City arrived and asked, "Have you all seen clearly now?" Yunhui suddenly stopped. "This is Tianwu City too. What on earth is going on? Why are there two martial heaven sword emperors here?" When Wu He saw his master arrive, he complained, "Master, I didn't see anything. I was forced by them. I had no choice. They forced me to do it." Seeing the old man being so heartless, Wei Xiong asked doubtfully, "Isn't he your disciple?" Then she thought to herself, "He could bear to kill his own disciple? I'm not sure if he's the martial heaven sword emperor, but his strength is indeed on par with the 8 great masters. He could pierce the other's brow with just a single sword finger strike." After striking, the old man calmly explained that he died because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Therefore the fake Tianwu City lamented with regret, "If you two had followed me, you could have become valuable assets." But Yunhui replied frankly, "Just kill me if you want. What's the point of this nonsense? Tell me which one of you is the real martial heaven sword emperor." Although he asked this aloud, Yunhui had already used sound transmission to tell Wei Xiong to leave this place quickly. The fake Tianwu City didn't answer, but instead unleashed his power and asked, "Which one of us do you think is real?" The two on the other side also brandished their swords in response. Several large boulders around them were instantly shattered. Yunhui transmitted his voice, "The ground is fragile. I have an idea." Wei Xiong replied, "Just focus on breaking through the ceiling. I'll create an opening for you." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards the fake Tianwu City. The old man asked curiously, "Is she a descendant of the blood demon?" Wei Xiong replied cunningly, "Why don't you find out for yourself?" The moment they clashed, dust flew into the air. Yunhui from above thought that now was the time. While the old man was focused on her, he would use the subjugating subsword to pierce the ceiling. But before he could make a move, the old man was already behind him. Yunhui thought in surprise, how did he see through her sword move so quickly? The fake Tianwu City said contemptuously, "Give up that foolish idea. Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" Just as the old man said, "Take this," Yunhui had already thought, "This is bad. At this rate, I'll be hit before I can pierce the ceiling." The fake Tianwu City instantly activated his weapon. The meteor falling flower sword almost sliced him in half, and an intense pain washed over Yunhui, causing him immense suffering. Yunhui activated the golden blood finger technique, focusing all his true chi in his abdomen. Just as the sharp killing intent from the fake Tianwu City's sword art was about to touch him, the moment the killing intent made contact, his abdomen was immediately sliced open, as if he had no defense. Watching him fall in agony, the old man exclaimed happily, "How pathetic, but you deserve some credit. At least you stopped your body from being cut in two." Instinct told the fake Tianwu City there was danger behind him, so just as Wu He was about to attack, he mercilessly took his life and then asked, "You tried to ambush me?" Immediately after, the fake Tianwu City discovered that the Wu He was just an illusion. He looked up at the dust-filled scene before him and coughed a few times. Thick smoke and dust quickly enveloped the area, obstructing his vision. Realizing he had been tricked, the fake Tianwu City cursed angrily, "You bastard, you dare use a puppet to distract me and then take the opportunity to destroy the ceiling?" The only response was absolute silence and a pile of dust falling from the ceiling. Although there was a small mishap, their plan succeeded. Wei Xiong asked worriedly if he was all right. Though covered in wounds, Yunhui replied that he was fine. Seeing this, she cursed, "You idiot, you're so badly injured." It was only when she saw his sliced open stomach that Wei Xiong's expression changed to one of shock. She placed her hands in front of Yunhui's abdomen and then instructed him to clench his jaw. Another wave of intense pain suddenly struck. Wei Xiong said softly, "I've temporarily stopped the bleeding by cauterizing the wound." Only then did he have the strength to recount, "When I took that hit, I thought I was going to die." While scolding him for just being a smooth talker, Wei Xiong noticed a sound from behind. The fake Tianwu City was closing in, cursing incessantly. "You fools, do you think this little trick will let you escape my grasp? Run if you can. Once this wall closes, I'll make you suffer." On the other side, Wei Xiong carried him on her back, reminding him not to pass out, but Yunhui just mumbled incoherently about the pain. He then said he didn't want to die. Wei Xiong heard this and replied, "I know, now shut up." Immediately after, she stated frankly, "I won't let you die." As Wei Xiong fled with him on her back, she said to herself, "I will never lose what is mine. You are mine." After running for a while, an exit finally appeared. Wei Xiong kicked it open for easier access, but the scene before her left her stunned for a few seconds. She realized this was the warehouse, but also wondered why there was a tunnel leading here. Soon a rumbling sound echoed in her ears again. Wei Xiong guessed to herself, "With such a loud noise, has he already broken through the wall? Damn it, he's not giving me any time to rest, but I can't escape like this carrying Yunhui." Wei Xiong opened a large wooden barrel and then thought, "I have no choice." Immediately after, Yunhui was thrown into the barrel. He watched her press acupoints on his body and couldn't help but wonder what she was doing. Yunhui thought to himself, "I can't breathe," but at the same time Wei Xiong's soothing voice rang out, "It's okay, I'm not trying to harm you. This is the turtle breathing technique. Hide here for now, I'll lure him somewhere else. Before Yunhui lost consciousness, his only remaining memory was of Weixiong saying goodbye. Time passed, and soon the fake Tianwu city had caught up to this place. He looked at the bloodstains on the floor and then said contemptuously, "It seems those two fled in a panic. In that pathetic state they couldn't have gotten far." The fake Tianwu city calmly told the two to struggle all they wanted. The moment he entered the door, he became suspicious. As the fake Tianwu city reached out to touch the lid of the barrel where Yunhui was lying, a commotion erupted outside. "It's him, get him. Over here, grab him," he sighed helplessly. "It seems I can't leave quietly." He then bolted. A chaotic battle was unfolding outside. As Weixiong fought, she thought, "Am I crazy to risk my life as a decoy for someone else? This is clearly the choice with the highest risk of death." Then she asked herself blankly, "Yunhui, why on earth am I by Weixiong trying so desperately to protect you?" As soon as Weixiong finished this thought, she laughed for no reason. She had intended to lure him, but in the end, she was the one who was lured. As Weixiong ran, she secretly urged, "You must live, Yunhui." The scene shifts to the front of the Tower of the 8 Schools of Wind and Cloud the next day. A commotion arose from the crowd again. "Why is one person still missing? Didn't 3 people pass the first trial? Are you talking about the blindfolded guy? It's almost noon, did he give up?" "That makes sense, after all, his opponents are descendants of the 8 great masters." Yuanchen snorted coldly and then cursed inwardly. "These fools don't know why he can't come and are just spouting nonsense here." Immediately after, the crowd spoke again. "He's here, but why does he look like this?" When he saw Yunhui walking over, he stood stunned for a few seconds. Yuanchen's mind was filled with doubt. How could he? What happened? Although he didn't know what had happened, he still had to stall for time, so he could only ask, "What happened to you? Did something go wrong?" As soon as their eyes met, Yuanchen thought, "I'm no match for him. If I provoke him, he'll tell them everything, and then I'll be in trouble. I have to let him in first and then report this to the Wuhan Zhengzong." With that in mind, he told him to go in first. Who knew that Yunhui would ask a sharp question? "Why don't you come in with me?" Yuanchen habitually replied. "I have other things to attend to." Before he could finish, the scene before him had already left him stunned. Yuanchen looked at the scene before him in confusion and blurted out, "What on earth is going on?" Then he thought, "What's happening? How did I get inside the building?" Immediately after, Yuanchen took a heavy blow from Yunhui. Just as he said wait, he was immediately cut off. "You're trying to stall by saying time is up, but I'm not happy at all. Don't go too far. Compared to what I've suffered, this is just a drop in the ocean. What kind of damn proctor are you, a branch master of Peerless City, acting as someone else's dog?" Immediately after, Yunhui mercilessly struck him with a heavy palm. Yuanchen clutched his chest and said resentfully, "Do you think you can get away with this unscathed? You dare touch me?" Just as he was about to teach him another lesson, someone had already stopped him. When Yuanchen saw him arrive, he happily complained, "Sect leader Yanyu, you've come at the right time. This guy tried to ambush me." Xiao Tan looked around and then said worriedly, "They are warriors from the Poyuan Quan school and they're surrounding us." He then reassured her, "No need to make a fuss, it will be fine." This surprised her a little. Yanyu said seriously, "The 8 schools of Wind and Cloud strictly forbid the use of force in unauthorized areas." Yunhui heard this and apologized. Yuanchen heard this and thought happily, "Great, you'll be disqualified for attacking a proctor. You deserve it." Who knew that a second later, Yanyu would say, "I think you understand, go on up." Yunhui asked suspiciously. "Doesn't he need to explain?" He replied, "No need." Yunhui then cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll go up." Yanyu saw this and urged him to hurry as it was almost noon. Witnessing this scene, Yuanchen whispered in confusion, "What's going on? Sect leader Yanyu, a proctor was attacked by a contestant, and you're just letting it go? This is unreasonable." Immediately after, he was forced to shut his mouth. The intense pain made Yuanchen pause for a second. Then he cried out in agony. At the same time, Yanyu spoke coolly. 7 days ago, a contestant who passed the first round with the best score didn't show up. 3 days later, a contestant who passed the first round also didn't appear. Today, 3 people passed the first round, but one of them almost didn't make it." After hearing this, he argued, "What are you talking about?" "I'm just a proctor." He heard this and cursed. "Sect Master Jiayuan, you are truly shameless. Do you think I would get a different answer if I asked that person just now?" Yuanchen was completely silenced by this question. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter and then spoke. "Anyway, everything you're doing is in vain when that person appears." When that person appears, Yanyu was not discouraged by his words. He knocked him out directly. Afterward, Yanyu ordered his men to take Yuanchen to prison. Xiao Tan saw this and sighed. "So the 8 schools of Wind and Cloud aren't a bunch of fools after all," Yunhui replied. "They probably suspected it for a long time, but since they had no evidence, they couldn't do anything. I'm just an outsider from Peerless City. If I were to rashly investigate the actions of the Wuhan Zhengzong, including what that Wu He did or the fact that the real Martial Heaven Sword Emperor is imprisoned, I would be in danger." So after thinking it over, Yunhui had only one way, and that was to give the information and evidence to the only person who could solve this problem. He thought sadly, "Thanks to you I found that way, Miss Bai Weixiong. Did you escape safely?" A second later, Yunhui had arrived at that room and pushed the door open to enter. As soon as Chen Rong saw him arrive, he said, "I thought you had given up." But Zheng Qian replied calmly, I told you long ago, he's not the type to give up easily. Yunhui didn't answer anyone, just asked the proctor if he was late. The proctor replied that they had arrived just in time. He then announced, "Then let's begin the second round of the examination." The scene switched and Yunhui knelt down to report, "The Wuhan Zhengzong has gone too far, sect master." Chengbo replied calmly, "Didn't we expect this to happen?" He saw this and warned, "If we continue to ignore them, they will continue to act recklessly. I need to convene a sect assembly to warn them. And this time we already have enough evidence that Sha Yun." Chengbo had just finished his evaluation. "It seems you like that fellow very much," Yunhui replied happily. "Not only can he hold his own against Wu He, but he can also be compared to the descendants of the 8 great masters. I ask you, who in this world is more qualified to be your successor?" When this was mentioned, he vaguely replied that he didn't know. Yunhui heard this and asked doubtfully, "Are you planning to give Li Zhongqian a chance?" Chengbo replied thoughtfully, "He's a bold fellow. After the first round I chatted with him for a bit. He wasn't afraid at all, saying whatever he wanted. Now I understand why Bai Shangmu and Master Zhongshan would take him as a disciple." Seeing that he liked Zhongqian very much, Yunhui continued with a worried expression, "Is that so?" But after hearing Chengbo say he wanted to see Yunhui, his expression immediately changed. "You want to see him personally?" he said calmly. "He's blindfolded anyway, there's no harm in seeing him," Yunhui replied happily. "You won't be disappointed. The second round of the 8 schools of wind and cloud is simple. You just have to hold out until the incense burns to the red line, but so far no one has ever passed this round. First, the eyes are blindfolded, and the contestants can only rely on hearing and senses to fight. The current scene is a typical example of that round. Not only do they have to fight their opponents, but they also have to stay within the circle without touching the line or being pushed out. As Chenrong fought, he thought, although I was pushed back a bit, I should still be within the circle since no one has said anything. Finally, a real test. This is a practice I've done many times since I started learning basic martial arts. It's difficult for others, but for me it's like fighting with my eyes open. But this opponent is not easy at all. They're not on the same level as the guys I faced in the first round. All the sect leaders participating in this round are at the transcendent realm. No wonder no one has been able to pass this round so far." On the other side, Yunhui had also just dealt with Huang Shensai. Yunhui observed and then silently evaluated. "It seems they are all used to fighting blindfolded. Now I understand why the sect master likes Li Zhongqian so much." He watched him wield his sword and then sighed. "That Li Zhongqian is indeed outstanding. He fought against Zhao Liang, who is much more experienced than him, without being pushed back more than 2 steps. And while Sha Yun is quite stable, he hasn't shown anything special. I can't deny that Sha Yun is inferior to Li Zhongqian in terms of martial arts." Chengbo suddenly spoke up, exposing him. "That kid is hiding his strength," which greatly surprised Yunhui. A second later he shouted loudly, "Everyone on the stage accepting the challenge, listen up. If you continue to hide your strength you will be eliminated." Chenrong thought in surprise. "Hiding strength in front of these people? Li Zhongqian, you're looking down on people too much?" As Zhao Liang fought, he marveled inwardly. As expected of a disciple of the 8 great masters, he's so strong even when hiding his strength. Truly like a monster. And Zhongqian, the one thought to be hiding his strength, suddenly smiled and then spoke. As expected, as he dodged, he asked, "Do you think so too?" Yunhui, who was truly hiding his strength, was suddenly exposed and was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, Huang Shensai attacked, thinking he was distracted. But just a second later, Yunhui found his opening. He blocked Huang Shenkai's attack with just one hand. Seeing this, he was so surprised he was speechless. Chenrong blurted out in astonishment, "He blocked that move with one hand?" And Zhongqian as usual remained silent, but his calm eyes quietly changed. After coming to his senses, Huang Shensai felt a chill down his spine as danger approached. His muscular, heavy body was suddenly pushed away. It turned out Yunhui had started using his true strength. Without another word, he sent Huang Shensai flying with a single palm strike. Huang Shensai took a solid palm strike from Yunhui and was in too much pain to breathe. He thought angrily, "I didn't expect him to be the one hiding his strength. I was too subjective, thinking Li Zhongqian was the stronger one." When he heard the proctor announce that he had passed, Yunhui wasn't too concerned, just worried. "It seems I hit him a little too hard, causing him internal injuries." Only then did he recall that the shout just now was from that person. One of the 8 great masters and also the sect master of the 8 schools of wind and cloud, one of Peerless City's 4 martial sects. While Yunhui was wondering if that person was his father, Xiao Tan sighed, "You two look so alike, you'll probably look like that when you're old." He heard this and asked helplessly, "Is this the time to be talking about that?" On the other side, Chengbo used sound transmission to tell Yunhui that he finally understood why he liked him so much. Yunhui replied, actually he didn't expect him to be this strong either. For a while Yunhui took the initiative to request a talk with Chengbo. The proctor saw this and stopped him. "Don't be so casual, the exam isn't over yet." He heard this and asked in confusion, "Didn't I just finish?" He then replied, "You're not allowed to do that without my command." But in his heart he thought, "I was just about to talk to you, but I didn't expect to be stopped." As the two were in a standoff, a sword flew up again, attracting their attention. The one who dropped the sword was none other than Zhao Liang. He raised his hands in surrender and then congratulated Zhongqian on passing the second round. Zhongqian gently removed his blindfold and then replied, "I've learned a lot." Tiananjian, who had been silent all this time, sighed. "Truly lives up to his reputation." Li Zhengqian has extraordinary martial arts talent. He suppressed his opponent without moving more than 2 steps. Yunhui heard this and responded, he gained an advantage against a master whose strength is close to his own. On the other side, Chen Rong was almost out of the circle, but luckily he was still qualified to pass the second round. Yunhui saw this and said in surprise, I didn't expect all 3 of them to pass the second round. It was just that Chen Rong on the other side was not as relaxed as the first 2. He looked dizzily at Zhengqian and complained, still not awake? And Yunhui replied helplessly, who would sleep during an exam after that? Chen Rong muttered a few more angry curses. After a while the proctor officially announced that all 3 had passed the second round. Cheng Bo slowly said, after a rest we'll start the third round. Just then a subordinate suddenly ran in a panic. He saw this and asked what had happened. Before that guy could finish his report, another person had already appeared at the door. He walked in while apologizing for his rudeness. Cheng Bo heard this and coolly retorted, this matter can't be resolved with a simple apology. Depending on the situation, I could consider this an insult to me and my sect. The person who appeared was none other than the fake Tianwu City. He spoke coldly, Sect Master Chen, I only want one thing. Yunhui and the others trembled in fear as his gaze swept over them. The fake Tianwu City announced with an imposing aura, hand that fellow over to me. He killed my disciple Wu He. Xiao Tan cursed angrily, what is that guy talking about? He was the one who pierced his disciple's head, Yunhui replied calmly. How cunning, although it's a lie it's irrefutable. He then immediately retorted, Sect Master, it's not like that. About this matter what he said has, the fake Tianwu City feeling guilty, warned loudly, shut up if you don't want to die. Fearing that Yunhui would be stubborn and continue to speak, he threatened via sound transmission, if I go all out to kill you, do you think you can survive? Be smart and I'll spare your life. Yunhui replied unwaveringly, it seems you're very afraid of your true identity being exposed. The old man was surprised and blurted it out after hearing this. He then pretended to continue helplessly, anyway you don't plan to let me go. Since that's the case I'll risk my life to expose the truth. The fake Tianwu City said angrily, you dare threaten me, I warn you. If you dare move or open your mouth, I'll kill you immediately. Yunhui replied calmly, you can try, you won't be able to do it. A second later the old man's expression suddenly became unpredictable, followed by a lightning-fast clash. The fake Tianwu City asked in surprise, why are you stopping me? Protected by Cheng Bo, Yunhui retorted confidently, didn't you kill your disciple with your own hands? He ignored the matter of the fake Tianwu City and just asked him to answer honestly. How did you get this jade pendant? Yunhui replied frankly. This is my mother's keepsake. Cheng Bo heard this and hesitantly asked back, a keepsake? You are Sha Ling's son? On the other side the old man started shouting frantically. I wonder who it is. Is Sect Master Chen planning to shelter him or protecting him just because of a jade pendant? He sighed faintly. A jade pendant? How strange. The fake Tianwu City heard this and asked in confusion, strange, what nonsense are you two talking about? It was then that Cheng Bo began to question, I'll only ask once, do you really not know what the jade pendant in his hand is? The old man said sharply, you dare question me over a jade pendant, Sect Master Chen. He immediately understood and then asserted, you didn't forget, you never knew, it's understandable if others don't know, after all it's been over 20 years, but the martial heaven sword emperor, the one once called the strongest master in Peerless City, actually doesn't recognize the flying crane moon tablet. Is it the symbol of the flying moon shadow sect's leader? Cheng Bo finally declared, I'll ask you one last time, who are you? After his identity was questioned, the fake Tianwu City began to laugh. He didn't stop but instead laughed even louder. As he laughed he remarked, you've gotten stronger. Before you broke through your bottleneck you were just a kid who wouldn't dare to say such arrogant things. I wanted to resolve this quietly but because of a little bug I have to act ahead of schedule. As soon as he finished speaking the fake Tianwu City charged at him and attacked. A corner of the tower, the symbol of the 8 schools of wind and cloud, was sliced off. Cheng Bo coldly confirmed, do you want to start a war? The old man replied fiercely, the war has already begun. It will only end when everything in this damn tower is destroyed. The moment the fake Tianwu City ordered the attack, many of his men rushed in. Yunhui thought to himself that a decisive battle was about to unfold here. At the same time, Cheng Bo kindly instructed him not to leave his side. Immediately after, he unleashed his inner energy. Yunhui watched the scene before him in shock, thinking to himself that this killing intent was so powerful it made his entire body tremble. Was he planning to fight personally? On the other side, Cheng Bo assumed a fighting stance and announced menacingly, I won't let you succeed. A second later, Cheng Bo ordered the men of the 8 schools of wind and cloud to block them. The fake Tianwu City sneered, you say you won't let things go my way, you're too arrogant. As Cheng Bo spoke, the old man launched an attack. Cheng Bo immediately raised his hand to block it, preventing it from harming him, but the tower was once again severely damaged. Immediately after, the fake Tianwu City walked straight towards Yunhui. He said in a dangerous tone, I said I'd take your life first, didn't I? Don't be sad, that girl will soon join you in the underworld. What I just did was the signal I wanted to send. You didn't expect that, did you? Hearing this, he immediately understood. Miss Weixiong hadn't escaped, she had been captured. That signal was the order to kill her. A moment later, the fake Tianwu City flew towards him to attack, saying, doing such unnecessary things will only lead to your own demise, kid. Just as he was about to make his move, Cheng Bo had already caught up behind him. A sudden explosion caught Yunwei off guard. Seeing this, Xiao Tan exclaimed, "Yunwei, did you see that? Your father is actually 3 people." This also confused him a little. "Could it be?" Immediately after, Cheng Bo said, "I don't know which lady you're trying to save, but leave this to me." Yunwei was stunned. Seeing that he still didn't understand, he could only add that there was nothing more painful than losing a destined love. After that, Cheng Bo urged him to leave quickly. It took Yunwei a few seconds to process what he had just said. As soon as he understood, he immediately rushed out. At this moment, the fake Tianwu City spoke again. "Chen Chunbo, how long are you going to stand in my way? Fine, then I'll tear you to shreds first." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his move again, trying to cut him in half. A second later, the body before him vanished in a puff of green smoke. It was only then that the fake Tianwu City suspected it was an illusion. But it was too late, as he had already been taught a lesson by Cheng Bo. The fake Tianwu City looked at him with an expression of disbelief. He had wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but he hadn't expected the body before him to be just another puppet. The real Cheng Bo had been moving behind him all along. A second later, the fake Tianwu City took another solid hit from him. He attacked frantically, then cursed, "You dare humiliate me with something like this? Chen Chungbo, don't think you can confuse me with this kind of evil sorcery." Cheng Bo replied frankly, "A cheap trick. So that's how you've always seen me? Then let me show you what this cheap trick can do." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the fake Tianwu City with a palm, sending him tumbling. The 8 schools of wind and cloud consisted of 8 different schools, and the sect master was not the strongest of the 8, but the one who had mastered the martial arts of all 8 schools to the pinnacle. Only when one could simultaneously execute the ultimate techniques of all 8 schools was that person qualified to ascend to the position of sect master. After taking a beating, the fake Tianwu City cried out in pain. His eyes rolled back and he kept shouting his name. Afterward, the fake Tianwu City resentfully questioned why he dared to do this to him. The already dilapidated tower was now even more damaged. Yunwei was still flying like a bird to save Weixiong, he secretly guessed. Weixiong must not be hidden too far away. That place must be able to receive the fake Tianwu City's signal the moment he sent it. Even the real Tianwu City wasn't held outside the city, but was imprisoned beneath the main tower. Weixiong must also be held somewhere in the Wuhan Zhengzong's main tower, but the question was where she was being held. The Wuhan Zhengzong was a sword-based martial sect, so all his men carried swords. That old man must have placed his men around Weixiong to guard her. As Yunwei searched for her, he sensed other sounds. As soon as he heard the discussions about Weixiong, he cheered inwardly. Found her. She's on the highest floor of the tower. The group above was still watching the show. What a fierce fight. The 8 schools of wind and cloud are finished today. While we have time, want to make a bet on when this fight will end? The guy who had just bet that the fight would be decided within a quarter of an hour was taken out. Seeing his companion die before his eyes, the remaining man panicked. The moment he turned around, he too was sent by Yunwei to meet his friend. The others were astonished to see this. They shouted in unison that there was an intruder. They told each other to quickly kill the one-eyed man, but they didn't expect to be the next ones to fall. A bloody massacre took place on the highest floor of the tower. Yunwei thought to himself, "I know this is risky. Trying to save someone who might become my enemy in the future is indeed foolish." Although he thought this, the moves of his hands never stopped for a moment. A moment later, Yunwei silently retorted, "But Weixiong risked her life to save me. I can't let my savior die unjustly. I cannot accept that kind of action." Afterward, Yunwei's power erupted even more. A beautiful green light flashed past one of the old man's subordinates and the man was killed. Wherever Yunwei went, they were annihilated. He hurriedly moved forward to save Weixiong's life. As he moved, he denied, "That's not the path I want to take." As Yunwei was moving at high speed, what happened that made him slow down immediately? It turned out that as he was walking, a guy rushed out and blocked his path. He excitedly praised him. "You're very good. Senior brother once said he wanted to take you as a disciple. Your abilities are truly great." Yunwei was puzzled and asked, "Senior brother, are you talking about the fake Tianwu City?" The guy replied, "At this point, is there anything left to hide?" After hearing this, Yunwei cursed inwardly. Although he's not on the level of that old man, this guy's strength is enough to fight against blood essence or even revered one-level figures. On the other side, he provoked, "What are you hesitating for? If you don't make a move soon, that girl will be dead. Or perhaps she's already in the underworld." Faced with this provocation, Yunwei remained calm and calculated. Fighting this guy would take at least dozens of moves to determine a winner. Rather than wasting words, it's better to fight quickly. Just then, someone else came and asked, "Are you in a hurry, brother?" This person's appearance was completely unexpected to Yunwei. He never thought Zhengqian would come here, let alone that he would say, "Leave that old guy to me. Go save your beloved." As soon as Yunwei heard the words beloved, his face showed an expression of extreme doubt about life. Yunwei hurriedly explained, "You may have misunderstood. The person I'm saving is not my beloved." Zhengqian replied, "Ah, is that so? Then I misunderstood." Then he asked doubtfully, "But if she's not your beloved yet you're desperately trying to save her, what kind of person is she?" He replied vaguely, "I have my reasons." On the other side, seeing the two chatting freely and completely forgetting about him, the man was furious. "These bastards. How dare you look down on me? It seems you don't want to live anymore." The moment his sword blade extended, it was blocked by another sword. With just a gentle wave of his hand, Zhang Qian sent the guy tumbling head over heels. He was stunned. The guy began to feel confused. Who is he to so easily block my sword strike? A moment later, he calmly said again, "Leave this to me, you go quickly." Yunhui hesitated and began to speak. "Brother," he thought helplessly. "I don't know what he's up to, but now is not the time to refuse." So Yunhui thanked Zhang Qian and promised to repay this favor in the future. He had just replied, "What favor?" when Yunhui had already turned and run. On the other side, the man saw this and commented, "You are no ordinary person." Zhang Qian heard this and replied arrogantly, "Then why don't you surrender?" As he assumed a fighting stance, he said contemptuously, "How arrogant, so pleased with yourself after just one move. You will die at my hands." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Zhang Qian to attack. He unhesitatingly struck back with his sword and then replied coolly, "I'm afraid that won't happen, because I still have to prepare for the third round of the examination, which is about to begin." As the guy's move was flying towards him, Zhang Qian executed a counter-move. The guy saw this and cursed angrily. "This guy dared to break my ultimate move again." A second later, Zhang Qian went forward to engage him, but after just a few moves the guy was forced back. He thought to himself, "I thought that Sha Yun was no ordinary person, but this guy is even better." He looked at the heavy killing intent emanating from Zhang Qian and concluded that he was a monster. He had only taken a few steps when he heard him ask who he was. Zhang Qian replied as he assumed a finishing stance, "I am Li Zhang Qian." The scene switches to Wei Xiong's side where she is in a perilous situation. Just then, one of the old man's subordinates drew his sword and said, "Your life ends here." The moment the guy looked up, he saw a suspicious sight. The guy lifted her face and then said in a regretful tone, "Did you already anticipate what kind of humiliation you would suffer? You dare to bite your tongue? Yes, I'd rather take my own life than suffer humiliation. Women are just like that." As soon as he finished speaking, the guy got a taste of his own medicine from the very person he had just humiliated. He blurted out in panic, "My inner power, how did you undo my acupoint seal?" Immediately after, the guy was struck down by Wei Xiong's sword. After the deed was done, she said softly, "What's the use? You're about to become a corpse anyway. This damn prison cell. I don't even know how many times I've been locked up." Another group of men had intended to come and humiliate Wei Xiong, but they didn't see their friend, so they blurted out in surprise. They said to each other in astonishment, "Isn't that the blood demon's daughter? She's about to die and she still wants to escape. Wait, isn't that guard Qian's sword?" A second later, that guy was easily sent to the underworld by Wei Xiong. The other guys were no exception. They were all dealt with by her in an instant. Screams rang out continuously. "The blood demon's daughter has escaped, it's that girl." More and more people swarmed in, and one guy even gave the order, "Everyone finish her off quickly." This forced Wei Xiong to fight in a state of agitation. She asked herself irritably, "Just how many enemies are there in this godforsaken place? Enough, I'll kill them all and get out of here. I haven't lived this long just to die in this dark prison." In the heat of the fight, she suddenly found that the sword in her hand began to disobey her. This indirectly created an opportunity for that guy to attack Wei Xiong. But she still thought stubbornly, "This is nothing compared to the difficulties I've faced. I've survived situations much worse than this many times. I must get out of here." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her brain. A second later, Wei Xiong spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was only then that she weakly whispered, "I don't have a shred of strength left in my body. Let alone executing a move, I can't even stand steadily." At that moment, Wei Xiong suddenly found it incredibly funny. She never thought she would lose her life to save a man. She had expected a bloody battle to break out, but no, what Wei Xiong heard were two gentle calls of "Miss." She stared blankly at the scene before her and guessed. Could this voice be? Immediately after, Yunhui came forward and asked about Wei Xiong's condition. She asked doubtfully, "You're still alive, but how did you get here?" He then replied, "I came here to save you, miss. Let me be clear, this time it was no accident." Wei Xiong smiled and then said softly, "It's good that you're safe." As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed onto his shoulder, causing Yunhui to blurt out in surprise, but she said, "I'm just resting for a bit, don't mind me." A moment later, Wei Xiong explained that she had forcefully unsealed the acupoints that sealed her inner power, so she had suffered severe internal injuries. Yunhui heard this and cursed, "Are you crazy? Your chi could have easily gone astray like that." She heard this and retorted that her chi hadn't gone astray. He felt she was right and stopped nagging. Then Wei Xiong sighed again, "You don't look so good either. You must have suffered a lot to get here. The smell of blood and sweat is too strong." After hearing this, Yunhui silently replied, "Aren't you the same, miss?" As soon as he finished speaking, she sighed, "But it's so warm," which greatly surprised Yunhui. Fearing he would be shy, Wei Xiong quickly changed the subject. "Where is that guy now?" Yunhui replied, "You mean the fake Tianwu city. He's currently engaged in a fierce battle with the unfixed wind god. After being discovered as a fake, he started a war with the 8 schools of wind and cloud. He's desperately trying to cover up his true identity." She heard this and sighed, "That's great. I was just thinking of settling this debt." Yunhui asked doubtfully, "How will you settle it?" Wei Xiong pointed upwards and replied, "By exposing his true face in front of the whole world." This made him very confused. She saw this and explained, "When I was locked up here, I heard them discussing some things. There's something interesting up there." The scene switches to the front of the Tower of the 8 Schools of Wind and Cloud. The battle between the two was still not over. Cheng Bo's expression grew more and more solemn. Meanwhile, the fake Tianwu city was being repeatedly taught a lesson by him. After a while he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Cheng Bo raised his foot ready to stomp down and reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately." Immediately after, he struck, the force of which affected everything around them. Just then a voice rang out, "What's going on, new sectmaster? Please step aside, sectmaster Chen. That guy is just an imposter." Jiyu Yangjing heard this and cursed. "What nonsense are you talking about, daring to say the celestial sectmaster is an imposter?" A second later another person appeared and asked, "Is what he said true? It seems things are not simple. Could you explain it clearly?" Out of respect, Cheng Bo had no choice but to say directly, "That is the fake Tianwu city. The real one is in his hands." The old man heard this and retorted, "You're lying. The person the new sectmaster wants to take as his successor killed my disciple, so I was just demanding that person be handed over, but the sectmaster sheltered him, and he even framed me as an imposter." Wang Shi immediately transmitted his voice to ask, "You won't even reveal a bit to me, your ally. Is he really the fake Tianwu city?" Cheng Bo answered honestly, yes. He couldn't recognize the Flying Crane Moon Tablet at all. He heard this and said, "The Flying Crane Moon Tablet? Then bring out that token and properly interrogate that imposter." But Cheng Bo said, "I don't have it with me, and now that guy also knows it's the Flying Crane Moon Tablet." After hearing him finish, he blurted out in astonishment to himself, "What did you say? Then how on earth do you plan to expose him?" On the other side, the fake Tianwu city thought smugly. Not only did Cheng Bo send him to save a bitch, but he should have kept him under close watch by his side. It's not so easy to call that Sha Yun back now. Even if he has extraordinary martial arts talent, my junior brothers are all top experts. How could he possibly break through them single-handedly? Without Sha Yun's testimony, on what grounds can you determine that I'm an imposter, Chen Chengbo? As the old man thought this, he spoke with false sincerity. "I was a bit agitated because I lost my disciple, but that can't be used as evidence to convict me." Immediately after, a confident voice rang out, "If it's evidence you want, I have it right here." This made the old man think in panic. Could this voice be? From a distance, Yunwei was carrying a person on his back, slowly walking over. The fake Tianwu Zidi saw this and thought in disbelief, how could he have come back alive? His junior brothers and dozens of elite masters actually lost to a little brat. On the other side, Zhang Qian silently retorted, "How can you say something like that?" After sending that guy back to his hometown, he casually left. The scene switches and whispers are heard again. "Hey, have you heard about the matter between the 8 schools of wind and cloud and the Wuhan Zhengzong? That's not even the most serious part. I heard that the current sectmaster of the Wuhan Zhengzong is an imposter." On the other side, Wang Shi asked in surprise, "Wucheng, is it really you?" He replied, "This voice, is it Shi?" Hearing Wucheng say how could he possibly forget his brother's voice, he choked up and said, "I thought you had changed." The crowd once again broke into discussion. "Is that skinny old man the martial heaven sword emperor? Although his body is a bit frail, it is indeed the celestial sect master." Jiyu Yangjing spoke. "Do you think saying a few words is enough to make people believe it's true? This concerns the honor of one of the 4 major sects that lead this city. As the sect master of the martial sect Ji General, I will personally confirm it." Yunwei heard this and sighed. "So besides the Quanzong sect, there are other sects allied with the Wuhan Zhengzong." After that, the old man went forward to inspect Wucheng's face, and he was very willing. He observed secretly and then speculated. Judging by Jiyu Yangjing's actions, it seems he has long been allied with the Wuhan Zhengzong. The possibility that he is colluding with the fake Tianwu city cannot be ruled out. After he claimed he had finished his confirmation, Shi asked, "Do you believe it now, Your Excellency?" Jiyu Yangjing slowly replied, "There are no traces of a human skin mask being used, which means this is the real Tianwu city. In that case, who is the person wearing the exact same mask as him?" The fake Tianwu city also reached out to pinch his own face and then spoke. "Do you think I'm wearing a mask? Look carefully. If a human skin mask is pulled like this, wouldn't it break? Where in the world is there such a mask?" Immediately after, Yunwei spoke up. "It seems Your Excellency hasn't noticed yet." This made the old man pause for a moment and ask back, "What?" He pointed to his own cheek and replied, "The left cheek is broken, you can clearly see the dermis layer." The fake Tianwu city heard this, reached out to touch it, and then thought to himself, "Damn it, could it be that the mask was broken when I fought with that kid just now?" After fumbling around and still not finding the broken spot, he finally reacted. The fake Tianwu city's eyes turned red with anger. The fake Tianwu city cursed him for daring to trick him, while Yunwei said with a cheeky smile, "Oh my, didn't you personally say it was real skin? Why are you so surprised?" Cheng Bo took the opportunity to threaten him. "You have no way out now, tell us your real identity." The fake Tianwu city laughed loudly and then sighed. "I never thought I'd be tricked by a kid, but just because of this do I have to listen to you? Do you think I'll just obey? Do you think after all this time, how many confidants have I placed in Peerless City?" He secretly sighed that he had never seen such a cunning person, then ordered the entire area to be sealed off because there were still assassins inside. But the fake Tianwu city spoke arrogantly. "It's too late, get rid of all of them for me." Those he had long since planted immediately rushed forward, but a second later they were all struck down. Everyone's mouth was wide open before being eliminated because the opponent's moves were too fast. Seeing this scene, Shi asked angrily, "Do you really want to fight to the death? That so-called fake Tianwu city?" Cheng Bo calmed him down. "Sectmaster, please calm down." Just now only the spies who followed the fake Martial Heaven Sword Emperor's orders were killed. The one who killed them was not any of us. Just then an iron ball rolled to his feet. Yunhui saw this and thought in astonishment. Impossible, how could he be here? A figure stood on the roof of the opposite tower. Making everyone look up, Uncle Ma said in an indifferent tone, "So you're still clinging to life like a parasite in a place like this." It turned out that the one impersonating Tianwu City was Wu Yu. Shi heard this and said, "Could it be the 100-faced ghost Wu Yu? In that case, that appearance is also understandable. Because it's rumored that he has reached a unique realm in the art of human skin masks. He is a disguise master like a ghost or a god, one of the 5 great villains of the previous generation. So that cruel old monster has been impersonating Tianwu City all this time," Wu Yu hurriedly said. "Wait, Mooney Sword, I don't want to fight you. According to the agreement back then until now, the name White-Faced Ghost has never been leaked in the martial world." As soon as he finished speaking, the iron ball attacked. Uncle Ma asked faintly, "Who helped you recover your martial arts?" This made him only stammer, not daring to answer. Then he said magnanimously, "Forget it, just consider it as me working hard one more time." The already silent dark history resurfaced, making Wu Yu's face turn pale with fear. Wherever Uncle Ma's attack went, he dodged. Just as his sword was about to pierce Wu Yu's brow, a green light suddenly blocked it, causing Uncle Ma to stop his hand. He asked irritably, "What are you doing?" Chengbo replied politely, "I am sincerely grateful to you for eliminating that group of assassins just now, but this matter is closely related to our city, so I hope you can take a step back and let Peerless City handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Ma warned disdainfully, "I won't say it a second time, get out of the way." Seeing that he was about to make a move, Xiao Tan said, "Father and father-in-law are about to fight." Yunhui could only reply helplessly, "I know, but do you think I have the guts to provoke those two?" Like Yunhui, the participants in the examination could only watch, not daring to make a rash move. On one side was one of the top experts in the Central Plains, the unfixed wind god Chen Chengbo, and on the other was one of the 4 great villains, the Moon Calamity Sword, Sima Tuo. It would be no surprise if a duel broke out between those two masters in the blink of an eye. The first to break this tense atmosphere was surprisingly Wu Yu. As he fled, he cursed in his heart, "Damn it, how did things get so messed up? This plan is a wash at the very least. I need to find out the whereabouts of that thing." Just as Wu Yu was about to fly out, Chengbo stepped in to block him. He stomped his foot lightly, causing the man to fall straight to the ground. Wu Yu fell so fast that his face plunged directly into the earth. As soon as he lifted his head, Wu Yu reached up to touch his face and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this invisible mask." Just then Uncle Ma said, "This is no time to worry about your face." He then unleashed a world-shaking move. Wu Yu's escape attempt failed, costing him only a corner of his mask and a hand. Immediately after, Uncle Ma announced grimly, "It must end here." Then he immediately threw the iron ball forward. The target was none other than Wu Yu, but he was lucky enough to escape death's scythe again because Chengbo once more blocked it for him. After coming to his senses, Wu Yu stammered out Chengbo's name. Wu Yu was about to say something but was suddenly interrupted. This time Chengbo didn't just stomp him to the ground, he buried him directly in the earth. Witnessing this scene, Yunhui thought silently, "It seems there is still an immeasurable gap between people at the transcendent realm." Even Wu Yu, one of the 5 great villains, was beaten to such a state, not even qualified to fight him. On the other side, Chengbo said patiently, "Don't be in a hurry to kill him. This man still has a debt to settle. Peerless City, I don't intend to let him go, but it's clear he has secret connections to some power. If I promise to personally finish him off after getting to the bottom of everything, can I spare his life for now?" It was unclear what Uncle Ma meant, but he coldly shouted Chen Chengbo's name. "It seems you've ignored my warning again. Hand him over and Peerless City can still have a place in the Central Plains." His aura was so powerful that it worried Yunhui's group, while the other experts were too scared to even breathe loudly. Seeing this, Xiao Tan warned loudly, "If this continues, something terrible will happen." Yunhui replied, "We must stop them before everything gets out of control." He then quietly called out "Senior," but before he could finish he was interrupted. "Brother Sima, please calm down." This friendly tone came as quite a surprise to Yunhui. Jiyu Yangjing rushed out to mediate. "Whatever grievances you two have, why must you turn against each other?" Suddenly being stopped, he asked unhappily, "What are you doing? You and I are no longer on the same path." "Brother Jiyu Yang," he wasn't angry after hearing this. He replied, "Although we are no longer on the same path, we were once sworn brothers. To me you are still family. Do you still remember, brother? The marriage pact between our families, the promise made under the great central tree." Yunhui was very surprised to hear this, and she couldn't help but ask, "Did you once have a relationship with sect master Jiyu Yang?" He immediately replied, "Yes, though it was a long time ago." Uncle Ma sheathed his sword and then spoke, "Why bring up the promises of a reckless youth?" This made Jiyu Yangjing pause for a moment. "Brother, why do you say that?" "Brother Sima," he replied nonchalantly. "Anyway, the promise from back then has long since been washed away by the tides. Now my daughter has fallen in love with that person." Everyone followed the direction Uncle Ma was pointing. Being stared at like this, Yunhui thought in confusion, "What should I do?" Chengbo heard this and said, "Brother Sima, I want to confirm something." Yunhui suddenly felt something was off. And then he added, "The person you desperately tried to save, is it his beloved daughter?" Uncle Ma heard this and repeated in confusion, "A woman? Hurry up and explain what's going on." At this moment Yunhui was very angry with Chen Chungbo, but he still said with a tremor, "Please wait a moment, I will explain everything clearly," he threatened menacingly. "If you had any sense you would have done this long ago. I hope not a single word you say is false." Then Uncle Ma said softly, "Otherwise that head of yours might not stay on your shoulders." At the same time an unlucky cup met its end. Hearing this, Elder Quan asked with concern, "Is Lingxi all right?" Sima Ying immediately replied, "I'm fine, did I startle you?" Then she sat in a corner and sighed heavily. Seeing this he asked, "Is something troubling you? You seem distressed." Sima Ying denied it, so Elder Yu couldn't press further. After a while she thought to herself, aggrieved, "I'm sorry Grandpa, there is actually something Sima Ying is very worried about, but I can't say it. A few days ago Father went to Fuan County, how can I tell Grandpa that?" The scene flashes back to a few days ago. Sima Ying asked excitedly, "Was Father injured? Did you catch that person?" Uncle Ma replied faintly, "Don't be too curious. Besides, that cave has already been flooded." Then Sima Ying said seriously, "Actually I was planning to exchange that." As soon as he heard this he objected, "Exchange what? Hasn't it already been decided? Because not enough rituals have been completed he cannot be recognized as a son-in-law." Her eyes widened upon hearing this, and then Sima Ying said angrily, "Am I supposed to complete the ceremony in that flooded cave? Might as well let him die." Uncle Ma asked helplessly, "Are you really not going to listen to me?" She replied angrily again, "Fine, have it your way. I am the daughter of the Moon Calamity Sword of the World. I will do as I please." Hearing this he could only hold his head and lament, wondering who she took after being so stubborn. After a while Uncle Ma gradually accepted it, probably after me. Then he had to compromise and asked, "I'll think of another way. Do you know where he is?" Sima Ying pouted and warned, "If you go looking for him, I'll disown you." Hearing this he helplessly asked back, "Then can you at least tell me?" Only then did she honestly reply, "He's in Peerless City. The reason he went there is, I'll tell you everything." The scene switches back to Yunhui's side. He began to recount how he had fallen into Wu Yu's trap and was locked in the dungeon, where there was another person besides him, the woman he had saved. He and she escaped the dungeon together but were discovered by Wu Yu. They fought together, but because the old man's martial arts were too strong he was injured, and she could only abandon him and flee. But Wei Xiong chose to carry him and walk together, then covered for Yunhui, acting as a decoy so he could safely escape the clutches of that old man and his subordinates. And today he learned that she was imprisoned in the holy tower of the Wushan Zhengzong. To be honest, Yunhui was also very scared because rushing into enemy territory without any information was simply suicide. He didn't know how strong Wu Yu's men were. He didn't even know how many there were, so Yunhui could only pray. But prayer was useless because there were too many martial artists he had to deal with. He said sincerely, "I thought I was going to die, but how could I let someone who sacrificed themselves for me die?" After hearing everything, Uncle Ma asked indifferently, "So you saved that person?" Yunhui admitted that he did. After watching he concluded that he was not lying. But then Uncle Ma asked again via voice transmission, "Was it by Wei Xiong or by Lianxia?" Yunhui was stunned. He hadn't mentioned any details related to the blood sect, yet he knew. Uncle Ma added coldly, "Did you think I wouldn't know?" He guessed that he had been testing him from the beginning, so he had no choice but to tell the truth. "It was by Wei Xiong," Uncle Ma continued indifferently. "She's practically your enemy, and you still saved her. How can there be such a foolish person not taking the path that's been laid out for you? For the sake of repaying a kindness, you want to uphold your principles, right? Stop making excuses. Don't you have any selfish intentions?" As this was mentioned, a memory flooded his mind, but Yunhui still stubbornly replied, "No, I just can't accept that kind of method." Uncle Ma asked with an icy expression, "Can't accept it? If what you say is true, then prove it to me." Yunhui was confused and asked how to prove it. Uncle Ma transmitted his voice frankly, "Since you've saved a life once, you don't know anything more. If you have no selfish intentions, then there's nothing inconvenient. Bring Bai Weixiong's head back to me." Yunhui thought to himself, "Kill Bai Weixiong and bring her head back, what's the point?" He then asked back, "Bai Weixiong is already incomplete. If I take her life right after saving her from a moral standpoint," Ma Tuo immediately interrupted him, leaving him stunned. "Are you going to say you can't do it again? Principles and beliefs, they sound nice, but in the end, aren't they just excuses? What can you actually do?" He continued, recalling the memory in his mind. "A man known as the Blood Demon, yet he can't even unify a small sect like the Blood Sect. He said he would accept my challenge, but then retreated on the pretext of rising water levels. Have you passed the Flying Moon Shadow Sect's examination and ascended to the position of young sect master?" Ma Tuo looked down on him contemptuously. "A person who can't accomplish anything and has no ability to achieve great things, on what grounds can you protect my daughter? Are you sure she would be safer with you than with me?" Hearing this, Yunhui couldn't say a word, only thinking that the old man also had his own difficulties that couldn't be changed. Perhaps he could refute it this way, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Who in this world doesn't have their own hardships, but to hope for others' understanding is no different from whining. In Sima Tuo's eyes, Yunhui was perhaps just a person who was all talk and no action. Just an empty shell. Just then, Chengbo stepped forward and said, "I don't know what you two are discussing via voice transmission, but please stop here. Repaying a kindness is not wrong in the first place." he sighed. Forget it, I just want to say one last thing. Chen Chengbo, you listen carefully too, he asked in confusion. What? Ma Tuo continued. I never liked your son in the first place, but with my daughter's repeated pleas I really had no choice, so I've decided to give him one last chance. Yunwei was immediately surprised by this statement. He turned his gaze to him. Come to Fuan County in 3 days. I will personally test you then. Yunwei immediately clasped his hands and watched Ma Tuo's departing back. Thank you, senior. He walked past Chengbo, but don't make any rash moves just because it concerns your son. Failing the test might be a good thing for you. He hurriedly asked, from just now until now, I haven't understood a thing you've said. What about my son? Ma Tuo continued calmly. You don't understand my words. If the unfixed wind god of the 8 great masters and the moon calamity sword of the 4 great villains become in-laws, can you imagine what the world will say? A look of confusion suddenly appeared on his face, when Chengbo said decisively, you are gravely mistaken. This child is indeed my wife's son, but he is by no means my blood. His words made Ma Tuo secretly realize. Cuddy, then he quickly looked at Yunwei and asked, you haven't told them yet? He put his hand on his face in confusion. No, I haven't even opened my mouth. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. There should be a limit to hesitation. Ma Tuo turned his gaze to Jiyu Yangjing. I've paved the way for you. Walk the rest of it yourself. That old man walked forward in confusion and asked, Brother Sima, are you leaving already? He replied calmly, I've said all I need to say. Is there anything else? Jiyu Yangjing placed his hand on his chest and said, Can't you stay a little longer for the sake of our years of brotherhood? Hearing this, Ma Tuo called out to him, Brother Jiyu Yang. This made him feel confused. Ah yes, he continued. Did you think I couldn't see through your intentions? All right, I won't interfere in the city's affairs. You can handle it yourself. Seeing Ma Tuo say this, that old man could only grit his teeth and obey. Immediately after, he flew into the sky under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing this, Chengbo turned to Yunwei and asked, Son, was what the moon calamity sword said just now true? He replied, I was going to wait for the right time to say it, but it seems there's no other way now. Yes, I am the biological son of the former sect master. Yunwei's words immediately froze his expression. He recounted as he recalled, my mother was already pregnant with me when she fled the sect. Afterward, she was taken in by a family. That person gave birth to me and raised me as his son. Chengbo quickly walked forward and placed a hand on his arm. How could this be? He turned to Jiyu Yangjing with a serious expression. Sect master, please answer clearly. That old man said seriously, was what he just said true? Is this young man He Ling's son? If he really is He Ling's biological son, a descendant of the Beihui Ling sect, then didn't the sect master commit a grave crime over 20 years ago? Hearing these words from Jiyu Yangjing's mouth, Yunwei lowered his head and thought to himself, this matter is truly strange. During the Great War between the righteous and evil factions back then, the Martial Arts Alliance joined forces with Peerless City, and Peerless City, because of this so-called alliance, wiped out the Beihui Ling sect. But just then, Yunwei blurted out, was it because the Beihui Ling once expressed their intention to help the Blood sect, or did they really lend a hand in battle, which is why they were exterminated? That old man still didn't understand what was going on and hurriedly asked, what? He continued. Wasn't it all to sacrifice the Beihui Ling to preserve the alliance with the Martial Arts Alliance? Now that the pact is broken, what meaning do those things still have? Whispers quickly broke out. What he said was not wrong, because the real reason the pact was broken was not this. Realizing that the conviction of Jiyu Yangjing's men was wavering, that old man shouted loudly, are you planning to incite this city with such a far-fetched reason? Truly the filthy bloodline of the Beihui Ling sect, just as expected. Yunwei frowned. One should be careful with their words. Then he thought to himself, turning something that doesn't need to be forced into an obligation and adding a bit of provocation. Now that his ally, the Wuhan Zhengzong, has weakened, what is he still doing out here? That old man quickly interjected. Is there anything wrong with what I said? At least you're still somewhat lucky. The blood in your veins is at least not entirely your mother's. Wang Shi raised his head at this moment. Before he could even get a clear look at Yunwei's fleeting figure, he thought to himself, it's clearly premeditated, perhaps to dismantle the opposing camp's alliance, or perhaps in just a fleeting moment he had already charged towards Jiyu Yangjing with crimson eyes. Yunwei thought to himself, I'll deal with that matter later, and then shouted loudly, but don't insult my mother. That old man hurriedly blocked his sword with a hard palm, sneering. Finally showing your true colors. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Yangjing knocked Yunwei back, and then that old man quickly counterattacked. Jiyu Yangjing extended his hand towards Yunwei. You see, this is the true nature of the evil faction. 20 years ago, when we decided to eradicate the Beihui Ling sect, didn't we anticipate this kind of scene? That old man turned his gaze to Wang Shi. Speak, Sectmaster Wang. You were the one who led the purge against them back then. But he remained silent. After a moment of silence, Wang Shi finally spoke. It was me, he declared loudly. Sea King City sect, all troops, withdraw to the Gen Tower. Jiyu Yangjing's face immediately turned pale with fear. That old man said, unconvinced, are you planning to plunge Peerless City, which has already cleared its name of involvement with the Blood sect, back into the fire? Wang Shi explained at that time to protect the original neutral stance of Peerless City. I chose to eradicate them, but now I regret it deeply. Sect Master Jiu Yang, this old man has something to ask. He glanced at that old man with a sharp gaze. Peerless City was originally neutral, gathering those who revered the martial way. But since allying with the Ming cult, haven't we cast aside the word neutral with our own hands? If that's the case, then befriending the evil faction now and establishing a new kind of neutrality is not a bad thing. Sect Master Jiu Yang also became sworn brothers with the Moon Calamity Sword. I wonder what your thoughts are. Hearing Wang Shi say this, that old man gritted his teeth in anger. Jiu Yangjing shouted loudly, Sect Master Wang, please look around. How many outsiders' eyes and ears are in the city? Do you not care? This matter concerns the survival of Peerless City. But before he could say more, Cheng Bo had already kicked that old man in the face. He watched as Jiu Yangjing fell at his feet, clutching his face in pain, and spoke. Enough, Sect Master Jiu Yang, that old man shouted loudly. Chen Chengbo, you're truly insane. Don't you understand the consequences of harboring someone with the bloodline of the Baihui Ling sect? Cheng Bo interrupted sharply. I know better than anyone, but no matter who it is, no one can touch my son, Flying Moon Shadow Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of sympathetic cheers rose from behind him. Yunhui thought to himself, everyone has just been through a battle, their bodies haven't recovered, and in such a chaotic situation. He saw two people walking towards him and asked, Are you all okay? The two answered one after another. To a martial artist, injuries are nothing. These are just superficial wounds. At this moment, Cheng Bo also spoke. I have wronged you. Even if you resent me, I won't blame you. Yunhui stammered. Sect Master. He quickly turned his head to look at him. But from now on I will protect you. Hearing Cheng Bo's words, Yunhui was stunned. He placed his hand on his chest. What is this? Just this one sentence, and my heart hurts so much it feels like it's about to explode. What is this feeling? Just then, Jiu Yangjing shouted loudly. Do you really want to start a war? Sect Master Chen Chengbo looked at that old man. If you want to, I'll oblige, he continued with a ruthless expression and a cold gaze. Then let's end it here today. Seeing his serious demeanor, Jiu Yangjing was immediately stunned. That old man left angrily with his men. As he walked, Jiu Yangjing loudly ordered, This matter cannot be left as it is. Senjing Wuzong returned to the Zhen Tower. This sentence made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It's a good thing they retreated. It feels like a war could break out at any moment. Cheng Bo turned to Yunhui and began to speak. Although there are many things I want to ask and say, the first thing we need to do now is, at this moment he suddenly became confused. What's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room knelt down before Yunhui in unison. Amid his surprise, they said in one voice, The Flying Moon Shadow Sect pays respects to the young sect master. Yunhui wondered to himself, Am I the young sect master of the Flying Moon Shadow Sect? Xiao Tan suddenly appeared and whispered, What's there to be shy about? You're just returning to the position that should have been yours. Hearing this, he became even more confused. I didn't come to Peerless City for this. How did I end up in this situation? I really haven't come to my senses yet. Why does this person look so smug? Yunhui hurriedly advised, Everyone please get up, so many eyes are watching. Just then, Zheng Qin's voice rang out, Congratulations on finding your son. Cheng Bo followed the voice with his eyes. Chen Rong then spoke up, Congratulations, Sect Master, but in that case, how will this examination be counted? On the surface he was all smiles, but Chen Rong was secretly thinking, Damn it, doesn't this mean all my previous hard work was for nothing? At the very least, there should be some decent compensation. He placed his hand on Yunhui's shoulder. Although the situation has changed, finding my son has made your efforts in vain. After all, everyone has put in a lot of effort, so there should be a corresponding reward. Cheng Bo smiled and said, There is only one successor to this sect master, and that cannot be given away, but if you are willing, I can personally teach you one of the 8 martial arts of the sect. An image of his majestic attack move immediately flashed through his mind, and he thought, Do I also have a share in that storm-like martial art? But to be personally taught one of the 8 ultimate skills by the unfixed wind god. Chen Rong thought about it carefully. It wasn't too bad. He raised his hand and said, Thank you, Sect Master. Chen Rong was secretly overjoyed. To be personally taught a martial art by the unfixed wind god, one of the 8 great masters, was in itself no different from being taken as a disciple. But just as he was basking in his happiness, Zheng Qian rubbed his head and smilingly declined. Chen Rong was immediately flustered. What? He cursed inwardly. Bastard, if you quit, what face do I have left to stay here? Cheng Bo asked in confusion. You don't want to learn? He rubbed his nose and replied, I haven't even mastered my current martial art, so I don't want to be greedy for more. Hearing this, he could only fall silent. At this moment, Yunhui turned his gaze to Zheng Qian and thought to himself, Great completion. He remembered that he had also learned many superior ultimate techniques, but none had broken through to great completion. Suddenly, Tian Nan appeared on Yunhui's shoulder. Don't think too much, Yunhui. The old master once said that experiencing various different martial arts is also a way of enlightenment. Martial arts is a path with no end. If you can use these diverse experiences to develop your foundation, then the road ahead will naturally reveal itself. Hearing this, Yunhui secretly hoped so. He turned his gaze to Zheng Qian, who also looked at him. Then I hope that Peerless City and the Martial Arts Alliance can rebuild a good relationship. If you're not busy, brother, could we talk privately for a few moments? Yunhui was surprised by his words and blurted out, With me. A moment later, behind the holy tower of the Flying Moon Shadow Sect, Zheng Qian said, It seems quiet enough here. Perhaps there will be no chance to talk like this again in the future. Yunwei looked at him with confusion. Is there something you want to ask me? Zhang Qin's expression immediately turned serious. What are your thoughts on the martial arts alliance? Hearing this question, he was silent for a long time before answering. To be honest, I don't have a very good impression of that place. He crossed his arms. As expected, if it were me, I would feel the same way. After all, I had a part in the destruction of your family. After saying this, he secretly berated himself, asking deliberately when he already knew, fool. But Yunwei comforted him. But I don't hate you. This sentence immediately stunned Zhang Qin. Immediately after, he laughed and said with his hands on his hips, I don't hate you either. I could even say I find you quite cute. On the surface it's like this, but at this moment, Zhang Qin was thinking, I haven't reached the point you're talking about. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his hand towards Yunwei. Zhang Qin continued, I just hope this relationship can continue. He was surprised and extended his hand in response. A handshake, what if it can't be maintained? He took Yunwei's hand and said, then when the time comes, let's fight to the death in the final assessment that remains today. He continued, I just hope that day never comes. Afterward, as Yunwei watched the departing figures of Zhang Qian and Chen Rong, he thought to himself. Despite what was said, a flicker of unease passed through his heart, feeling that this wish might not come true. Li Zhangqian, do you feel the same way? Suddenly he spoke. Brother Li, hearing Yunwei's voice, he turned around curiously and Yunwei pointed to his own right hand. I'm just saying this just in case, but in the Western regions, handshakes must be done with the right hand. It's basic etiquette. Not expecting Yunwei to say this, Zhang Qian couldn't help but laugh. He waved goodbye with his left hand. I'm just a lefty. I even use my left hand to hold a sword. Finally he turned and walked away in another direction into the quiet wind. After walking a short distance, Zhang Qian sighed, returning empty-handed like this. I really don't know how I'm going to explain it when I get back. Chen Rong crossed his arms and chimed in. See, you should have accepted when the unfixed wind god offered to teach you martial arts. What now? He continued. The problem is more than that. The veins on his temple bulged. What? In the darkness of the night, Zhang Qin's voice continued. If I had known, I would have rather owed him a favor. Chen Rong didn't understand and called out, Hey, can you say something that makes a little more sense? Meanwhile, Jiyu Yangjing was still drinking on the top floor of the Senjing Wuzong's holy tower. He thought, grinding his teeth as wine trickled from the corner of his mouth. How did things get so messed up? The entire plan, so painstakingly arranged for so long, had all gone up in smoke because of one variable. Who would have thought that Chen Chengbo actually had a biological son? What should I do now? No, to be precise, how am I going to explain the current situation to him? Jiyu Yangjing reached for the wine bottle, thinking to himself, damn it, this is so damn frustrating. But the wine bottle suddenly vanished into thin air. He froze as a familiar figure and voice appeared. Watching you struggle so desperately, it's truly pathetic and despicable. He had just reacted when Jiyu Yangjing's accomplice already had him by the throat. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling Jiyu Yangjing to be quiet. Jiyu Yangjing's accomplice quickly released him, and looking at Jiyu Yangjing coughing his lungs out said, You played the role of an outsider quite cleverly. He recalled the earlier scene. Then what else could I have done? The moment the fake identity of the Wuhan Sword Emperor was exposed, the only thing I could do was play the part of a sect master eager to align with the martial arts alliance. But why didn't you tell me the truth about him sooner? I knew all along that the Wuhan Sword Emperor was a fake, but the fact that he was Wu Yu, one of the 5 great villains of the previous generation. Jiyu Yangjing's accomplice was silent for a moment before speaking. I only found out today as well. He couldn't help but be shocked. What? The man explained on the spot. In this situation, the only thing you could do was put on this clumsy act. Actually, under those circumstances, you already did your best to survive. Jiyu Yangjing's accomplice crushed the wine bottle before his eyes. But on the other hand, that's the extent of your abilities. If I had known from the beginning that one of the 4 great sect masters of Peerless City was so incompetent, as his anger flared, the wine bottle shattered instantly. If it were in the past, something like this would never have happened. In this situation, I'll inevitably be questioned as well. Hearing this, Jiyu Yangjing could only lower his head and grit his teeth, thinking, then why doesn't he just go and eliminate the unfixed wind god himself? Suddenly his accomplice threw a black bag. Jiyu Yangjing asked curiously, What is this? He replied with his arms crossed. This is what you need to do from now on. Wu Yu is still alive and might be held somewhere for interrogation. If something goes wrong, I might be exposed too. But Wu Yu, I'll deal with him personally. You just do your part. Hearing this, Jiyu Yangjing immediately bowed his head and clasped his hands. I understand. But inwardly he was cursing his accomplice. As Jiyu Yangjing watched him leave, his accomplice stopped. I almost forgot, did you know? He glanced at Jiyu Yangjing with an icy gaze. Tian Wucheng is still alive. He hurriedly placed his hand on his chest and replied, I didn't know either. At the time I really thought he was dead for sure. Jiyu Yangjing's accomplice stared into his blood-red eyes for a long time before turning his head. Is that so? Looking at that act, he thought to himself, so easy to fool. But he strangely felt a surge of annoyance. Suddenly, Jiyu Yangjing's accomplice interrupted his thoughts. Wu Yu deceived us. Hearing this, Jiyu Yangjing crossed his arms and said, That fool. If he had dealt with Tian Wucheng from the beginning, none of this would have happened. but his accomplice, instead of agreeing, said, "You're the fool. Do you think Wu Yu wouldn't know? He must have had a reason to risk exposure to keep that guy alive. And he kept it a secret from all of us." His face turned dark and terrifying. Tian Wucheng, just why is he still alive? Meanwhile, inside the holy tower of the Flying Moonshadow sect, Yunhui and Cheng Bo sat in a room. He watched Cheng Bo pour tea and asked, "Shouldn't you be interrogating Wu Yu?" Cheng Bo continued, "Don't worry. Sect Master Wang of the Sea King City sect has already volunteered to personally handle the interrogation of Wu Yu, telling me to stay with you." He handed the teacup along with its curling steam to Yunhui, who hurriedly received it with both hands. "Thank you, this fragrance is wonderful." Cheng Bo couldn't contain his curiosity and continued, "There's no one else here now. You should take off that mask." Hearing his father say this, Yunhui reached up and removed his eye patch. As soon as he saw his son's face, he was stunned for a long time. After a while, Cheng Bo finally spoke again. "So this is your face?" After letting his father see his face, Yunhui said seriously, "Child has something to ask. You knew that mother was once at the Yeong family's place, didn't you?" Cheng Bo was silent again for a moment, then said, "I'm sorry," which stunned him. Yunhui immediately stood up, slammed the table and shouted, "So you knew all along, then why didn't you go get her?" He thought to himself. "I can't understand to know and yet pretend not to." With confusion in his heart, Yunhui recalled, if you had arrived in time that day, his mother's face was clearly imprinted in his memory. That tragedy might have never happened. Then Yunhui looked at Cheng Bo's sorrowful face. The only sound in the room was the dripping of tea on the table. His voice broke the silence, and tears streamed down his cheeks. "The day the Beihui Ling sect was exiled, when I woke up, I was already locked in the basement of the Holy Tower." Cheng Bo began to tell everything. 20 years ago, in Peerless City, in a hidden place beneath the Holy Tower, he stood before a sturdy door, surrounded by dust. Cheng Bo shouted in a panic, "Open the door, let me out, it's disgraceful for the young sect master to be locked in a dungeon." Suddenly a voice he knew well rang out, "Calm down, you absolutely cannot go out." This stunned Cheng Bo. This voice, he hurriedly pleaded with sincerity, "Is it father?" "No, sect master, please let me out." But Cheng Bo's father replied without hesitation, "No, stay inside, this is an order." Inside, he couldn't help but shout in confusion, "What on earth is happening?" Suddenly, two figures walked up to Cheng Bo's father. He asked, "Good sect master Chen, I was worried you might have second thoughts. How pathetic, did you come all this way because you don't trust me?" He looked at Wucheng and Wang Chuyi and called out to them, "Sect Master Wang, Sect Master Tian," he spoke calmly. "Don't mind us, we're just being cautious," his father continued. "From this day on, the Flying Moonshadow sect and the Beihui Ling sect will sever all ties." But suddenly, one of Wang Chuyi's subordinates ran over in a panic. "Sect Master Wang, something terrible has happened." He turned and demanded, "Didn't I order no one to enter? What's the rush?" He replied anxiously, "Please forgive me, the situation is urgent. He Changyun has already escaped Peerless City with the people of the Beihui Ling sect." Wang Chuyi said in surprise, "What a cunning fox." Inside, Cheng Bo heard everything and thought, "Have my in-laws and their family already left the city?" The voices outside continued, "Hurry, Sect Master Wang, if we let them escape the alliance will be broken." He quickly said, "Understood." After they left, Cheng Bo asked, "Father, what's happening outside?" His father replied, "Peerless City has decided to ally with the Martial Arts Alliance, but the condition for the alliance is the expulsion of the Beihui Ling sect, which carries the bloodline of the Blood Demon." After hearing this, he said with a look of confusion, "Expulsion?" Cheng Bo continued to pound on the door violently. "Father, I beg you, please let me out. He Ling is in danger, I have to go protect her," he continued. "Going would just be suicide. Do you think you can stand against Tian Wucheng and the other sect masters? Hate me if you must." Cheng Bo's father turned to leave, "But I must at least protect you." He ignored his son's anguished cries. "Father, don't go!" Chen Chengbo shouted until his throat was raw, pounding on the door with his fists until his hands bled, yet the sturdy iron door remained unmoved. A year later he was finally released from confinement. In the room of the Flying Moonshadow sect's young sect master, the people around watched Chengbo's listless state and whispered among themselves, "He didn't go out today either. Not only that, he didn't even touch his food, didn't say a word. He must be in terrible pain." "I can't even imagine," another person hurriedly advised. "Don't bring that up again." One of his subordinates rubbed his head in frustration. "This is a big problem. The sect master even ordered today that we have to drag him out even if we have to." Just as he finished speaking, another subordinate ran over out of breath. He said hurriedly, "Young sect master." The subordinates from before quickly snapped, "You brat, do you know where you are? How dare you shout so loudly?" The subordinate continued, "Please step aside, this is important." He sat down next to Cheng Bo and was immediately pushed away. But the subordinate still sat there and said, we found her, Miss He Ling is still alive." Hearing this, Cheng Bo's face immediately froze. A few days later at the magnificent Yeong family residence under the sun, He Ling gazed at the young Yunhui in her arms. He Ling smiled and said, "My Yunhui, you're as cute as an angel even when you sleep." Just then, Yixuan approached her and said, "Seeing the child like this, I suppose your body has mostly recovered." He Ling asked in surprise, "Family head, why are you here?" He continued, "Do I need a reason to walk around my own home?" Hearing Yixuan say this, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. "I didn't mean it like that," he continued. "Just kidding. Miss, do you have a place to go back to?" With a hint of sadness on her face, He Ling replied, "Yes, but maybe I shouldn't go back." If I do, I'm afraid I'll bring trouble to the child's father and those around him. Seeing this, Yixuan immediately offered to help her. Then why not stay at the Yeong family home? She seemed to hesitate at this request. He explained, I mean you and the child, I will take care of you both. You have nowhere else to turn to. Yixuan looked at the sleeping Yunhui in Healing's arms. Are you planning to wander the Jianghu with a child? She hurriedly asked. Can you give me some time to think about it? He calmly replied, of course. At that moment, Chengbo was hiding behind a wall, listening to everything. Suddenly, a Yeong family guard approached and pointed his sword at him. Who are you? This is the Yeong family mansion. Just then, another guard came over and asked, What's wrong? He looked at the man and explained, There's a vagrant who's been crying outside the gate looking very suspicious. Seeing this, he asked, Where is he? The guard didn't see Chengbo anymore and said with a start, He was just here a moment ago. Meanwhile, Yixuan turned to leave. I'll head in first then, Healing followed. Yes, please take care, family head. A moment after he left, a warm breeze blew by. She looked up, watching the golden leaves dance in the wind, her beautiful hair swaying with them. Healing said, The wind is so strong today. Outside, Chengbo left with the subordinate from before. He asked curiously, You said you're not taking her with you. Then what was the point of us coming all this way? He replied. Not yet. Chengbo looked up at the sky. From now on I will enter seclusion. This confused the subordinate accompanying him. Chengbo voiced his inner thoughts, If I take Healing back now, the tragedy from a year ago will likely repeat itself. I need power enough to fight them all. He gritted his teeth, his resolve firm as tears streamed down his face, so for now I can only temporarily retreat to Peerless City. I will immediately enter seclusion. The next day, Chengbo walked into the city dressed in imposing battle robes. The moment the city gates closed was the beginning of his tireless, arduous training. At this moment, tears streamed down his cheeks as Chengbo continued his story in a choked voice. But by the time I achieved success, before he could finish, Yunhui had already embraced him tightly. Chengbo sobbed, You must hate your father, right? He replied. I do. Yunhui's tears also fell as he continued. I hate myself for only now understanding the pain my father endured through all those long years. Hearing these warm words, he raised his hand. Chengbo placed his hands on his son's back and held him tight. He said, Seeing you grow up so strong, it seems your mother did a much better job than I did. On the other side, somewhere in the holy tower of the Wuhan Zhengzong, Wucheng spoke from inside. Is anyone out there? A soldier outside responded. Sect Master Tian, what are your orders? He reached into his pocket, searching for something. Wucheng continued with a serious expression. No, I can't be called that anymore. He ordered. Send someone to see the young sect master of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. Tell him I have something to see him about. Meanwhile, after the father and son had cried in silence for a while, the atmosphere became a bit awkward again. Yunhui thought to himself, although I can understand my father now, it's really awkward. I want to break the silence but don't know how to start. Suddenly, Chengbo spoke. I heard you met the beloved daughter of one of the 4 great villains. What kind of fate brought you two together? He chuckled lightly. I want to hear about it. Yunhui, tell your father about your experiences. Yunhui stammered. Child can say anything. I just hope father won't be too surprised. Chengbo poured tea into the cup and interjected. What else here could possibly shock me more? The moment he finished speaking, he immediately sensed a powerful force, so he looked up, and what met his eyes was a head of red hair and a red aura surrounding his body. After transforming, Yunhui looked at him. Child is the current generation's blood demon. Immediately after, he gave an awkward laugh and called out, Father. Yunhui stared at his hand. Father, the tea is overflowing, Chengbo said in a fluster. Seeing him like this, Yunhui thought, it seems you really were scared, just as he had with his maternal grandfather. Chungyun. This time, Yunhui confessed everything to his biological father, Chen Chungbo. After listening to Yunhui's explanation, Chengbo spoke, a successor to the Tianan swordmaster who also became one of the rising stars of the orthodox martial arts world and was simultaneously chosen by the blood demon's sword. Bloodlines truly cannot be faked. I only want to ask one thing, were you forced by circumstances to get to this point, or did you want to become the blood demon yourself? Yunhui thought to himself. Grandfather also said something similar. He recalled the phrase, walk the path you want to walk, and then answered his father's question, it's the latter, father. A butcher who lays down his knife can become a Buddha. The title of blood demon, and that sect called the blood sect. Your son believes that the Zhonghu's perception of the blood sect will change with your son's actions. Yunhui smiled confidently. No, I will make it change as I wish. The words of his beloved floated through his mind. Even if the blood of the blood demon flows in my veins, my hair isn't fiery red like the blood demons. The Beiyue Ling sect will show the world that the martial arts alliance was wrong to want to exterminate us. Chengbo looked at him and thought, by then the world will surely understand. This spirit and will, how is it so similar to Healing's? Then he spoke. Our child is so much like her. Since you've already made up your mind, father can only respect it. I promise from now on I will not discuss this matter any further. Chengbo placed his hand on his chest. I just hope you remember one thing. You have a father now. Although father failed to protect your mother, I will definitely protect you, he said firmly. As long as I live, Peerless City will never stand in your way, so live as your heart desires, whether you are the young sect master or the blood demon. Yunhui was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Thank you for your trust." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "I thought father would try to persuade me to change my mind in every way possible, but I never expected him to stand by my side so firmly." Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a subordinate from outside the door. "Sect master, urgent report." Cheng Bo immediately said, "Don't come in, just speak from there." Yunhui thought to himself, "What happened?" The subordinate outside lowered his head and replied, "Someone has broken into the confinement chamber. The warriors guarding the prisoner have all been struck down, and the criminal Wu Yu has been poisoned. His condition is currently critical." Hearing this, he immediately opened the door and demanded, "Is Sect Master Wang safe?" He quickly replied, "Yes." Thankfully he had left there in time by now. Yunhui had disguised himself again and said, "Sect Master, please allow this child to accompany you." But he immediately replied, "You stay here." He asked in confusion, "But it seems the situation is serious." Cheng Bo turned to leave. "You brat." He turned back to look at Yunhui. "Is it so hard to let your father fulfill his duty as a father for once?" Understanding his father's intention, he bowed his head in obedience. "Sect master." The sound of the door closing followed, and the room was suddenly silent. Xiao Tan immediately appeared and said, "Someone broke into Peerless City again, not a single day of peace." Just as she finished, Yunhui rested his chin on his hand and thought, "It hasn't even been half a day since Wu Yu's true identity was exposed, and they've already gotten the news inside the city and acted immediately. Then there must be his accomplices in Peerless City. The most suspicious one is Jiyu Yangjing of the Senjing Wuzheng." Wait, but when he saw the real Tian Wucheng, his expression didn't seem like an act but genuine shock. Perhaps this time will be a truly massive wave. Hearing his inner thoughts, Xiao Tan couldn't help but be curious. "What does that mean?" Yunhui continued. "Wait, let me think." Just then a knock on the door broke the silence. He said from inside, "The sect master is temporarily unavailable right now." The voice from outside came through, "We are from the Wuhan Zhengzong and we request an audience with the young sect master of the Flying Moon Shadow sect." Hearing this, Yunhui was stunned. He hurriedly walked over and pulled the door open. Seeing this, Wucheng's subordinate explained, "The situation was chaotic at the time and we didn't have a chance to thank the young sect master. Our sect master still regrets it to this day." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunhui told him to lead the way. Wucheng's subordinate continued, "Please allow me to lead the way for you." Contrary to his agreement, Xiao Tan crossed her arms in confusion and said, "Didn't you just say it was dangerous? Why are you going to the Wuhan Zhengzong now?" But Yunhui was only thinking at this moment, "I need to hurry. The one in danger right now isn't me, but Tian Wucheng." Afterwards they all came before Wucheng. Seeing them he spoke, "Thank you for coming. If it weren't for you, this old man would have likely spent his last breath in that prison." After Wucheng finished speaking, he waved his hand at his subordinates, signaling them to leave. All the subordinates in the room immediately understood and quickly departed. He looked at Yunhui, then at them, and began to speak. "To be honest, this old man is truly ashamed." Suddenly, Yunhui gestured for Wucheng to be quiet. "Please be quiet for a moment." A powerful aura immediately enveloped the entire tower. After a careful check, he thought to himself, "No one has been detected approaching or hiding nearby. For now, I can assume there's still time to talk to him." With that thought, he spoke, "Sect master, I venture to ask something. No matter how many times I think about it, there is one thing I cannot understand." Wucheng continued. "Let's hear it." Yunhui quickly continued, "It is precisely because Sect Master Tian is still alive that Wu Yu's true identity could be exposed. Conversely, if Wu Yu had killed the Sect Master early on, it would likely have been very difficult to prove he was a fake. I believe that fellow named Wu Yu must have known this as well. So forgive my bluntness, but why was Wu Yu willing to take such a huge risk to keep the Sect Master alive until today?" Faced with this question, Wucheng reached into his pocket. "This is related to why this old man called you here today. It's this thing that made Wu Yu keep this old man alive for so many years." He took out an old piece of paper, making Yunhui curious. "A book," Wucheng continued. "As long as one is a swordsman, I'm afraid no one could not desire this item." He stared at it, thinking, "It doesn't really look like writing, is it just scribbles?" Yunhui's eyes suddenly widened at what he saw. "This thing isn't." A massive pressure of wind immediately emanated from the paper. Wucheng praised, "Your eyes are truly extraordinary to be able to feel the sword chi from just a few rough sketches." Yunhui clenched his fists and continued to think. "The ink is splattered, yet it's a condensation of sword technique traces. Just one look and my whole body trembles, my palms are covered in sweat." After thinking for a moment, he spoke, "What exactly is this book?" He brought it before him and explained, "It is a treasure passed down since ancient times. A prodigy once hailed as the greatest swordsman in the world and trusted his entire sword intent to this. Its name was the Secret Records of the Sword Immortal." Looking at the object before him, Yunhui couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Secret Records of the Sword Immortal, how could that be? The real Secret Records of the Sword Immortal should be in the Tiantian Mountains of Xinjiang. It was thanks to that very record that I was able to revive my soul. His gaze grew deep as he recalled the past. Besides the Sword Immortal, who else could inscribe countless insights of the sword path into such a small booklet? Yunhui looked up at Wucheng and asked, "This treasure of the Sword Immortal, where on earth did you find it?" He replied calmly, "In the Kunlun Mountains. This secret record was discovered in a cave in the Kunlun Mountains called Weiming Cave. It was a cave that sealed the remains of a deceased Taoist." Hearing this, he thought, To find a treasure in the sacred grounds of the Kunlun sect means it could only have been discovered after the Kunlun sect was annihilated, Yunhui hurriedly continued. It was truly by the will of heaven that the Kunlun sect is no more. Wucheng asked curiously, do you think this old man took advantage of the Kunlun sect's crisis to seize this item? He lowered his head slightly. If my words just now caused any misunderstanding, I apologize. After listening, he continued, you are quite honest. If I still possessed the strength I had back then, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare speak like that. He secretly agreed in his heart. That's hard to refute. The current Tian Wucheng had lost all his internal energy and looked no different from an ordinary old man. He gently caressed the secret records of the sword immortal. The reason I say this is because I am the rightful owner of this item, one of the 3 founding sect masters of Peerless City. My great-grandfather was originally a Taoist of the Kunlun sect. Yunhui was shocked. The orthodox lineage of Peerless City was actually the once annihilated Kunlun sect. Then he continued to listen as Wucheng said, although we had long severed ties with Kunlun, the tragedy of Kunlun is, after all, the origin of our sect. How could this old man sit by and do nothing? I was determined to track down the culprit who wiped out Kunlun. After years of tracking and investigation, I finally met a survivor who had witnessed the perpetrator's massacre of Kunlun. According to that person, not long after the Great Fire started on Kunlun Mountain, a torrential downpour began. In that pouring rain he saw dozens of masked men and a leader who commanded them. It's worth mentioning that the leader of that group of black-robed men had one eye that glowed golden in the dark, leaving a deep impression on anyone who saw it. Yunhui was instantly stunned, realizing the person Wucheng was talking about was the one with the single golden eye. He thought, I never expected to hear about the man with the golden eye here. If only one eye is golden, isn't that the same person who attacked numerous masters, including the Tianan swordmaster? He continued, this is indeed a crucial clue, so what I needed to do was find that person with the single golden eye. However, that group also became aware of my investigation. Not long after, I fell victim to Wu Yu's vicious hand and ended up in my current state. Looking at his condition, he was certain in his heart. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there is still one point of doubt. If that person also has a golden eye like me and can see the flow of qi, there's no reason he would have missed a witness. Xiao Tan suddenly appeared and said, isn't it because the rain was too heavy that he managed to survive? Hearing this, Yunhui continued to think, that's also possible. Maybe the witness himself was a trap, bait deliberately released by someone to find out who was investigating them. No, if it were a trap, there would be no need to reveal the characteristic or identity of having a golden eye. In the end, he could only accept her words. Wucheng suddenly interrupted Yunhui's thoughts. How strange, aren't you tempted by a treasure like the secret records of the Sword Immortal? Are you more interested in where it was found than the Sword Immortal's treasure itself? He quickly lowered his head, thinking, I was almost led astray. Yunhui then said, since this item already has an owner, how could I dare to covet it? It's just that having heard this much, there's something that has been lingering in my mind. If there really is a golden-eyed person behind Wu Yu, and if he discovers that the senior he thought he had killed is still alive, then he won't let you go, senior, regardless of whether you have this treasure or not. Hearing him say this, Wucheng quickly called out, young sect master, didn't you just say that this secret record was the reason I called you here? If the Flying Moon Shadow sect promises to protect the Wushan Zhengzong, I will share this treasure of the Sword Immortal with you. After hearing these words, Yunhui immediately looked at him with sharp eyes, thinking, this old fox is finally showing his true colors. No wonder he sent all the guards away. Thinking about what Tian Wucheng had done to my father, he must think it's easier to ask me than to ask my father. Wucheng pointed to his own head. At your current realm, I'm afraid it's difficult to understand the insights in the secret manual. This old man still remembers those insights in my mind, and I will share them with you. If you accept and comprehend the principles I have realized, this old man will personally teach you the Sword Immortal's sword techniques. The moment his voice fell, a flash of light suddenly pierced through his head. Blood trickled down from Wucheng's head, causing Yunhui to panic. Old man, a voice suddenly rang out. I see, I knew you must have been hiding something. He looked up nervously, his heart filled with shock and uncertainty. When did he get here? He was right in front of me, yet eerily quiet, as if he had merged with the surroundings. Only by opening my middle dantian could I barely sense a faint aura. Yunhui immediately understood that the man before him was a master who had perfected the art of concealing his aura. Yunhui quickly drew his sword and rushed towards the masked man. But before his sword tip could reach, the opponent had already flipped down. The masked man swiftly threw a dagger at Yunhui, who immediately kicked it away. But it wasn't over. The masked man wrapped the silk thread in his hand a few times, a move that puzzled Yunhui. The thrown dagger suddenly reversed course, and Xiao Tan hurriedly appeared, shouting, it's coming from behind. Hearing her warning, Yunhui immediately turned and blocked the dagger. Seeing this, the masked man praised. Not bad, he thought to himself. To be able to see through my flying dagger technique, your eyesight is truly extraordinary. The two then landed on the ground together. The masked man continued, not someone who can be dealt with easily. In that case, he threw a dagger at the floor, making it rebound up. The dagger grazed past Yunwei's neck, making him break out in a cold sweat. Immediately after, a volley of daggers came flying, forcing Yunwei to block them continuously. Tianan suddenly appeared and said, "Yunwei, this flying dagger technique looks very familiar." He also silently agreed, "This is the flame shadow flying dagger technique, but executed with 2 daggers simultaneously." Just as Yunwei had this thought, he immediately curled up and leaped into the air. The masked man was a little puzzled. How strange. To be able to dodge my daggers from a blind spot twice in a row, this isn't just good eyesight. It's as if he knows exactly where my daggers will strike. Just as he thought this, Yunwei's blade was already before his eyes. The masked man hurriedly dodged to the side, he said with wide eyes. "This guy, no wonder he's so familiar with the flying dagger technique." At this moment his blade had already turned back, but the masked man was lucky enough to dodge to the side again. He glanced at Yunwei with a hint of anger. "How do you know this martial art?" But before the masked man could say more, he had already turned and decisively slashed at the man's shoulder. After the cut, Yunwei quickly slid back to create distance from the masked man, but it was useless as the opponent's silk thread had already wrapped around his hand at some point. The masked man's face darkened, and he called out again, "Yunwei, have you perhaps fought with Han Zhixiang?" He immediately replied, "Someone just taught me a few moves." Hearing this, the man thought, "So he is indeed connected to Han Zhixiang." Yunwei retorted to the masked man, "Then why do you know the silver soft thread and the flame shadow flying dagger technique?" The man immediately answered, "The flame shadow flying dagger technique is a martial art that I created. If you learned it from Han Zhixiang, then I am no different from your Grand Master. In that case, it would be a pity to kill the successor to my flame shadow flying dagger technique. Become my disciple. How about it?" Hearing what he just said, Yunwei was stunned. "Could this person be Han Zhixiang's master?" he continued. "Cut the nonsense. If you're really the master of the King of Flying Daggers, you'd have to be over 80, wouldn't you? You look like you're only in your 30s. Have you mastered the art of returning to youth?" The masked man calmly replied, "Follow me and you can become like this too." Yunwei replied resolutely, "I'm afraid I must refuse. I don't want to be the grand disciple of someone who couldn't even beat him." The masked man touched the wound on his shoulder from the earlier cut and looked up at him. "You've got quite a temper." Then he looked at Yunwei as the wound actually healed. "Seeing my injuries like this, are you a little interested now?" Witnessing this, he couldn't help but be utterly astonished, thinking to himself, "The wound has already healed?" Yunwei watched the strange man before him warily, pondering, "I've seen someone with such an astonishing regenerative ability before." He suddenly remembered that person, the golden-eyed man he had met in Fenglin Valley. He had said it was the golden superior body's corpse technique. Could this guy be related to that man? He suddenly spoke up and asked, "I'd like to know, have you perhaps obtained the golden superior body's corpse technique?" Hearing Yunwei's question, the man was somewhat surprised. "What did you just say?" He looked at him with icy eyes and said, "It seems this master must change his mind." As soon as his voice fell, he executed a formation, powerlessly yanking Yunwei toward him. His arm was violently pulled forward by the opponent's silver silk thread. Yunwei slammed heavily against the wall behind him. "Not good, my right hand is bound and I can't move. The more I try to break free, the tighter it gets." He was now tightly bound to a stone pillar by the man's silver silk threads. "You die here today, you brat." Yunwei struggled with all his might, pain racking his body, and let out a few low grunts. But the more he resisted, the tighter the threads became. The man still looked at Yunwei with that terrifying expression. "Your aptitude may be better than Han Zhixiang's, but unfortunately you already know things you shouldn't." As he spoke, he manipulated the threads with his arms, constantly tightening them. "This is my farewell to you, kid." A look of panic was now clearly visible on Yunwei's face, leaving him speechless. The man's flying daggers cut through the stone pillar like sharp blades, and then the pillar he was tied to exploded in midair. The man suddenly noticed something. A slight reaction from the left hand. Yunwei had appeared behind him at some point, sword in hand. The man turned to look at him, a clear look of astonishment on his face. "What? How could you?" Before he could react, Yunwei had already lunged forward, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Suddenly his sharp blade was tightly entangled by the silver silk threads. Neither of them would give an inch. The man spoke. "Kid, you really have a knack for surprising people," he asked Yunwei with some curiosity. "How exactly did you counter my last move?" He didn't answer. His bound arm suddenly turned crimson, burning fiercely like a flame. Seeing this, the man was greatly astonished. "Isn't that the true blood golden body? You're really someone I can't figure out. This master has no idea who you are. To be proficient in the sword arts of the orthodox sects, yet also know the secret techniques of our killing sect, and even the ultimate techniques of the blood sect." The thread suddenly loosened, startling the man. "What? How did my silver soft thread loosen?" "No, it's not loosening, it's being forced apart." An aura of chi emanated from Yunwei's body as he spun and swung his sword, rushing towards the man. This kid must have reversed his sword's momentum to make the threads loosen. The man hurriedly retreated, dodging Yunwei's attack. He was now rushing towards the man continuously like a moth to a flame. The man suddenly stopped as if realizing something, and a very strange smile appeared on his face. The hidden dagger in the toe of his shoe was drawn out, and he thought smugly, "You've fallen into my trap. You must think you're about to win." Thinking this, he kicked at Yunwei, but it was dodged. "You will pay a heavy price for your carelessness." Suddenly, something made the man's eyes widen in shock. half of Yunwi's face was slashed, and he too was somewhat surprised. Before the man could defend himself, he was pierced through the body by his sword. The golden eye, how could you? Yunwi swung his sword in a beautiful arc, cutting the man in two. As he removed the mask from his face, he thought, I knew his retreat wasn't a coincidence, but I never dreamed he had a dagger hidden in the toe of his shoe. Yunwi recalled the scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Thankfully, with my golden eye I saw him gathering chi in his right foot, which is why I could handle it so easily. He reached out and took off the man's eye patch. Even with your regenerative ability, it's useless if your head is split in two, Xiao Tan asked worriedly at that moment. What if he doesn't die even with his head split open? Yunwi probably hadn't considered that possibility either, so he just made up an excuse. He suddenly pulled a piece of paper from the man's body. Forget it, I've found it. Yunwi unfolded the paper. Inside were some illegible scribbled characters. There's another hole in the middle of the paper. But thankfully, the traces of the techniques on the paper are still intact. The paper suddenly burst into flames, startling him. Why are there azure flames? It was spreading towards the treasure. The azure flames burned the paper in his hand, making him shout in a panic. No, Yunwi pursed his lips in anger. Sigh, it's all burned to ashes. Damn it, why did the azure flame have to appear at this very moment? He sent a telepathic message to him. Tianan, did you see that treasure? Can you use the power of the Tianji star to recreate it? Tianan, a small lotus pond, suddenly appeared before Yunwi. A look of clear surprise appeared on his face. What am I seeing? Tianan, Xiao Tan, do you see this? Yunwi walked in, looking around scrutinizingly. Why can't I hear your replies? At that moment, an old man in a distant corner suddenly spoke, catching Yunwi's attention. Young man, have you already opened the Tianchuan star? Yunwi guessed with some confusion. This scene seems to be an illusion in my mind, otherwise how would he know about the Tianchuan star? He suddenly laughed, startling Yunwi. You really are suspicious. Yunwi was very surprised after hearing the old man's words. He can read my mind. The sword immortal was already standing before him. It seems you've had a hard life, which is why you've developed such a personality. But it's understandable. We usually find it difficult to trust strangers upon first meeting. Yunwi was currently lost in his own thoughts, beginning to recall the past. Why do I always feel like this old man can see right through me? Wait, why does this old man's voice sound so familiar? He looked at him cautiously and asked, Senior, may I ask who you are? The sword immortal calmly stroked his beard and answered leisurely. This old man has long forgotten his own name. I only know that the world calls me sword immortal Lu Dongbin. The scene switched to another location, around the holy tower of the Wuhan Zhengzong, where the people had all been killed by a group of individuals. A subordinate respectfully reported to the man addressed as Sect Master, Sect Master, they are all dead. It seems someone acted before us. The old man frowned at his subordinate and said, Can you guess who did this? The man looked at the scene of the massacre and replied, It's difficult for me to confirm who did it, but upon investigation, these are all elite warriors of the Wuhan Zhengzong, which proves the killer is highly skilled in martial arts. Moreover, the wounds on their bodies indicate that only one person was responsible. Jiyu Yangjing suddenly thought of that person, his expression turning more displeased. It was most likely that guy. He must have wanted to know why Wu Yu let Tian Wucheng live. The old man thought to himself, Isn't that precisely why I came here? A subordinate suddenly spoke. Sect Master, according to my perception, there is currently no activity inside the holy tower. Jiyu Yangjing walked in with him saying, In that case, let's go in. Outside, a subordinate looking at the corpse at his feet suddenly recognized something. The one below is Wucheng's body. That's the Wuhan Sword Emperor Tian Wucheng. His shout caught the attention of the two. The man checked his body and replied, He has stopped breathing. It seems Sect Master Tian had his throat slit by a single sword strike and struggled to crawl here. Hearing this, the old man frowned, speculating to himself. If that guy killed Tian Wucheng, it seems he has found the reason why Wu Yu didn't kill him. Jiyu Yangjing suddenly noticed Yunwi standing not far away. It's that guy, as expected. I didn't think he'd be here. The son of the sect master of the Wind Shadow 8 Styles sect, but why isn't the kid moving? Seeing him completely rigid, Jiyu Yangjing immediately guessed. It seems his acupuncture points have been sealed. That's perfect. Saves me the trouble. The old man pointed at Yunwi and ordered his subordinates. You go and dispose of that kid. The subordinate beside him immediately accepted the order. But Jiyu Yangjing was a bit suspicious, thinking, but who is that corpse in front of him? With that thought, the old man walked over to the corpse and propped it up. The man's head was split in two. I can't recognize whose face it is. He pieced the man's face back together completely. Seeing the person's face before him, Jiyu Yangjing was utterly shocked. Impossible, how could this be? Suddenly a strong killing intent appeared from behind, killing his subordinate and stunning the old man. Jiyu Yangjing turned to look at him in a panic, a storm raging in his heart. This is outrageous. Could this kid's strength be even greater than mine? Was I also fooled by him from the very beginning? A terrifying aura radiated from Yunwi's entire body, making the old man vigilant. His strength wasn't this great during the day. Perhaps he has been deliberately hiding his true strength. He glared at Jiyu Yangjing and asked, Sect Master Jiyu Yangjing, what were you planning to do to me just now?